Alright, check this out. This scarred guy here is our main character, Zeke. Zeke Draker was the firstborn of a legendary Dragon Slayer clan, but he could never awaken his power. Since he was a healer in a family of swordsmen, they kicked him out like trash. And now, you and I are seeing him at his literal worst. He is cornered in a snowy cave by a bunch of thugs hunting for a mysterious artifact. One of them just laughs at his pathetic state. You really think you can hide, you idiot? Where is that ancient relic hidden? They are dead serious. Zeke is in bad shape. Both of his arms have been hacked off during the struggle. But look at his face. Zero fear. He even mocks them back, asking why on earth he would ever tell them anything. The hooded guy loses it. He is furious that Zeke doesn't know his place and wants to go over and smack him. Luckily, his partner has more brain cells and stops him. We need to check in with the main squad first, he says. He pulls out a communication stone. We caught the Ghost of the North. Please confirm our coordinates. The stone crackles back. Confirm. We are on our way. After hanging up, he actually praises Zeke for being incredibly tough. You are one stubborn guy, he says. I can't believe you are still breathing after losing both your arms. He wonders why the ghost would risk everything for the Emperor's artifact, but the hooded guy just butts in. Who cares? He is just a pest. Let's have some fun before the boss arrives to pay him back for all the trouble he caused. Get ready, Ghost. We won't stop until you are begging for death. Then, he slowly draws his blade. The hooded guy gets a sick idea. Let's flip for it. Whoever wins gets to go first. He tosses a coin into the air. If it's heads, I am up first. Man, these guys are purely evil. But while they are watching that coin, Zeke isn't just waiting to die. He reaches out and bites one of his severed arms. He slams it back onto his stump. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the wound. You won't believe what happens next. His limbs are literally fusing back together. I won't end like this, he thinks. I am Zeke Draker, the family's first failed awakener. Born into a Dragon Slayer house, but unable to use sword energy to them. He was just garbage to be thrown away. So he did whatever it took to survive. People said chasing power leads to nothing, but he knew better. That's just talk for the strong. As soon as his right arm heals, he grabs his sword and lunges like a bolt of lightning. The bandits are still busy looking at the coin. Heads, I win. The hooded guy is so excited to finish Zeke off. But before he can even blink, Zeke's blade flashes through the air and takes his head clean off. Talk about instant karma. It happened so fast, his partner couldn't even react. After a second of pure shock, he finally grips his sword to fight back. Too little, too late. Zeke already finished the first one and is already turning his blade toward the second guy. With one powerful swing, Zeke shatters the bandit's sword and carves right through him, deep into the bone. The guy is dead before he can even make a sound. Looking at the bodies, Zeke just reminds himself of the cold truth. The weak get crushed and their things get stolen. That is just how this world works. Just then, footsteps echo outside the cave. The rest of the squad has arrived, and they don't look happy. Zeke sees he is surrounded, so he quickly sticks his left arm back on and sighs. Looks like I am not getting out of this. The bandits are freaking out. Did he just attach his own arm? This guy is a total monster. It's disgusting. But he'll die if we just take his head. They don't waste any more time. The final clash begins. Swords clash and blood sprays everywhere. We don't know how long it lasted, but finally, the silence returns. The cave is littered with dead bandits, but Zeke is barely standing, with countless swords buried in his back. Even with his insane healing, he knows he's reached the end. Guess I am seeing the afterlife today, he mutters. But he smiles. He stole the artifact the Emperor wanted, that's enough. He pulls out a purple dragon crystal from his pocket. Clutching the stone with shaking hands, he whispers one last thing. I am so sorry, Alicia. His eyes drift shut, and a drop of blood from his forehead falls right onto the dragon stone. This is where it gets wild. The crystal explodes with massive energy, and a mysterious, ghostly figure appears right behind him out of nowhere. The soul of an ancient dragon, bound to the will of the persistent. Emergency measures activated. Zeke Draker, do you accept? To Zeke, it's just noise. He's dying anyway. Whatever, just do it already, he thinks as he slips away. Contract confirmed. Irreversible power is now in effect. You and I are about to witness a miracle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Zeke is awake, but he's a kid again, staring at his young self in the mirror. I am actually back in the past. It's hard to believe, especially since I can still feel the swords piercing my gut. Man, this place looks so familiar. We are at the Draker Family Training Academy. This is the cradle of the Dragon Slayer Drakers, one of the 3 legendary great families. It all started with Terakan Draker, the hero who saved the entire continent by slaying a vicious, three-headed, three-eyed dragon during the war 1,000 years ago. His descendants then went on to establish the current Draker family we see today. Because they are the bloodline of the legendary dragon slayer Terakan Draker, every single descendant is blessed with light aura. This makes it easy for them to awaken high-level light aura and become holy knights. Well, everyone except for our main character. Zeke just mocks himself internally before that familiar robotic system voice suddenly echoes inside his head. Management system is now booting up. The soul of the awakened has been confirmed as a perfect 100% match. The selected soul has accepted the will of the ancient dragon, and complete integration is now confirmed. You now have access to a portion of the system. It is a pleasure to meet you, Zeke Draker. Currently activating the status window view mode. Opening the status window. Low-level administrator status window for Zeke Draker. Class, Rare Healing Mage. Title, The One Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Healing faction skills, Calm Mind. Vitality recovery and sensory enhancement. Skills include low-level rank E Rookie Precise Thrust, rank E Rookie Slash, and a special grade critical hit. Dragon Tongue is currently unreadable and requires 10 points to unlock. Current karma points are 0. Back to Zeke, he is looking at the screen that just popped up with a lot of curiosity. This thing looks just like a magic video. Did an ancient artifact just get activated? I can look through this like a magic video and navigate it the same way. Also, that class and the Dragon Tongue skill are things that are not even used in this modern era. My master once said that people in ancient times classified themselves into jobs based on what they were good at. Each profession would then train in specialized techniques called skills. Since my job is a healing mage, I can use a skill called heal. Thinking about his master's words, Zeke suddenly shivers as he remembers the brutal training from his past life. After he awakened, she trained him so hard that he almost died multiple times. But anyway, according to this status window, I am officially a healing mage. In my previous life, I did not actually become a healing mage until I was in my 20s. That happened right after my senses were unlocked. If that is the case, Zeke thinks to himself as he closes his eyes and focuses on the energy flowing inside his body. Then, just like that, a surge of energy starts pouring out of his entire body. Looking at this, Zeke cannot even hide the massive grin spreading across his face. I knew it. My senses have already been opened. Now I finally understand what is going on. Even though my old trained body is gone, I have returned to the past with all my memories and skills intact. Compared to before I regressed, I am currently in a much more advantageous position. To make the most of this, I need to figure out exactly what kind of resources I have in my hands right now. With that, Zeke goes back to studying the system screen. But before he can learn anything else, a man's voice suddenly shouts from outside the door. "Young Master Zeke, I am coming in!" "Dexter, there is no point in you being here." That familiar voice makes Zeke jump in absolute panic as he frantically tries to find a way to turn off the system screen. This is not good. I have not even finished reading it yet, but how do I turn this thing off? Outside, the man named Dexter does not even wait for Zeke to invite him in before he just bursts through the door. "I am coming in. I cannot believe you are still not ready." Just what are you thinking? This massive old guy dressed like a butler is actually Zeke's personal servant. Dexter turns towards Zeke. When he sees that Zeke is acting normal, our main character breathes a huge sigh of relief. It looks like he cannot see the window. Thank goodness. Zeke speaks up and asks, "Ready? Ready for what exactly?" In response to that question, Dexter's voice turns incredibly angry. His eyes flash with a dangerous light as he growls a question back at our main character. "Are you seriously asking me that right now, young Master Zeke?" It is a very normal sentence coming from him, but for some reason, it makes Zeke's entire body break out in goosebumps. Thinking back, I really was terrified of Dexter when I was a kid. Even though I have the mind of a 32-year-old man now, I still cannot forget the fear that was carved deep into this body. As he thinks this, his whole body starts shaking uncontrollably until the system senses his agitation. It automatically activates the faction skill called Calm Mind. This is the only thing that finally clears Zeke's head. Faction skill Calm Mind. The user's psychological state will not waver regardless of the situation, allowing them to maintain their perfect composure. Back to Zeke, all his anxiety vanishes in an instant. So this is a skill too? It is pretty convenient that it activates automatically. Zeke nods to himself while old man Dexter continues scolding him, saying he has repeated many times how important this event is. "Are you even listening to me, young Master Zeke?" In response, Zeke just flashes him a confident smile. "Of course I am. Dexter, You are talking about the Pangreyson assessment test, right? Now, to talk about that test, we have to look at a pretty interesting family tradition. Every member of the Draker family has to go through a training system called the Cradle. Starting from the age of 7, they must endure 5 years of incredibly strict basic training. The instructors evaluate the new students every year through swordsmanship competitions as well as the no-rules Pangreyson combat trials. The opponents are usually chosen by the instructors themselves, but there are times when students can choose their own opponents if both sides agree. Since there are 0 rules, some people end up with serious injuries or even lose their lives. But because this competition is used to decide which classes the students will attend in the academy, these kids have no choice but to fight with everything they have. Now, the scene shifts to a massive arena. Right now, a group of children has gathered here to prepare for the Pangreyson assessment test up on the fighting stage. An adult man speaks up with a loud voice to the whole group. As you all know, today is the day of the Pangreyson matches. I trust that all of you understand that this is the final part of your evaluation, right? Yes, sir. The kids below all shout back in unison. Hearing that, the brown-haired man nods with a satisfied look. Very good. It looks like everyone's spirits are high. Then we shall begin right now. Get yourselves ready. This man is the head instructor Barnack. Inside the group of kids, Zeke is standing there as well. All around him, the other children are looking at him with nothing but contempt and judging eyes. Look, it is Zeke. He was humiliated so badly last year, so why is he still standing here this year? If I were him, I would have run away already. How is someone like him even part of the direct bloodline? How pathetic. Hey now, I can hear everything you guys are saying. Zeke sighs to himself, but he does not even bother reacting to their insults. Switching back to the stage, Barnack starts calling out the names of the first fighters. Aaron, Goda, get up here. Yes, sir. Both candidates answer and quickly run up onto the fighting stage. Then, once both are in their starting stances, Barnack shouts at the top of his lungs. Ready? Begin. The moment the sound fades, the brown-haired boy Goda lunges forward like a fast leopard to try and take the offensive advantage. However, before his fist can even touch his opponent, Aaron delivers a direct kick straight to his chin. The impact rattles his brain so hard that he collapses and passes out instantly. Up in the stands, Zeke watches this and just lets out a long yawn because he is so bored. That match is already over. That is what happens when you do not guard properly. Zeke calls it perfectly. One hit and the guy is down for the count. Aaron wins, just like that. Watching these matches, Zeke is bored out of his mind. These kids are nothing. He lets out a massive yawn. Our boy is not even trying to hide it. But check out Leon. He is looking at Zeke like fresh prey, literally trembling. And what do you know? Fate puts Zeke right against that freckled brat. The teacher asks if they are ready. Zeke is just rubbing his sleepy eyes. Leon starts trash-talking immediately. He thinks Zeke is still that same weak kid. Flashback time. Last year, poor Zeke was actually begging this guy for mercy. But now, Zeke does not care. He has dealt with this clown every year. Leon definitely cheated before. His family thinks dirty play makes a dragon slayer. Zeke cannot believe he is related to this trash. What a total disgrace. After years of being bullied by cousins, Zeke just flashes a dark smile. Leon has no clue what is coming. He just keeps the insults flying. He calls Zeke brave for coming back after that beating. Classic arrogant bully. Zeke feels a spark of rage, but his calm mind skill shuts it down. Tired of the nonsense, Zeke gives one warning. Stop the name calling or else. Leon just laughs and pats his head. What are you gonna do, lowlife? No more talking. Zeke throws a lightning punch and sends Leon flying like trash. System alert, critical hit activated. Huge damage, but do not miss next time. Leon is on the ground howling like a dog. His face is a mess. Even Zeke is surprised. He only wanted a knockout, but his power is insane. The instructor, Ban, is stunned. He demands to know why Zeke attacked early. Zeke just sighs. In a real war, who waits for a signal to start? The one who strikes first wins. Zeke smiles, and Ban feels a chill. Was that real bloodlust from a kid? Ban cannot believe his senses. Leon staggers up, acting tough. He wants the fight to officially start now. Zeke just laughs at him. Some people are just too stupid to learn lessons. Ban sees they are both ready to kill. All right, let us see the fireworks. Start. Leon charges in like a bullet, pouring everything into his legs. But Zeke is too calm. It is actually starting to freak Leon out. Leon thinks the first punch was luck. He is looking for a counter. He ducks low, trying to weave under Zeke's next attack with a smirk. He grabs Zeke's leg, trying to tackle him. Die, you low-life scum. But wait, Zeke is already gone. He is standing several meters away now. Leon is completely lost. He has no idea how Zeke moved like that. Only Ban saw it. And let me tell you, he is absolutely floored. Is this really the combat sense of a 12-year-old boy? Truly unbelievable. Ban thought Leon had him, but Zeke counterpunched and escaped in a flash. The focus, the accuracy, the absolute calm. This is not normal for a kid. Ban stares at the boy. Is this really the same Zeke he knew? Leon's head is spinning. He can barely stand, let alone fight back now. Before he can retreat, Zeke closes the gap. A heavy kick drops him. How is he so strong? Leon is losing his mind in pure fear. He throws one last desperate punch. How dare you look down on me? Leon is feeling pretty smug right now, thinking he finally mastered his power. But look at Zeke. He just activated his heightened senses, boosting his perception to a whole new level. Everything in Zeke's vision shifts into slow motion. As Leon lunges forward with that massive fist, it looks like it is moving through honey. This is way too easy for our main character. That familiar feeling is back. Now that he has got his willpower under control, it is time to wrap this up. Zeke casually reaches out and catches that punch like it is nothing. But wait, he is not done yet. Zeke grabs Leon's arm with both hands and pulls off a perfect shoulder throw. The impact is so brutal that the sound echoes everywhere. Leon slams into the floor so hard that the tiles literally shatter into a million pieces. Zeke still is not satisfied though. He immediately triggers his precision thrust skill to finish the job. Precision thrust is a deadly move that targets an enemy's weakest vitals for maximum damage. We watch as Zeke's elbow drives straight into that idiot's sternum with pinpoint accuracy. You can almost hear Leon's bones cracking under the pressure. Zeke just sits right on top of him, pulling his fist back for one more heavy hit. It is total domination. He mocks Leon, asking if even a fool could learn a lesson from this. A little hard work and sweat usually helps clear the mind, right? Zeke is definitely making a point. Zeke scans the crowd, calling out all the weaklings watching from above. His eyes are full of provocation. If anyone else has something to say, they better come down here and say it. Suddenly, a red-haired kid named Jackin speaks up with total arrogance. He chooses Zeke as his next opponent, claiming he actually has plenty to say. This should be interesting. Our main character recognizes him immediately. It is Jackin Vardek, another one of his cousins. It seems like the family drama never ends in this world, does it? Zeke just shrugs it off. He accepts the challenge but says fighting Jackin alone would be boring. He points to Liam Stone and tells him to join the fight too. Zeke is staring down the big guy standing right behind Jackin. Liam is Jackin's servant, but Zeke insists a 2-on-1 fight is the only way to make things fair. Zeke gives them a look of pure contempt that makes Jackin's blood boil. You can hear his teeth grinding from here. He cannot believe Zeke is insulting him so openly. Jackin is fuming, but Zeke just gives him this adorable, mocking face. He calls him a dummy in the most playful way possible, which just makes Liam even more furious. Jackin is practically swearing to kill Zeke under his breath. He is done talking. Both of them step down onto the arena floor, ready to settle this with force. Before the chaos starts, Instructor Pan gives Zeke a serious warning. He tells him not to move a muscle until he gives the official signal to start the match. Zeke just nods casually while keeping his eyes locked on the big guy. Liam Stone, the future Mercenary King. It is wild seeing him here in this timeline. In Zeke's past life, Liam was just a servant who got left behind because he was only a distant relative. He never got the proper education he deserved. He begged to study at the academy, but eventually ended up joining a small knight order in a place called Baranon. He was always searching for a way up. After Baranon fell, Liam became a legendary mercenary during the Great War. People naturally followed his strength as he rose through the ranks of the chaotic era. He unified the 3 biggest mercenary groups and built his own army, becoming the undisputed Mercenary King. He was an absolute beast on the battlefield back then. The Empire hired him for the Continental War, and Zeke actually fought against him as an enemy. But this time, things are going to be much different. Pan sees that everyone is ready and finally gives the word. Check this out, because you and I are about to see a complete masterclass in combat. Start. Jackin doesn't wait a second and launches a lightning-fast attack. His punch is so heavy it literally creates a sonic boom as it tears through the air. But Zeke isn't impressed at all. He just reaches out and catches that explosive punch with his bare hand. The raw power difference here is just insane to watch. Zeke's face goes cold as he tells them he already warned them to attack together. He releases a terrifying aura that has Jackin breaking out in a cold sweat. Jackin tries to regain his pride, screaming that he won't fall for Zeke's cheap tricks. He swings a high kick aimed straight for Zeke's head with everything he has. But a second later, Jaqen is the one screaming in pain. His kick landed right on Zeke's elbow. That is a bone-shattering mistake that sends shocks straight to his brain. Zeke teases him, telling him to actually look before he kicks next time. With Jaqen stunned by the pain, Zeke lunges forward to deliver a little health checkup. Zeke asks where he is looking as he winds up a massive punch. Jaqen panics and throws both arms up in a desperate guard to block the incoming hit. But it was all a trick. Zeke just laughs at how scared Jaqen is. He didn't even see the feint coming because he was too busy shaking in his boots. Zeke repeats his warning that one person isn't enough to stop him. He follows up with a sharp kick to Jaqen's knee, making the guy stumble and lose balance. In one smooth motion, Zeke pivots and drives a punch straight into Jaqen's ribs. The impact is so sickeningly hard that Jaqen actually coughs up a spray of blood. Realizing he is completely outclassed, Jaqen finally swallows his pride. He screams for his subordinate to jump in and save him from the beating. Liam, kill this bastard. The big guy roars as he moves in. Zeke finally drops the playful attitude because he knows the future. Mercenary King is no joke. Liam is only 12 right now, but his reach is already terrifying. Zeke knows if he lets Liam take the initiative, he will be in serious trouble very quickly. He has to strike first. Just as Liam starts to swing, Zeke charges in and lands a straight punch, stopping Liam's momentum before he can even start his attack. Then, Zeke activates his slash skill. This isn't just one hit, it is a rapid-fire chain of strikes designed to overwhelm the opponent and completely blur their vision. Zeke's body turns into a blur of purple afterimages. He is hitting Liam from every possible angle at once. It is a beautiful and terrifying display of pure speed. Liam has no choice but to curl up and try to tank the hits. Can we just talk about the look on the other students' faces? They are absolutely stunned. They are all asking what kind of crazy technique this is. But out of everyone there, only Instructor Pan actually recognizes the origin of these mysterious moves. It is the Northern Fist technique from the Middle-earth. Pan is baffled in a world ruled by swords. How on earth did Zeke learn such a legendary martial art? Back in the fight, Zeke is starting to feel the heavy toll on his muscles. Moving like that is putting an incredible amount of pressure on his young body. He starts cursing his weak physical state. This child's body is basically trash compared to his old self. Just a few moves, and he is already feeling the ache. Forget everything else. Look at that guy's monster constitution. He's not even dodging or countering. He's just standing there taking every single hit like an absolute beast. Liam's more intense now than in his Mercenary King days. Our boy is reaching his limit just trying to see how incredibly tough this guy's body really is. But Jack isn't backing down. He takes a massive breath, focusing every ounce of his hidden strength into his right fist for one final, crushing strike. Liam senses the shift immediately. You can see it in his eyes. He is cranking his focus up to the highest level to meet whatever is coming next. Then boom, zero warning. Jack just blurs across the floor and reappears right in Liam's face, letting that powerful fist fly with everything he's got. But Liam's reflexes are on another level. He just tilts his head, slaps Jack's arm away to divert the punch, and completely parries the blow. Talk about smooth! Jack is feeling totally frustrated. He barely even saw that move with his own eyes. Like, how do you even react to something that's moving that fast? He realizes everyone here has insane senses, but while Jack is busy overthinking, Liam moves in and grabs him tightly by the wrist. Oh no, here it comes. Liam just muscles him around, throwing Jack like he is a piece of furniture. But don't count our main character out yet, he is not that easy to beat. As he is flying through the air, Jack uses that momentum to pull his legs up and drives a brutal knee right into Liam's head. What a play! Then, he pops his perception skill to slow everything down and wraps his legs around Liam's neck in a tight, desperate chokehold. He's going for the finish! Jack knows the deal. No matter how much of a tank you are, the brain needs oxygen to function. He is squeezing with everything he's got now. But Liam is not just going to sit there and take it. He starts raining down heavy, punishing blows right into Jack's ribs over and over again. Jack is literally coughing up blood. This is pure madness. He just grits his teeth, determined to see who drops first in this insane test of will. It is a total war of attrition between them. Finally, Liam's lights go out. He falls unconscious from the lack of air. Jack actually pulled it off. Up in the stands, another kid is watching with a creepy, interested smile. He's like, "Good job. I expected at least this much from someone like you." Apparently, he wants to be the one to take Jack Draker down later. Cut to Jack's room, where his old butler is checking in on him very carefully. He's acting all concerned, asking if the young master is okay after that brutal fight. He even asks to check Jack's pulse, but we know better. He's being polite, but Jack isn't buying it for a second. He knows this old guy is actually checking to see if he's awakened his light energy yet. So Jack plays it cool. He makes the old man wait until he's dressed, then finally hands over his wrist for the inspection. Let's see what happens. The butler gives a polite nod and touches Jack's hand ever so gently. Here we go. This is the moment of truth for our main character. He starts flowing energy into Jack's arm, but then Jack realizes something that absolutely blows his mind. He can feel the power moving through him. Hold on, is this guy a blue knight? Most people just check the core, but this old man is being incredibly detailed and precise with his search. Channeling energy into someone else is hard enough, but this level of control? This guy is definitely a blue knight in disguise, a total powerhouse. Remember, knights have ranks here. It's all about how they handle that energy. White swordsman is basically the starting point for everyone in this world. Kids start at white, but once they awaken and open their core, they jump up to yellow swordsman status. That is where the real journey begins. After the blessing ceremony, everyone hits yellow. But you only get the knight title once you can control that energy perfectly at your own will. Purple knights can buff their blades, but blue? That is transcendent level. We are talking about people who can manifest pure energy blades and beyond. Even the legendary Mercenary King and Jack's past self only made it to Red Knight. And then there is the legendary Black Knight status above that. There are only a few of those monsters on the entire continent. So why is someone this powerful acting as a simple servant for Jack? But get this, there is no way the butler can detect Jack's specific energy. Only 2 people in existence can even use this type of power. Jack was right. After all that poking around, the old man comes up empty-handed and finally has to stop his little investigation for the day. But the butler's gut is telling him something is off. He gives Jack this sharp look and asks if he is hiding something from him. He is staring Jack down with those eyes. But Jack just flips the script and asks if the butler is the one hiding things from him instead. That shuts the old man up real quick, but before it gets too awkward, Jack just waves it off and tells him he was only joking around. The butler lets out a huge sigh of relief and asks why Jack changed so much. Jack just gives him this look like he is the boss. With a totally superior expression, Jack tells him he is asking the wrong question. Things are about to get really wild from here on out. He tells the old man that everything is returning to its proper place, so just follow him. Dacker stays silent, evaluating those heavy words. Finally, he just bows and says he has got the training room ready as requested. Talk about a total power move by our boy Jack. Jack is loving the efficiency. He tells the old man he is doing a great job and heads off to get started with his secret training. Jack waves and leaves the room. He is already starting to put the pieces together about why a powerhouse like Dacker is watching him so closely. If he is a spy, Jack figures he might as well keep him close and use him for info. But who is actually pulling the strings here? He is betting it is one of his own siblings behind this surveillance. And with that thought, we finally make it to the massive training room. Man, this place is huge. Even Jack is impressed. This family is seriously as rich and powerful as the rumors say a private room this big? Then he remembers he still has that game system to check out. And look at that, his slashing skill has already reached the proficiency level. Jack wonders if learning something new will register as a skill. And what's the actual difference between general skills and those exclusive clan techniques? Apparently, they both activate the same way. Then there's the Dragon Race records, it's locked for now, and he'll need points to crack it open. Our hero decides to check those karma points. Right on cue, the system pops up with a detailed explanation for him to look over. Karma points. You earn these by taking down monsters. Right now, his current balance is sitting at a big fat 0. After reading that, Jack looks pretty thoughtful. Monsters, dungeons are crawling with those things, so getting points shouldn't be too hard. But first, he needs to hit the 4-color knight rank to even enter. Plus, he's still wondering why he was sent back to the past. And this system? These skills and classes? He's convinced it's all connected to the legendary treasure of the continent. But right now, info is tight. The more Jack thinks, the more curious he gets, even if there aren't any clear answers yet. So, Jack decides to push those thoughts aside for later. As long as this power makes him stronger, the rest can wait. System or family, he'll use whatever it takes. He mutters to himself while struggling to lift that heavy sword into a fighting stance. His whole body is shaking just from the weight. While he trains, he starts reviewing everything he knows about power from his past life. 2 main powers rule this world, Knight's aura and Mage's mana. Knights focus their energy inside their dantian to build up their strength. Meanwhile, Mages use magic circles to channel mana. These two paths are opposites, so you can't master both once you've awakened one. Sadly, Jack was unlucky enough to have neither a Dantian nor a magic circle. His family tossed him out, and that's when he met Master. During those years of wandering, his master taught him everything. The most useful part? Learning how to heal using an ether core. Thanks to the ether core his master developed, Jack can tap into natural energy. They're actually the only two people in the world who can. He starts swinging his sword like a man possessed. Time flies, and 2 hours later, poor Jack is looking completely wiped out. Man, only 2 hours in, and he feels like he's about to faint. He's pushing it, but he should be fine, right? He leans on his sword to keep from collapsing. To fix his exhaustion, Jack quickly triggers his healing and stamina recovery skill. Just like that, his tired body feels fresh again. Healing is such a rare skill that he didn't even know it existed before. Not until he met Master. If he used this in public, they'd call me a monster. That's exactly why he held back against Liam. He'll just have to keep healing up in private. Now that he's recharged, it's back to training. This guy's work ethic is insane. He keeps at it until the sun starts to set. Jack finally stops when his stomach starts growling, demanding some serious food. Is it dinner time already? Jack lets out a sigh, looking at the floor covered in sword marks, wondering how he'll explain this to Decker. A week passes in a flash. Over at the Cradle's dining hall, everyone's gossiping about the massive change they've seen in Jack. Hey, have you heard about Jack? He's like a different person, someone whispers, making the guy next to him look totally shocked. You think that loser started using black magic? I just hope he puts some of those arrogant strong guys in their place. Cut to a fancy dining room where 4 young masters are eating. We see young Xena Turan, absolutely devouring her meal. Nearby, a handsome guy named Zeke Zaman gives Leon a little reminder. You might not be hungry, but you need energy for training. Leon just clenches his fist and snaps back at Zeke's kindness. Are you trying to piss me off right now, or what? I'm just being friendly, but your inferiority complex is clearly worse than I thought. Zeke's cold reply makes Leon slam the table. The impact sends Xena's steak flying off her plate. Leon immediately gets hit with a terrifying glare from her that says it all. That ice-cold look has Leon too scared to even make eye contact. Ignoring him, Xena brings up our main character, Jack. Zeke Draker? Zeke's face shifts. I'm not sure. His Pangreyson match was brutal and impressive, but swords are a whole different game. He'll look pathetic once we start swordplay. What can a guy who can't even lift a sword actually do? Leon jumps on that. Exactly, he's so weak he had to order a custom sword because normal ones are too heavy. No way I'm losing to that trash. I'm sure you all saw it. His win in the arena was nothing but pure luck. Sick of the excuses, Xena stands up immediately. Luck? If you actually believe that. None of you deserve to be knights for the Draker family. She leaves the table in total disgust. Sword fighting is different from bare-knuckle brawling. This is where most accidents happen, and where the real skill gap shows. 1 month after this exam, the blessing ceremony begins. This is the big event where Draker family members finally awaken their aura. At the arena, the head instructor calls out, Jack, you're up next. Show us what you've got. Jack steps forward carrying a ridiculously long sword. The crowd can't help but stare at the strange weapon in his hand. What's up with that crazy long sword? Does he think a bigger weapon makes him stronger? The crowd starts laughing and whispering. Standing across from him is Xena. Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent. She's practically radiating battle spirit. Jack's not backing down. Challenge accepted, he says, pointing his sword right at her face. Xena draws her blade, immediately sensing something is different. This isn't the old Jack. He's handling that massive sword with ease. His aura is intense. She realizes she can't let him intimidate her before the fight even begins. Zeke accepts with total confidence. But honestly, you and I know that deep down, he realizes this won't be a walk in the park. As usual for our boy, this duel with the Thunder Knight is going to be intense. Vina Turan, that's the legendary Thunder Knight herself. She's a war hero who made a name for herself across the continent. Plus, she's the strongest of the Draker family's next generation. Having awakened her aura even before the blessing ceremony, she's likely been operating at a whole different level for years now. Yet, she hasn't used it here in the cradle. She wants to master the fundamentals first, and Zeke knows exactly what she's thinking. The referee sees both fighters are ready and lets out a massive shout. Start the match. Before the sound even fades, Vina flashes forward like a literal bolt of lightning, thrusting her sword straight at Zeke. Zeke just casually parries the strike, forcing Vina to jump back instantly to regroup. This girl is not messing around. Next, she uses that insane speed to circle behind him. launching another powerful thrust that would have ended anyone else. Zeke raises his blade horizontally to block it, but don't be fooled, the impact of that hit was absolutely massive. The force nearly blows Zeke right off the stage. He's actually impressed, admitting she's even better than he originally expected. Vina isn't giving him a second to breathe, though. She's raining down attacks. Meanwhile, up in the stands, that idiot Leon starts screaming like he actually knows what's happening. Stop playing around, Vina. Finish him off already. Jiakan, standing nearby, has to explain it to this meathead. Are you blind? Does it look like she's playing to you? Back to Vina's perspective. While she's keeping Zeke pinned down with her strikes, she's desperately trying to find a way through his defense. She sees an opening, but no matter how fast she moves, his sword is always right there to meet hers. It's like he's just swatting her efforts away. Another opening appears, and she realizes this feels exactly like a training session. Vina starts doubting her own senses. But then, after a heavy clash, she gets sent flying backward. Both fighters pause for a moment. You can see Vina is completely drenched in sweat from that non-stop offensive. But our main character? He hasn't even broken a sweat. Honestly, he looks like he's starting to get a little bored. So this is how the Thunder Knight fights in the cradle. Her swordplay is honest and straightforward, just like he anticipated. She's obsessed with the basics, but that's what's holding her back. Zeke decides it's time to help her break out of that shell. Zeke drops into a low stance, looking exactly like a predator about to strike. Vina immediately goes on high alert. That's a dangerously low stance. Is he planning to close the distance in one go? Well, my speed is legendary too. Come at me, Zeke Draker, she whispers, and just like that, Zeke explodes forward. His body is nothing but a blur. Suddenly, he's right in her face. He's way too fast. But as long as there's distance, she can still react. Vina narrowly dodges our main character's downward swing, but she completely fails to predict what's coming next. Zeke swings his blade in a wide arc across the floor, aiming directly at Vina's lower half. The strike kicks up a cloud of sharp stone shards that tear into her face, leaving her a bloody mess. With no time to recover, Vina struggles to find her footing while Zeke lunges in to finish the job. He thrusts his sword toward her throat. Vina thinks it's all over, but then, something miraculous happens. Her speed and power suddenly skyrocket, and she manages to blast Zeke's sword right out of his hand. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Everyone is cheering for Vina, convinced that Zeke has finally lost. Everyone thinks she won without using her aura, but Pan, watching from the sidelines, knows better than any of them. The other students missed it, but the moment Zeke got close, Vina released the smallest possible burst of aura. It was such a tiny amount that it was nearly invisible. Vina, who swore she'd never use it until the academy. Zeke actually forced her to break her oath. Pan is stunned. Meanwhile, Zeke sees his opening and doesn't hesitate. While she's caught off guard, he charges right back in. What are you doing? This match is far from over. Zeke delivers a brutal strike to her throat, leaving her bleeding and kneeling in the dirt right before him. The crowd starts hurling insults at him. That's a sword duel. We won't stand for such cowardly, underhanded tactics. They're shouting that a knight who drops their sword has no honor. This is Vina's win. Shame on you, Zeke. But does Zeke care about their opinions? Not one bit. For him, a win is a win, no matter what. Across from him, Vina takes a moment to catch her breath and then forces herself to stand. Want to go again? She's struggling internally. She doesn't feel like she lost, but she knows if he'd had a real dagger, she'd be dead. Vina finally admits defeat. The entire crowd falls silent as Pan declares Zeke the winner. Today, the one they all called trash finally beat the genius. Cut to a ruined castle, where two people are sitting for tea. Aben stares at a letter in total agony. He just can't believe that bastard actually beat Vina. Man, William is always so uptight. I wonder how much time we have left before the big ceremony starts? We have until the next full moon, William replies. It looks like now is the perfect time for us to join in. Aben just walks out the door like it is nothing, leaving William totally stunned. Wait, are you actually going there in person? Yeah, my curiosity is finally piqued. I really want to see what kind of awakening my youngest brother actually went through. He stares out the window with those cold, icy eyes. Meanwhile, Jack's victory has the entire cradle absolutely reeling in shock. But Jack? He just goes back to the facility and continues training. A month flies by, and it is finally the day of the ceremony. Even while training, Jack is feeling pretty confused. How did he ever become a Red Knight with this body in his past life? He pulls up his status window, and wow, a month of non-stop training has really paid off for our guy here. Accuracy is now at master level, while critical hit and nimble footwork hit expert. Jack is looking pretty satisfied with these stats. Exactly as expected. One of his skill masteries even surpassed the limit, causing his rank to jump and the meter to reset. He even boosted nimble footwork, a skill he earned in battle. But then a sudden knock at the door ruins his focus. Jack doesn't even need to look to know who is standing out there. "Dexter, what do you want?" he asks, sounding totally unbothered. The old man is just there to remind him about the ceremony. "We leave in 2 hours," Dexter says. Jack tells him to prepare everything. Jack gives a quick nod. After getting ready, he hops into a carriage and heads straight for the main mansion for the ceremony. Sitting in the carriage, Jack gets lost in thought. It has been a seriously long time since he last stepped foot in the mansion. It belongs to the Draker family in Duke Troy's territory. Even though the main house is at the Four Seasons Fortress in Middle-earth, the ceremony has to happen here, the very place where the legend of the Dragon Slayers first began. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. Inside the Grand Hall, all the kids are lined up for the ritual. Everyone looks solemn, but Jack is busy scanning the whole room. He realizes something: the guests here are big shots he only ever heard about in the news. He is taking it all in. He knows the family is watching him closely. If he fails this awakening, they will probably just go back to ignoring him completely. Suddenly, Jack feels a heavy gaze locked onto him. He turns around to see who is staring, and then he finally sees him. The moment he spots the person, his face twists with pure rage. Why on earth is that scumbag even showing his face here? In another corner of the hall, 2 men are shaking hands. "Long time no see, right?" Aben replies that it has been a while. The other guy is curious. "Why are you at the blessing ceremony? Did someone in this class actually catch your eye?" Aben just brushes it off. "No way. I am just here because my adorable little brother happens to be part of this group." He looks down at Jack. "You guys, this is the second son of the Draker family, the Sword Lion himself, Aben Draker." Back to Jack. He is absolutely fuming, but he tells himself he has to stay cool given the situation. "Focus, Jack, focus." Head Knight Aben. Jack can't do anything yet. In his past life, Aben never showed up. Did Jack's actions change the future? If the future is changing, this could be his big chance. Jack's hands are literally shaking from the intensity of the moment. Then, the officiant's voice finally booms out. "It is time to start the blessing ceremony. Aaron, step forward and face the altar." "Yes, sir," Aaron shouts, stepping up to the massive knight statue holding a giant greatsword. This is where things get real, guys. In front of the statue sits a huge basin filled with water. Aaron rolls up his sleeve, knowing exactly what he needs to do. He dips his arm into the water, and a few drops of blood leak from his palm. Suddenly, the water starts glowing brightly. The light surges up his arm to open his mana circuit. Every Draker member awakens their sealed powers at exactly 12 years old. Normal knights awaken in their 20s, so this is insanely fast. Some rare cases even awaken special traits alongside their internal energy. That is the Dragon Slayer aura. They reach Yellow Knight level easily, and a few even rival the powerful Red and Black Knights. This is the True Blood Awakening. Aaron finishes his turn, and the officiant nods. "All right, who is next on the list?" Jaina, the swordswoman, steps forward next. And get this, the light coming from the statue for her is a deep, brilliant red. Van looks absolutely thrilled seeing this. He immediately orders a soldier nearby to go grab a pair of special gloves for her. Since she is suppressing her aura, she needs those special gloves. Once they prove they are true blood descendants, they get the name. They get insane support from the family after that. One by one, the kids go up until it is finally Jack's turn. Oh man, here is the main course. Everyone is curious what kind of crazy awakening is our boy Jack going to have. People are already whispering that it has to be a true blood awakening. I mean, he did beat Jaina after all, right? Jack just smiles to himself. He never thought he would stand before this statue again. Last time was a nightmare of shame, but this time, everything is different. He can heal himself now, and he is ready to unleash that legendary true blood aura. I am not giving up. My own will is keeping me standing. So, help me out here, you piece of stone. With that, our boy Zeke dips his hand into the freezing water. Suddenly, the statue begins to shake like crazy. But wait, just seconds later, it stops dead without warning. The guests are totally stunned, just looking at each other in pure confusion. It stopped? You and I know that has never happened before. Meanwhile, over in the corner, Den Aben is staring at his brother with a look of utter disbelief. Back to Zeke, even though he expected this, experiencing the disappointment again, you can see the pure rage on his face. I knew it. Why did I even hope for a change? I was way too confident because of that jerk. Zeke pulls his hand back and dries it off. completely done. Around him, the crowd is whispering. What is going on? Is this a failure? Did he fail the awakening? Is that even possible? Maybe his family bloodline just isn't strong enough to suppress that curse. Everyone is starting to doubt our main character. Someone throws some shade, but his neighbor shuts him down fast. Hey, quiet. If he failed, how did he beat Xena? He must have used some dirty tricks. What a disgrace. Zeke hears all the trash talk, but honestly, he is used to it. These people never change. It is the same old story. Forget them. There are plenty of ways to get strong without awakening. Zeke tells himself that, but then boom, the system drops a notification that changes everything. Watch this. Apologies to Zeke Draker. Due to a processing error, a hidden message was buried. Talk about a glitch! Missing info detected during the professional identification process. Admin rights have been used to bypass the system and input the class details manually. Now we are talking missing data recovered, class input complete. This is getting intense, guys. The system identifies his talent as a healer. Then, his class unlocks, and it is a rare one. Notifications are flying everywhere, and Zeke is just as lost as we are. This is different from my past life. Missing info? No way! He immediately turns back toward the statue. It is glowing, a deep, blood-red light exactly like Xena's awakening. The guests are losing their minds. It is red. That means he is a true blood awakener. Everyone is in shock. He is starting with red. But wait, the system isn't done. It is creating a whole new connection. The ancient dragon blessing in his soul is active. His brawler bloodline talent awakened. And now, all these powers are starting to merge together. This is absolutely insane. Rare talents combining. A new class is born. It is a unique one, immortal. Meanwhile, the guests are watching the statue, and you won't believe what happens next. The red light suddenly shifts to a brilliant gold. Everyone is completely losing it. Their heads are spinning trying to keep up with this. Golden light? What is that? Is it still true blood? It was red a second ago, right? Nobody knows what to think anymore. Zeke hears the chaos, but stays cool. They are confused, obviously. If I say anything now, it will just cause more trouble for me. Best to keep quiet. Zeke keeps his thoughts to himself while the crowd keeps whispering. The tension is crazy, but there is no aura. Is the statue broken? Without aura suppression, it cannot be true blood. Just as the questions mount, Aben suddenly plays the nice guy. He claps to get everyone's attention. Why so serious? We have 2 true bloods in 1 generation. Shouldn't we be celebrating this miracle? Everyone in the hall looks at each other. You can see them trying to read the room. They catch on fast. A Draker family member failing to awaken mana would be a massive disgrace. They have to protect the name. Since things are so confusing, it is better to just claim Zeke's awakening was a success. Saving the family's honor is the top priority here. The guests immediately follow along, clapping loudly. Right, 2 true bloods. What a blessing for the family. Everyone's acting so excited. Aben nods, satisfied with his work. He tells instructor Pan to hurry up and give Zeke his new gloves. Pan bows and hands a pair of gloves to Zeke. Our boy takes them, testing the feel while muttering to himself. Finally, he has got his gear. These are a bit heavy. He steps aside quickly, letting the other kids take their turn at the statue. Even with Aben's help, Zeke just feels disgusted. His brother's motives are way too obvious. Getting help from that guy feels like stepping in something gross. Time flies, and soon every child has finished the ritual. Pan stands up to announce the end of the blessing ceremony. A celebration feast is coming up for everyone. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves, he says. The kids are cheering about the food, glad their tough life is getting better. But Zeke, he doesn't care. He just walks away from the nonsense party. There has got to be a training room around here somewhere. Zeke moves fast, looking for a place to practice. He barely takes a few steps before Aben calls out. Hey, Zeke, the party just started. Where are you wandering off to? He sounds so sweet, but Zeke feels like a venomous snake is staring him down. I didn't expect him to corner me this quickly, he thinks. Watch out, Zeke. Aben acts like the perfect brother, reaching out to congratulate Zeke on the True Blood awakening. Zeke just fakes a smile. He knows that showing his hatred now would be a huge mistake. He has to play the game for now. Just keep it cool. Their hands are about to touch when suddenly, Zeke stops. This is the moment, guys! A painful memory from the past flashes through Zeke's mind, and the air around him turns cold. Aben notices immediately. This is pretty awkward, isn't it? Zeke holds back his rage. Even to save face, he just cannot bring himself to shake hands with this scum. Aben acts like he does not see the anger. He just waves it off. Fine. Seeing your face is enough for now. See you later. After Zeke finishes talking, he gives the guy a quick pat on the shoulder and takes off. But the second that man is gone, Zeke immediately starts wiping his shoulder clean. It is like he is afraid of catching something from that guy. See you never, he thinks to himself. Meanwhile, back at the party, every single guest is still gossiping about Zeke. 2 new True Bloods in one day? People cannot believe it. That golden light Zeke showed off was a total shock. Has something like that ever even happened before? Most of them thought he was a total failure who could not awaken at all. But where did he go? While they are all wondering, our main character is already back in his room. He finally ditches that stiff party suit, looking totally exhausted. Man, he really thought he would suffocate in there. But more importantly, why is he still completely fine and unscathed? You see, every awakened true blood usually carries a spirit chi suppression effect. It is the core proof that you are an enemy of the dragons, who are the source of chi. Since most machines use chi as fuel, true bloods are forced to wear special family gloves. If he really is a true blood, there should have been some serious technical issues. Curious, he opens up his status window to double-check his info. And get this, there is a massive change. His class has officially been updated to the Immortal. For skills, he now has rank a rookie spirit, chi inversion, and a rank a rookie total buff. Plus, his karma points are sitting at exactly 100. Looking at this, Zeke is definitely getting curious. This is totally different from the norm. It is not spirit chi suppression, but actually spirit chi inversion instead. He needs to read the fine print on this one. He focuses on that inversion skill, and the system is quick to give him the full breakdown of how it works. Spirit chi inversion creates a distortion field that completely neutralizes any spirit chi nearby. Reading that description, Zeke starts to put the pieces of this puzzle together. Since this is classified as an active skill, the chi around him was not affected because it is not a passive. Before this, he was just a rare healing mage. Now, he has become a one-of-a-kind immortal. But wait a second, every other graduate who awakened normally had a blue aura showing their status. Only Joanna awakened with the red true blood light. His was red at first too, but then it turned gold. The system even mentioned the identification device lost its data. Is it talking about that bronze statue? As soon as the system input the data, the frozen statue flashed a bright red light. Dang, so that is how it works. That statue does not just check if you awakened. It identifies your specific traits and class. Red is for a rare class, while golden is reserved for the unique ones. This statue is actually an ancient treasure from before the time of Terakan, the founder of the Draker family. Back in those days, the concept of a class did not exist, so they only used it to see if someone awakened. The family must have mistakenly assumed that a red light was the only sign of a true blood. Seriously, not a single family had ever figured this out. Anyway, he has got karma points now. Zeke quickly hits the button to confirm using his Dragon Records points. Just like that, his points drop from 100 down to 90. Immediately, a whole bunch of system notifications start popping up right in front of him. His Dragon Records are now available for viewing. Opening Rank 1, Dragon Eye allows the user to see every detailed bit of info on a target after careful observation. That one is locked and needs 20 points. Then there is Dragon Majesty, which lets him force enemies to surrender using his aura. Locked. That costs 30 points. Finally, Rank 1 Devour lets the user eat and digest absolutely anything. Locked. That is 50 points. Now, back to what our guy Zeke is thinking. After reading through all these skills, he starts mumbling to himself about which one to pick. His current points are only enough to unlock 2 of them right now. Let's see. He can grab Dragon Eye and Dragon Majesty, but Devour is a heavy 50 points. He figures it is better to take the sure wins than a risk. He pulls the trigger and unlocks Dragon Eye and Dragon Majesty immediately. Devour seems a bit dangerous anyway, so he will save that for later. Time for a test run. The moment he activates the skill, one of his eyes instantly turns yellow, looking just like a dragon. Honestly, he was kind of expecting a bit more of a transformation. The system said detailed info, but to him, nothing looks different at all. Zeke sighs in disappointment before heading out to the balcony to get a better view. Suddenly, the scene in front of him leaves him totally speechless. This is insane! The statue in the middle of the garden looks like it is standing right in his face. This could actually be super useful, Zeke says with a laugh. Right then, the system hits him with another prompt. Does he want to receive the full detailed information? Now he is really curious, so he goes ahead and clicks agree. Suddenly, info on everything from the wooden chairs to the drawers starts flooding his vision. But before Zeke can even finish studying it all, the light in his eye starts to fade. A massive wave of dizziness hits him right in the head. What is going on? Is his body or all dragon skills like this? He realizes he cannot just spam these powers. He grops toward the chair, feeling totally drained. But just as he collapses, his healing and recovery skills trigger automatically. In an instant, all that heavy fatigue just vanishes like it was never even there. Zeke is pretty confused that it went off on its own. He did not even intend to use a healing spell. Our young master starts checking his status once again. Then, his eyes go wide when he sees the changes. Wait a minute, all of his class skills have actually been converted into permanent passive abilities now. Their levels even went up. This is totally broken. Before, healing was strong, but he could not use it constantly. It was way too taxing on his body. Plus, the healing effect used to have a limit. But now, his self-healing is basically infinite. He has to test this. He grabs a fruit knife right away. He slices deep into his own arm, and blood starts pouring out fast. But within just a few seconds, the wound closes and heals like it never happened. Seeing this, Zeke realizes he needs to change his plans. Usually, it takes 5 whole years to graduate from the academy, right? Well, forget that noise. He decides he is going to finish the whole thing in just 2 years. Draco Academy is the greatest knight academy on the continent, where everyone pays a high price. At the Choi Duki, the academy is buzzing with energy for the new semester. Zeke and his group have officially arrived to start their journey after their awakening. While walking around, Zeke keeps an eye on the other students his age. The seniors here look like full-grown adults because they have been trained to absolute perfection. Still, compared to the people from back home, they seem a bit lacking. He makes these notes to himself as he walks toward the main hall to start his life. These heirs might come from powerful families, but Zeke isn't impressed. He watches them splitting into these pathetic little cliques and just shakes his head in disappointment. Looks like they've already marked their territory. Honestly, these branch families supporting the top-tier Draker clan are rotten to the core. We've got the big 3 families here. First, there's the Turin family, known for raw power, and the James family, representing the peak of wisdom. Finally, there's Vardek, the ones with all the money. Even the kids from these legendary clans are caught up in this mess. But whatever, right? It's got nothing to do with him. Zeke just shrugs it off and heads back to the Platinum Building, the most elite dorm on campus. This place is stacked with private gyms, libraries, and every luxury you can imagine. It's strictly for high-ranking students with top-tier backgrounds. As for True Blood Awakeners, they get insane perks, like owning an entire floor called the Platinum Level. As soon as Zeke steps inside, a maid is already there waiting to bow. Welcome, Master Zeke Draker. We've been expecting you to escort you to your designated floor. 2 rows of servants bow in perfect sync, shouting, "Welcome, Master." Zeke's actually a bit awkward seeing all this royal treatment. In his past life, he never even dreamed of this. He's thinking, isn't this a bit much, even for a true blood? Zeke gives a forced laugh. Then, an old man steps up to remind him that Mr. Decker is waiting in his room. Time to go. He asks the old man, "What's up, Decker?" Decker says he has something for our main character and hands over a luxury box. Inside is a pair of high-end gauntlets made specifically for true bloods. Those old ones he had, just temporary junk. Zeke slips them on, feeling the power immediately. He gives a satisfied nod. These are definitely the real deal. Whoa, these are on a totally different level. Decker's happy he likes them, but Zeke isn't done yet. Now that he's got new gloves, he wants a new sword too. Decker agrees, saying Zeke's choice is actually perfect. Duke Sunchoi's territory is right near the Great Mountains, home to the best iron and legendary blacksmiths in the world. People say a graduate's first weapon is their true masterpiece. Decker offers to find Zeke the most skilled blacksmith available, but our guy shuts him down. He's already got someone in mind. "No need, I've found my guy. Arrange a meeting, I'm going personally." He scribbles the name on a piece of paper and hands it over. Decker looks at it, totally confused. "Ganlian Handback? I've never heard of him, but I'll track him down. Also, classes start tomorrow, so please check these documents before then." Always nagging. "I get it," Zeke grumbles. While Decker goes to make the call, Zeke starts looking over the papers and thinking, with the platinum floor being so private, he'll have total freedom to develop his dragon chi. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts him. "Come in," Zeke calls out. A maid enters with an announcement for our main character. Floor Master Jaina has sent a dinner invitation. Zeke's curious about her motives, but he nods and tells her to lead the way. Cut to the rooftop. The whole place looks like a fancy flower garden set up for a high-class tea party. Zeke arrives and he's actually pretty baffled by the scene. Interesting. It looks exactly like those gangs from the south. Across from him, the swordswoman Jaina nods a greeting. Welcome, Zeke Draker. Sorry about the vibe, my family is a bit unusual. She snaps her fingers, dismissing her subordinates. Zeke's a bit surprised by the boss energy, but he doesn't let it bother him. Thanks for coming. Let's eat first, talk later. While she orders, Zeke studies her closely. Is she the Lightning Knight? She's optimizing her Dantian to control light chi. Is she already aiming for that purple knight position? So why is her swordsmanship hitting a wall? What a waste of potential. Zeke sighs internally as they start their meal together. Zeke watches her stack up a mountain of plates 3 times her own size. He's honestly questioning reality right now. He thought he could eat a lot, but her appetite is next level. He just stares at her with total disbelief. Jaina doesn't care. She wipes her mouth and gets straight to business. Meal's over. Now, accept the Tehran family support. Zeke's expression goes cold instantly. He gives her a quick reality check so she knows exactly who she's talking to. You seem to have forgotten we're both true-blood awakeners. Jaina almost laughs at how naive Zeke is being right now. You clearly misunderstand what being a true blood means. Sure, we get perks like this platinum floor, but that's not everything. But we don't get special treatment when it comes to growth. Decades of academic and practical knowledge are hidden within this academy. Without private tutors to sharpen your skills effectively, you'll fall behind no matter how much money you have. That's why family backing is mandatory. She drops a major name as proof. Even the legendary Abel Draker used it. As a true blood like them, the youngest white knight ever still relied on his mother's family, the James clan. My family head didn't say why, but he's certain you won't be getting any help from your mother's side. So I'll say it again, take the Tehran family support, Zeke Draker. Her eyes are dead serious now. Despite the pitch, Zeke just waves her off. No thanks. Jaina's jaw literally drops. She can only ask one thing. Why? Getting the Tehran clan's backing is a massive advantage. But Zeke isn't interested at all. He just stands up, cool as ever, to give his answer. He's like, nah, I'm good. I don't need anything more than what I've already earned. Honestly, a pure blood awakener like him is super rare. But he wants to pay for his meal, so he offers some free advice. He tells her straight up her sword style has way too much raw power behind it. I love how he calls her out. He tells Dezena she's too focused on her opponent, when her real edge is her body's natural flexibility. His advice is gold. Stop trying to tank hits or crush people with force. Instead, parry their attacks and strike back with total precision. If she can master that, she'll blow past her current limits. As he speaks, Zeke just casually flicks his hand through the air. It's insane. All the leaves nearby start spinning around him like a mini cyclone. With that flex, he just waves goodbye to the swordswoman. Thanks for the food, he says, leaving her behind. You can tell his words hit home because Dezena is literally clenching her fists. She's thinking, the Turan name is all about power, and she was just following tradition. She realizes he's right. She was trying too hard to impress others. She was so obsessed with being a worthy Turan that it messed up her swordplay. And Zeke, he saw right through it in a second. Growing up as a genius, no one ever gave her real advice before. Now she's left wondering, who exactly is this Zeke Draker guy? Meanwhile, Zeke has left the dorms and is just wandering around the school grounds. He notices his class skills have completely changed. The efficiency is just broken. He's been training all night but feels totally fine. That's his infinite vitality skill putting in serious work. It's basically a cheat code. Any fatigue gets wiped out by a constant stream of life force. It's the ultimate upgrade for him. As he walks around watching other students, he remembers how this place felt like literal hell in his past life. But now, it is pure paradise. Being an official awakener changes everything. Money and power are great, but this feeling is better. He's feeling good until Zeke calls out from behind him. Zeke Draker, so you're in the special class too? Zeke looks back and immediately recognizes him. Zeke Zeman, the third son of the Zeman family, absolute masters of schemes. This guy used to bully Zeke through others while keeping his perfect image. So why is he acting so friendly all of a sudden? Zeke plays the nice guy act, asking why Zeke didn't respond to his dinner invite. Did you not get my letter? He asks. Zeke just smirks, thinking about that letter sitting on his desk. Oh, you mean that trash I found in my room? When Zeke asks why he didn't reply, Zeke just laughs in his face with a cold look. Why on earth would I have to answer you? Before Zeke can even react, one of his lackeys jumps in. How dare you be so rude when the young master is being so kind? This guy is huge and looks super arrogant. But honestly, he is such a small fry that Zeke doesn't even recognize who he is. Zeke just mumbles, "Who are you?" The big guy starts laughing like a maniac, insulted that a nobody doesn't know his name. Zeke knows exactly what this loyal dog is trying to do, but he's got zero time for this annoying middle school drama. He turns to leave, telling the guy he gets the showing off bit, but to watch who he's talking to. But the big guy isn't done. The coward attacks Zeke from behind with a lightning punch. Luckily, Zeke reacts in time, though the force still pushes him back. From that one hit, Zeke gauges his level. It seems these high-level students can already manipulate basic light energy. The big guy gets cocky since Zeke survived and introduces himself as Double Rose Gale. He calls himself the Mighty Executioner and says he's going to teach Zeke a lesson. Poor guy has no idea what's coming next. Mighty Executioner? Zeke just mocks him. A student with a nickname like that? It is honestly hilarious to our main character. Then boom, Zeke vanishes and reappears right in the guy's face. He puts every bit of power he has into one solid fist. He lands a massive gut punch that sends blood spraying from the guy's nose and mouth. Talk about a reality check. The guy flies back like a cannonball. But Zeke isn't finished. He wants to make sure these flies stop buzzing around him for good. He looks at the rest of Zeke's squad and challenges them. Who's next? Hurry up and pick someone. Young Master Zeke. Zeke is just as cold-blooded as Zeke expected. He doesn't even get mad that his lackey just got absolutely destroyed. He just walks past Zeke with his group, acting totally calm. You really love the spotlight, don't you, Zeke Draker? Zeke just scoffs as they walk away. You see, the academy is split into two. The normal class is for the talentless who rely on effort. They have a brutal schedule from morning to night. But the special class? You can pick your own subjects beyond the basics. This is where the true elites are supposed to be. Zeke was looking forward to it, but it's mostly just former students. He's looking around at all these familiar, annoying faces and thinking, special class? More like a nursery for kids. While the class is buzzing with chatter, the professor suddenly shuts everyone up. Order in the room. He announces a very special guest today, a legendary hero from the war against the Eastern Empire 20 years ago, the man who stopped an entire invasion with nothing but his tactical genius. Everyone, welcome General Hogwarts Raker. As the professor calls him out, a portly old man waddles into the room, waving at the students. Great to see you all, but our boy Jack? He recognizes this clown immediately. This is the headmaster of Hogwarts Raker Academy, the so-called war hero himself. Everyone worships him as a tactical genius, but here is the truth. He is a coward who leaked info to the enemy just to survive. He only won because he caused accidental chaos. He is just a lucky traitor. This guy is no hero. He is the mastermind who got Jack kicked out of the academy in his past life. Jack lost his home and ended up sold into slavery because of this man. Looking at that fat, smug face, Jack makes a silent vow. I am going to give you exactly what you deserve. After the headmaster finishes his fake nice greeting, he hurries out of the room. The professor then gets right back to the lecture. I trust you all took the headmaster's words to heart. Now, we are heading straight to the arena for basic training. Grab your swords. Yes, sir, the whole class shouts together. Next thing we know, we are at the massive indoor arena for the special class. Even though it is indoors, the place is huge. Meanwhile, Jack is looking completely bored out of his mind by the teacher's explanation. Who would have thought even the elite class starts with basic dragon slaying? In his past life, Jack wasted 2 years on things most people learn in 3 months because his aura was locked. Talk about a drag! Jack wipes his face in pure frustration. Suddenly, a young knight steps forward to address the group. Welcome, students. My name is Andre Draker, and I will be teaching you the basics of dragon slaying. This is the famous Rose Knight, though he is currently too young to have a big reputation. The students are all whispering, totally clueless about who he is. Who is this guy? He looks so young. Is that the official Draker family uniform? Everyone is buzzing with questions, but only Jack knows the truth. Andre is a total genius who graduated early from Valhalla as the top student. He is a once-in-a-century talent for the Draker family. Even the teachers for this special class are on a whole different level. He is famous for being incredibly strict and uncompromising. Jack remembers this well, and honestly, the guy does not disappoint. The second Andre sees the kids chatting, he shuts them down. Silence! If you are done talking, we will start. Draw your swords! Realizing he is not someone to mess with, the students scramble to obey. But then, Andre spots Jack's weapon and narrows his eyes. You there, what is with that sword? Jack just casually swings the heavy blade, creating a literal gust of wind around him. He shrugs and says, as you can see, this is what I use. Andre's face goes cold. Get up here on the arena. Don't you know you are supposed to pick a sword that actually fits your body? Jack just sighs. He tried to make a cool impression by drawing the sword, but clearly, it did not work on this guy. Time to show some real skill instead. Our main character calmly looks him in the eye and says, "I can beat you even with this sword, teacher." That one sentence completely changes the mood. Andre releases a wave of pure mental pressure on Jack, but Jack's defensive skills block it like it is nothing. Seeing his mental attack fail, Andre stays calm and reaches for the sword at his hip, his voice getting sharper. "I see. If you want to learn through your body instead of words, let us do it. If your sword touches me even once, I will forgive your rudeness and excuse you from this entire basic course. Don't worry, I won't use my aura on a student." He is trying to be fair, but he has no idea that Jack is secretly celebrating. Skip class? Oh man, that is the dream. Jack knows Andre's weakness, but he has to be careful. If he does something too crazy while Aben is watching, it will attract way too much attention. "I will just graze his clothes and then lose on purpose," Jack decides. He grips his sword tight and says, "Let's go." Boom. Jack lunges forward like a flash of lightning. He closes the gap instantly and swings with everything he has, aiming right for Andre's throat. The swing is so fast it literally tears through the air, but Andre is no amateur. With one simple, elegant move, he knocks Jack's sword aside. Jack isn't even disappointed. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. A blue knight is the real deal, Jack thinks. He starts moving constantly, attacking from every single angle possible. But no matter how he tries to break through, the Rose Knight's defense is like a brick wall. 30 minutes pass, and the other students are just sitting there with their jaws dropped. An official Draker Knight is on a whole different level. It has been 30 minutes, and he hasn't even touched the guy's clothes. The students are impressed, but they can't see what is really happening. After fighting for so long, Andre's body is actually starting to shake from fatigue. He looks at Jack in total shock. Where does this kid get his stamina? Even without using my aura, I cannot believe I am struggling this much against a student. Andre feels a flash of bitterness. The existence of a true blood really is unfair, isn't it? Across the arena, Jack notices Andre is starting to gasp for air. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Ha! His stamina is still as bad as I remember. Plus, holding back his aura like that is actually making things worse for him. The Draker family's aura method is unique. You have to keep it active during training, eating, and even sleeping. It is supposed to be as natural as breathing. Basically, Andre has been holding his breath this entire fight. His awkward sword style is just draining his energy faster, but losing like this feels wrong. I have to force him to use his aura. Just creating an opening isn't enough. I need him to react instinctively. In other words, Jack needs to push him into a corner. Jack activates his lithe footwork skill. Suddenly, he is moving like a blur, flickering in and out of Andre's vision. Andre's eyes go wide. He has completely lost track of Jack. No way. How can a student have footwork this smooth? Andre is completely losing his mind, and while he is distracted, Zeke has already appeared right behind him. At the same time, he triggers his lethal blow skill. Sensing a deadly chill, Andre spins around instantly, and then he has no choice but to burn his light energy and retreat. Andre raises his blade high to unleash the dragon-slaying art, Chapter 1, Section 1. Sky Slasher! Just like that, Andre's devastating blow comes crashing down, aimed right at Zeke. Our main character reacts fast, raising his sword to his chest to block the incoming strike. Then, a deafening explosion rocks the area. Zeke blocks the hit, but his sword is badly chipped and he has taken some serious damage. Zeke's eyes are bloodshot. Damn, this hurts, but I can finally pass out now. He drops his sword and collapses to end the fight. Andre sheathes his blade. Even though he is clearly annoyed, he has to admit the truth. This kid is done with audit classes. The other students are dead silent because they can tell their teacher is absolutely fuming right now. Trust me, if any idiot dared to raise their hand right now, they would be finished. Andre sees nobody stepping up, so he takes his anger out on everyone. Fine, since no one else is brave enough, pick up your swords. Time to learn some discipline. We cut to the infirmary where Zeke is chilling while everyone else is working like dogs on the field. Honestly, that was a solid showing for our boy. Even without landing a hit, he forced Andre to use his light energy and respect his skills. Andre got a lecture and Zeke got some free time, so it is a win-win. But that last attack from Andre, that was the basic dragon-slaying art, Chapter 1, Section 1, Sky Slasher. But since a blue knight used it, the power was not all that impressive. Zeke can take a blue knight with his infinite healing and stamina, but that is still not enough to live freely. He needs unstoppable power. The kind where he never has to lose to anyone again, Zeke tells himself. Suddenly, the heavy stench of alcohol hits his nose. Then, a mysterious voice rings out. So, you are Arthur's youngest son? Zeke looks up to see some drunk guy by his bed, and his eyes nearly pop out. Who the heck is this guy? Zeke looks at him with total suspicion, which only makes the stranger laugh. You have those same arrogant eyes as Arthur. I did not even notice him despite that smell. And did he just call the head of the Draker family an arrogant jerk? Zeke does not waste time and asks who he is. But the red-haired man just ignores him and fires back a question of his own. How did you do that earlier, kid? He starts chugging more booze, and Zeke is honestly lost on what this guy's deal is. He is just doing whatever he wants. Zeke asks what he means, and the man sets his bottle down with a sudden, sharp look. Are you playing dumb? You were seriously injured before, so how did those wounds heal so fast? Zeke is low-key panicking. Did this guy really see through his healing? He cannot let his secret get out. Nobody in this academy knows about Zeke's healing skills. He clenches his fist and doubles down on acting clueless, saying he has no idea. The red-haired man is not surprised by the lie. So that is how we are playing it? Then, without a single warning, he swings his hand straight for Zeke's neck. Good thing our boy was already on high alert. He barely dodges in time, or he would have been sliced in half like the pillow behind him. Zeke grabs his blanket and hurls it at the man's face. This is to block his vision. Zeke's instincts are screaming that if he does not kill this man, he is the one who is going to die. Zeke goes all out, unleashing his full power. He stacks his footwork, precision stab, and lethal blow all into one massive strike. But look at this. The guy just reaches out and catches the blade with his bare hand. It does not move a single centimeter. He even praises Zeke, saying his adaptability is like a seasoned mercenary. That hits way too close to home for Zeke. Who is this monster? Seeing his sword caught, Zeke drops it immediately and leaps back to gain some distance. He keeps his guard up, staring down the stranger and wondering who the hell this guy really is. A mercenary? Does this guy know about Zeke's past life? Meanwhile, the red-haired guy just plays with the sword, looking amused. So you chose to drop your weapon and retreat. Honestly, you are more of a mercenary than a knight, kid. He flicks the sword back to Zeke, who catches it out of the air. But do not think for a second that he is lowering his guard. What is this feeling? I have not felt this kind of pressure since I met my master. The power gap between us is just insane. He could kill me in a heartbeat if he wanted. This guy is at least a red knight, or maybe even something way beyond that. Zeke finally relaxes a tiny bit, realizing that with his current strength, there is absolutely no way he can beat this guy. Ignoring Zeke's inner panic, the man asks if that two-handed sword is just a standard-issue weapon from the cradle. You clearly have talent, so why use such garbage? Before Zeke can even answer, the door to the room suddenly flies open. And look who it is, the Rose Knight Andre. He spots the red-haired man and realizes exactly who he is talking to. Dexter the gardener? Hearing that name, Zeke starts doubting his own ears. No way this guy is just a simple gardener, right? With power like that, Zeke has his suspicions. Meanwhile, Dexter just picks his ear and complains about Andre being a persistent jerk. How did you find me? Were you in the gym before? Andre just calls him annoyingly sharp. Dexter looks completely bored. Right then, Andre brushes past Zeke and tells him it is time to clear out of the room immediately. You are healed, so get lost, student. Andre sounds like a prick, but Zeke is more than happy to leave this place. He has zero desire to face that red-haired monster. Got it, Zeke says, making a break for it before Dexter stops him. Hey kid, visit the western greenhouse if you have time. I will teach you something useful. Zeke just shakes his head. No thanks. He bolts out without a second thought, leaving a frustrated Dexter shouting about his attitude being just like Arthur. Man, his personality is a mirror of Arthur. Once outside, Zeke starts putting all his brain cells to work on this. Dexter the gardener? Who is he trying to fool? He calls the great head of the family, Arthur Draker, so casually. He only ever had one disciple named Andre. If my guess is right, this guy is actually the legendary Duke Draker. Sir Zolok, one of the Black Knights whose power could level an entire kingdom. He became a legend after vanishing one day. I never expected to find him hiding in this academy. No wonder Andre is here. Duke is known for his terrifying resolve. There are even rumors he became a Black Knight just because he likes the color black. Probably just nonsense, but still. Right now, the Duke is showing massive interest in me, but I am not interested in just some basic, casual training sessions. If I am going to learn, it has to be his secret techniques. I will turn his interest into pure determination. Zeke smirks. He is already plotting how to use the Duke. Now, check out Magic class, where Professor Fainong is struggling to teach. Does anyone know what happens in this case? Anyone? He asks awkwardly, looking at the students who are all fast asleep. These kids have zero interest in this lecture. Fainong sighs and answers his own question. Fine. When forming a spirit diagram, due to resistance, you actually take damage. Before he finishes, Zeke raises his hand. I do not get that mana circulation part. Seeing someone actually paying attention makes Fainong look like his entire world just brightened up with pure joy. Zeke has to snap him out of it. Oh, sorry. It is just the first time a student has ever asked me anything. Regarding mana flow, he starts a long, detailed explanation just for Zeke. Time flies by until the bell finally rings. The other students are just grumbling about why they even have to learn boring magic theory at a night academy anyway. It is basically just nap time, one kid laughs. But unlike those bums, Zeke is actually impressed by Fainong's deep knowledge. That was a clear, solid lecture. He is no ordinary professor. As Zeke packs his bags, Fainong calls out to him. Wait, Zeke! Our main character turns around and asks what is up. Did he do something wrong or what? The professor takes a breath and looks shy. It is nothing, really. It just felt great to actually teach a proper class. Visit my research lab anytime if you have questions. I was a top scholarship student at Dewa Magic University, you know. Hearing that, Zeke's respect for this guy shoots up another level. This professor is way more than he seems. I knew he was special, but a graduate from Dewa? That is the literal birthplace of all magic in this world. Zeke is not stupid enough to pass this up. I understand, Professor, he says with a smile, thanking his own luck. Making friends with a mage is never a bad move. They are logical and flexible, way better allies than most knights. Let's see how useful he can be, Zeke thinks. But while planning his next move, he spots Old Man Duke waiting. He is more impatient than I thought. It has only been a week since our last little encounter, after all. Duke spots him and glares. Done yet, kid? Why have you not visited my greenhouse like I told you to do? You definitely knew what I meant by useful things. Zeke switches to acting mode and lets out a long, heavy sigh. Being a Black Knight and getting rejected repeatedly makes Duke absolutely lose his mind. What did you just say to me? Why not? He roars. Zeke just plays it cool with another excuse. I know you are great, but I am busy training. Oh, I see. Personal training is very important and should never be neglected. Did you really think I would say that? Suddenly, Duke's massive frame appears right behind Zeke's back. Our boy's eyes go wide as he realizes he is caught. Before he can even react, Duke delivers a swift chop to the neck. Zeke's eyes roll back and he blacks out instantly. Switching scenes to Duke's flower garden, Zeke slowly wakes up and rubs his aching neck. That hit really hurt, man. I cannot believe he actually hit me. A week was clearly too long for him. So, is this the Western greenhouse then? Up ahead, the red-haired Duke stops watering his plants and takes a swig of wine. Finally awake, kid? You kidnapped me? Zeke demands answers in a cold voice, and the red-haired uncle just admits it. Yeah, I kidnapped you, kid. I'm interested. Duke flashes this creepy smile. Zeke knows the guy isn't playing around anymore. All the cards are finally out on the table. No more secrets now. Duke is clearly out of patience, but Zeke is thinking, not just yet, he has a plan brewing. Zeke activates his agile footwork skill and blasts forward like a sudden gust of wind. Here we go, he is making his move. But man, you can't outrun a monster like Duke. A few seconds in, and Duke's face is already right there in front of him. Zeke flinches back, totally rattled. Duke is treating this like a joke. Zeke needs to trigger something big, and he needs it now. He tries to bait him. What do you want with me? Duke just asks how he heals his internal wounds so fast. That hits the mark. Zeke smirks like he just found the perfect way to keep this powerful guy hooked on the conversation. Curious, huh? Then make me answer. Zeke challenges him. Duke actually looks serious for once. This is getting intense. You and I can feel it. Suddenly, Duke vanishes. Zeke is looking around like, where did he go? Where is he hiding? He has completely lost the guy's trail. He is scanning everywhere with his eyes, but he doesn't see a sword spinning through the air, flying straight at his head. Watch out. Talk about a close call. Zeke realizes it just in time and dodges. That would have been a literal headache if it landed. He catches the sword and asks Duke what he is doing. The old man just throws out a wild bet instead of answering. If you can just touch my clothes once, I will grant you a wish. Sounds simple enough, right? Let us see if he can. But if you give up, you tell me everything you are hiding. Duke has that scheming look on his face, totally untrustworthy. They seal the deal, and the match begins. Time starts flying by as the garden turns into a complete war zone. The garden is a total mess now, just clouds of dust everywhere. Even Duke is starting to wonder what is going on. 3 hours have passed. This kid has bottomless stamina, and his injuries just keep vanishing. It is like he has a cheat code. Duke cannot believe it. No matter how many times Zeke goes down, he just keeps popping back up like a fighter. Like nothing happened. Zeke is still in the fight, but he is not exactly winning either. He has hit a major wall. He can do this all day, but he will not win like this. Is it finally time to use the Dragon Garment skill? It is a risky move, but against a Black Knight, you have to pull out the big guns. No more holding back now. Zeke grips his sword tight, and the atmosphere around him turns colder than ever before. Even from here, you can feel the chill. Even Duke is breaking a sweat now. That is it, he yells. Now the real fun starts. He is actually loving this battle. Zeke fires off his agile footwork and moves like a literal bolt of lightning. He is moving so fast we can barely see. He closes the gap and swings with zero hesitation. Duke sees the blade coming, but he does not even blink an eye. The guy even has time to overthink it. He is fast, sure, but he is not as crazy as that other guy I know. But Zeke's malice? His sheer persistence? That is what is really insane. It is on a whole different level of scary for him. Duke is loving it. He coats his hand in light chi, ready to block Zeke's blade with nothing but his bare palm. Then Zeke drops Dragon Garment. Suddenly, Duke feels like some terrifying monster is staring him down. His survival instincts are screaming right now. His body reacts on its own. Duke swings his arm and snaps Zeke's sword in half like it is a dry twig. Zeke kicks up a huge cloud of dust to blind him. Duke thinks, "Nice try, kid, but I am still way faster than you." What he does not know is that Zeke has dragon eyes. He can see Duke through the dust as clear as daylight. Zeke gets behind him and aims for the neck. The blade slices right through his body. Wait, did he actually get him? Nope, just an afterimage. Zeke didn't hit anything but empty air. Duke is way ahead of him. Man, that was so close. Duke is gone again. Now Zeke is stuck in the middle of a literal dust tornado. Talk about a dangerous trap. It is Duke's secret move. A dash so fast it creates its own windstorm. This is the real deal, no joke. That is why they call him the Whirlwind Knight. Zeke is racking his brain. But how do you even counter something like that? Duke's voice is right in his ear. Zeke swings behind him, but Duke is already gone. The guy is like a ghost. Suddenly, Duke is right in front. "Let us call it a draw," he says, before punching Zeke right in the gut anyway. Zeke flies back like a cannonball. He has been pushed so far that his recovery skill just cannot keep up anymore. System warning: your exhaustion is exceeding acceptable limits. For your safety, your consciousness is being forced to shut down right now. Zeke barely mutters "damn it" before everything goes pitch black. That penalty is no joke. Talk about a really rough day. Time skips forward to Zeke waking up in his own room. He is clutching his head, looking totally out of it. Duke must have carried him back. Zeke let out a long sigh, frustrated because he was so close to winning that bet. He really gave it his all, using every trick in the book. He tried to lure Duke into a false sense of security with those repetitive attacks, and even combined Dragon Garment and Dragon Eyes at the perfect moment. But it just was not enough against a Black Knight. That final move Duke pulled out was definitely his ace in the hole. Zeke passed out from the sheer strain of his Dragon Chi, but maybe he finally caught a glimpse of that hidden power. Check out that high-speed movement Andre uses. He pushed his body to the absolute limit to master that. It is the secret technique that allowed a physically weak guy to reach the rank of an elite knight. It is a shame Zeke missed out on learning those secrets, but honestly, it was worth it. This dragon might emit such intense pressure that even veteran knights would be paralyzed for a moment. Most weaklings would probably just collapse the second they feel this skill. Thinking about it, Zeke is pretty satisfied with how powerful Dragon Might actually is. But then, things get interesting. Suddenly, a system notification pops up right in front of him. An unread message. Zeke is curious and does not hesitate to hit that confirm button to see what is waiting for him inside. Just like that, a flood of new alerts appears. His B-tier flexible magic skill has officially been converted into C-tier high-speed movement. His soul grew because of his strong willpower. And with that evolution, even more of the system functions have finally been activated. This is getting better and better. He can unlock the next feature using Karma Points, the minimap. It lets him see all the geographical features and terrain laid out in front of his eyes. It is currently locked, though. He is going to need 20 points to crack this function open. First is the storage space. which can hold as many items as he can possibly fit inside. That is locked and needs 20 points. Then there is an infinite quest book for low-level admin development, which requires 45 points to unlock. He is sitting on 40 karma points. Now you and I know Zeke is way too curious to let these new features sit there without checking them out for himself. According to the description, that storage space sounds pretty awesome. Zeke decides to drop 20 karma points to unlock it immediately, and just watch what happens next. The system gives him the rundown. If he picks an item he wants, it gets tucked away safely inside the storage space. When he wants to pull an item out, he just has to think of its name or what it looks like. The amount of space an object takes up depends on its weight and size, so he can use more points to expand the capacity. Now, back to Zeke. After reading that, even a total idiot could figure out how to use it. If he can activate skills just by thinking of them, then storing items should work exactly the same way. He grabs his old, broken sword and whispers the word store in his mind. Let us see if this system actually lives up to the hype. The sword in his hand suddenly vanishes and is transferred directly into his inventory. The two-handed sword has disappeared from sight, taking up exactly 2 slots out of his 28 available storage spaces. So that is what the system meant. The amount of space an item takes up is strictly based on its physical size and weight. One thought of the name, and it is back in his hand. This is even better than those super expensive spatial treasures you see everyone fighting over. Those things are a nightmare to find, but he can actually expand his own storage space just by spending points. This is an absolute game changer. If a low-level admin gets a broken advantage like this, imagine what the higher-level powers look like. It is almost too much. Since these points are so valuable, he cannot just go throwing them away. Looks like it is time to rethink the strategy, while Zeke strokes his chin in thought. Suddenly, Dexter, the butler, calls out from the door. "Young master, may I come in?" Zeke just nods and tells him to enter, wondering what is so urgent. Dexter hands over a small slip of paper and explains there is a message for him. He says Zeke will know who it is from if he mentions the gardener Andre. Zeke quickly grabs the note and takes a look. The note reads, "Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come find me whenever you are ready." Zeke smirks like a fisherman who just landed a huge catch. It looks like it was not a total failure after all. So that is what he meant by a draw. There is still a chance. He clenches his fist, feeling like Andre's secret technique is already calling out to be mastered. Then, he turns his attention back to Old Man Dexter. The butler has one more thing to tell him. He actually managed to track down that blacksmith Zeke mentioned earlier. Zeke is hyped. Really? Is that so? When is the meeting? But then the butler starts acting a bit hesitant, which is never a good sign. There is a major problem, though. The blacksmith refused the meeting and says he is done with forging weapons for good. Time passes quickly as the scene shifts to a tiny, run-down old forge. This is where Zeke's carriage stops, because this humble workshop is exactly where the man he is looking for is living. Seeing this place brings back so many memories. The breath of Papnia. For a blacksmith shop, that name carries a massive amount of prestige. He makes up his mind and pushes the door open. He calls out, asking if there is anyone actually home. The place is a complete wreck. Scrapped armor is scattered all over the floor, and there is a young guy sitting at the table, totally wasted with a bottle in hand. That is the Aura Sword, a masterpiece forged by Ganlion. He once said it was the price for saving his life in the past. He is known as the Soul Blacksmith because he reads a person's soul before making a weapon. He lives up to that hype by creating the exact tool a warrior needs most. The greatest smith on the continent forged that sword, with the power to swap aura for ether. But looking at the state he is in now, what happened? Zeke is curious as he looks at the drunken mess in front of him. This is Ganlion Handback, the legendary Soul Blacksmith himself. He finally notices Zeke and looks surprised. What is this? A kid? This is not a playground for children, so just get lost. Zeke does not even bother answering. He just looks around the room, annoyed. He knew Ganlion was an emotional guy, but this is way beyond what he expected. What on earth happened to this guy before we met him in this timeline? You have to wonder what could break a legendary smith like this. Zeke is not dealing with a drunkard, so he grabs a huge bucket of water and splashes it right over the guy, making his eyes practically pop out of his head. I give him a nice bright smile. Are you awake now? Because I really want to know why you turned down my request. That water did the trick. The blacksmith spots the dragon emblem on Zeke's gloves and immediately realizes who he is. He hits the floor, apologizing frantically to the Draker family. I am truly sorry for showing such a lack of respect. Please, forgive my behavior. Please forgive my rudeness. But I am not taking requests right now. How can a failure like me make what anyone wants when I cannot even create what I truly desire myself? As he says this, the young blacksmith is literally shaking with frustration. Watching his total helplessness, it feels like our guy Zeke is seeing a reflection of his own past self in this moment. Wow. So even the legendary Gan Lion went through a phase like this. Remember, he was the greatest blacksmith on the entire continent when we first met him. Gan Leon never breathed a word about his early struggles to Zeke. He probably wanted to bury this painful past. But Zeke knows he cannot wait 15 years for him to wake up. Zeke keeps these thoughts to himself for now. Meanwhile, Gan Lion is just standing there, scratching his head and cursing himself for being such a useless failure. Can I even create a weapon? Is it possible for a blacksmith to fail at making a simple blade? The more he dwells on it, the more Gan Lion spirals into despair. Thankfully, Zeke snaps him out of it with a loud shout, making the poor guy apologize for his behavior. Gan Lion panics and apologizes, but Zeke just shrugs it off. He tells him not to worry about it at all. Then, Zeke asks to see his failed products. Even though Gan Lion has no idea why anyone would want to see trash, he leads our hero to the back of the shop. Obviously, Zeke needs to see exactly where Gan Lion is at right now. He realizes he has no choice but to guide this future legend onto the right path personally. Zeke keeps his plan quiet. The scene shifts to the backyard, and guys, look at this. It is a massive field of identical swords, just stuck in the dirt like a graveyard. Seeing the messy graveyard of blades, Gan Lion looks totally embarrassed. He tells our hero he is sorry for leaving everything in such a disorganized state. Zeke just laughs it off, saying the sight is actually pretty cool. He walks right into the forest of steel, plucks a sword from the ground, and starts inspecting it closely. Standing behind him, Gan Lion gets all nervous and shouts out a quick warning. He warns Zeke to be careful because even the failures are razor sharp. But honestly, Gan Lion is worrying for nothing. There is no way our main character is getting hurt here. After checking out a few more blades, Zeke finally gets a clear picture of the overall quality of the weapons sitting in this yard. These are not failures at all. In fact, their quality is already on par with the legendary gear Gan Lion made when he was the world's top blacksmith. Zeke is genuinely confused now. Why on earth would Gan Lion think these incredible pieces of work are just trash? To get the full story, our guy activates his Dragon Eye skill to scan the blade. It does not take long before he spots something strange. Just as he suspected, Zeke calls him out, saying there is a major problem with his forge. Gan Leon's eyes go wide with shock, and he immediately asks how Zeke could possibly know that. Zeke skips the explanation and gets straight to the point. He asks if Gan Lion has been trying to optimize his own unique style of metallurgy lately. He notices that Gan Lion used different metals to make the blades lighter and more elegant, but the actual durability is absolute garbage. To prove it, Zeke gives the sword a violent swing and then snaps his arm to a halt. The shock is too much, and the blade literally shatters into a million pieces. Zeke murmurs that the impurities were not handled correctly during the heating process. Now, check out Gan Lion's face. The poor guy looks like he just saw a ghost. He is completely stunned. Everything Zeke just said is 100% accurate, and he cannot believe someone figured it out so easily. It is terrifyingly accurate. This kid did not just recognize his method, he pinpointed the exact error and the reason behind it instantly. Gan Lion realizes that if anyone can help him, it is this guy. His gut feeling is screaming at him to take a chance. He clenches his fists, looking totally nervous. He admits it is sudden, but he begs for a favor. Zeke just knits his brows and asks him what he wants. To explain everything, they head back into Gan Lion's private office to talk things over in secret. The blacksmith pulls a scroll from his desk and rolls it out for Zeke to see. Thanks to his future knowledge, Zeke knows exactly what he is looking at. This is it. Gan Lion's biggest secret that he only revealed years later. The legendary blueprint for a magic furnace. Zeke remembers when Gan Leon showed him this in his past life. He laughed and said there was no reason to hide secrets from the man who saved his life. It is a furnace that uses magic to control the temperature perfectly. He calls it his ultimate secret. Now, we are back to the present moment. Since Zeke already knows its value, he gives it a solid nod of approval. He tells Gan Leon that this furnace would make his metallurgy style work perfectly. Gan Lion is thrilled that Zeke gets it. But then, Zeke asks the big question. If the design is finished, why has he not built the thing yet? As soon as he asks, the smile on Gan Leon's face just vanishes. He starts explaining the bitter truth about the most critical part of the design. The theory is sound, but the cost to build it is 10,000 gold. When Zeke hears that insane number, his entire face just freezes in shock. To put that in perspective, 10 gold coins can support a family of 4 for a whole month. 10,000 is just mind-blowing. So building this furnace costs 1,000 times more than a month's rent? Did it really take him 10 years just to save that much? Zeke lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that the price tag is absolutely ridiculous. He looks back at his blacksmith friend, feeling the weight of it. Ganlion knows his tiny shop will never make that kind of money. He has no idea how long it would take to save up. That is why he is betting everything on Zeke. He asks for one huge favor. He knows Zeke is from the powerful Draker family and is a true blood awakener. He makes an insane offer. If Zeke builds the furnace, Ganlion will serve him for free and fulfill any request until his very last breath. He is totally serious. Zeke falls into deep thought. Even as a Draker and a true blood awakener, he cannot just throw around 10,000 gold. That is a massive fortune, even for him. This is a tough spot. If he were a Guardian Knight, it might work. But even with his status, getting 10,000 gold is basically impossible right now. A fortune. But I can't let go of that legendary glowing sword. His problem lies within the complex laws of energy aura. Right then, a spark of genius hits Zeke and a slight smile plays on his lips. He begins neatly rolling up the blueprint. Tucking it away, he agrees. Fine, I will do it. I have a mage friend who can help. Now stop drinking, Zeke says. But his exit is cut short. This guy, Ganlion, literally lunges at his legs, sobbing and clinging to him like a desperate child. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ganlion wails that he will serve him forever while wiping tears and snot on Zeke's pants. Oh, for heaven's sake, I get it. Just stop already. I will let you know when it is done, Zeke shouts. Time skips ahead to the professor's research wing at Draker Academy. Zeke is heading there to find that mage, Fan Nong. Along the way, he grumbles about those greedy magic tower mages. Why do those magic tower guys charge so much? The design looks simple enough. Luckily, Fan Nong specializes in energy aura laws. Now, where is his lab? Zeke mutters to himself before freezing. He hears the unmistakable sound of a brutal beating nearby. Is that coming from the alley? The sound triggers dark memories from his past life, back when he knelt before Leon. I am sorry. It was all my fault. Please, Lord Leon, how could a lowly person like me touch your body? Flashback. Zeke tries to smile. Leon responds with a heavy kick. Good boy. Now, I will let you clean the dirt you ruined. Thank you, Lord Leon, Zeke says weakly. Thinking back, the current Zeke grinds his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. Inside the alley, Leon is relentlessly throwing punches at some poor victim. He screams that trash like this shouldn't even exist. Curse that Zeke. He is just like this. That golden light reaction, a true blood awakening that stands above everyone else. Damn it all. Leon's jealousy explodes as he delivers a vicious kick straight to the head of the boy on the ground. I only lost because of that surprise attack. How could a piece of lucky trash like him become a true blood awakener? Leon bites his lip until it bleeds from sheer fury. But suddenly, Zeke's voice rings out. Wow, look at that pockmarked face. Found a replacement for me already? Zeke mocks him. But then, he sees exactly who is being bullied on the ground. Zeke's expression shifts instantly. I am giving you all exactly 3 seconds. Get your heads on the ground right now. Leon starts sweating. Still, he tries to act tough. What is this? You think you can act high and mighty just because you awakened? Zeke, Drakkar, are you even sure you awakened? Zeke has no time for this puppy, coldly ordering him to shut his mouth. Get down, or do not blame me for what happens next. His icy gaze makes Leon turn pale and gasp in terror. An invisible, suffocating pressure begins radiating from our main character. Leon can feel it, and cold sweat starts pouring down his face. What is this insane pressure? Just a few months ago, this guy was crawling between my legs like a dog. Am I actually afraid? Leon's fear turns into a burning rage. How dare you talk to me like that? Get him. Kill him. He screams at his goons. These loyal idiots have no idea just how powerful Zeke has actually become. They charge in with stupid grins. Zeke just sighs at their sheer ignorance. Fine, do not go blaming me for this later. As the first punch flies, Zeke casually tilts his body, letting the bald guy's fist miss by a single inch. Before the guy even realizes he missed, Zeke smashes a fist into his ugly face. One punch, and he is coughing blood. Zeke immediately follows up with a brutal uppercut to the next guy's chin. Blood sprays as another student attacks from above. Zeke catches the arm mid-air, spins, and hurls him into another goon. Then, he launches a devastating flying knee strike. The knee connects flush with a goon's face, instantly knocking him out until his eyes roll back into his head. Just like that, Zeke starts handing out merciless beatdowns. For these weaklings, one hit is all it takes to end it. Leon watches his loyal dogs get dismantled so easily that his brain literally stops working. He is completely stunned. No way. Is this really the same Zeke Draker I used to know? Zeke finishes the trash and turns toward Leon. Do not be so scared. I promise you, it is only going to hurt for a very short moment. He says it so casually. Terrified, Leon pulls his sword and trembles. Stay back. If you come closer, I will kill you. Zeke's eyes go colder than death. Seeing that blade drawn outside the training grounds changes the entire vibe of this fight. You actually drew a sword outside the arena? Do you have any idea what that implies? To face Leon's murderous intent. Against a man who drew steel on sacred ground, I, Zeke Draker, will respond with every bit of my honor. This duel ends only when one of us is dead. No one else is responsible. Liam Stone, you are our witness. Zeke sounds almost excited. That idiot Leon just gave him the perfect excuse to end this rivalry once and for all. But before our main character can move, Leon is so scared he wets his pants. He drops his sword and begs. I beg you, Master Zeke Draker, please let me live. Spare me. Leon whimpers in the most pathetic way possible, making Zeke feel like taking his life is not even worth the effort. Right then, our main character swings his blade, grazing the guy's ear. Leon lets out a scream of pure agony, instantly clutching the side of his head in terror. Zeke calmly sheathes his sword before grabbing Leon by the hair to deliver a chilling warning. I am taking your ear as the price for today, he tells him coldly. If I see that ear reattached the next time we meet, I will not be taking your ear, I will be taking your head. Then, he slams the guy's face into the dirt. He wanted Leon to taste the same ground he had to crawl on in his past life. After that, Zeke just shrugs and walks away like nothing even happened. Before he can leave, his big friend Liam struggles to stand up and asks the question we are all thinking. Zeke, why did you decide to help me out back there? Zeke just gives him a slight, mysterious smile. Do not overthink it. I did not do it for you. I did it for myself. And with that, he officially says goodbye to his past. Once he is out of the alley, Zeke scratches his head and starts second-guessing his own cool factor. Man, was I actually influenced by Garnleon just now? I was actually about to say something super embarrassing. Talk about a close call. Anyway, time flies by pretty quickly after that little encounter. We cut to the lab of Fanong, the mage. Zeke meets up with him to show off the Garnleon blueprints. Is this actually feasible, Professor? Zeke asks with high hopes. After looking it over, Fanong gives a straight answer. Honestly, it is definitely possible. Zeke's eyes immediately light up. Really? Then I want to leave this project to you, teacher. He is so hyped up. But you and I both know that things in these stories are never quite that simple or smooth. Fanong does not just jump at the task. Instead, he gives Zeke a reality check. Hold on, he says. You need to hear my explanation first. It is like this. The overall structure is simple enough, but the core, the heart of the machine, is the real issue. The output power circuits in there are insanely complicated to build. It needs to be small but carry massive energy. Plus, we need a way to regulate the output without any lag. This kind of technology simply does not exist yet. He starts pointing out the flaws in the drawings on the table. Zeke's smile slowly disappears as he realizes the trouble. But it is still possible, right? He asks. Yes, but there are two options for the core. I could manually adjust your design, but it would take at least a decade to fix the core blueprints myself. Actually, make that 15 years. 15 years? Zeke practically screams. Yeah, it is going to take a massive amount of time and effort to get it right. The second way is to skip the redesign and use a shortcut material. To save time, we would need a high compressed spirit stone to act as the power source. Zeke is so shocked he can barely stay in his seat. What? Is that not an ancient treasure that is impossible to create with our current technology? Professor Fanong just nods like it is no big deal. That is exactly right. Ancient treasures are already incredibly rare and hard to find as it is. Finding them in ruins is even tougher. To get a spirit stone strong enough for our design, it would cost you over 3,000 gold coins. To sum it up, if you want it fast, you need a mountain of cash. After hearing that, Zeke looks like all the soul has just left his body. I might get kicked out if anyone finds out I cannot use aura, but 15 years is way too long, and 3,000 gold? That is an insane price. I am going crazy. I cannot give up on the Garn aura sword. Most people think I am an aura user because of the blessing, but it is just a reaction between healing and ease. The truth is, I still cannot actually use aura at all. Ease is considered a power that is nearly impossible for a human to control properly. Except for the soul technique my master taught me, I cannot use any sword skills that require aura. I can only use it to reinforce my physical body. Aura is so much more versatile for everyone else. That is why I need the Garn Aura sword so badly. Damn it, where am I supposed to find that spirit stone? The more he thinks, the darker his future looks. While he is moping, Fanong is still staring at the blueprints, looking totally impressed by the work. By the way, the person who designed this is absolutely extraordinary. Even with that complicated core, the overall design is just superior to anything I have seen. It would be hard to replicate even using artifacts from the Golden Era. Hearing that, Zeke's body suddenly gives a little shiver of realization. Then, his eyes start sparkling with a new idea. Artifacts from the Golden Era? That is it! That is the solution I was looking for! Why did I not think of this before? Zeke smirks, having realized something brilliant, and stands up to leave. Professor, please keep these designs safe until I get back. Fanong just looks at Zeke like he has finally lost his mind. What do you mean? Are you really telling me to spend 15 years finishing this thing? Zeke is not stupid enough to choose the slow path. Haha, of course not, he laughs. I am going to go out and bring you the stone myself. I am talking about a high compressed spirit stone. Zeke declares this with total confidence, acting like he already knows exactly where to find one. The Golden Era was the age of the Liberation War, when humanity fought to escape the rule of dragons. It ended when the evil dragon Bahamut was finally defeated. The one who took him down was Terakan Draker, the very first head of the Draker family. That victory gave humanity a whole century of peace. During that time, many ancient treasures were found in dragon caves. These Hero King relics had magic and tech that far surpassed anything we have today. Among those treasures were high compressed spirit stones, which hold enough energy to power an entire village. A true masterpiece from the Age of Heroes. We moved to the central library of Draco Academy. It is rarely used but perfectly maintained, mostly because people believe it was founded by Terakan himself. During the expansion of the records room, some Golden Era treasures were actually discovered. This led to the Magic Tower and Great Mage Nirvana joining the excavation. Countless artifacts were found, and the news spread everywhere. Or, at least, that is what is supposed to happen 10 years from now in the future. But right now, no one has a clue that these treasures even exist. With that in mind, Zeke starts wandering around the quiet records room. However, after walking in circles for a while, he can only let out a frustrated sigh. Man, I could search all day and still find absolutely nothing. I have got no choice. I activate my dragon's eye to hunt for clues, and honestly, this skill never lets me down. After scanning the area for a bit, I spotted a single floor tile glowing with a strange, eerie red light. I rush over and give it a quick tap. That hollow sound. Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. No time to waste. I immediately tap into my power, the Soul Spirit technique, my unique way of applying Azure energy. My master taught me this. Since Azure responds to my will, I can actually shape it into specific elements or forms. The downside? It drains my Azure fast. But look at this, my energy blade slices through that stone floor like butter. I am drenched in sweat and totally wiped out. Using this still takes way too much out of me, I mutter. I carefully lift the tile and slide into the darkness below, making sure to pull it back so nobody notices me. It is pitch black down here, an underground palace. I light a torch and start walking, already complaining to myself. The reports never mentioned it being this deep. Suddenly footsteps. My heart jumps, and I kill the torch flame instantly. I hold my breath and listen. These ruins were not supposed to be discovered for at least another 10 years. What gives? Did someone beat me to it? I peek around the corner and see two skeletons carrying a pickaxe and a shovel. Skeletons? With digging tools? Okay, so I did not trigger this. If that is the case, this should be a breeze. I grab my sword from my inventory, activate my critical hit skill, and charge straight at those bags of old bones. In a flash, I take the first one's head off. Then, with a heavy overhead swing, I cleave the second skeleton. The monsters crumble, and a notification pops up. Since I took them down, I just earned 2 more karma points. That brings my total to 22. Looking at this, I realize I might have just stumbled onto a literal gold mine. Right, I can earn points by hunting. I was so focused on treasure that I totally forgot. This is perfect for farming. I am coming for those points. I grin, brandishing my sword as I go looking for more cute skeletons to retire. The best part about these guys? They are incredibly weak. Easy karma points with zero risk to my life. I love it. I keep racking up points, already planning how to spend my new wealth. Honestly, this is almost too easy for me. I should check what is in the shop. A basic quest book is 45 points, and the minimap is only 20 points. My Dragon's Eye and Devour skills both need 50 points to upgrade. Looks like I am just getting the minimap for now. I buy it and activate the function. Instantly, a holographic map of the entire area floats right in front of me. I see a red dot marking my exact location. It is pretty intuitive, just like using a standard magical map, I guess. Wait, I notice a strange, glitched-looking area in the corner of the map. What is that? I reach out to touch it. The system shifts the map from 2D to 3D right before my eyes. This kind of flexibility, definitely getting a like. Amazing. Now this is exactly what I needed. But then, my eyes catch a room glowing with a bright red light. Why is that the only room with a different color? I tap the icon, and the system immediately pings a message. It asks if I want directions to the storage room. My eyes nearly pop out of my head. The storage room? In my past life, search teams spent days looking for this place. And here I am, finding it in seconds? Incredible? I do not hesitate to hit confirm. The system updates instantly, telling me it is calculating the fastest route to the room. The 3D map literally draws a glowing path straight to the room. I cannot help it, I just let out a shout. Haha, I cannot believe my luck. With this, getting lost is impossible. I follow the path until I reach a massive door. I am here, but how do I get inside? It is not just going to open for me. I frown and touch the surface. The moment my hand makes contact, a blast of magic erupts from the door, nearly knocking me off my feet. Ow. I recognize this. It is a security spell. No wonder the magic tower and that Archmage Nirvana were so obsessed with this. If I was not wearing these gloves, I would have lost my hand. System, is there any way you can open this? I only asked to vent my frustration, but then the system actually answers. It says, my request as administrator was received. It is connecting to the security system. The spell is being disabled, though the automatic bypass did not work as planned. It is switching to manual activation now. Forget the door, I am in shock. Wait, are you actually talking to me right now? It confirms my status as Administrator Zeke Draker and asks for further orders. I am completely stunned. I cannot even move. I had no idea I could actually converse with this thing. After a few seconds to breathe, I ask my biggest question. If you are so smart, why did you make me reincarnate? It says it cannot answer. Fine then, what is this system? Still no answer. Who created you then? Nothing. Just more cannot answer loops. Honestly, this system is giving me a headache. Our boy Zeke takes a deep breath and tells the system to open up. Access granted. The Dragon Slayer's tomb storage is finally revealing itself as that massive door slowly grinds open to let him inside. Behind that door is a massive vault packed with countless wooden chests, all neatly lined up on every shelf. Just look at all those boxes. Zeke's eyes practically turn into gold coins when he sees them. Is this it? Is he really looking at a room full of treasure chests? As the name implies, these things are loaded with rare artifacts and valuable loot. Honestly, finding just one of these would be a miracle for any normal player. To see if his hunch is right, Zeke pops one open and man, the payoff is insane. The jewelry and gems inside are so bright, they nearly blind our guy on the spot. Are you kidding me? Are there seriously like 100 of these treasure chests just sitting here waiting for him? He is totally hyped. Zeke starts raiding every single chest to grab the loot as fast as possible. He's like, I will take this. And oh, this looks pretty good too. He is definitely giving this to Fanong. He finally found it. 4 top-tier spirit stones? That's even better than he hoped. He spends a point to add 4 more inventory slots right now. But honestly, there is still just not enough room for all this insane loot. Guess he will be making regular trips here until graduation, huh? Zeke mumbles to himself while stuffing the most valuable treasures he can find into his inventory. Once the heavy lifting is done, he finally stands up, ready to head out. He figures he has probably done enough for one day. Zeke mumbles a bit, but then he suddenly senses something off. A strange aura fills the room, making him freeze. What is with this sudden, creepy feeling? Zeke frowns and reaches out to touch the wall, trying to find the source. And that is when things go completely sideways. A complex magic circle erupts under his feet. Before he can even react, the circle activates and teleports him away to parts unknown. When the light fades, Zeke finds himself in yet another storage room. On high alert after the sudden jump, He immediately asks the system for his location. System, where am I? The system response is a total bombshell. He is currently inside the Dragon Slayer's Holy Land. Now back to Zeke. Since the room seems safe for now, he lowers his guard and tries to remember his past life's knowledge. The Dragon Slayer's Holy Land, huh? He remembers that the news from his past life never mentioned a room full of coffins. He pulls up the minimap to double-check his position and plan his next move. It is close by, but there is no visible path leading to this Holy Land. This has to be a hidden location that was never discovered in his previous life. No way he is ignoring this. Zeke excitedly shoves a stone coffin lid aside, revealing a legendary-looking suit of full-body armor hidden inside. Right on cue, the system chimes in with a notification. Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment has been discovered. Talk about a lucky find. Zeke lifts the gear, checking it from every angle to see what makes it special. Exclusive gear, huh? It is incredibly sturdy, nothing like the Golden Age armor he knows, he mumbles. That is when he notices a small slot on the back of the neck, like it is waiting for something to be plugged in. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. Zeke pulls a compressed mana stone from his bag. Wait a second. Could this be what it needs? He cannot just leave it alone, right? Zeke tries sliding the battery into the slot, and his hunch is 100% correct. The battery starts pumping out massive energy to jumpstart the suit. Spirit battery installed, initiating the power-up sequence for the exclusive gear now. The armor's eyes suddenly flare to life. Then, the whole thing stands up on its own, while Zeke just watches in pure shock. He backs off a few steps just to be safe, which was a smart move because boom, the armor suddenly explodes out of nowhere. The system warns him about a minor explosion due to an overload, but yeah, that is a little late for that. Do you not think? Move fast! By the time the warning pops up, the armor is already toasted. It is already gone, Zeke sighs. The system actually sounds a bit apologetic about the mess. Zeke is totally stunned by the armor. Was that high-compression spirit stone really just a simple battery for this thing? What kind of crazy features would need that much juice? He decides to ask Fanong later, and keeps exploring the area for now. Zeke starts checking the other storage rooms, but he comes up empty-handed. Every other room is vacant. This must be the final one. He mumbles as he enters a massive hall with a single glass display case sitting right in the center of the room. One glass case for the whole room? Zeke calls it a beggar's room compared to the vault until the system drops a bombshell. You have discovered the legacy of Terakan Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Just reading that notification is enough to give anyone chills. Zeke is literally dripping with sweat from the pressure. Terakan was an absolute madman for leaving the heart of a dragon he killed as his legacy. So this is what caused that creepy feeling back in the warehouse. But right now, the vibe feels completely different and way more intense. Zeke stands there dazed, not noticing that the dark aura is getting thicker and starting to wrap around his very soul. The cursed heart is reacting to our boy. The black dragon's energy is already starting to twist Zeke's thoughts into something dark and dangerous. Fine, I hear you. No other choice, right? I will just kill them all. This dark, twisted voice starts echoing in Zeke's mind. But right then, the system kicks in. It activates the indomitable mental defense, snapping Zeke's eyes back to focus instantly. He realizes he is surrounded by a terrifying black mist. What on earth is this? He screams, as the system finally gives him his first real quest. Sudden quest, the challenge of Terakan Draker. Overcome the curse on Bahamut's heart and claim the legacy for yourself. Back to Zeke, one of his eyes has already turned pitch black under the dragon's corrupting influence. Even with the indomitable skill active, the system is failing to hold back the curse. Now, Zeke has to fight these voices in his head alone. The destruction happening all around him is causing our guy a headache so intense, it feels like his skull is splitting in two. To stop the madness, Zeke slams his head with incredible force against the glass cage, shattering it into a million pieces. He just mutters about how annoying freedom is. Freedom is something you have to seize, you idiot. He grins, face covered in blood, and the strange aura finally stops bothering him for good. You have overcome the curse of the dragon Bahamut. Quest complete. Rewards. Ownership of the Terakan legacy has been officially granted to the user. Just as the system message pops up, the glass cage completely disintegrates into a million tiny glowing shards. A flaming heart is revealed, but Zeke doesn't even have time to care. He collapses to the ground, gasping for every single breath he can get. Damn it, that was way too close. I can't believe my skills actually failed to activate back there. What even was that just now? He's left wondering. But the system doesn't wait. It automatically triggers the self-healing skill to start patching up his broken body. Endless stamina is now active, and the absorption of Bahamut's heart begins. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots straight into Zeke's chest. It feels like his entire body is being ripped to shreds. Pure, concentrated mana is flooding him, but he has no core to hold it. This massive amount of energy has nowhere to go, and it is slowly destroying him. I need to do something right now, Zeke tells himself. Gritting his teeth through the agony, he uses a sealing technique to wrap the mana and trap it inside his EZ cavity. Zeke focuses every bit of his EZ energy to seal that massive amount of mana away. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocks the area, sending thick clouds of dust everywhere. As the smoke clears, Zeke is still standing, but that violent energy is still trying to tear his body apart from the inside out. A few seconds later, the intense power finally settles down. Only then can our main character finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Phew, I'm actually alive. He looks at the total wreckage around him. The heart is gone, so that massive pile of mana belonged to Bahamut. Our hero makes his guess, and right at that moment, he catches his reflection in a stray piece of broken glass. There it is, a dragon tattoo right in the middle of his chest. Did I really just seal away the mana of a dragon? Suddenly, system notifications start flooding his vision. His body has been refined into a celestial bone structure. Talk about a massive power upgrade. Warning, power levels are too high. 95% of the heir's strength has been compressed and sealed for now to keep him safe. You now have access to the Terakan archives. Beginner quest activated. It's honestly a lot for poor Zeke to process all at once. Celestial bone, secret archives, tutorials. It is just one crazy thing after another. I will deal with all of this later. He tries to wave it off, but another screen pops up that immediately catches his eye and changes his expression. Wait a second. My ancestors were actually pretty generous. He rubs his chin with a sly, mischievous look on his face. Time passes quickly, and we jump forward to Zeke's private room back at the Platinum Building. After carefully stashing away some valuable jewelry, he finally gets a moment of peace to check out his new status. Cleaning is almost done, so let's see what we've got. He happily opens his status window to check the new changes. Under his title, he's now the Heir of Terakan Draker. He even has Dragon Sovereign Authority and a brand new body type. Celestial Bone, Dragonkin marks, and a power word skill that is currently locked. He needs to meet certain conditions to use it. There are so many new expansions here. Let's see what else the system has in store for me. He clicks each description for an explanation. Dragon Sovereign Authority allows him to summon and command any dragon he has already captured. Celestial Bone optimizes his physical stats and boosts his martial arts growth. Zeke frowns, though. These descriptions are still pretty vague. Plus, he remembers seeing a specific system window earlier that was related to the second legacy of Terakan. System, show me those Terakan notifications again. He asks calmly, and the system responds with the requested info immediately. To access the secure archives, data synchronization is required. Please move to a sync location. Display coordinates on minimap? A secure vault? So I actually have to travel to a specific spot to get it? Fine, just show me the location. The minimap appears right in front of him, and the designated location leaves Zeke with a look of pure shock on his face. It's Valhalla. Valhalla is the top-tier academy for training knights. Nobody gets in there without high-level clearance, let alone wandering around inside. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is nearly impossible. It wasn't the plan, but this legacy is definitely worth the risk. Looks like I'm stuck with this cursed family a bit longer. Next, he checks the beginner quest book description. Beginner quest book, starting the tutorial for low-level administrators. After the tutorial, quests will help the administrator grow. Complete them for extra rewards. Even a total idiot could understand this. So I do missions and get paid? It is just like being a mercenary. But what is this tutorial all about? As if answering him, the system triggers the tutorial automatically. Suddenly, the entire space around Zeke begins to warp. Everything shifts into a virtual space, looking exactly like something straight out of a video game world. The sudden change catches our hero off guard as he scans the area. What is this? Where am I? Did I just get teleported like last time? No, this feels different, like the very space has shifted. Zeke starts to worry. Then, a vicious growl erupts from right behind him. Hearing that, he spins around to see a pack of hulking, savage orcs. The system is spawning them in right before his eyes. Then the tutorial quest pops up. Mission: defeat the monsters within the time limit using at least 2 different skills. The reward? Points for the system shop. Timer: 60 minutes. Zeke is quick to figure out exactly what the system is planning, spawning orcs and giving a specific quest. This tutorial is clearly designed to force him to use the system more actively. He just grumbles that they really should have given him this tutorial a lot sooner than this. While he is distracted, the orcs surround him and swing their massive spiked clubs. The impact is so heavy it causes an explosion. Dust clouds the air. Luckily, even while thinking about the quest, Zeke never dropped his guard against the monsters surrounding him. The moment they strike, he activates his high-speed movement and a chain of slashes. He is dodging and countering instantly. His blade is like a flash of lightning. Before the orcs even realize what hit them, they are sliced into countless pieces. Being this good is easy when you have the Heavenly Bone body. It boosts his physical stats, learning speed, and energy conduction. His sword feels light as a feather. Is this the power of the Heavenly Bone body? He could easily handle commander-level enemies. Once the orcs are finished, the system confirms the tutorial is complete. Then, the simulated space begins to vanish into thin air. And just like that, he is back. So it was all an illusion? The realism was insane. Zeke just nods and stows his blade. The system hands out the rewards for his hard work. A critical bonus and a time bonus are both added to the total. He gets 40 points and unlocks the shop category. Now, Zeke gets to check out his brand new powers. This looks exciting. He can actually buy items through the system? How convenient is that? Just look at the items catching Zeke's eye right now. First is Giant Skin for 10 points. It is an elixir that works just like the literal tough skin of a giant. Using it gives you a temporary defense boost. Next is Fire Giant Breath for 20 points, releasing a flame that never goes out. There is a Speed Rune for 7 points and Sky Wings for 5 points. These bird feather elixirs give a nice speed buff. Zeke is stunned. Giant Skin and Fire Giant Breath are rare treasures worth at least 100 gold coins each. If he just resells these shop items, he could make a fortune. He is already calculating the massive profits in his head. The system warns him to place items for sale in the window. He tries his training sword, but it cannot be sold. Then he tries an elven dagger. The system asks if he wants to sell it for only 4 points. Look at Zeke's face. That tiny price makes him stop dead. Only 4 points for this? He could get at least 100 gold at an auction. Selling to the system is a waste unless he is desperate for points. He just brushes the screen away and stretches out. Man, what a long day. He is ready for a serious sleep tonight. Time flies by as the morning sun finally rises. We shift scenes to the professor's research building. This is where the next part of the plan begins. Zeke meets Professor Fan Nong to hand over the item. The young professor is absolutely shocked to see what Zeke brought him. A high-density mana stone in just 1 day? How did he manage that? Zeke just keeps it vague, saying it was complicated. He asks if the device is ready. Fan Nong calmly says it is finished. Zeke can hardly believe the professor is that fast. Zeke calls him extraordinary, but the professor thinks Zeke bringing that stone is even more impressive. They are both quite the pair. While drinking tea, Zeke quietly observes the professor. You can tell he is starting to get a little suspicious of him. It is weird. Whenever these high-density stones are found, the major powers track them with serial numbers and strictly manage them. You can check the dig site and the owner through those numbers. But the stone Zeke brought? It is not in any records. It is his own personal discovery. But suspicious or not, he has to admit the professor has some seriously impressive skills. After finishing the final checks, Professor Fan Nong is ready. The serial numbers are verified, so it is time to start. The two of them head over to Ganleon's forge to put the finishing touches on the furnace right then and there. With the new energy source, the furnace erupts with intense heat. Ganleon is overjoyed, and our duo is happy for him too. Once everything is running smoothly, Professor Fan Nong says his goodbyes. He has a class to go teach now. Zeke thanks him as he leaves. As for Ganleon, the man still cannot stop smiling. He is absolutely beaming with joy. He never imagined he would see a fully working magic furnace in his lifetime. He is so incredibly grateful to Zeke. Zeke just shakes his head. It was a trade, that is all. He asks if Ganleon remembers the terms they agreed on. Ganleon is all in. Zeke reaches into his bag and pulls out an item for his first request. What could it be? I told him to make me a sword with this. I pulled out the hardest fang from the ancient dragon Bahamut. Ganleon, a master blacksmith, recognized the legendary material the moment he saw it. A star dragon fang, he gasped, saying he had never seen anything of this size or quality before. He kept asking where I had even found such a thing. This was my second legacy from Terakan Draker. From the dragon heart to this tooth, I was starting to feel a bit like a grave robber. I told him it was too complicated to explain. I looked at my friend and realized his entire body was shaking like he had a fever from pure excitement. He told me I hadn't just given him a magic furnace, but the chance to forge a dragon fang. He swore to repay the trust I put in him. I, Ganlian Handback, will risk my life for your blade. As he spoke, he radiated an aura so bright it nearly blinded me. His words triggered a memory from my past. Ganlian had said those exact same words in my previous life. He was truly steadfast. I smiled to myself and decided to leave the work in his capable hands. I told him I trusted him and that I was looking forward to seeing the final result. Later that night, I headed back to my bedroom. I was still buzzing with excitement about the sword Ganlian was making for me, but then I remembered the message Uncle Duke had left for me earlier. It had been a week since I received the message to return after my bet with Duke ended. I figured it was finally time for things to get interesting. Right then, a shadow appeared. I looked up and saw Uncle Duke on my balcony, staring me down with eyes full of pure rage. "Why didn't you show up?" he demanded I tell him the truth. Looking at his furious, red-haired face, I couldn't help but tremble a little. It felt like he was ready to kill me. I regained my composure and told him he said to return if I wanted a challenge. I didn't, so I stayed away. Duke wasn't having it. He lunged forward and grabbed me tightly by the collar, shouting for me to be honest with him for once. Before I could even react, he threw me straight out the window. My mind went blank for a second as I felt myself falling through the air. This was too high. I knew I would die from this height before I could even try to heal. To save my life, I quickly twisted my body midair. I reached out to grab the balcony railing, but before my hand could even touch it, Duke caught me by the neck and spoke in a cold, deadly voice. "You really don't want to challenge me again?" He said he didn't think I was stupid enough to misunderstand what he actually meant. "You didn't come after losing and you ignored the infirmary." He felt like I was intentionally trying to piss him off. He gave me 5 seconds to answer. He told me to be sincere this time. His voice was so full of killing intent, I realized I might have pushed my joke a little too far. Did he know all along and just played along? I looked him in the eye with a teasing gaze and called him the gardener Dexter. He suddenly grinned and threw me back into the room like a piece of furniture. I crashed hard, shattering all the items around me. "Fine, you're right," he admitted. He revealed he was once a Black Knight of the Draco family. His real name was Duke Draco. He reached his hand out toward me. Now that he had revealed his true identity, I placed my hand over my heart and gave a formal greeting. I apologized to the family elder and former Black Knight for my earlier disrespect. I spoke with the dignity expected of a true knight. I spoke calmly, but my lack of surprise made him suspicious. He looked at me, wondering how I could have possibly known his secret beforehand. I quickly switched my expression to look like a total idiot and laughed it off. Then, I curiously asked him what he meant by being a former Black Knight. Duke just shrugged his shoulders. He told me it was quite simple, but his next words were something I never expected to hear. He said he used to be a Black Knight, but now he was a red one. My mind went blank. How could something like that even happen? A knight's rank is supposed to go up, not down. I had never heard of a rank dropping like that. I turned back to Duke for answers. He clearly didn't want to talk about it anymore and told me to drop the subject immediately. He wasn't going to say another word. His hands were shaking like he was barely controlling his emotions. I realized this was a forbidden topic for him, so I didn't push it any further. I told him that since he was honest with me, I would be honest too. I finally explained my real reason for avoiding him on purpose. After hearing me out, Duke looked even more interested. He asked if I had provoked him from the start just to become his official disciple. "You've got some guts," he laughed and slapped his leg. To my shock, he actually agreed to take me on as his student right then. Wait, was it really that easy? I knew I had to act fast before he had a chance to change his mind. I immediately dropped to one knee and started reciting the oath as fast as I could. I, Zeke Draker, pledge myself to the great Duke Draco. I swore to follow my master's teachings with all my heart and to work hard to uphold the honor of his name. I talked so fast, I sounded like a machine. Duke looked exhausted by how quickly I flipped. He asked how I even knew the disciple's oath. He said those traditional oaths were rare nowadays. I just calmly told him that cultural knowledge is a virtue for any knight, right? He called me a crafty brat, which I took as a compliment. But then I remembered something and asked my new master one more thing. Duke sighed and noted how fast I was calling him master. He told me to go ahead and ask whatever was on my mind. I asked what he saw in me that made him choose me as a disciple. As I spoke, I thought back to my memories of him. Duke was famous for never taking disciples. Even the genius of the century, Andre, had to beg him for years just to be his only student. So why did he accept me so easily? I suspect he saw something in our bet that went far beyond even Andre's legendary talent. We can see Zeke is starting to respect Duke's sharp instincts as he flashes that knowing smirk. Meanwhile, instead of answering, Duke throws the question right back at our guy. Why do you think? Take a guess, my disciple. Zeke keeps it real. Because I am a total genius, obviously, Duke literally starts shaking with laughter at our boy's supreme confidence. If talent was all it took, I would have picked Xena, Duke says. It is about grit. Not every genius makes it to red or black knight rank. He is right. Those who have had it easy shatter at the first sign of trouble. Zeke is internally nodding along with his master here. So many prodigies fall short, peaking at purple or blue. But enough talk. Let us see what the old man has planned. Explanation over, and now Duke is itching to start. That is enough chatter for now. Follow me. Lesson 1 starts now. Zeke is all in, clearly hyped to see what legendary secrets Duke is about to drop. They head to the West Greenhouse training ground. Our guy is stunned. Who knew there was a massive arena hidden underground? But wait, Duke has just got him running. He has been at it for 3 straight hours now. What is the play here? Zeke is getting suspicious, but Duke finally calls a halt. Zeke stops mid-jog, wondering if the real training is finally starting. Can I stop now? Zeke asks. Duke nods but has one more question. Sure, but I want to know something first. Suddenly, Duke vanishes and reappears right behind Zeke, reaching out to grab his hand. Pure instinct. Zeke whips his arm around, slapping Duke's hand away and leaping back to create some serious distance. Duke stares at his reddened palm. Checking your energy isn't easy, is it? Something has been off since the infirmary. After the duel, the bet, and now 500 laps. Duke has not felt a single drop of light chi from him. You are hiding it. Kid, do not tell me you cannot use light chi at all. Zeke's heart stops for a second. But before he can even think of an excuse, Duke just keeps pressing. The statue reacted, the golden light was real. So why is he blocking the pulse check? Duke is dying to know. He is looking at Zeke with pure fascination, while our boy is definitely starting to feel the heat. Zeke takes a breath, avoiding eye contact for a few seconds before checking Duke's face. Is he suspicious? It is curiosity. Huge relief. Duke is more interested than suspicious. A Draker without light chi is a crisis, but for Duke, it is a puzzle. Once he gets that sword, the lack of chi will not matter. For now, he needs a strategic half-truth. He will not be the failed Awakener he was in his past life. Time for a bold move. He pulls off his gloves, activating his reverse aura skill as red lightning begins to crackle through the air. The truth will be my shield, Zeke thinks. You are right, Master. I even have the ability to influence aura. He claims it is a bloodline trait, but one that prevents him from using light chi. If the family finds out, he is done. And then come the tears. Talk about an amazing performance. No one would ever guess he is just faking this. Duke is not totally sold yet. He pumps his own chi into Zeke to check, but finds nothing and pulls back. Zeke plays it cool. So, what do you think? But Duke just stays silent, brows furrowed deep in thought. Duke is genuinely stumped. How can a kid with this much grit and a successful awakening have absolutely zero light chi? Zeke is sweating bullets internally. Even with a pulse check, there is no way Duke can be certain. The blessing ceremony is everything to the Drakers. Duke is probably already making up a reason to explain this away. Our boy is reading him like a book, and wouldn't you know it? He is spot on. After that, Duke explains that he is actually a mutant. Hearing this, Zeke isn't shocked at all. A mutant? Of course he is. You and I can see where this is going. Without knowing about classes, that is the only logical conclusion for him. Zeke plays his part perfectly, asking his master what a mutant even is. So, Duke begins to explain the truth. Mutants are people with bizarre, abnormal powers. Like seeing the future or using both light and soul energy at once. They defy the natural order and are often treated like trash. Duke warns him not to go around telling everyone. Zeke asks why his master thinks he is one. Duke points to his insane physical strength and his freakish recovery speed. Most internal injuries take weeks to heal properly, but our boy Zeke seems to bounce back almost instantly. Duke asks where that massive energy comes from. Zeke tests the waters, asking if it might be his light energy. The old man nods in agreement. He thinks any light energy Zeke makes is immediately eaten by his body's healing. It leaves zero trace behind. If Zeke didn't already know his hidden class, he would totally believe this story. Honestly, the explanation sounds pretty convincing. Zeke asks if this means he will never be able to use light energy. Duke just bursts out laughing. He tells him not to worry, because the Doluk's technique does not require any light energy. It is a special skill, one of those unique abilities developed only by the highest level of knights. Most skills enhance Dragon Slayer arts using light energy, but Doluk's is built purely on extreme physical training. Duke offers to show him a demonstration and taps his foot on the ground. Check this out, guys. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoes through the hall. Duke vanishes before Zeke can blink, followed by a barrage of rapid sounds. Zeke cannot even track where he went. After a few seconds, Duke returns and asks if he saw everything. Zeke just asks if he needs to follow the footsteps. Duke admits there is nothing more to explain to him then. Zeke nods with total confidence. Duke is impressed, saying his ego already matches that of a legendary Black Knight. He tells the kid to show him what he can do. Zeke drops into a low, focused, ready stance. He pushes off and perfectly copies the master's movements, following the patterns left behind on the floor tiles. Hidden paths start to reveal themselves. Every single step is calculated to attack, dodge, or close the gap. Zeke realizes there isn't a single wasted movement. Beside him, Duke is literally rubbing his eyes in total disbelief. I cannot believe it. It has only been 1 week, yet the kid has this much talent. He is a total prodigy. Duke is actually breaking a sweat just watching him. Zeke smirks, feeling every bit like a top-tier knight. He thanks his immortal bone body for this. His ability to master martial arts is on a whole new level. No wonder Duke is so stunned. But seeing that smug look on Zeke's face makes the old man's veins pop. Duke wishes the kid wasn't so obnoxious. He suddenly lunges forward and catches his disciple in a tight headlock. He mocks Zeke for acting tough right after crying. Zeke worries the master is going to brag about him. Duke says it depends on his attitude. Zeke wonders why this former Black Knight is so loud and flashy. Time flies by. We cut to the academy cafeteria where Zeke is reflecting on his month of training progress. A month with Duke has passed, and his appetite is through the roof. Then, a voice suddenly interrupts him. Instructor Andre walks up and asks for a moment. Zeke is curious why this genius is looking for him. Zeke just shrugs and tells him to speak here. Andre asks how the heck he managed to convince Dexter. Talk about getting straight to the point. He is clearly panicked about Zeke becoming an official disciple. Zeke tells him Dexter chose him. This makes the noble Andre absolutely boil with rage and start mocking him. He claims it's only because of Zeke's bloodline. Zeke stops eating and glares at the arrogant Rose Knight. Zeke asks if he's really that confident. Andre is literally shaking with anger at the hero's words. Zeke points out that someone like Dexter would never pick a student just for their family name or lineage. The real reason he was chosen, beyond just a little curiosity, was his sheer and undeniable talent. He tells Andre to stop being jealous and start working to actually be someone worthy of being chosen. You and I have to love Zeke's trash talk. Andre's face is a total mess of frustration and silence. Later at the greenhouse, a knight is running like a maniac. Zeke asks the master what is happening. Duke is just as confused. Andre begged to stay near them, even offering to help with the chores. Duke told him to run 300 laps without light energy to stay, and the crazy guy is actually doing it. Even Zeke has to see Andre in a new light now. 300 laps with no mana? I thought he was just stuck up. But man, he really has heart. Now we are outside the academy, and the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Everyone is whispering you, and I have to wonder, what is going on? Why call every student out like this? One guy asks the question we are all thinking, but his friend just calls him a total moron. Did you forget? The head of the family is visiting today. Right on cue, a carriage with the Draker crest rolls up. As soon as they spot it, a young knight yells out that the master of the house has arrived. Talk about an entrance! Fat old Hogwarts strokes his beard and tells everyone to get ready. The group shouts back their loyalty as the carriage door opens. A silver-haired man steps out and greets the old man. Long time, Hogwarts. The principal immediately bows as low as he can go. Greetings, Master of House Draker, as he shouts. Every student joins in with a massive roar of respect. It is legendary. Lord Arthur walks over and pats Hogwarts on the shoulder, saying he can only imagine what the old man has endured. The fat principal just shakes his head, saying his work is nothing compared to the Lord's. Arthur tells him he is still counting on him. After the greetings, Hogwarts tries to usher Arthur inside to escape the heat, but Leon stops him with a single-hand gesture. He steps up to a high spot where every single student can see him. Spreading his arms, he shouts, "Listen up, young dragon slayers! You are the future and the hope of House Draker. Train harder. Your growth is the growth of our entire legacy." Hearing the Lord's speech, the students get totally fired up and scream back, "We will keep your words in our hearts, Lord." Arthur looks satisfied and turns to leave. All right, let us move. Hogwarts follows along as the scene shifts forward in time. Now we are in Arthur's private room. For some reason, he has summoned Zeke for a meeting. Zeke walks in and bows immediately. To the Master of Knights and the Protector of the Dragon Slayer's honor, Arthur Draker. Zeke offers his respect, but Uncle Leon just laughs. He tells his son that not even the elite knights are this formal. "Forget the manners and sit. I heard you like tea, so I brought something top shelf. I hope it is to your taste." He hands our boy a cup he just poured. Now, you and I need to watch Zeke's reaction here. Being called in like this puts a massive amount of pressure on him. He is thinking, they even know my tea preference? That is terrifying. There is a saying that even if the Emperor is clueless, the Drakers know everything. He is definitely feeling that power right now. He tries to take a sip to calm his nerves, but Arthur's next sentence completely ruins the mood for tea. "I called you here because I heard a wild rumor Master Duke has finally taken a disciple." Zeke just gives a forced laugh. "Going straight for the throat, huh?" Zeke calmly tells him that Duke was simply being generous and showing him some mercy. Arthur knows it is deeper than that, but he does not dig. "Is that so?" "Well, if you say it is, then I guess it is. I do not care what your end goal is, as long as you follow the teachings of a master like Duke." Before he can even finish, Zeke cuts him off and declares he will become the strongest person on the continent. Arthur's eyes change instantly. Ignoring the intense look, our protagonist keeps going. "I want to live more freely than anyone else. That is my only goal." Arthur sets his tea down and asks coldly, "So, does that mean you plan on surpassing me one day?" Suddenly, an insane pressure explodes from him, making Zeke's internal alarms scream. Our hero is literally dripping with sweat. He feels like his life could end in a heartbeat. Is this the domain where one man controls life and death? The Astral Sword. This is the peak level only reached by the elite Black Knights. Even though he is about to lose it, Zeke grits his teeth and says, "Of course." Seeing that grit, Arthur actually smiles and lets go. He says it is the most interesting thing he has heard in a long time. He came to encourage Zeke, but now words are not enough. He reaches into his coat for something. Zeke watches this strange father closely, the true master of Draker and a real Black Knight. He thought Master Duke's power was insane, but this is a completely different world of strength. Arthur pulls out a black card and puts it on the table. A gift for becoming Duke's student. Wait, is that a black card? With his past life knowledge, Zeke knows exactly how big this is. He is so shocked he is breaking out in a sweat again. Arthur sees the look and knows he does not have to explain. "Looks like you already know what you are looking at. This is a legendary black card, given only to a few top VIPs, unlimited spending and insane perks, and he is holding it." Arthur smiles and tells him he has been added as a joint user, so he should feel free to spend whatever he wants. Zeke is not stupid enough to say no to that. "Thanks, father. I will use it wisely." But inside, he is staying very alert. The words are nice, but the plan is obvious. Using this card means every single move he makes is being tracked. Still, since his father is using a lazy tracking method instead of force, Zeke figures he is not a top priority yet. You and I can hear Arthur's voice shift just a bit right here. "All right, get going. I can't waste any more of your time. Zeke, you are dismissed." "Understood, Lord Arthur." Zeke bows low and makes a quick exit, but he has barely left the room when things get interesting. His master, Duke, is already inside, grumbling away. "What an annoying brat." Hearing that familiar voice, Arthur calmly asks, "Why are you so worked up?" Duke snaps back, "You really have to ask? You left that kid in his cradle, and now you are playing the doting father?" You can hear the sarcasm dripping from his voice, but Arthur knows his friend too well to get angry. As head of the house, I had no choice. Besides, that is slander. Duke just flops onto a chair with a bored wave of his hand. "Yeah, fine. Go ahead and arrest me then." Looking at Duke's lazy attitude, Arthur can't help but chuckle. "Haha, this is exactly why you are the only person I can actually talk to. Let us drink while we talk." With that, Arthur pulls out a bottle of top-shelf liquor. One look at the label, and Duke's eyes light up like high beams. Dragon's breath? And the red label too. See, you actually have some taste after all. As they drink, Arthur's mood shifts, and he turns dead serious. "You have heard about the strange rumors spreading across the continent, have you not? I am stuck inside the academy. How would I know?" Duke scoffs. But Arthur isn't buying it. "Your network of spies is still very much alive, is it not?" Duke grumbles. "If you already knew, why even ask? You old fox?" The Emperor is obsessed with immortality, and he is searching the land like a madman. Exactly. But do you think it is actually possible? Arthur asks. To this, the old man gives a definitive answer. Of course not. Eternal youth can be achieved with magic, but true immortality? That is absolutely impossible. Arthur nods in agreement, but his voice wavers slightly. I agree. But what if it involves an ancient dragon artifact? Hearing that, Duke snaps wide awake, his buzz completely gone. Say what? While those two are deep in their secret talk, they have no idea Zeke is listening from a room nearby. Using an artifact called listening, their voices beam straight into Zeke's head. If it is really a dragon relic, then maybe. Duke hesitates. Have you found it? He probes for an answer, and Arthur gives a subtle nod of confirmation. Exactly. Reports suggest it is most likely in the north. Duke turns solemn. The Empire does not know this yet, do they? Right, but it is only a matter of time before they find out. It reminds me of the old days. That crazy emperor started a war the moment he took the throne. I thought he had abandoned that delusional dream of world conquest when he left. But clearly, that is not the case. If that artifact really can grant immortality, Arthur cuts Duke off before he can even finish. Then this continent will be engulfed in flames once more. This is too big to ignore. I am heading north myself. Duke panics. What? If you leave your post, the Emperor will have free reign. But Arthur just gives him a look full of expectation. That is why I came. You total jerk? Duke sighs, finally realizing what his friend wants. They clink glasses together one more time. Knew I could count on you, Arthur beams. Duke can already feel the headache coming. You always pick the hardest jobs for me. Back to Zeke. Listening to their conversation has his head pounding like it is about to split open. He has to stop using the artifact. Even with Bahamut's heart, the side effects are brutal. An ancient dragon, huh? The voice in my head before I died, and that system message I saw after being reborn. It all makes sense now. I stole the relic the Emperor wanted, and he sent his hounds after me. I have a lead now. The administrator system that rewound time for me must be a function of that dragon relic. But who created it and why? You and I have to wonder what is next for Zeke as he leans there with more questions than answers. I am moving out now, Duke says, waving as he leaves. Right, I am counting on you, Arthur calls after him. As he passes a door, Arthur suddenly stops in his tracks, staring at it with a suspicious look. Inside, Zeke has no idea his dad is right outside. He is still focused on the relic. If this is the prize, does rebirth mean eternal life? He wonders to himself just before hearing footsteps. Suddenly, Arthur throws the door open and barges in. But the room is completely empty, not a soul in sight. Arthur stands there puzzled. Was I just imagining things? He whispers to himself, unaware his son just jumped out the window. Time flies, and we cut to Zeke's private training room. Right in the middle of his workout, a knock from Dexter forces him to stop. Zeke isn't happy about the interruption. Dexter, did I not say to leave me be? The old man hesitantly explains. Forgive me, young master, but a classmate is here for you. Should I send them away? Zeke's eyes widen with curiosity. A classmate? He did not think he had any friends at the academy. Could it be Joanna? Intrigued by the mysterious visitor, Zeke finally gives in. Fine, let them in. And just like that, the visitor appears. It is that big guy, Liam. Of all people, why would Liam Stone be here? Since when were we friends? Zeke wonders. But then, Liam drops to his knees and bows. Please, take me under your wing. You and I have to see this. Zeke looks at the guy's build and instantly regrets not walking away when he had the chance. Zeke finally sighs and asks if Liam wants to be his subordinate. Liam doesn't even hesitate, shouting that he swears total loyalty to his new master. But what about that snake Jockin? When Zeke brings him up, you can see Liam's fist clenching as he remembers everything that Jerk did to him. Liam admits he is done with him because he is desperate to get into Valhalla. He looks so pale, treating Zeke like he is his last hope. This is where our protagonist gets really confused. Even in Zeke's past life, this guy was obsessed with Valhalla. Liam just keeps begging him for a chance. Liam won't stop pleading, but Zeke just waves him off, calling him an idiot. He tells him to find Giram or Tyran, since Zeke has no family backing. Basically, Zeke is useless for getting anyone into Valhalla. Plus, he asks a fair question. Why on earth should he trust this guy? Let us be real. Zeke points out he could easily be a spy sent by that villain, Jackin. Watching Liam's face go completely white at the accusation is just intense. Then Liam does something insane. He pulls a dagger and slices his own ear right off. He says if Zeke doubts him, he will prove it at any cost. He swears that if Zeke wants him silent or crippled, he'll cut his own tongue or heels. He is literally handing his entire life over, just begging to be accepted. Liam sounds so determined it is chilling. His words actually make our main man Zeke flash back to his own struggles in his past life. Zeke remembers saying the exact same thing to his master about wanting to be the strongest. Because of that memory, he decides to give Liam one shot. Zeke tosses his sword down and holds up one finger. He tells Liam that if he can survive just one single hit from him, the deal is on. Zeke actually lets him patch up his ear before starting the test. But once they are face to face, Liam realizes surviving one hit will be brutal. Honestly, Liam probably thought that taking one hit would be an easy task. He is a Draker light aura user, after all. But he starts wondering if Zeke is really his age, because even breathing near him feels almost impossible. Poor Liam is literally shaking with fear, but Zeke doesn't give him a second to think, gripping his blade and charging straight at him. Liam screams and swings his sword to block the strike. The impact is so insane it sounds like a literal explosion, blowing dust across the training grounds. In a flash, Zeke sends Liam's sword flying out of his hands. Just look at how pathetic Liam looks lying there in the dirt. Our hero sounds so disappointed when he asks if that is really all Liam has got. He straight up calls him pathetic. While Liam sits there in a daze, Zeke tells him that determination isn't enough for Valhalla, and he should just quit. Then, he just walks away. Even though Liam is desperate to stop him, Zeke keeps walking. He is starting to realize something very important about this whole situation. It looks like Liam really was tossed aside by Jaqen. Without that backing, a low-born guy like him could never enter the cradle of heroes. Valhalla is a place where even a legitimate heir like Zeke got kicked out. It is no surprise that Liam is failing so hard right now. You can totally understand why he is so anxious. Zeke suddenly stops when Liam drops to his knees and grabs his leg, begging for his life. This makes our hero look back and wonder. You have to ask yourself, is Valhalla really worth this much humiliation and desperation? We know that in his past life, Liam was expelled and lost everything, but he still became the legendary Mercenary King. He is a total powerhouse. Liam is a total mess, sobbing and begging Zeke for another chance. Seeing him like this, Zeke realizes that this guy is never going to give up, no matter what happens to him. Maybe Zeke is finally feeling a bit of pity, because he decides to give him one last chance, but there is a catch. Zeke brings up Liam's own promise about cutting his tongue or his heels if ordered. Then he drops a total bomb on him, telling Liam to cut off his arm. Zeke coldly pats his shoulder while giving the order. Liam looks absolutely stunned. Zeke just taunts him, asking if he is having second thoughts already. Zeke's voice is dripping with sarcasm. Meanwhile, Liam's eyes go bloodshot as he bites his lip, clearly fighting a massive internal battle right now. This reaction doesn't surprise Zeke at all. Asking a swordsman to give up his arm is like asking him to give up his very life. Seeing that Liam has finally let go of his leg, Zeke stands up and tells him he has way too much training to do. He tells Liam to get lost if he can't do it. Then, Zeke gets back into a training stance, ready to start his drills again. But wait, Liam actually makes a decision and starts moving forward. Zeke watches him, secretly hoping that Liam doesn't lose his spirit, despite his desperation. Zeke knows that even if Liam doesn't make it to Valhalla, he has still got the potential to become a top-tier knight. That is what Zeke is thinking privately, but then Liam does something that completely catches our protagonist off guard. Liam picks up his fallen sword and raises it high while stretching out his right arm. Oh man, is he really going to do it? He is grinding his teeth, looking like he is actually about to chop his own arm off. Zeke realizes right then that Liam isn't kidding. Zeke is screaming in his head that this guy is insane. He rushes in to stop him just as Liam swings the blade down hard. Luckily for Liam, Zeke is fast enough to swing his own sword forward with insane, wind-tearing speed at the last second. With one massive clash, Liam's sword snaps in two. The broken blade goes flying clear across the training field. Liam is hyperventilating, staring at his arm that is still attached. But Zeke is already there, grabbing his collar and screaming, "Are you totally insane? What if I change my mind? You are already reaching for your sword?" Liam looks dead serious. He says there is something way more precious than his own arm that he just cannot afford to lose, no matter what. Zeke just stares at Liam like he is looking at a complete idiot. Then he shrugs, gives him a friendly punch, and issues a very stern warning to his new subordinate. "If you keep doing stupid things like this, I do not care how loyal you are. I will kick you out. Remember that." Liam's face totally lights up with joy when he hears that. You can see his relief as he looks up and asks, "Lord Zeke?" Our main man does not even answer. He just says, "Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate is missing an ear, what will people think of me? Liam nods his head immediately. Lord Zeke, Liam shouts, all fired up. Time flies, and next thing you and I see, they are both in Zeke's room, just chilling and drinking tea together. The medical staff actually managed to reattach Liam's ear. Now, you can barely even see a faint scar where the skin was torn during that intense moment earlier. Liam touches his ear, still in disbelief. He asks, am I really allowed to use medicine this high quality and expensive? Zeke tells him it is just an investment in his future value. Then he sets his tea down calmly and gets serious. So, what was it that mattered so much? Something more important than your right arm, no, more important than your life itself. Liam's gaze drops to the floor when he hears the main character's sharp observation. A few seconds pass before the big guy finally opens up. It is about my mother, he says quietly. After the clan abandoned her, he heard she collapsed from a high fever. It broke quickly, but her body was covered in rose-like red spots, and she grew weaker every day. The village doctors did not even have a name for the illness. Liam is shaking just talking about it. Zeke asks, so that is why you want to reach Valhalla? Yes, that is it. The medical perks for students and their families at Valhalla are known to be the best on the entire continent. Liam sounds so desperate. Zeke just sighs and calls for a pen and paper. Then, our main character starts writing something down on the sheet very slowly. Red spots like roses, and a recurring high fever. These are the symptoms of a plague that will ravage the land in 5 years. They call it the rose disease. It is highly contagious and incredibly deadly. It will claim so many lives, but you and I know a cure eventually gets developed. Zeke hands the paper over. He explains that it is the exact formula for the medicine needed to cure the specific illness his mother is suffering from. It is not complicated, so even a local village doctor can make it easily. Liam grabs the paper, totally stunned and stuttering as he looks at it. Thank you, my lord, but how do you know the cure for a disease that doctors cannot even identify by name yet? Zeke thinks back to two familiar faces, the genius alchemist siblings, Anne and Jep. They are the ones who will save the world in the future. But the greedy Alchemist Association exploited people for profit first. Once the siblings found out, they finally leaked the entire formula to the whole world. It spread so fast that even mercenaries like Zeke knew how to make it. Zeke just gives a little smile and speaks very calmly to Liam. Just tell them you know an alchemist. Now that you have the cure, you do not need Valhalla or to be under my command anymore. Zeke just goes back to enjoying his tea. But we know Liam is not the type of guy to just walk away after receiving such a huge favor. Suddenly, Liam stands up and drops to one knee right in front of Zeke. I give my life to you, Lord Zeke. I swear to be your loyal servant forever. Zeke is secretly thrilled he chose the right guy. Having the future Mercenary King from his past life as his personal subordinate, that is a massive power move. He quickly hides his excitement and puts on his most serious face as he looks down at the kneeling man. If you fall behind, I will abandon you, so keep up. Liam happily agrees to his new master's terms. Time flies by until it is late in the afternoon. Now we cut to the headmaster's office. He is currently welcoming a visitor. What brings you here today, student Zeke? It is Zeke, that sneaky guy. He bows politely, but you just know he is up to something, as he begins to explain his true and selfish reason for visiting. Sir, I have a proposal. Is it possible to increase the difficulty of this year's semester exams? The chubby headmaster, Harris, strokes his beard and asks why. Zeke says this year's first-year students are just on a completely different level than before. There are high-ranking nobles everywhere, plus we even have 2 pure-blood awakeners in the mix this year. If the exam is too easy, we will not see who is actually the best. Harris thinks it over and agrees. You really are a Jim Menman. I will consider that request. This could be very good. Zeke thanks him and gets ready to head out of the office. And with that, the sneaky snake makes his exit. If the other students found out he asked for a harder test, they would absolutely tear him apart. Harris watches Zeke leave and falls into a deep silence. Wow, that bloodline really does not lie. I cannot believe we were actually thinking the exact same thing about these students. It is better to cut off any dangerous seeds early. Time skips ahead, and finally, it is the day of the dungeon exploration exam for the semester. This is the big Draco Academy test. Groups of 2 have to work together to escape a dungeon while dealing with a completely randomly assigned difficulty level. Every dungeon has a totally different challenge. In the crowd, Zeke turns to look at his companion. Are you scared, Liam? Liam does not even try to hide his feelings. He just nods. Yes, I am actually a little nervous about this. Zeke just chuckles. That is good. Too much stress leads to mistakes, but too little makes you arrogant. Just enough keeps you sharp. Trust me, a little tension is healthy. Across the way, our skilled swordswoman Xena is trying to control her breathing just to keep her cool. Most students are still laughing and joking around without a single care in the world. But then, everything changes when a sharp scream rings out. Next up, Dick Draker and Liam Stone. Hearing their names, the two of them quickly head toward the massive entrance of the dungeon gate. However, before they can step inside, an exam proctor reaches out to stop them. He points in a completely different direction. Wait, you two go that way. You and I can see Zeke's suspicion immediately. Finding his path blocked, he stares intently at the guard, clearly sensing that something smells fishy here. The proctor ignores his gaze completely. He just snaps at them with a cold voice, telling them to hurry up and get inside instead of standing there. Zeke quickly hides his sharp look and simply shrugs it off. Fine, we will follow orders. Just like that, our hero and his servant head inside. Inside the dungeon, a massive staircase stretches deep into the darkness. As they descend, Zeke starts mentally reviewing the rules of this high-stakes exam. Even though dungeon difficulty varies, this one is a test site controlled by the Draker family. There should not be any major dangers for them. The goal is simple: escape within 96 hours. Each group gets a countdown timer that starts the second they enter. They have exactly 4 days. Combat is being graded, so bringing back monster loot earns you extra points. But you and I know the real priority is just getting out alive. If they do not escape in time, they will fail the test immediately. Time flies, and soon Zeke and Liam have already set up camp. After a quick meal, Zeke turns to his big friend. You should get some sleep now that your stomach is full, Liam. But Liam immediately refuses. You did everything from setting up camp to cooking, so you should rest first, sir. Zeke explains that he can actually go 4 days without sleep. Hearing that, the big guy finally gives in. Fine, I will rest first then. Zeke nods, promising to wake him if anything at all goes wrong. While keeping watch, Zeke pulls out his pocket watch to check the remaining time. He looks tired as he begins to lose himself in thought. It has been 16 hours since they entered. Including his training before the exam, he has actually been awake for nearly 90 hours straight now. Infinite stamina only helps the body, not the mind. In a dangerous place like this, where anything could happen, mental fatigue is a huge risk. He needs to minimize mistakes. Once Liam wakes up, they will swap shifts. Looking at Zeke's face now, you can tell he is totally exhausted. You can see the heavy fatigue in his eyes. Then, without even realizing it, our hero slips into a hazy, dreaming state right there in the dark. Visions of a battlefield under a snowy sky fill his mind. There, he sees a beautiful girl with golden hair lying still in a pool of blood. It is absolutely haunting. Suddenly, a strange bell rings out, snapping Zeke right back to reality. He is shocked to realize he actually fell asleep while he was supposed to be on guard. Damn it, not that dream again. He wipes his face in frustration, but then his eyes turn ice cold. He realizes something is very wrong. He freezes and tells himself to wait. That sound earlier was definitely the ringing of a bell. He looks like he has just realized something very important. Zeke grabs his water bottle and splashes it onto the fire to kill the light. At the same time, he shouts a loud warning to his big friend, Liam. Get up, Liam. Enemies are coming. I am going to check the situation, so whatever you do, do not turn on any lights yet. The big guy wakes up instantly and obeys. Back with Zeke, he quietly approaches the room entrance where he had previously hidden some bell alarms. Those bells were meant to warn him if any monsters tried to sneak in. For now, Zeke has no intention of using his dragon eyes just yet. Using those eyes during a 4-day exam is way too risky. Our hero tells himself it is much better to just get used to the darkness. Then, a strange scent hits his nose. Zeke freezes the moment he smells it. Sulfur? There is no way that should be here right now. Only one type of monster smells like that and hunts in packs. The level 3 danger from the depths of hell, the Hellhound. In the original timeline, Xena hunted an ogre, but Zeke never expected to find hellhounds here. This is a massive jump in difficulty for them. Realizing his dungeon path is unnaturally hard, Zeke figures out he has been targeted. Someone definitely wants to make sure he does not survive. He grits his teeth and grips his sword tight, ready for anything. Suddenly, the sound of countless heavy footsteps begins to echo in his ears. But wait, Zeke looks confused. Something is not right here. Even a hellhound leader only weighs a few hundred kilograms at the very most. With noise this loud, the creature must weigh dozens of tons. Could it be a mutation? He uses his sword to peek around the corner. He looks at the reflection on his blade and swears out loud, "You have got to be kidding me right now." Suddenly, A massive explosion rocks the entrance, sending dust and debris everywhere. The force of the blast throws Zeke backward through the air. Our guy stays cool and sticks the landing, using his sword to slow down. Liam rushes over, clearly panicked for his master's safety. "Are you okay, sir?" Zeke does not answer. He just glares forward, silently cursing the family that sent him into this death trap. What are those bastards planning now? They are clearly trying to kill me. Then, a massive shadow steps through the smoke at the entrance. It is carrying the severed head of a hellhound in its hand. Once it spots Zeke and Liam, it tosses the head aside and lets out a massive roar. The sound is deafening enough to make your head spin. A troll. That is a level 1 danger that easily kills hellhounds and ogres. Its blood is a main ingredient for healing potions, which gives it a level of regeneration that is just completely insane to witness. Just imagine having to face a monster as massive as a building that also possesses such terrifying healing abilities. It is more than enough to make anyone feel total despair. Even facing a beast like that, our guy Liam doesn't look worried at all. He steps up and tells Zeke he will be the decoy, so Zeke can escape. Zeke hears every word and keeps his cool. Look at that smile. Zeke just pats the big guy on the shoulder and asks why he would ever think of abandoning his own man. "Trust in your own hard work, Liam, not me. You are not weak, so just go out there and do what you want." Hearing that from Zeke, Liam still looks a bit nervous, but he manages a firm reply to his master. Then, both of them grip their weapons tight and charge that massive troll at lightning speed. It is absolutely cinematic. They land dozens of slashes on its huge body before the troll can even react. But like Zeke warned us, it is not enough. Against a titan this size, those wounds are just minor scratches, and with its insane healing, it is barely a problem. In seconds, the troll is fully healed. But Zeke is secretly impressed with Liam's skills. The guy has real potential. Cutting through that thick skin is one thing, but aiming for the joints is high-level strategy. I am loving this. Did he study monsters in his spare time? Suddenly, the troll buckles and swings its massive spiked club right at Liam. Liam freezes, but Zeke is already there. He drops from above and parries that giant mace with a single sword strike. Liam apologizes for the slip-up, but Zeke just tells him it is fine for a first real battle. Talk about a great boss. Those joints are good targets, but never underestimate a troll's healing. Small wounds just vanish instantly, so we need bigger hits. Standard attacks will never outpace that regeneration. On the other side, the troll stares at its broken weapon in total shock. Its mace is snapped in half, and the monster turns red with pure rage. It just tosses the scrap aside and roars. It tries to crush them with its bare hands, but Zeke has seen enough. He is ready to end this quickly. If you are still struggling, Liam, let me finish it. Zeke grips his blade and the scene blurs into pure action. Just like that, the troll's bloody head is rolling on the floor. Zeke just earned 30 more karma points for the kill. He checks the system notification and tells Liam to hurry up and harvest the corpse for rewards. Spoken like a true pro. "Yes, master." The big guy rushes over with his pack to collect the remains before they lose their value. But wait, the system just sent Zeke a new notification. A sudden quest to hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species. 72 hours left to get 2 karma points and 2 random boxes. Right now, he has 2 species out of 14 kills. Only aggressive ones count. Zeke is thrilled by the news. It is like finding a treasure chest in the middle of a desert. 2 more karma points? With 79 hours until the exam ends, hitting the count is easy, but finding 10 species is the real challenge. Usually, these dungeons only have a few types of monsters, but if James set a trap, there might be more hiding here. I need to finish this quest and escape this place. It is going to be a tight race, Zeke tells himself. Soon after, Liam finishes the dirty work and reports back that everything is ready to go. Our duo is back in action. That bag he is carrying is just a standard issue recovery pack. It is nothing compared to a spatial bag, but it works. Zeke nods at his loyal subordinate. Good job, now let's move out, Liam. No time to be slow. Between the system quest and his family exam, the pressure is on. Zeke cannot afford to just stroll through this dungeon anymore. They both speed up, tearing through the dungeon with everything they have. Time flies until they finally stop to catch their breath. Zeke asks Liam how he is holding up. After all those battles, he should be getting used to real combat by now. Liam ties up the bag and admits he is still not quite sure. Zeke just gives him a small, knowing smile. It takes time to adapt, and that is perfectly normal. Zeke looks at the map, his face turning serious as he calculates. Only 50 minutes left on the quest. He has 9 species and 99 kills. He is literally one monster away from finishing. He even caught a tiny blood-sucking leech, but he is still stuck at 9. There is nowhere left to look. Those guys from the James family are useless. Why couldn't they add one more species? Zeke waves the map away in frustration. Then, like an answer to his prayers, the ground starts shaking violently. The floor splits open, nearly knocking Zeke off his feet. He screams at Liam to drop the bag immediately, but the big guy just stands there, totally confused by what is happening. Zeke lunges forward and slices the bag in two himself. Right then, a massive monster erupts from deep underground. It slams into them, throwing both guys aside. Liam is fine, but he realizes Zeke's left arm is covered in blood. Liam panics, asking if Zeke is okay. Zeke just shakes his arm and tells him it is only monster blood. Such a boss. Just stay back and watch this time, Liam. I do not think I can protect you while dealing with this thing. They both look up to see their final target, a giant, terrifying worm with a mouth full of jagged fangs. You can feel the crazy aura coming off that thing from here. Even Zeke is on high alert. It is a dungeon worm, a high-tier monster that is seriously bad news. Normally, it takes a dozen elite purple knights to bring one down. Those James guys really prepared this trap well. Zeke is definitely cursing them under his breath right now. The worm does not give him a second to think. It charges straight for our boy Zeke, knowing he is the real threat here, not Liam. That massive body slides across the ground, gunning for Zeke at full speed. Poor Liam is just watching from the sidelines, looking absolutely terrified. You can see the guilt on his face. He feels totally useless watching his master fight for his life without being able to help. Wait, Liam is thinking. He starts digging through his bag for anything that can help. Meanwhile, let us check back on Zeke. He is gritting his teeth, holding back those massive fangs with nothing but his blade. The worm is just overpowering him, pushing him further and further back. Getting pinned like that is suicide. Zeke puts everything into his arms and swings his sword, knocking that giant head clean to the side. What a move. But the worm is fast. It dives right back into the earth, and the whole cave starts shaking like an earthquake. How do you even hit something underground? Even a legendary Blue Knight would struggle against a burrowing dungeon worm in a tight spot like this. If Zeke does not finish this fast, we are all getting buried alive under this rubble. Then, you and I hear it cracking, sounds right behind him. Zeke spins around just in time to see that massive mouth exploding out of the ground. Those reflexes are insane. He ducks just in time, narrowly missing a bite that would have definitely ended the story right there. He is not letting it dive again. Zeke lunges forward and drives his sword deep into the body of that monster. He grips the hilt and sprints forward. He is literally carving a massive gash right down the length of the worm. I am going to split you in two, Zeke whispers. The giant worm lets out a deafening screech. That wound had to hurt. Its whole body starts thrashing and rolling around like crazy. It is clearly in total agony now. Suddenly, the worm launches itself up like a spring, taking Zeke with it. He is hanging on for dear life, calling it a damn worm. Before he can even react, the giant creature coils its body like a massive spiral, trapping Zeke in a crushing grip. The pressure is unreal. You can hear Zeke's bones groaning under the weight as he starts coughing up blood. He is completely pinned. Even for Zeke, there is no escaping this one alone. But luckily, he has still got Liam. Seeing his master in trouble, Liam doesn't hesitate. He rushes in and buries his blade in the worm, making it howl in pain. That did it. The pressure on Zeke finally starts to let up a bit. The pressure's dropping, Zeke says. He takes the opening while the worm is thrashing and jumps down to safety. His healing factor is kicking in already, and his injuries are closing up fast. Liam rushes over, asking, "Are you all right, master?" Zeke is just as curious as we are. "What did you do, Liam?" Turns out he coated his blade in a special anesthetic. Liam shows off the vial. Now it makes sense why that worm reacted so violently to a simple sword poke. It is belladonna. It only gives humans a little numbness, but for a worm, that stuff is basically a lethal nerve toxin. In the heat of the moment, he remembered the worm's weakness and used it. Absolute clutch play from Liam. Quick thinking and perfect judgment. That is exactly why they call you the king of mercenaries, Liam. Recruiting this guy was the best decision Zeke ever made. He gives Liam a grin and tells him to stab it again on signal. Then Zeke just takes off, sprinting straight up the worm's massive body like it is a runway. He reaches the head and yells for the signal. Down below, Liam drives his sword back into the monster's side. The worm is screaming like the house is on fire, puking out this gross, dark purple blood everywhere. But then, it just freezes. It feels something way scarier than pain coming its way. Zeke is using his Soul God technique slash. The attack creates a massive blade of pure energy that slices right through the worm's hide. One hit and the thing is split in two. Just then, the system pops up to reward him for completing a hidden quest. Double karma points and 2 random rewards? Nice. That puts Zeke's total at 780 karma points. Time jumps forward to the training grounds. All the other students are trickling back in after escaping their dungeons. The teachers have tables set up to check the monster loot. They are telling everyone to step up and claim their scores. If you are done, you can leave, one teacher says. And look who it is. Jaina is up next with her pile of proof. The teacher takes one look at the evidence on the table and starts tallying the points. 30 base points, 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, and an ogre. That is a total of 180 points. The other students are losing it. They are whispering that she is almost beating the record of 200 set by Lord Aben. That is the power of a pureblood for you. Even the teacher cannot hide how impressed he is with Jaina. Crushed it by 130 points. Xena and her crew could only salute him in total respect. You flatter us, sir. Then came that snake Zeke, dragging his evidence up for the grading process. Time to grade. Zeke hit 120, 70 points over the requirement. Decent, but nothing special. Excellent, the teacher noted. Hearing that, one of Zeke's brown-haired cronies acted like he had won the lottery. But Zeke was fuming. His face went dark because Xena had just absolutely smoked him by 60 points. That gap was half his score. You should have seen the ice-cold glare he gave her right then. Do not get too cocky, Xena. Zeke figured if she became a problem, he would just silence her like Zeke. He flashed a wicked grin, thinking Zeke was probably already rotting away in some dark dungeon corner. Typical coward move, right? Always playing dirty to win. But Zeke was about to get a massive shock. Suddenly, Zeke's voice rang out behind him. Man, it feels good to see the sun again, does not it? Zeke froze, his face pale with terror. He turned around and realized his worst nightmare was standing right there. Our boys Zeke and Liam were back. And get this, they did not have a single scratch on them. Big man Liam was actually dragging a massive dune head because Zeke had accidentally shredded their storage bag earlier. The other students could not believe their eyes. They were literally rubbing them, thinking they were seeing things. Wait, is that a dungeon dune? I thought orcs were the top tier here. Where did that come from? Did they seriously hunt a dune? You could hear the whispers and doubt spreading through the entire crowd. Liam hauled that monster head right to the instructors and slammed it onto the ground with a thud. Zeke just looked at Zeke with a savage smirk and asked, "You look a bit shocked, do you not? Happy to see me again? What happened to that cool face? Actually, this look suits you way better." Zeke was loving Zeke's breakdown. The guy was turning purple, with veins bulging right out of his face. His teeth were gnashing, fists clenched tight, but Zeke could not take the heat and just stormed off. Zeke was not done having fun. He shouted after him, "Hey, are you leaving the party this early?" Zeke just muttered curses under his breath, hating every single one of those arrogant purebloods with a passion. He swore they would pay for the disrespect, while his little lapdogs scurried right behind their angry master. Watching them run away, Zeke just shrugged. Man, those guys really need to learn how to chill out. That is when Instructor Andre stepped in and asked if he was finally done with the trash talk. Zeke snapped to attention. "Oh, right. Good to see you again. Instructor Andre," he replied with a smile. Andre did not do small talk. He went straight to the point and told Zeke it was grading time. Zeke pointed at the massive dune head and asked if the teacher needed to grade that one separately. Andre pulled out his gloves and made it clear that he was not going to let anything slide. That made Zeke curious. I mean, the monster literally ate their entire collection bag, did it not? Exactly, Andre nodded. Then he started digging through that head with his bare hands. Talk about being thorough. Blood was flying everywhere, and the other students were totally grossed out. Most of them actually ran away. Watching Andre work, Zeke could not help but feel lucky. This was going way better than he expected. What a relief! That stupid dune had destroyed every single trophy he had gathered over the last 3 days. He could not afford to fail this, so he had to bring that massive dune head as replacement. Honestly, only someone like Instructor Andre would bother checking for scraps stuck between those giant monster teeth. It took a little while, but Andre finally finished his inspection. The moment of truth was finally here. He tossed his gloves aside and confirmed the kills. Gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, and even some hellhounds. Orcs and wait for it. Tada troll. The crowd went wild. Everyone was absolutely stunned at that news. A giant dungeon dune was scary enough, but adding a troll to the list? That is just insane power. They were all terrified of the dungeon Zeke had survived. Andre just calmly wiped the blood off himself. He noted that based on the blood, Zeke killed dozens, but counting them all would be unfair, so he counted each type once. Even though trolls and dunes were not even on the official list, I am telling you, the point total was absolutely insane. The James family actually rigged the test. Can you believe they upped the dungeon difficulty just to fail our guy Zeke? But was this really just Zeke's doing? No way. Even that guy wouldn't dare mess with Academy trials on his own. The James clan is definitely watching Zeke closer than we thought. If he shows too much power now, it might backfire. Keep it steady, Zeke tells himself. You can see the sweat on his face, the pressure of being a target is hitting him. While he is stressing about the future, the swordswoman Jaina walks past with her crew. She says, Zeke Draker, you won this round. She snaps it out with a scowl and bolts, leaving Zeke standing there totally confused. I mean, who wouldn't be? Victory? What is she even talking about? Anyway, time skips ahead, and we are back at our favorite training ground. Zeke is about to test a brand new skill he has never touched. Here we go, he says, staring into the system. He is looking at level 1 dragon skill, Gluttony. It is supposed to help the user eat massive amounts and digest fast. It costs 50 points, and Zeke has 780. Since he is suddenly rich, our boy decides to pull the trigger. He used to think it was a trash skill, but 50 points is pocket change now. With a quick tap, he unlocks it. But then, he reads the description, and his eyes nearly pop out. Wait, since when did the skill description change like this? The screen reads, Gluttony. In this state, you can digest anything, literally anything, and turn it into pure energy. Now we are talking. And get this. If he eats a monster with a bloodline skill, he absorbs their power. Zeke is sweating with regret for waiting. He should have grabbed this before the exam. Time for a test run to see how this energy conversion really works. He pulls some raw meat from his bag and triggers Gluttony. Suddenly, this eerie black smoke lunges forward like a predator. It dives into the meat, startling Zeke. He looks down and sees black smoke with a faint yellow glow bleeding from his shadow. The meat starts sinking into the darkness. It looks exactly like it is being sucked into a bottomless swamp. What is happening? The steak shrivels up and vanishes into the void. Zeke just stands there, brow furrowed, trying to process it all. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Energy absorbed. System confirms his missing energy is being replenished right now. This is huge! Zeke feels this cool, refreshing wave surging through his veins. He looks better instantly, like he just had a great power nap. His headache fades, and that mental fog just disappears. Not only that, his whole body feels like it is surging with life. Even his stamina bar is refilling. He is so hyped, 50 points was a total steal. This skill covers all his weaknesses. Gluttony fixes the mental burnout, and infinite stamina handles the physical side. He is basically becoming a machine, guys. Now he can train 24/7 without eating or sleeping. Zeke is ready to grind. Let us get to work, he says. The future is looking bright, but the mood dies instantly. Zeke's face drops as someone interrupts his groove. Here we go again. Look, Dexter, I told you. Do not disturb me in the training room unless the world is actually ending. The butler bows, apologizing. Forgive me, young master, but I have urgent news. Zeke frowns. Urgent news? What is it? Dexter keeps it cool. Your sword is finally finished. Just like that, Zeke's grumpy face turns into a massive grin. He desperately needs that custom blade from Ganlion. It is the only way he can hide that he cannot use aura. Zeke does not waste a second and sprints to the forge. He bursts in, shouting for Ganlion. Is it finally ready? Ganlion nods. Yeah, it is done. Just give me one moment. I bet Zeke's heart is racing right now. He grabs a wooden box and tosses it to Zeke. But when Zeke sees the sword, he just stands there, rubbing his chin. In his past life, Ganlion made him Graham, the Sun Sword, a masterpiece of mithril and steel. Anyone could see it was legendary. Since they used dragon fangs this time, Zeke expected something just as flashy as the original Graham. Zeke takes a deep breath, looking stunned. What on earth is this? The box holds a hideous, dull blue-black blade. He reaches out and grips the hilt, pulling it up close to his face. He is trying so hard to find something good. After a long look, he just shakes his head. It looks totally ordinary. Did you forget to sharpen the edge or something? Ganlion explains that is just how the sword is. Zeke narrows his eyes, clearly having some serious doubts about the work. But then, Remembering Ganleon's true talent, Zeke smiles. Is this really the form you think suits me the best? Ganleon nods. He seems surprised that Zeke isn't throwing a fit over how ugly the sword looks. Our guy is different. Most people would be pissed, but Zeke sees the vision. If anyone can master this blade, it is definitely him. Ganleon admits it doesn't have a name yet. He couldn't think of one that fit. Can you name it? Zeke looks shocked. Memories of his past life flash back. Ganleon was the one who named the Sun Sword, Graham. This is a huge change. Now Ganleon cannot name it. Zeke thought this would just be a dragon version of Graham. Something is definitely different. This blade looks nothing like Graham. Suddenly, Zeke pulls a dagger and slices his own wrist. What on earth is he thinking? We definitely didn't see this desperate move coming. His arm is literally gushing blood. Poor Gon Lion is standing there, totally losing his mind, screaming at him to stop this madness and save himself before it is too late. He is yelling to stop the bleeding, but Zeke is locked in. Our guy is actually focusing all his willpower just to keep that open wound from closing up immediately. He knows his passive healing is trying to kick in, but Zeke is betting everything on his ability to manually control his own body. He has to stay in command. It worked. The system hears him and confirms the admin request. It is actually pausing his passive healing factor right now, just like he asked. This is some next-level control. Once that notification pops up, his regeneration stops cold. Zeke is finally ready to move. He looks at his arm and says it is time to get this job done. Zeke holds his bleeding wrist over the blade, letting every drop hit the steel. Gon Lion sees this and finally realizes exactly what our hero is trying to achieve here. It is a sword naming ceremony. This is an old dwarf tradition where the owner mixes their blood and aura into the blade to create a permanent, soulful bond between them. Once the ritual starts, the owner falls into a deep trance. They have to wander through their own subconscious mind forever until they finally discover the sword's one true name. This ritual is incredibly dangerous and almost forgotten. How does Zeke even know these ancient dwarf secrets? Gon Leon is watching in total shock, wondering how he can do this. Gon's eyes are wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, we get to see Zeke's point of view as he dives deep into his own mental world, just like the old stories describe. This place feels like a bottomless, dark lake. Everywhere he looks, countless glowing names are just floating around him in the void. It is a surreal sight to witness. Out of all these names, he has to pick the perfect one to move forward. A new name for a brand new weapon. Zeke tells himself he needs something truly special. He swims through the mental lake until he finds it, the black sword Bahamut. Just like that, the system announces the blade is officially registered as his new primary equipment. Even Zeke is caught off guard. He named it after that legendary evil dragon. He starts questioning his own subconscious, wondering if his mind is actually doing okay after that. Back in reality, the ritual is over, and Zeke is already finishing up the bandages on his left wrist. He looks calm, like he did not just risk his entire life. Gon Lion is totally fanboying now, calling Zeke's skills beyond incredible. He says, even among the dwarves, almost nobody knows how to perform that ancient naming ceremony correctly anymore. Our hero just waves it off, claiming he only found out about it while studying history. Suddenly, Gon Lion remembers something important and shouts out to get Zeke's attention again. He asks if Zeke wants to rest while he goes to grab a special gift. Zeke is a bit curious about what it could be, but he nods and agrees. Gon tells him to take his time and then sprints off somewhere. Left alone, Zeke looks down at the wound on his hand, thinking about how things are changing. Controlling his own healing is a massive strategic advantage. Being able to hide his special traits, even when they are always active, gives him a huge edge over his enemies. If he had mastered this before the bet with Master Duck, he could have hidden his true power. He would not have been forced to show off everything he had. He whispers an apology to Gon, but decides to take the bandage off later. Right now, he is way more interested in testing out his new legendary black sword. He glances at the blade, and the system immediately brings up all the juicy stats. This is the moment we have all been waiting to see: the power of Bahamut. The black sword Bahamut, forged by a master using a cursed dragon tooth. It is officially indestructible and can even transform your aura. Talk about a completely broken, unique skill. Check this out. The weapon is currently under a seal. It will only unlock its full potential as Zeke continues to grow stronger. This sword actually evolves with him. Even with all his knowledge from his past life, Zeke is stunned. A seal that releases based on the user's growth? He has never seen anything like this before. And that indestructible trait is just insane. Even if it is made from a dragon tooth, having a weapon that can never break is honestly cheating the game's rules. But the real game changer is the aura conversion. Zeke put everything into Gone Lion because he knew the man was a genius, and it finally paid off for him. It has the core function of the legendary swordgram. It can take any type of mana or energy and convert it directly into pure, powerful aura for the user. This is how Zeke, a guy who naturally could not use aura, reached the Scarlet rank. He closes his eyes and starts channeling energy to test the sword's power. Right at that moment, Gone Lion comes back into the room. He is carrying a scabbard in his hands and looks a little out of breath from the run. He apologizes for making Zeke wait, but then he stops dead in his tracks. He sees the sword covered in a brilliant blue light, and his jaw just drops. A razor-sharp aura is literally radiating off the blade. Gon is speechless, wondering if Zeke has somehow already surpassed the limits of a purple knight in one go. Zeke sees him frozen there and gives him a friendly smile. He tells Gon the sword is absolutely magnificent and thanks him for all the hard work he put in. Gon tries to be humble, saying it was nothing compared to the forge. Then he holds out the scabbard and asks Zeke to take a very close look. He says his own master crafted this scabbard. Zeke is confused for a second, rubbing his chin. He does not remember hearing about Gon having a master in his past. He looks at the name engraved on the side, Golan Jovar. Zeke mumbles the name to himself, trying to figure out why it sounds so familiar to him right now. Then his eyes go wide as the realization hits him. Golan Jovar? Is he really talking about the man celebrated as the single greatest blacksmith in history? Golan Jovar is a legend among the dwarves. He is known as the greatest craftsman on the entire continent today, and his skills are said to be absolutely perfect. Every single thing he makes is a flawless masterpiece with unique powers. Collectors will literally pay tens of thousands of gold just to own one of his creations. Zeke realizes Gone Lion is way more important than he thought. He asks if Gon is really Golan's disciple. Gon is just surprised Zeke can actually read Ancient Dwarven. Setting the language skill aside, Zeke knows if Golan made this, it is not just a regular scabbard. He asks Gon what kind of hidden features this thing has. Gon grins and shows him a small roller near the top. If you turn it, the entire scabbard shifts and transforms into a high-grade combat shield. It is forged from mithril and wyvern bone, so it is virtually invincible. One more click of the dial, and it turns right back into a scabbard for the sword. This gift is nothing compared to the favor you did for me. But please, accept it. It is my personal gift to you. He holds the scabbard out, and Zeke takes it with a sheepish look. He hesitates, asking if selling something this valuable wouldn't be better for the man's future. Ganlian just laughs and says he could never just sell his master's masterpiece to some random stranger. But Zeke reminds him it is worth tens of thousands of gold pieces. Ganlian starts breaking a sweat, clearly not realizing his own work was worth a literal fortune. Wait, are you serious? Well, I am taking it anyway. Thank you so much, Zeke says, his voice full of genuine gratitude for the legendary item. Our hero looks at his massive, oversized sword and then at the small scabbard. It looks way too tiny for that blade, but this is a Galen Jobel original. Zeke slides the blade in to test it out. Suddenly, the scabbard begins to shift and morph, automatically changing its shape to fit the weapon perfectly. It wraps around the entire sword, forming a unique, custom casing. It is even better than he imagined. He just scored an incredibly rare and precious treasure. Thanks, Ganlian. Zeke beams with joy. Ganlian looks like he just won the lottery himself, happy that Zeke actually likes the gift. Time flies by, and we cut back to the familiar training grounds. Zeke is busy inspecting a brand new pair of gauntlets he just received. The item info says they are forged from cloud steel, making them incredibly tough yet light. No special skills yet, but a set bonus activates with more pieces. Zeke is impressed because cloud steel is an exceptionally rare material. He got these from a random reward box after finishing that sudden quest. He thought it was just a standard treasure chest, but the contents are proving to be much more valuable. Time to check what is inside the second box. Zeke glances at the remaining chest and slowly pries it open. However, what he finds inside leaves him feeling even more curious than before. He pulls out a tattered, ruined map that is missing several pieces. It is so beat up, he even wonders if it can still be called a map. Before he can think it over, the system drops a bombshell notification. You and I are looking at a map leading to the Great Sword Saint Kaiser. Zeke is instantly hooked because the name Kaiser is legendary. He wonders if this is actually the Hero King Kaiser everyone talks about in the lore. Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower is the most famous book on the entire continent. It tells the story of Kaiser and his knights founding the glorious Gronos Kingdom. People call it fiction because there is no proof, but the legend is massive. Thinking he actually holds a map tied to that legendary hero, Zeke starts shaking with pure, unadulterated excitement. Did the Hero King actually exist? He whispers, his voice trembling. The system begins analyzing the map, repairing and decoding the damaged sections of the item. Decoding is complete, and the system marks the exact location on his minimap for him to follow. The minimap pops up right in front of him. One look at the coordinates and our protagonist immediately recognizes exactly where he needs to go. The Giant Mountains? That is deep in barbarian territory. Honestly, this might actually be a lot easier than I originally thought. Before he can plan his trip, the system chimes in again. It announces that since he has reached a certain level, the tutorial guidance is officially ending. A new achievement quest appears, the Vision of Hero King Kaiser. He has to find Kaiser's vision at the ruins. There is no time limit on this. The reward is a system admin level up to junior administrator. Even a total idiot could see how big of a deal this is for Zeke. Everything clicks for him. The tutorial was just a way to get him ready. Everything up until now was just the warm-up for the real game. The rewards are on a whole different level now. Zeke is fired up, ready to sweep through everything and leave nothing behind. First, he decides to burn through his accumulated points. He flashes a grin and makes a massive investment to upgrade his powerful skills. He spends 50 points to unlock level 2 dragon skills. Dragon scale armor is now available, creating a hardened layer of scales for elite magic resistance. Dragon Claw is next, costing 80 points to unlock. It summons a mighty dragon claw that can tear through enemies with a single, devastating swing. Looking at the notifications, Zeke is tempted to unlock even more, but he forces himself to hold back and manage his resources. I have a good amount of points left, but who knows when I will get another chance to farm this many again. It is a shame, but he decides to buy some potions and keep 400 points in reserve. He officially confirms the Dragon Scale and Claw unlocks. He can't wait to see what they can do. Zeke decides to test out the Dragon Claw skill first to see the raw power. He whispers the command, and a surge of energy erupts from his palm. A massive, spectral dragon hand begins to take shape right before our eyes. Zeke spins and delivers a powerful forward swing. That simple movement tears massive gouges into the solid floor over 10 meters away from him. Stunned by the sheer destructive force of the skill, Zeke can only let out a slightly awkward, nervous laugh. This skill is absolutely insane. Now, let us see the next one. He activates Dragon Scale armor, and golden scales appear on his left arm. To test the defense, Zeke doesn't hesitate. He pulls his black sword from his inventory and chops down at his own arm with everything he has. To his absolute shock, his own blade is deflected and bounces right off the armored scales. The defensive power is almost hard to believe. Even without using his aura, that strike should have been enough to cut through almost anything. Yet the blade just bounced away. Even though he is not wearing armor, he feels like he is covered in heavy plate. Claw for offense, scales for defense. It is simple, but incredibly effective. My body is finally warmed up. Let's keep going, Zeke says, heading back into his intense training routine. Time flies, and now we are finally at the Draco Academy Central Arena. It is the big day for the semester assessment exam. You can see rows of training dummies lined up across the field while the students stand at attention down below. Suddenly, an instructor's voice cuts through the air. He announces the semester assessment and starts going over the basic rules for us. He asks if everyone sees the dummies behind him. They are specially built, so standard physical strength will not leave even a tiny scratch. But if you infuse aura into your strikes, you can destroy them easily. However, if you cannot even leave a scratch, you are out immediately. All your past grades get wiped, and you will have to start over from scratch. The instructor's icy expression makes everyone gasp in fear. The students look at each other with panicked eyes. Starting over from the beginning? That means no promotion, but the instructor yells for silence. He tells them to step forward when called, starting with Aaron. Aaron shouts present and rushes up. Meanwhile, that sneaky Zeke is laughing to himself. Zeke thinks it is normal for first-timers to be nervous, but to him, this academy training is no different from his family elite aura system. After all, the whole aura training system at this academy was basically established by the James family in the first place. He believes even pure blood awakeners cannot match his aura control. While thinking this, he shoots a cocky glance back at both Zeg and Jaina. It does not take long before his turn comes up. The instructor calls out Zeke's name and tells him to start whenever he is ready. In response, Zeke confidently draws his blade and gets into his combat stance. But check this out. His entire body is suddenly glowing blue. The other students are sweating just looking at him. Is that sword resonance? Using a high-level skill at only 13 years old is absolutely extraordinary. The proctor looks over at his colleague to see if he is seeing this too. Even the veteran bearded instructor has to nod in respect. Yeah, that bloodline is the real deal. Then, before we can even blink, Zeke lunges forward toward the targets like a literal bolt of lightning. He starts unleashing a flurry of slashes on the red dummies. Every single strike leaves a massive sword gash behind. He is totally shredding them. Watching from below, the other students look absolutely pale with shock. After Zeke finishes his run, the instructor walks over to give him major credit. He tells Zeke that he has lived up to the James name. At this pace, he will be surpassing Master Aben before we know it. The instructor is all smiles, but Zeke's face looks like he is about to explode. He bites his lip and rudely slaps the man's hand away. The instructors are clearly annoyed by the kid's attitude. What is his problem? They whisper together while Zeke stands there, his face twisted with anger. They ignore him and keep the test moving, but honestly, the results for everyone else are not looking very positive so far today. The instructors check the dummies and shake their heads. It seems like everyone is struggling. Zeke's overwhelming skill must have crushed their spirits. But hey, at least nobody has actually failed the exam yet. Every student has managed to channel at least a tiny bit of aura into their weapons. The special class really is something else. But even among geniuses, the weak always get weeded out. And now, it is finally Jaina's turn. She bows to the staff and makes a bold request. She asks to be evaluated using the Dragon Slayer's punishment. Talk about taking a risk. The instructor's eyes go wide with surprise. He has to remind her that the technique is actually an evaluation standard reserved for senior students. Jaina just nods, her eyes fixed and determined. Meanwhile, Zeke is down there just laughing his head off at how arrogant she is being. Zeke thinks she has become incredibly arrogant just because she is a pure blood now. But using Dragon Slayer's punishment is a completely different level. Keeping aura on a weapon takes insane focus, but Dragon Slayer's punishment is much harder. It requires regulating aura output for every single movement. He bets her aura will vanish after just a few swings. It seems Jaina's own competitiveness is finally going to lead to her total failure. He is literally grinning from ear to ear, just picturing her failing miserably in front of the entire academy. The instructor asks her one last time if she is absolutely sure. The grading for this technique is way more brutal than the standard test. I am certain, Jaina says with total confidence. Seeing her resolve, the instructor stops trying to talk her out of it and lets her proceed. The whole arena goes dead silent. We are all holding our breath, eyes glued to Jaina as she prepares for this impossible, high-level challenge. Nobody wants to miss even a single movement. Jaina begins to shroud her whole body in aura and slowly raises her sword above her head. Then, with lightning speed, she unleashes a storm of strikes that tear through the air. Her attacks are so powerful they shred the dummies. Once she is finished with her Dragon Slayer skill, she sheathes her blade. Behind her, those dummies are nothing but piles of unrecognizable scrap. The crowd is just stunned into silence. Honestly, her skill is so high that everyone else has completely lost their will to compete. We all thought Zeke was the king of aura control, but Jaina just proved that they are not even playing the same game. All those whispers are reaching Zeke's ears, and he is losing it. He bites his lip and his eyes roll back in pure fury. Suddenly, he spots Jaina pointing her sword downward. He is thinking, what the hell is she doing? Is she trying to mock me right now? Zeke asks himself that question, but then his face goes completely blank. He quickly looks behind him and starts thinking in a total panic. No, she was not even paying attention to him at all. Jaina is actually pointing her sword directly at Zeke. She is challenging the protagonist. As for Zeke, seeing Jaina challenge him like that makes him scratch his head awkwardly. Sweat rolls down his face like he just ran miles. Zeke's really feeling the heat, guys. He's thinking to himself, this is so awkward. I can't just ignore everyone staring at me. Fine, I'll give them a show so I don't die of embarrassment right here. Then, Zeke takes a massive breath, raises his hand with total conviction, and shouts, Instructor, I want to be tested using the Dragon Slayer art too. Someone in the crowd looks like they just bit a lemon. The instructor stalks over, eyes narrowed with suspicion, and growls, You're Zeke, aren't you? Did he really think because Xena made the Dragon Slayer art look easy, it's just some common, trivial skill? Another teacher cuts in before he can finish. He looks Zeke dead in the eye and asks, Same rules as Xena. You okay with that, kid? Zeke just flashes that brilliant, angelic smile of his and says, Of course I am. Now, watch our boy step into the spotlight, totally ignoring the crowd buzzing like a hive of angry bees. They're all asking, Why did you agree to this, sir? He's on the roster, but I've literally never seen him in class before, someone whispers, sounding totally confused by the whole thing. The instructor just shrugs it off. It's from a bet he made with instructor Andre. You're new here, so it makes sense you wouldn't know yet. We're talking about a legendary golden pureblood awakener, the rookie who smashed Aben's record in the dungeon exam. That is Zeke Draker. Zeke shuts his eyes, feeling that massive power surging through his veins. Suddenly, the system starts its cold countdown. Black Sword, 3, 2, 1. Locked in. Unique ability activated. Converting Black Sword aura. 3, 2, 1. Shift. He's feeling that blue light aura now. That aura explodes, wrapping around his blade. Even Zeke looks stunned, muttering, "Man, holding this power back is way harder than just letting it rip." All right, this should be enough, he thinks. He raises the sword high, his hands shaking just a little from the pure adrenaline. Xena is absolutely floored, guys. Her eyes are wide as plates and her jaw is on the floor. She can only gasp, that is. It's the first move of the Dragon Slayer art, the Heaven Slash. Honestly, his form looks just as deadly as instructor Andre's. In a flash, Zeke's blade cleaves the dummy in two with a sickening crack. He's like a dancer in his own world, every strike smooth and lethal. He's thinking to himself, I practiced this Dragon Slayer art constantly for 2 years before I regressed. The footwork, the swing, the aura flow, his body just takes over on autopilot. He used to be bored of this, but practicing the basics feels pretty good. After showing off, Zeke stops and checks the room. He's thinking, that should be enough to get Xena fired up, right? The crowd is losing it. You can hear them whispering. Did he really just coat that entire blade in aura? Yeah, I saw the whole thing. Does that mean Zeke is already a purple knight? Our hero overhears them and instantly breaks into a cold sweat. Oops. He was trying so hard to hide his strength, but he totally slipped up. Zeke's panicking, thinking his aura leaked out because he focused too much. I just wanted to look like a normal guy, he groans. That cocky smile of his just made him stand out even more. Even the instructors are totally spooked. They're just staring, muttering. A freshman at the Purple Knight level? No way! How could something this insane even be real? Well, it looks like someone's ego just took a massive hit. Zeke is fuming, but there's nothing he can do. You can see him shaking as his confidence just evaporates into thin air. But look at Xena, she's totally hooked. Her eyes are glowing as she thinks, I knew I didn't misjudge him. Cut to the principal's office. He takes a slow sip of tea and says, I heard about your performance. Truly incredible results, Zeke. Our guy just plays it cool, saying, it was just luck, sir. The principal chuckles. Luck? A purple knight at 13? Come on. Then he drops the bomb. Zeke, how do you feel about taking the advancement exam? Zeke's eyes pop. The advancement exam? As in, skipping a whole grade? The principal nods. Exactly. 1 year, maybe more. It's a special path for elite students like yourself. Zeke's thinking, wow, that's faster than I planned. But honestly, he's been showing off so much, it's not really a surprise. He flashes a confident grin and says, I'm in. With that, Zeke head outs and gently shuts the door behind him. Outside, he's already suspicious. He thinks the old man is plotting something, but then he gives us that devious smirk. Fine, I'll play along. Inside, the principal is lost in thought. He reaches into his pocket, whispering to himself, Vina Draker and Zeke Draker. Both purebloods are taking the exam, he notes. Someone answers, understood, I'll follow your orders. Things are getting spicy, folks. Next, we're at the senior aura training hall with Xena and Zeke. The tension in here is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Poor Xena is turning bright red. She's thinking, could you at least pretend to look at me for 1 second? Suddenly, the doors creak open, and a powerful voice booms out. So, you two were already waiting for me, huh? The man walks in and introduces our supervisor for today, High Knight Al Draker. And wow, this guy is seriously handsome but icy cold. Zeke's heart nearly stops when he sees Al. He's actually shaking. Is that his target? Suddenly, all these dark memories start flooding back. He remembers a gloomy, miserable day. Al was carrying a body, walking with heavy steps and a heart full of sorrow. Back then, Zeke couldn't believe it. Draker? That damn Imperial dog. What is he doing here? When Zeke gets a closer look at the dead person's face, he's totally stunned. Meanwhile, Al just stays silent and starts digging into the earth. Realizing what is up, Zeke stays quiet. Surrounded by graves, he grabs a shovel and startles Al. Let us see if our boy can actually help him out here. He does not even wait for an answer. Zeke just starts digging. He tells Ah that even if he says no, he is helping anyway. While working, Zeke introduces himself from the Northern Alliance. He asks if Ao is a Draker, but Ao just sighs, saying he threw that name away long ago. Zeke totally relates to that, chuckling softly. Oh, so we are the same then. What should I call you instead? He stammers out Wooden Willow Sword. Back in the present, our MC is stunned. He thinks that name actually fits a cold guy like him perfectly. But wait, why is a high-ranking knight supervising a simple first-year exam? That feels a bit overkill, does it not? Suddenly, they both bow respectfully. Greetings, Sir Ao, High Knight. We are talking about a legend who literally saved the Draker family. Only those with insane power and experience get this title. The proctor finally announces the rules. As long as you are conscious, the fight continues. Show me everything you have got. Vina steps forward, all confident. I will go first. But Ao just scoffs, telling them not to bother splitting up and to just attack together. That challenge sets Vina off. Her eyes flare with pure determination as she gets ready to pounce like a cornered beast. But Zeke stops her instantly, like he is just catching a fly. Do not rush it, he yells, sounding halfway between urgent and teasing. You know the power gap is huge. Besides, the test already started. If we had charged in blindly, we would have lost serious points right there. Vina looks over at the proctor. He is just calmly scribbling notes on his board like nothing happened. His pen is moving like he is casting a spell. She sighs deeply, her breath turning into white mist in the freezing air. She hates it, but she finally lowers her voice and asks, so what is the move, Zeke Draker? Our MC just gives a smug little smile. He knew she would come around. She is a genius at reading the situation, after all. He nods confidently. I have got the perfect plan for this. Let us show him what we are really made of. Once the plan is set, the match is on. Zeke eyes the proctor's blade. It is a horizontal sword, a classic Eastern Empire style. He has always used that one, Zeke whispers. Vina looks stressed. For her, this is all about her pride as a knight. But Zeke just smirks. Pride is for losers, right? He tells her to forget the personal stuff and just stick to our plan. A second later, they both lunge forward like arrows shot from a bow. Metal screams as their blades clash. They strike from two sides at once, but the knight just dances through the wind like it is nothing. His blade slips right through their combo and counters with lightning speed. He swings down, and Vina barely dodges a haircut. Meanwhile, Zeke is loving it, his eyes glowing as he charges back in. They rain down attacks, but the knight does not even blink. The sound of clashing steel is literally drowning out the wind. Then, with one massive blast of power, the knight sends them both flying back. Vina is stunned. Is this really the power of a high knight? Even following Zeke's lead and hitting the blind spots, they have not even scratched him. She grits her teeth and prepares the dragon-slaying art, Chapter 3, First Form. I have to fight to kill, she tells herself. She swings with everything she has got, the blade roaring like a dragon in the air. It looks like a hit, but at the last second, the knight just flows out of the way like water. Vina overextends and loses her balance. Before she can recover, he strikes. Boom. She is sent crashing into a stone wall like a broken doll. The wall just shatters into a cloud of dust from the sheer impact. Staff rush over to check on her. Vina is coughing up blood, groaning in pain as she tries to move. She is shaky on her feet and her hands are totally numb. I am okay, she stammers, but get back. This is dangerous. She is thinking. Her consciousness almost faded for a second there. She has no chance alone. Can Zeke really pull this off? She remembers their talk before the fight. She absolutely hated Zeke's strategy. I will not use such dirty tricks. You are ruining an honorable fight. But Zeke just asks, can you eat honor? He told her this is not a duel. It is a test of how well you can actually take down an enemy. Vina eventually gave in. Fine, I asked for your help. But do you really think this plan will work? Zeke was 100% sure. We just have to create the right moment for it to work. Then he asks, why did you not dodge my tricks back at the cradle? She admits she just did not expect him to play so dirty. Zeke just shrugs. High Knights are no different. Wait for my signal. One tiny opening is all we need. Back in the fight, Zeke unleashes the dragon-slaying art. Suddenly, clones of him appear everywhere, surrounding the knight. It is dizzying to watch. You and I cannot even tell which one is real. This secret move is absolutely insane. Finally, our hero gets to cut loose with the Gale Step and Shadowless footwork. These knights aren't amateurs, but even they're stunned by that Duke-level skill. The knight's eyes are everywhere, scanning for a move. Suddenly, Jack lunges with his blade, but the man parries it in a split second. You and I know that confident Jack smirk anywhere. He tells him to get ready, and then boom, the lights go out, leaving them in total darkness. The knight is actually surprised. He realizes Jack is using the magic interference of a Godblood Awakener to mess with the whole room. He hurls Jack back and puts on an absolute masterclass in swordsmanship. Even in the pitch black, he's parrying hits like he's just snacking on candy. This is what a high-ranking knight looks like, guys. He thinks Zeke's being childish, assuming that a little darkness would actually create an opening. But something's feeling really weird to him. Even with his elite senses, he can barely see. Yet Jack is moving like he has night vision. This is the moment I've been waiting for. He's finally testing a new dragon skill. It's the perfect time to show off. Knowing Zeke won't go around gossiping, Jack goes for it. He activates the Dragon Claw skill, moving as fast as a whisper on the wind. Our main man is just playing around, making this elite knight struggle to keep up. The guy can't believe a freshman has this much power. Let's be real, Zeke Draker is already way past student level. And Vayna Draka? She's moving through the shadows just as easily as he is. Did he really just cut out all his extra energy to push his limits? That crazy strategy only works when you're fighting someone just as strong. The knight chases Zeke down, swinging wildly into the blackness. Now, the only light comes from the sparks flying off their clashing swords. Those blades are moving so fast you can't even see them. Before the sound even hits your ears, cold metal flashes through the air. Sparks fly everywhere like fireworks in the night before dying out, leaving behind that sharp, burnt smell of hot steel. Zeke sees the knight's reaction and just smiles. The guy adapted to the darkness way faster than anyone expected. He's the real deal. He throws a massive, instinctive slash forward, but he misses completely. The knight's getting frustrated now. Did he just disappear? It's like he's fighting a literal ghost. He's swinging at thin air while Zeke just slips out of his sight like he was never there. Right then, out of nowhere, a light bulb falls from the ceiling and smashes right in front of the knight. Zeke doesn't stop there. He starts cutting down bulbs like it's raining glass. The noise is so loud it completely hides his presence. The knight is totally fumbling now. Suddenly, Zeke is standing right there, flashing that legendary, mischievous grin we all love. "This is it," he yells. Before the knight can even blink, another light bulb comes crashing down from above right on his position. Zeke's thinking back to Professor Fanong's lesson about simple materials. If you don't tweak them, they're basically one-time use items. Everyone thought he was using explosion magic, but Zeke's just smiling. Nah, a bright light and a loud noise are all I need. And just like Zeke predicted, boom, a huge explosion rocks the place, while Vayna and the hero just stand there waiting for the miracle. That blast totally startles the knight. The sound is so loud it tears through the air and makes everything feel like it's vibrating. He flinches instinctively, heart pounding in his chest. That's the moment he realizes he's been totally played by a student. He thinks to himself that he really underestimated that energy source. Now, Vayna and Zeke are charging in together for the finish, but you can't count out a high-ranking knight. At the very last second, he pulls out the dragon-slaying art, first form, moon-slaying slash. The attack is lightning fast. Zeke and Vayna don't even have a chance to react before they're blasted back by the impact. A massive explosion hits, and suddenly there's dust everywhere. Just making him use that move is a massive win in my book. To sum it all up, our duo couldn't quite get the victory. The instructor ended up leaving them both flat on the ground. Their faces are looking pretty rough, like they got hit by a carriage. Doctors are already sprinting over to get them some help. But look at the knight, he's just standing there without a scratch. He looks like he just got back from a casual walk. An official bows to ow, but then we hear this absolute roar from the distance. "You total bastard." Ow. Aw turns around to see what the shouting is about. His eyes narrow the second he realizes it's Duke heading his way. He gives a polite bow to the Storm Knight, but Duke just grabs him in a friendly headlock. "Still as stiff as ever, huh? So, how's my student doing?" he asks, giving Ao a heavy pat on the shoulder that makes the guy practically shudder. Ao gets this look in his eyes like he's remembering something. The moment Zeke's sword got close, Ao actually let go of his blade. Why didn't Zeke counterattack when he had the chance? Maybe he's just aiming for the promotion? Is he really hiding his true power? Ao finally admits that Zeke Draker is way beyond his level. Later, the faculty gathers to finally vote on the student promotions. The headmaster looks at everyone and gets straight to the point. "So, we're all in agreement on this resolution, right?" You and I can hear the excitement in their voices as they all shout yes. Zeke's going to 5th year and Vayna to 3rd. After that, Zeke tries to live as quietly as a lazy house cat. Once Andre learns the Storm's secret skills, he takes over. He stayed close with Professor Fanong for a bit, but eventually, Zeke joined the Royal Magic Research Institute and left the academy. From then on, our boy Zeke stays clear of those annoying noble heirs, dodging trouble like it's the plague. But get this, AO keeps coming back every single quarter to challenge him, like a relentless hound that won't let go of its prize. Eventually, it's like he has a massive epiphany. With his eyes glowing like he's found the ultimate truth, AO quits his post and joins a training dojo. He leaves that flashy High Knight title behind for good. 2 years fly by, and Zeke finally finishes his time at the academy. Inside the dorms, old Decker the butler is practically vibrating with excitement. He's yelling, "Congratulations, young master! The youngest student to ever enter Valhalla." You just know his father would be bursting with pride. Zeke isn't that naive 13-year-old kid anymore. He's older now, and honestly, a lot more handsome. This 15-year-old version of Zeke Draker is pure class. The headmaster even wrote him a personal recommendation, which is basically unheard of, a total honor. He just scoffs to himself, thinking about that youngest student title. All those 2 years of trying to live a quiet life? Totally wasted. He asks with a perfectly straight face, "So we've got about 3 months until the entrance ceremony, right?" Decker nods, and Zeke tells him to head to Atlas first. The old man looks like the sky just fell on his head, totally shocked, but he has no choice but to agree. "But what about you, young master?" Zeke cuts him off immediately. He's firm about it. He wants a quiet vacation alone with 0 distractions. You get what I'm saying, right? Decker doesn't dare argue and just bows. As he leaves, Zeke stares at the map, his mind already racing with his own secret plans. The Gazier ruins are hidden in the giant mountains. He's using a vacation as cover to join the Argos Kingdom Adventurers Association and go exploring. There is no way he's telling his real destination to anyone suspicious. Suddenly, there's a knock, and Zeke just tells them to come in. Liam enters and bows so low it's almost funny, calling Zeke his master. Zeke just winces, telling him to stop being so formal and dramatic. A simple greeting is plenty. Decker takes the hint and leaves, while Zeke tells Liam to handle the Valhalla enrollment using that specific name. Once Decker is gone, Liam is dying to know why he was summoned to Kitay to the Platinum Mansion. Zeke just gives him a casual look. He mentions Liam's transfer to the special class. As his master, Zeke wasn't about to just sit there. He's prepped everything Liam will need for school. He's got predicted exam questions, training guides, and all the gear for the finals. He hands the stack to a stunned Liam. While Liam is standing there like a statue, Zeke tells him to go to Fafnir's Breath. Just show them the list, and they'll hand over the goods. Plus, he'll need a real sword by his 4th year. Zeke already went ahead and paid for a custom order at Fafnir's Breath. Talk about a great boss. He tells Liam not to let him down, and Liam just loses it. He starts tearing up, and before you know it, he's actually crying. He bows again, choking back tears, while promising not to fail. Zeke just sighs, muttering that he literally just told him to stop being so extra. Liam gives a sheepish laugh. "Now, you and I should look at Argos. It's a northern kingdom that stands as one of the 4 major powers. The giant mountains are the border between civilization and the Beastlands. It's packed with dungeons, drawing in tons of adventurers looking to get rich. The founding king of Argos is mostly a legend now, but he's the one who turned dungeon diving into a massive, thriving industry. With royal backing, they carved the mountains into hundreds of zones, setting up transport routes and supply hubs everywhere. That was the start of the Argos Adventurers Association, which is now famous worldwide. At the registration desk, the numbers are being called out. They're calling number 546, but nobody answers. So they move right along to number 547. The clerk congratulates Zeke Muri on becoming an adventurer. Zeke's rocking a wig and magic glasses, and he looks like a completely different guy. He just smiles, says thanks, and heads out. Seriously, in this wig and glasses, our boy Zeke is totally unrecognizable to anyone passing by. He can barely even see himself in the mirror. He's thinking, there's no way anyone catches me like this. He looks at his new ID, totally satisfied. To move around freely, he knows he needs a fake identity. He can't just wander around using the famous Draker name, obviously. Pretty soon, the carriages full of adventurers start heading out. Zeke finds his spot, and the journey finally gets underway. He's just glad he managed to snag a shared seat during the busy season. But then, some guy speaks up with a fake friendly tone. He asks if Zeke is an adventurer too. Zeke opens his eyes slowly as the guy mocks him, guessing it's his first time in a dungeon. Another guy slides over, acting all buddy-buddy, asking if Zeke wants to join their team. They claim to be seasoned pros, of course. They warn him that the dungeons are dangerous and solo players are just monster bait. Zeke just stays quiet, realizing trouble finds him everywhere. They don't stop, telling him that your first party determines half your fate in this world. You and I have heard this scam before, right? Zeke just sighs. It's the classic script for tricking rookies. He knows exactly what these guys are up to and he's not buying it. We know they'll either use rookies as bait or sell them to slave traders. Zeke stays silent, not saying yes or no. The rest of the group is staring at him like hungry wolves eyeing a steak. Finally, Zeke just snaps, standing up and telling them to shut their mouths. That shuts them up fast. One of them stammers, wondering if he said something wrong, but our hero just walks straight past them. He pokes his head out to tell the driver there are orcs 500 meters back to the left. It looks like they've entered the monster zone. The driver is totally stunned. He's like, "What are you talking about? This is supposed to be the safest route on the map." Laughter erupts all around. He is just a newbie, probably too stressed. They jeer. Poor guys, they have no idea. This is the kingdom-managed route, they say. No beast gets in, let alone monsters. Or so they thought. Deech's next words chill them to the bone. "Then what is that behind you?" The guy freezes in total disbelief. Right there stands an orc, red eyes glowing and teeth bared. It looks absolutely starving for some fresh meat. Suddenly, the carriage is under fire. See, you and I both know that in this world, anything can happen. It is not just one beast. It is a whole mob swinging axes with insane, bloodthirsty fury. Pure chaos. They are massive, muscular, with stony skin and eyes burning with a crazy thirst for blood. Heavy axes and rusty hammers tear the carriage to shreds. Horses scream in panic before collapsing into pools of blood. Splintering wood and clashing steel echo through the woods. The man who tried to trick Deech peeks out, totally lost. He has no clue that a massive orc is already stalking right toward him. The moment he realizes what is happening, a massive shadow looms over him. His blood runs cold in his final seconds. "Spare me," he cries. But life is brutal. His head is gone in a flash. What a bitter end. Deech quickly ducks behind a tree, watching the orcs tear into their fresh kills. Our hero is always one step ahead. The sickening sound of them chewing fills the air. Seeing this, Deek realizes the safe zone has been officially compromised. After gorging themselves, the monsters leave behind a mangled, bloody mess and vanish into the trees. Deech steps out to see bodies piled up like garbage. It is a truly gruesome sight. Looks like Deech is the lone survivor. He stands there, stunned that even Aragon's trained soldiers were slaughtered like this. Standard monsters shouldn't have stood a chance. But look closer, Deech spots something that really does not fit. These long, clean slashes were not made by monsters. He can already picture the real massacre that happened here. This was the work of humans. You can see Dick's expression turn deadly serious. They mangled the bodies to make it look like a monster attack, but those sword cuts are way too precise. Most victims died instantly without any fight. Only elite knights could pull off a hit this clean. Staying here is dangerous. Our priority now is finding the hidden Kaisia ruins. He keeps moving until he finds a mountain of skulls. Ditch stops and carefully scans the area. That is a barbarian territory marker. According to the map, the Kaisia ruins are right around the corner. Suddenly, a chill. Someone is watching. Why are the Emperor's hounds out here in the middle of nowhere? The hounds are the Emperor's personal killers, elite trackers trained for tracking and high-level assassination. Right now, they are still a secret. Very few people in the Empire even know they exist. Soon they will lead the Great War. Ditch has been tracking their every move on his map this whole time. He will never forget their style. These are the same ones who killed him before he regressed. The Emperor is obsessed with artifacts and immortality. He has been scouring the continent for years. Unifying the continent was not enough. Now he is chasing some crazy dream of living forever. Has the Empire already found Caxia? There is only one way to find out for ourselves. Ditch vanishes in a heartbeat, leaving the hounds staring at thin air. A scarred captain reaches for a weapon. He pulls a gun, but Ditch hits him before he can even think of pulling the trigger. A useless shot rings out as his hand is severed. Ditch's blade work is just on another level. That yellow flare means trouble. You are the captain, right? Only 3 of you in this scout team? Usually there are 12. Another hound yells, "Who are you? Who sent you to do this?" Deech does not answer. He just takes the captain's head off in one clean, terrifying motion. I am the one asking questions. You have 2 mouths. Make sure one of them starts talking. Deech cleans up the rest of them quickly. They definitely chose the wrong guy to mess with today. That is the end of them. Ditch checks the map again. So, this is their temporary base? It is packed. Did they kill those soldiers to take this spot? Have they found the ruins yet? Let us find out. Anyone who tries to stop me is going down. Inside the base, a guard is yawning. Then he looks down and freezes. No way! Is that him? What lunatic dares to invade barbarian territory and even post guards like this? The guy next to him just nods, totally baffled by the move. But before they can even process it, one guard is blindsided, and his buddy faces the exact same fate. In less than 60 seconds, both guards are dead before they can even gasp. Someone blurs past like the wind, while a man in black inside finally senses something is off. Another guard snaps at him for freezing, asking why he isn't moving. He just whispers, "Wait, didn't you hear something weird from the gate?" The other guy glares at the entrance, claiming he heard nothing. Little does he know, his comrades have already been wiped out. Suddenly, blood sprays everywhere, grabbing his attention. He turns just in time to see his partner get decapitated by a total stranger. He is absolutely terrified, screaming out, "There is an intruder!" Before he can say more, Zeke moves like lightning, shutting him up with a brutal punch to the face. Without hesitation, Zeke sends him to the afterlife, his blade stained crimson. He thinks to himself, "Seeing them reminds me of the old days. Back when I took orders from the Duke, exhausted after 5 years at Bearfield, and we stormed Pavella Cateau. The feeling is exactly the same as back then." Now, Zeke is completely surrounded by them. From up high, their leader finally speaks. Southern assassin dagger techniques? Whether you are Makan or Pavella, now that you have crawled in here, you are not leaving alive. Surrender now, and I will give you a painless death. Zeke looks up, wondering if this guy is actually the captain in charge here. He is barely a level 5 knight at best. This small fry and his pack are nothing compared to the monsters I fought in my past life. Zeke is not intimidated at all. He fires back, asking if a painless death is really what you say to someone who just slaughtered your men. You should be tearing me apart to avenge them. It seems the central continent is just full of weak cowards after all. Zeke's taunts really sting. The captain roars in fury, telling his men to give this brat exactly what he wants. Tear him to pieces while he is still breathing. They all lunge forward at once, swinging their swords wildly at Zeke. But Zeke is thinking, something is wrong. Are these hunters really this pathetic? Either they are too weak, or I have just become way too powerful. No point in watching anymore. He activates his mana reflection skill, instantly snuffing out the light and plunging the cave into pitch blackness. The captain is stunned, wondering if the power went out or if this is some Dragon Slayer skill. But then he stops to think. The intruder was fighting empty-handed with no aura, just southern dagger moves. He is definitely an assassin, so maybe it is just a technical glitch? He tries to calm his men, shouting for them to stay focused and defend until the light returns. But guess what? When the lights flicker back on, the scene is pure horror. In just a few seconds, Zeke has wiped out every single one of them. Corpses litter the cold floor in a pool of dark blood. The captain cannot believe his eyes, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammers, "What on earth is this?" Zeke is already standing right behind him, and the guy didn't even notice. Zeke asks, "Is the Emperor really bold enough to target the ruins of the hero King Kaisa?" The man trembles, asking what the hell he is talking about. But as soon as he turns around, Zeke is gone. His voice echoes like a ghost, telling the man not to worry, because he will find the truth regardless. In the shadows, a hand full of killing intent appears, and Zeke presses a sharp blade to his throat. Terrified, the captain begs for his life, claiming they know nothing. Zeke just smirks, mocking his ignorance before finishing him off. Blood sprays as the unlucky captain meets his inevitable end. With the job done, Zeke quietly walks toward the cave exit, where a blinding light awaits. He leaves a sword behind, planning to make everything that happened here look like the work of McCain. McCain Cateau is the criminal group from the south he belonged to in his past life. After the Husco Kingdom fell into civil war, the land became a lawless waste split between McCain and Pavella. I could have just used my dragon skills to hide who I am, but I chose to use southern short sword techniques and left a McCain warning. Giving them a clear target to blame is just the safer play. He grins, knowing the Empire will blame the southern gangs. Even if the Empire retaliates, it just helps me get rid of Mekon. It is a win-win for him. Based on the letter he found, the Emperor is even more insane than he thought. The orders were to find ruins, but the campaign map was shocking. It covers not just the central continent, but also the east, where a ceasefire is still in effect, and even the mysterious Black Sea. The Emperor has sent his hounds everywhere he suspects an ancient ruin might be hidden. Their forces are already as massive as they were in his past life. Since they haven't found Kaisa's ruins yet, Zeke needs to move fast. Suddenly, a red signal flare shoots up. Zeke is already far away, smiling at the red flare. Is that the signal for the great net to be cast? Time flies. As soon as the signal appears in the sky, Zeke starts moving with incredible speed. He can feel the Emperor's hounds closing in on Kaisa's location, but he hasn't gone far before he senses a presence following right behind him. He glances back, thinking to himself, they caught up already? That was fast. That signal means the Great Net has 5 branches, a total extermination order to remove any threat. They will swarm the area and tighten the circle around their target. This kill order means every hunter in the region will maintain the hunt until the one who issued it finally calls them off. This is basically a death sentence, guys. Last time, even after stealing the Emperor's relic on the northern continent, I still ended up dead in their trap. But things are different now because I have the system. Jig pulls 2 daggers from his inventory and grips them tight in his hands. Right on time, the assassins close in from all sides. Their blades scream through the air, aimed right at Jig with terrifying, wind-tearing speed. But instead of fear, our hero actually feels a rush of excitement inside. He thinks to himself that this is finally a fight worth having. With that, Jig's hands move as fast as a machine, leaving after images in the air as he parries every single strike coming his way. Suddenly, our guy leaps backward, breaking out of the circle of assassins and putting some safe distance between him and those killers. After taking a good look at them, Jig confirms his suspicions. These guys are on a whole different level than those weaklings in the cave. Just as he thinks that, footsteps echo from behind him. It looks like even more assassins are rushing in to join the party. Seconds later, black-cloaked figures surround him completely. Even Jig starts to get a headache. This is getting real messy, guys. He sighs, checking his system map. Red dots are swarming the area, and even more are rushing toward his exact location right now. He mutters that he could fight his way out, but he would blow the mech in disguise he worked so hard to build. Is there really no other choice? I did not want to use this yet. Finally, Jig pulls out a small whistle from his gear. While the assassins watch with curious eyes, he takes a deep breath and blows into that whistle with everything he has got. A piercing sound echoes through the area. The assassins grow wary and scan the surroundings. Is he calling for his own backup? Nearby, a scarred assassin sees Jig pulling out small spheres and yells that it is smoke grenades. The sound was just a lure. Catch him now. Hearing the command, the hounds rush in to stop him. Too bad for them. They are just a little too late to act. Jig slams the spheres onto the ground, making them explode into thick black smoke. Just like that, our hero vanishes into thin air instantly. The assassin captain is definitely annoyed, but he stays calm. Do not panic, he shouts to his men. Stay in your positions. Once our trap is set, no one escapes alive. Hold your ground and watch for any movement or shadows in the smoke. He scans the area, but all he sees are his own men. He is totally confused now. Is there really no trace of him left? Does he really think smoke will make us retreat? Or did that whistle earlier have something to do with this whole situation? That is what the captain is wondering. And just like an answer, a sudden scream from one of his men echoes through the woods. A body flies through the air like a rag doll, leaving the captain stunned. What on earth is actually happening right now? He scans the area and finally finds the source of this sudden attack. It is a group of giant, shirtless men built like bears, crushing his subordinates. These lunatics! It is the barbarians! What the hell is going on here? We did not even provoke them. A few aggressive ones I would understand, but they are attacking us like a damn pack. The captain is baffled, while another assassin screams in rage. How dare these lowly savages lay a hand on us? He coats his sword in a glowing aura and slashes directly at the waist of the barbarian right in front of him. But when his blade hits that massive body, it is like striking solid steel. His sword just bounces right back and stalls. The assassin stares in disbelief, but a bald barbarian ends him instantly with a devastating punch, turning his head into bloody pulp. Just like that, these assassins are being crushed literally. Meanwhile, the captain is shaking in his boots. He has never seen them this wild before. This is way too dangerous for our current force. He realizes he has to stop the rest of his men from walking right into this barbarian meat grinder. The captain fires a signal flare and screams for a full retreat. The assassins are more than happy to get out of there. They run for their lives as fast as they can, while the barbarians stay right on their tails, refusing to stop the chase. Only after they vanish does Jig finally show his face. He climbs out of a hole he dug to hide and smiles. It worked perfectly. He looks down at the cracked whistle in his hand. You guys, it is actually a barbarian whistle. It is a tactical tool for orders. In his past life, Jig befriended the Mohacan tribe and learned their secret signals and how to make this instrument. The signal he just sent means outsiders are trespassing on sacred ancestral ground. See how clever our guy is? People call them savages, but they have their own culture. This cheap whistle was really only meant for one use anyway. Alright, time to find the real ruins. With the assassins out of the way, Jig follows the map toward his secret goal. It does not take long before he finally reaches the ancient ruins of Kaisa. But inside, the assassins are the least of his problems. There is something way scarier here. Jig peeks around a corner to investigate. He spots a massive monster with 9 heads, constantly scanning the area. You will not believe the size of this thing, the system warns him. Corrupted dragon worm detected. Our hero is just stunned. It is just one nightmare after another, is it not? What on earth is a dragonkin snake anyway? According to the minimap, the door is right up there. System, can you get that door open for us? Zeke wonders aloud, and our favorite system delivers right on cue, confirming the admin request. It is connecting to Hero King Kaiser's resting place right now, initiating the entrance sequence. Just as the notification pops up, that massive stone door rumbles open, revealing a hidden path from behind. But the moment that giant beast notices, it goes absolutely berserk. Zeke can only manage a strained smile. Sneaking past this thing is officially off the table. Thinking fast, Zeke takes a deep breath and triggers his shadowless footwork. This is where the real action begins. His body blurs forward like a bullet, dancing through the monster's terrifying strikes. Our hero is trying to use that speed to completely mess with its vision. Just a little further, he whispers to himself. The entrance is finally right there in front of him. But come on, you and I both know it is never that easy. Before he can reach safety, one of those massive snake heads lunges right for him. It unhinges its jaw to the maximum, slamming into the ground and sending rocks and debris flying everywhere in a total mess. Luckily, Zeke dodges just in time. Honestly, he is starting to get fed up now. He is ready to teach this overgrown snake a real lesson. No sooner said than done. He unleashes the 7th form of the dragon-slaying art, dragon decapitation, shredding the monster's body until it screams in agony. Purple blood sprays everywhere, and some of it lands right on Zeke. Everywhere it touches, the air sizzles with smoke and that nasty burning sound. That forces him to pause. He cannot just attack recklessly anymore. The blood is pure acid. A 9-headed monster with acid for blood? Even his master in his past life barely took one down. A hydra. All right, he thinks, gripping his sword tight. Let's see what you have got. On the other side, all 9 of those heads are locked onto him with eyes that scream pure, unadulterated danger. The hydra lunges with those venomous fangs, and Zeke can only grit his teeth and swing his blade to block. Clang! Steel hits bone in a screeching death march. He cannot even catch his breath before another head roars. Its glowing green eyes look like demon jewels, filling the air with heavy, suffocating killing intent. But Zeke does not back down, even though his body feels like he has just run a 30-kilometer marathon. He slides back, finding his footing while muttering like he is picking a fight with fate itself. Seriously? What is the point of dragon-slaying skills when dragons are extinct? The closest things left are these dragonkin monsters that regenerate instantly. So annoying. He knows his current power is not quite enough to end this. The sanctuary gate is only 30 meters away now. He makes his move, shouting at the top of his lungs. System, close the gate. The system replies with that typical, bored office worker tone, confirming the admin request to seal Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. Boom. The gate slams shut, shaking the entire cavern. Zeke drives his sword into the ground, shattering the rock as a wave of energy freezes the Hydra in fear. Secret martial technique, he roars. Wind slash! A blinding arc of light tears through the air like a reaper's scythe. One head goes flying, and purple blood erupts like some twisted fireworks show as the Hydra screams. Seizing the moment, Zeke bolts for the gate like a lightning bolt. He figures he will leave the beast behind for now and settle the score later. But this Hydra is not stupid. Its eyes flash like high-tech searchlights, instantly spotting his desperate plan to escape. A head lunges, its neck stretching like a rubber band as those rows of jagged teeth snap down, trying to turn him into a human sandwich. He is just steps away from safety when, bam, a lightning-fast bite tears his left arm clean off. Red blood sprays all over the sealed gate. He stumbles inside, face contorted in agony, but still manages to hiss through his teeth. You bastards, you really chased me all the way here? His rage explodes like a volcano. With bloodshot eyes, Zeke points his sword at the beast. You wanted my arm that badly, huh? Then take the rest too. He leaps forward into a storm of steel, slashing at the nearest head. Blood pours, but his immortal body is already starting to rebuild. Right before our eyes, a brand new arm begins to grow, the bones knitting back together like some kind of living magic. The Hydra is losing its mind, screaming in pain and frustration. It spits out a thick cloud of green toxic gas, turning the cave into a literal hellscape. Zeke just frowns. Poison mist? Is that your big finish? Then the system chimes in. Warning, you have been poisoned by the Hydra's toxin. Without missing a beat, Zeke pours everything into one final strike. His blade glows like a sun, cutting through the air and the Hydra with a blinding flash. Slash! Another head flies, purple blood raining down. The monster can only stare, helpless against an opponent who simply refuses to stay dead. Drenched in sweat and pale from the poison, Zeke's hand never wavers on his sword. His eyes are still burning with that unyielding will. The last head lets out a final roar, lunging with terrifying speed to drag him down to hell. It is one life, one chance. All or nothing. I am not dying here. At the peak of the crisis, he triggers his dragon majesty. A crushing pressure slams down, making the very air vibrate. He glares at the beast, his voice cold and heavy. I am not playing games with you. Scram, unless you want to be chopped up into sausages. The Hydra growls, then starts trembling violently, sweat pouring off it in massive drops. Totally terrified, it turns tail and bolts like a dog running from a debt collector. Zeke finally collapses, panting. Who knew Dragon Majesty worked on these guys? But the relief is short-lived. His body feels like lead. Wait, why is he still this tired? He is supposed to have infinite stamina. The system pops up like it is mocking him. You have terrified the corrupted Dragonkin. Do you want to use your Dragon Mastery to tame the target? Jack's eyes light up. That Dragon Majesty actually worked. He's stoked, thinking he just scored a legendary free pet. He checks the screen, but then bam, denied. He doesn't have the admin rights to tame a Hydra. Huge fail. Jack's losing it, screaming, no admin rights? Are you serious? I really thought I was getting a top-tier pet. Then a massive headache hits him like a dragon kicked his skull. He's shaking and pale, looking totally wrecked. The system drops a cold warning. Hydra venom levels are critical. Jack hisses, damn it, is my healing useless now? Is it game over? Not yet. Jack has a light bulb moment. His Devour skill can turn anything into pure energy. He figures eating this monster will give him resistance. Without a second thought, Jack fires up his Devour ability. The Hydra's body starts melting like a hellish furnace. The system tracks him consuming that giant severed head. Tainted energy detected, but it's being consumed. The system reports the progress in that boring, monotone office worker voice. Target absorbed. His Devour skill just jumped to mastery. He's got his strength back and some new poison resistance. The detox kicks in. Suddenly, Jack feels weightless, like he's just taken a dip in a refreshing, magical stream. The poison's gone, wiped away. His muscles are back, and his skin looks like a high-end beauty commercial. System confirmed, Hydra toxin eliminated. Now he's got immunity to almost every poison. Just look at that status screen. It looks like a gold medal. Rank 1 low-level admin, name Jack, immortal class, and a totally unique rank. Look at these titles. Blessed by the Ancient Dragon and Heir of Terakan. He's got a 100-slot inventory now. He's got his minimap and quest book. His skills are insane, auto-healing, mental defense, and bottomless stamina for battle. His standard skills are all A rank, from Weapon Strike to Aura Reflection. But we're here for the Dragon skills. Dragon Eye, Majesty, and Devour are all mastery. He's even got Dragon Scale Armor and Claws at level 2. Level 3 skills need 300 points. He's got 465 karma points. Plus, that poison immunity. Jack's got a smug grin. Anyone using poison will just hurt themselves. But that word mostly has him worried. Poison's not a problem now, but he's actually stunned that Devour leveled up. You and I know how rare that is. That skill almost never levels up unless you hit specific targets. Hunting system targets clearly pays off big time. He's back on his feet, walking tall. Now he knows. Hunt the system's targets and the rewards will be legendary. Jack's annoyed the Hydra, slowed him down. He's focused on King Kaiser, the half-human, half-elf legend we all love. Born to a sage and an elf king, Kaiser's life was hard. A dark witch separated him from his parents. Luckily, an S-rank sacred wolf found him as a baby and raised him. Talk about an epic origin story. Kaiser grew into a powerhouse washboard abs and an aura that could stop a heart. The guy was a beast. He liberated humanity and built the kingdom of Kronos. It's the kind of story every kid grows up hearing. But now, Kronos is just a ghost story. It's like Kaiser never existed outside of those dusty old books. Standing in the ruins, Jack's a bit underwhelmed. It's beautiful, but he's thinking, wait, I thought it'd be bigger. He shrugs it off. It feels a lot like the Dragonkin Sanctuary Mysterious, and definitely like a main quest location. He hits the ancient gate and the system pings. Kaiser's mark is confirmed, and the sanctuary is finally opening. Jack doesn't hesitate. He steps inside, greeted by the blue glow of a crystal holding the kingdom's soul. He touches it, wondering if this is Kaiser's vision. Then, the system alarms go off. The quest is live. Jack's jumping out of his skin, yelling, "Whoa, wait. A quest? Did anyone actually ask if I was ready?" The system doesn't care. He's locked in until it's done. Then, bang, the door slams, leaving Jack totally panicked. The quest is called The Path of King Kaiser. He has to track down every trace of the king's legacy. No time limit. But check out that reward. The Elf King's Tears. Jack's definitely intrigued by that one. Kaiser's mom blessed humanity. Now, Jack's realizing he's about to get her actual tears. This is huge. He looks at that glowing crystal like it's a high-level boss. You can tell he's starting to feel nervous. His mom can grant any wish, but the reward is her tears? Jack's just standing there, totally stunned. He doesn't even know what they do, but it's clearly a super treasure. He's asking, how do we progress? The system pings back, cold as ever. Admin confirmed. It's starting to pull data from ancient magical recording devices. 546 videos found, but only 12 fit. The screen flickers to life. The first one is starting. The images are blurry and the language is ancient. But don't worry, the system's going to translate everything. Guys, look at that! Kaiser appears, looking like a total god and radiating pure power like a whirlwind. Then he drops the ultimate question. What exactly is a sword? It is just a sword, obviously. He is calling out all those posers who talk big about philosophy but cannot land a single decent hit. It is honestly ridiculous. Suddenly, someone screams for Satan to keep the camera steady. The screen shakes wildly, and you can see Jack just freezing up. He cannot believe his eyes right now. That is the legendary hero King Kaiser speaking, and his loyal guard Satan is the one filming this iconic moment we are watching. So this is not a fake, it is actual historical footage. Kaiser raises his blade, and the cold steel literally slices through the shadows. It is so cinematic. Even through a screen, Jack feels like he is being stabbed. He is shaking so hard he just collapses, drenched in sweat from pure terror. He is thinking what we are all thinking. That pressure is insane for just a video. Is this really the legendary Hero King's true power? Jack's eyes light up like a kid on Christmas. He is totally hooked. He orders the system to replay the video immediately, and it confirms his request. It has been 4 days since Jack got locked in here. It looks like a dungeon, but it is actually a hardcore training ground for Kaiser's heir. He has got 3 doors in front of him. The first is packed with a month of food, and the second is basically a 5-star hotel suite. The third room is full of gear and manuals. Jack spends every waking hour swinging his sword, trying to copy Kaiser's moves over and over again. But he just cannot capture that world-crushing aura. Suddenly, the system announces he has mastered Kaiser's basic elemental sword style. Talk about a level up! Jack is stunned. Elemental swordsmanship? Then a flood of notifications hits him like a tidal wave, signaling the end of his basic training phase. Now, for the real test. Summoning the soul of Hero King Kaiser himself. A magic stone glows, and this majestic, ghostly figure begins to materialize. The man steps out like a living legend from ancient times. It is the immortal king of Kronos, Kaiser. Jack is just standing there, totally pale. He is wondering if the real Hero King is actually standing right there. Before he can even process it, Kaiser grips his hilt with a death stare. Jack has no idea what he did wrong, but boom, Kaiser lunges like a lightning bolt, swinging his blade down with insane speed. Jack barely blocks it. The sound of clashing steel shakes the whole room. He is literally screaming, asking why he is being jumped out of nowhere. Then, bang. Kaiser's explosive power sends Jack flying like a dry leaf. He ends up rolling across the floor, looking absolutely wrecked. Jack is covered in scratches and gasping for air. Kaiser just looks down and tells him to get up, asking if he thinks this is a game. Jack stumbles up, thinking this teaching by beating method feels way too familiar. It is exactly like how his master treated him in his first life. Kaiser starts lecturing him while he walks, almost like he is preaching. He says if the old knights saw Jack struggling like this, they would probably die. The pressure from Kaiser is like a mountain, but Jack is just confused. Is this a test or is he just being bullied? Kaiser swings again. A massive shockwave tears through the ground right toward Jack. He is yelling now, convinced this guy is actually trying to murder him. Jack barely dodges, thinking this guy is a total monster in human skin. But then, Kaiser actually cracks a little smile. Creepy, right? Kaiser is looking at him like some kind of muscle freak, and Jack just wants to hit him, but he stays focused and decides to play along. He grips his legendary blade, and his aura just explodes. Jack charges forward, and Kaiser is actually surprised, wondering if he is Satan's student. It finally worked. Is that power the Aurora? Jack does not even answer. He just lunges forward, his sword cutting the air like literal lightning. But Kaiser just casually blocks him like he is trimming grass. He just tilts his head, thinking something is still missing from the technique. Jack is straining so hard, his face is turning red. He is totally exhausted, but Kaiser just smirks and says it is all about having fun. Kaiser tells him to show everything he has got. Then boom, both clash in a fight that literally shakes the entire world. Their swords are clashing like New Year fireworks. But slowly, Jack starts fading, and he ends up getting crushed. It is not even close. So this is the Hero King's true strength? Jack just looks up with a grin, though. He is not about to give up that easily. Jack starts spamming his skills. The system goes wild, activating one-hit kill, haste, combo slash, and even the Dragon Claw all at once. In an instant, Jack transforms into a raging dragon whirlwind. His aura is blinding, and his sword style is exploding like a literal volcano. He charges right at Kaiser, and the sheer heat of the battle makes the whole area shake like it is about to fall apart. But Kaiser is not holding back either, summoning a massive clawed hand to deliver a lethal blow. Standing in the dust, he admits he is fascinated by how a human has dragon skills. Suddenly, Jack manages to slip behind him. You can see a tiny spark of surprise flash in Kaiser's eyes for the first time. Kaiser notices the elemental power too. Jack uses his movement skill, turning into a blur of illusions as he rushes the Hero King again. Bang! Two massive powers collide, creating a shockwave that rocks everything. It is a pure symphony of sword intent and raw energy clashing together. Aura and killing intent are everywhere, but Jack still loses. No miracles here, guys. He is just lying there on the ground like a sad, flattened pancake. A moment later, he wakes up looking totally dazed. He is literally wondering who he is and where the heck he even is anymore. He is surrounded by rubble, trying to figure out what happened. Meanwhile, Kaiser is just sitting there chill, looking like he is having afternoon tea. Kaiser smirks and calls him weak, but admits he has talent. He is actually interested in Jack's crazy combo of Satan, dragon, and elemental powers. Jack is still lying there like a log, head spinning, but then Kaiser's face changes. He leans in close, like he has found something even better. Kaiser asks if his soul is connecting with the spirit world. Jack is just confused, wondering what on earth a spirit world even is. Kaiser continues his lecture as usual. This legend has crossed the line between life and death more than once in a human body. Using elemental force makes sense, but Jack is just standing there wide-eyed. His brain is clearly melting from all this mystical logic. He sighs, totally lost. I have heard you mention Satan, the spirit world, and elemental force, but I do not understand a thing. Kaiser gives him a sharp, deadly smirk. Are you playing dumb? He starts walking, hand on his sword, sounding like an absolute boss. Do you not have a bigger goal than these trifles? He stops and turns, eyes glowing. What you are actually learning is the elemental sword. Elemental force is the pure essence of nature, the foundation of the universe. Water, fire, earth, and leaves are the four supreme elements. And the elemental sword is the absolute peak forged from those legends. To prove it, Kaiser releases an insane burst of raw power. It is like a divine hurricane tearing through space, cracking the ground wide open. He bellows, "This is the storm sword. It is wind force, one of the big four." He explains that the core of the elemental sword is E, that cosmic energy you know. Jack is standing there looking like he has seen a ghost. He is thinking, wait, what on earth is happening right now? It sounds like magic, but he is moving like a pure swordsman. Suddenly, Kaiser spins around. All right, now it is your turn. Jack is frozen, his mind a total mess. Is E really the source? He cannot feel any energy from Kaiser. What is the secret? He hesitates, then asks how to convert E into elemental force. Before Kaiser can even answer, poof, his sword suddenly erupts into bright flames. The flames look like they will burn through space. Kaiser just laughs. Just do it like this. Who needs a long explanation? Jack is standing there like a lost puppy. Why are all his mentors like this? He realizes he is not sensing enough energy. It is like trying to catch a weak Wi-Fi signal. He has to focus completely, but he nods and says, "Yes, I will try." Jack is thinking hard. Don't believe everything you see. If this is elemental force, maybe my own spirit chronicle is related to this? He tries to summon the wind system, but 3 seconds later, wham! A massive blow to the head nearly explodes his brain. It is Kaiser, looking totally annoyed. "I told you to use elemental force! Who gave you permission to use that clumsy sorcery?" Jack is holding his head in pain. Sorcery? The spirit source? Kaiser snorts. Yes, that is a secret only the dragon tribe can use. For a human, it is suicide. Every use cracks your soul. Who is the idiot who told you this was a skill for entertainment? Kaiser tells him to try again. Suddenly, Jack remembers absorbing that heart in the resting place of the Dragon Slayer. Back then, the system said the Dragon Record skill was locked. His maturity level as an administrator just was not high enough yet. If his power comes from that source, unlocking it means he will finally control the Spirit Chronicle. Now, he has a reason to grow. While Jack is daydreaming, Kaiser loses his patience and raises his sword. "Are you done? Or do you need another beating to wake up?" Jack jumps up like a spring. "I am up. You and I can see that this applied training is way more brutal than the basics." Between his gifted body, Kaiser's deep demonstrations, and all those unforgettable beatings, Jack is finally starting to grasp the elemental sword's core principles. The elemental sword uses E as a bridge to summon spirit power. Once you master the energy, the rest is not that impossible. After days of sweat, tears, and nosebleeds, Kaiser finally speaks. "Don't get cocky. The advanced stage will make you wish you were dead. Take a break today." Jack salutes like a rookie. "Yes, master, but while we rest, could I ask you a few things?" Kaiser nods, but he is literally hovering in the air like some lightning-wielding god. It is enough to make anyone stop and stare. Jack notices these faint, dancing lights around Kaiser. You have to wonder, is that what elemental force actually looks like in person? Jack gets straight to the point. "When we first met, you saw me use Aurora and called me Satan's disciple. What does that mean?" Kaiser looks surprised for a second, then starts telling this legendary story. "Aurora, yes, that was the name. I called you that because your technique was created by Satan. He claimed humans could not learn elemental swords, yet he built this foundation. Worst of all, he ignored Kaiser's skills to spread his own." Kaiser's eyes go dark. That man, Satan Draka, was a total bastard. Jack is absolutely stunned. Satan Draka? Was he really the noble knight and the hero king's most trusted servant? The founder of Aura Training is a Draka? Does this mean the Draka family ancestor was an ancient figure named Satan all along? Why has nobody ever mentioned this before? Still dizzy, Jack asks. "And the spirit world where the spirits live, what is it exactly? I have felt the power of the spirits, but I still cannot imagine what that place is actually like in reality." Before he finishes, Kaiser snaps his fingers like a magician. Suddenly, a massive hurricane swirls into an invisible wall right in front of them. Jack touches it, and it feels like compressed concrete. He is amazed he never knew wind force could be used in this way. Kaiser's voice echoes through the storm. "It is complex, but think of the spirit world as the underworld, and our world as the living. Once your body leaves this world and enters the spirit world, there is no coming back. It is a one-way trip, no return ticket. If you are stuck there, you are gone forever." Jack stammers. "But didn't you say part of your soul is still trapped there? So why is he standing right there as a spirit?" Kaiser relaxes, and you can see this hazy moonlight energy swirling around him like mist. He just stretches out and says, "Honestly, I have never seen someone like you. But apparently, there are ways to cheat the rules of the spirit realm." He gives this smug little smirk and says, "Take me, for example. I was lucky enough to have a dragon help me out." Zeke is absolutely floored. "Dragons?" he stammers. "Wait, a dragon helped a human? You have to be joking. I have never heard of that happening before." Kaiser looks at him like he is ready to throw a punch. "What are you talking about? Out of everyone, dragons are the ones who value humans the most." Zeke just stands there like a fish out of water. He is so confused. Dragons like us? Did not Bahamut almost wipe out the entire world? He thinks to himself, the relationship between humans and dragons back then must have been totally different. What on earth is going on here? Kaiser just shrugs with a mysterious glint in his eyes. "I do not even need to explain it, because you are the living proof." He walks up and touches Zeke's chest. "This heart and that tooth you used for your sword, Bahamut gave those to you with his own hands, right?" He laughs, calling Bahamut a grumpy old dog who hates everyone. but says he never turns down a sincere prayer. To me, he makes the dragon sound almost cute. Zeke stays quiet and just scratches his head. He realizes Kaiser and Bahamut were close, so he better hide the fact he actually hunted that dragon. He lies and says his family served Bahamut for generations, earning his loyalty. Kaiser just lets out a big, hearty laugh at that reward for loyalty. Ha, that sounds like him, always looking out for his people. But man, you must have suffered trying to clean up after his terrible temper. He mentions Bahamut used to fight with Kronos all the time too. Zeke is stunned. Wait, was Kronos the name of a dragon as well? He always thought Kronos was just the name of a kingdom. So, you are saying the entire nation was named after a dragon? Kaiser nods, looking all nostalgic. Yeah, because I was the one who made a contract with him. Back then, everyone was suggesting terrible names for the kingdom. Kaiser got annoyed while the dragon was drinking tea and just used his name for it. Zeke is shocked dragons drink tea. I mean, a dragon drinking tea? Zeke is losing it. Do not tell me they could actually shapeshift like in the legends. Kaiser just closes his eyes and smiles. Kronos probably knew what he was doing. Kaiser just wanted that name to be remembered by everyone forever. You and I have to remember, back in Kaiser's day, humans and dragons were like brothers. It was a golden age we only see in history books now. But a dragon with that kind of insane power could easily break the world. If they helped too much, everything would just fall apart. So the dragons made a huge choice. They suppressed their power, turned into humans, and only made contracts with those who were truly worthy. They became these legendary shadows behind history. The people they chose to partner with were known as the dragon contractors. Zeke finally gets why ancient relics are so busted they have dragon power. But he still wonders how such a great bond turned into a war. They went from best friends to bitter enemies. Suddenly, Kaiser snaps at him. Hey, I have been waiting here forever while you daydream. Zeke just jokes that waiting a few more minutes after 2,000 years is nothing. Kaiser's eyes go cold. Let's see how long that attitude lasts. He takes a deep breath and makes a huge announcement. The final stage of your advanced training is a direct duel against me. The air gets heavy, like a mountain is crushing down on them. Zeke thinks it is just another fight, but Kaiser smirks. I am adding a new rule. He holds up one finger. From now on, no eating and no sleeping. We fight nonstop until I decide that you have had enough. Zeke gulps, trying to keep his cool. Okay, so what is the next catch? Kaiser's eyes turn sharp as knives. You can only use the same element as me. Suddenly, the air explodes into flames as he triggers his fire sword. The ground shakes like a volcano. Before Zeke can even blink, Kaiser is in his face. You wanted to know what happens if you fail? His voice is pure ice. If you have more than one life, feel free to try me. He explains that elemental swords have 4 distinct schools. First is the fire school. It is all about raw heat and terrifying flames. It has enough destructive power to just delete anything in its path. Then there is the earth school, which focuses on hardening and restraining the enemy. After that, we have the wind school. Wind is not as strong as fire, but it is perfect for high-speed combat. You can move fast and fire off sharp waves of sword energy. Finally, there is the water school. It is the most balanced one, great for attacking, defending, or supporting. It is incredibly fluid and versatile. Right then, Zeke gets absolutely blasted by a massive wave from Kaiser. He takes a nasty hit right to the chest and goes flying. Zeke is seeing stars. He is thinking, darn it, what just happened? The scale of Kaiser's power is just on a whole different level. He starts thinking back to when he actually managed to pull off a water school move and created that huge pillar of water. Zeke was pretty proud of himself, but his temporary master, Kaiser, was not impressed at all. He just gives Zeke a painful smack on the head. Zeke starts complaining, geez, what was that for, master? Kaiser just shouts right back at him, calling him a total idiot. That was the power of a waterfall, not actual flowing water. Zeke just looks at him blankly. Is not just using the element enough? Kaiser lands on the ground to set him straight. He explains that other elements are about raw force, but water is different. You and I can see Zeke's struggle here. Water is about being soft and using your opponent's strength against them. Now, do it again. Listening to the hero's explanation, my boy Zeke is silently cursing in his head, damn it. What kind of logic is softness over strength? Submitting just because you lack the power to fight back? Losing everything just to survive? Trying to keep his word and protect what is precious he spent his whole life chasing strength. So how can he just accept this talk of being soft? There is no way a few words like that are going to convince a guy like him. Before Zeke can even process it, Kaiser coats his blade in flowing water and charges right in. Our hero has to scramble to raise his sword just to survive the impact. He is thinking this old man must be daydreaming mid-fight, but then the pressure hits. Zeke gets sent flying backward like he is nothing against Kaiser's blade. Now his whole body is trembling from the sheer agony. Right, I remember that after day 15, he basically gave up on even trying to control the pain. It has been at least a month of this insane, non-stop torture. No eating, no sleeping, just an endless loop of clashing steel and constant combat. That is how he learned that infinite stamina isn't a total cheat code. He is facing a literal monster. Damn it, his arms are completely shot and have no strength left. And the ground is a slippery mess. Just as our hero thinks it, his foot slides right out from under him, and his whole body starts falling backward. At that exact moment, a massive explosion from Kaiser's blade sends jagged stone fragments flying in every direction across the training ground. Somehow, Zeke manages to hold on after that brutal attack. A wild smile spreads across his face as he realizes he actually deflected that massive, heavy strike. Overcoming hardness with softness, he finally gets it. From the grip on his sword to his footing, he lets it all go to truly understand Kaiser's words at last. He realizes that forcing the blade was just a cage. He cuts the unnecessary chains and lets the sword flow down like water, finding its own path toward the target. Yes, he definitely felt this same sensation once before in his previous life. The line between man and blade disappears as he becomes one with everything. Suddenly, our protagonist coats his entire sword in a swirling water element. Violent currents of water surge around him, and right across the way, Hero Kaiser is doing the exact same thing to prepare his own strike. They both share a thrill-seeking grin before unleashing their elemental sword techniques, the massive hydraulic field and the horizontal line strike. A blinding flash of light erupts on the battlefield. You can practically feel the shockwave through the air before we cut back inside the training room. Obviously, Zeke was never going to win that fight. He collapses, totally unconscious, while the hero nods with a satisfied smile on his face. Totlum, you carry my legacy now, Zeke Draker. After an unknown amount of time, our main man Jack finally opens his eyes and wakes up. His head is a foggy mess, and he cannot quite focus. Did I pass out? How many times has this happened to me already? First was the fight with Duke, but that was just the system forcing a shutdown. This is the first time since returning that my body just reached its physical limit. Shaking it off, he glances around and calls out for his mentor, the Hero Kaiser. But the hero is nowhere to be found. Zeke guesses that the old man has already slipped back into the spirit realm for now. Now Zeke is just curious about that quest. I think I finally got the hang of that water power at the very end of the duel. Then, the system screen pops up to answer him. Linked quest complete rewards include the Tears of the Elven King, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. Achievement quest complete with bonus time added. Rewards are a system administrator rank upgrade, another 500 karma points, and 3 random gift boxes. System authority is now upgraded to intermediate administrator. New features are unlocked, and the rookie quest book has evolved into the intermediate version. The equipment toggle is on, along with teleport gates and the mini-map. His administrator soul has grown, partially unlocking the third heart of his power. 2 buttons appear. Current seal level is 90%. Seeing the flood of screens, Zeke can't hide his shock, muttering that checking them all will take forever. First, he checks the seal level. It was at 95% after he absorbed that dragon heart earlier. He tried to force it open then, but the system locked it down. He knows from experience exactly what happens when you hold power you cannot control. It looks like he can handle about 10% now, which is huge. Even Dragon Tongue and Dragonkin dominance are likely tied directly to this seal level. For now, he decides to keep a very close eye on it. Next up, the random gift boxes. Zeke wastes no time opening all 3. And get this, it is a total gear haul. First, these meteor iron boots. Super strong, incredibly light, but no unique skills yet. They only power up as a full set. Box number 2 drops the matching leg guards for the set. And for the final pull, a pair of earrings. These glass earrings are stunning. They boost mana recovery by 15%, though the note says they match a red dress. Weird flex. Out of everything, Zeke is vibing with the earrings most. He knows selling these to a mage would make him filthy rich. Plus, he finally finished the set with those boots and guards. Now, time for the random skill cards. What could be inside? Zeke is not waiting another second. He hits the skill gacha immediately. The system locks in a C-rank skill, Static Electricity. It is basically a taser skill to shock targets. Next, he pulls a C-rank Flash Bomb. This is looking like a solid kit. Flash Bomb creates a blinding explosion to kill visibility. Then comes Sonic Break, another C-rank skill for the collection. Sonic Break just blasts annoying noise to deafen enemies. Zeke's face drops though. These are all just basic low-rank skills. He feels robbed. After all that struggle, where are the S ranks? He tests static electricity anyway, coating his dagger in sparks. Looking at the lightning dancing on his blade, Zeke starts cooking up some seriously genius combat ideas for that skill. For C rank, this power is actually legit. If he combos Flash Bomb and Sonic Break, it beats any artifact he has. And check this out, his authority level increased, unlocking a brand new system feature. Now things are getting interesting. There it is, a toggle feature that lets him use equipment just like skills. Zeke goes into full strategist mode, thinking this over. Using gear as skills is a total lifesaver. Since he already has infinite stamina, he should save these slots for something else. That is the plan, at least. But a second later, his expression shifts and he shakes his head. He is rethinking. Even perfect powers have flaws. What if he runs into another monster like Kaiser again? Infinite stamina might not be enough then. He still does not know the limits of his healing. Just to be safe, Zeke decides to buy some emergency items for himself. He grabs an A-rank healing elixir, leaving him with 1,465 points. He slots it right into that new toggle. This thing is a masterpiece by JB bin Hassan. It instantly heals massive wounds and restores all his energy. Note says it will not work twice on the same person, but Zeke is still pretty happy with the purchase. A bit pricey, but worth every point. Now for the real prize, the item called the King's Tears. Get ready, guys. He pulls out a glowing blue bottle. These are the tears Kaiser shed when he fell for that evil sorcerer's trap. This can summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm once. But instead of celebrating, Zeke looks absolutely terrified. He saw firsthand how insanely strong Kaiser was. He is literally thinking, I am supposed to summon the Fairy King? Legends say the Fairy King grants wishes. If the stories about Kaiser are true, this could mean a free wish later. But he only gets one shot. He cannot just waste it. For now, he is tucking it away for a rainy day. He stashes the bottle and heads out of the ruins. Suddenly, a red magic circle glows on the forest floor. Zeke spawns right in the center. He looks around and realizes he is at the adventurer outpost. The teleport actually worked. This new system teleport is a total game changer. You just pick a spot on the minimap and boom, you are there. Further distances cost more points, but otherwise, there are zero limits. He could even travel between continents with enough points. It is perfect for losing anyone trying to track him. Our boy is already planning how to use this for the future. Then he spots flowers blooming on the trees. Wait, flowers in the dead of winter? Zeke realizes something is very wrong. Time skips ahead as we head to Valhalla, the top-tier knight academy on the central continent. Inside the principal's office, the old man sounds totally done. 15 years as principal and he has never seen this before. A student showing up a whole month late? He just keeps trimming his bonsai while Zeke is internally screaming in pain. He was actually stuck in that place for 4 months. If the principal rejects him now, his whole plan is ruined. He cannot wait another year. Our boy needs to get into the Terakan Draker secure archives no matter what. Zeke has to convince this guy. He bows low and starts spinning his excuse to the principal right then and there. He claims he fell into a deep meditation while training and lost track of time. Principal Frobert Boxer stares him down. Is that the best lie you have for missing orientation? Zeke starts frantically searching for info on this scary old man. Frobert Boxer. This guy was the longest-serving captain of the Royal Guard in the TB Kingdom. A total legend. Even Arthur Draka had to ask him 3 times to take this job. He is a man who lives by honor. Realizing who he is dealing with, Zeke bows even deeper. He admits there is no real excuse for being this late. I can say it 1,000 times and it still will not change the truth, Principal. Across from him, Frobert narrows his eyes, trying to judge if Zeke is actually telling the truth or just bluffing. After a long silence, the principal speaks. Reaching a state of trance is no easy feat. If you were any other student, I would have called you a liar for such a ridiculous claim. But since you were recommended by the Academy Master himself, I will give you a chance. If your training proves more valuable than a month here at Valhalla, I will allow you to enroll. Hearing that, Zeke actually feels a bit annoyed deep down. Even though I hate that that guy is pulling strings for me, I cannot afford to be picky right now. Gritting his teeth, Zeke quickly bows and thanks the principal for the opportunity. Frobert presses a bell on his desk, and a servant immediately rushes in to take orders. He demands an empty training room, be prepared for an immediate evaluation. He also orders the professors from every department to gather at once. The staff member nods and hurries off. The scene shifts to the private training grounds of the elite Valhalla Academy. The professors are already waiting, and man, their aura is intense. Just looking at them makes Zeke break into a cold sweat. He realizes Valhalla really is built different. Every professor here is a legendary knight he has seen in the news at least once. With that in mind, Zeke turns toward Principal Frobert. Seeing that everyone has arrived, the principal gets straight to the point. Since we are all here, show us the results of that training you mentioned. Zeke steps forward and draws the sword from his back, wondering just how much of his true power he should actually show these people. Let us see. What should I give them? I cannot just pull out my elemental blade here. The pressure is insane. After all, these people train the strongest knights on the continent. If I show them some half-baked skills, they will probably just laugh me out of the room. If that is the case, I guess I should get a little serious, right? With that thought, Zeke begins to coat his blade in a brilliant, surging flow of blue mana. The moment they see it, one of the professors cannot hide his shock and lets out a gasp. Wait a second, is that actually an aura blade? The others just stare in total disbelief. Only 15 and already at the level of a blue knight? The youngest record was Sir Aben at 19. This golden awakening really is something else. Their reaction makes Zeke jump a bit as he curses himself under his breath. Oh man, I totally forgot to hold back. After months of fighting Kaiser, I completely lost my sense of moderation. Fortunately, they still think I am only at the Blue Knight level. It is true that before I met Kaiser, my aura had only reached the Blue Knight stage. But since I mastered Heavy Water and the Elemental Blade, I have pushed past my limits to the next level, the Red Knight. The biggest difference between blue and red is how you actually use the power. An aura blade is a technique that sharpens the sword to its absolute limit, magnifying the power of one's imagination into a physical force. While a blue knight can only maintain the initial shape of the aura, a red knight is far superior, able to control and sustain it freely. I am just glad I stopped at the basic aura blade level, or this would have been way more complicated than it already is. Zeke breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Principal Frobert actually has a huge smile on his face as he walks over to congratulate him. Excellent. This result is beyond anything a month at Valhalla could provide. An enlightenment this valuable is worth waiting for, even if it took years instead of just a few months. His sudden change in attitude is so intense, it makes Zeke's skin crawl. He thinks to himself that this guy has turned into a completely different person. Of course, Zeke does not dare say that out loud, so he just bows humbly. Not at all, Principal. I apologize again for missing the ceremony due to family matters. That humble attitude makes the principal feel even better. Haha, I told you it is fine. Now, what about the rest of you? Does anyone object to Zeke's enrollment? The other professors are actually a bit confused, seeing Frobert acting so cheerful all of a sudden. They realize he is always generous when it comes to top-tier geniuses. The group quickly agrees with the decision, stating they have no objections at all. An aura blade that sharpens and clears is rare, even among the most talented knights they have ever seen. Exactly. There is no need for further testing. Hearing this, Principal Frobert nods happily and makes it official. It is settled then. Welcome to the Academy, Zeke Draker. Midland Radless is a massive city located right at the heart of the continent, and it is home to the world-famous Valhalla Academy. Within that grand city, Four Seasons City serves as the residence for the head and the elite pillars of the Draker family, making it their true headquarters. The scene shifts to Zeke's private mansion in Atlas. Just looking at the massive architecture is enough to make our main character feel dizzy. It is stunning, but also feels a bit over the top. Zeke lets out a forced sigh, but the moment he opens the door, colorful confetti explodes everywhere along with a loud shout. Congratulations. Congratulations on getting into Valhalla. The ones behind the surprise party are his master Duke and his friend Andre. Their ridiculous behavior catches Zeke off guard. Master? And even Senior Professor Andre is here too? The messy old man Duke steps forward, patting Zeke on the shoulder while praising him. My disciple, you really are an incredible kid. In all my years, I have never seen anyone brave enough to skip the Valhalla entrance ceremony. Anyway, the hero of the hour is here, so let us get this party started. The old man points inside, leaving Zeke totally confused about what kind of party he is talking about. You and I can probably guess his shock. The moment I stepped into my Atlas mansion, Duke and Andre were already there with a surprise celebration. I wondered why they were not at the academy. It turns out Duke was summoned by the family head and returned to Four Seasons City. Then he just casually moved into my mansion over a month ago. Andre blushes while explaining that he decided to join Valhalla as a teaching assistant. Sorry, but it looks like I will be bothering you for a while. Just hearing that was enough. Zeke knew for certain those two had planned everything out behind his back long before they even spoke to him. Seeing them act so casual makes Zeke want to scream. This is his house, so what right do they have to decide things? Soon, the party ends and everyone starts to head home. Look at Duke and Andre. After smashing back over 10 bottles of wine, they are out cold, like dead pigs right at the dinner table. Meanwhile, Zeke slips away to a local bar. He slides a gold coin to the bartender. "One dark beer, please. I need to have a word with Kay." The mood shifts instantly. Without a word, every man in the room draws a weapon. They silently surround our main character, and things are looking pretty dangerous for him right now. But instead of being scared, Zeke just lets out a mocking smirk. He is totally unfazed by these guys. He flashes the Draker family crest on his gloves. "Well, you want a piece of me?" One look at that powerful symbol and the thugs freeze in their tracks. They awkwardly slink back to their seats. The bartender turns pale and starts apologizing. "Forgive me, I should have stopped them. Let me take you to the branch chief." He gestures for Zeke to follow, leading him toward a secret passage hidden deep in the back of the building. Zeke observes the security as they move. Layered magic seals are everywhere. He has to admit, this is classic K style, keeping everything under lock and key. Before the regression, everyone feared the Draker Blackwings or the Leon Intelligence Bureau. But there was another secret group that operated in the shadows, known to only a few as the Syndicate. In the beginning, they were nothing more than a messy group of low-level smugglers trying to make a quick coin. Then a genius named K turned smuggling routes into an information empire. Zeke remembers his past life, when he was an exile who joined a mercenary group and fought just to stay alive. After fighting every day, he eventually climbed the ranks to become the top assassin of the entire organization. That is when K approached him to clear out vital trade routes. By using those cleared paths, she expanded her network and turned the Syndicate into a powerhouse that rivaled the greatest agencies. Through sheer will and talent, she completely seized control of the Syndicate and turned it into her own private power base. When Zeke lost everything to the Empire, Kay was the one person who truly helped him on his path to revenge. Even if she said it was just business, without her, Zeke never would have reached that relic. Remember, guys, in this world, information is the ultimate weapon. Like Aben's blessing ceremony, the future is a total mystery. But Zeke knows this woman is a force to be reckoned with. If this trade goes well, she will definitely become a powerful ally. With that thought in mind, Zeke is led into a massive warehouse to finally meet the boss. There, in the dark, a young woman strikes a match and lights up a cigarette. She stares at him with a playful, curious gaze. "So, why would the rising genius of the Draker family want to meet with someone like me? But our hero is not here to waste time. Let's skip the small talk. I want a partnership with the Syndicate." Kay looks at him, her curiosity officially piqued by his bold words. A noble pure blood who reached Blue Knight level at only 15 years old. Truly a monster talent that everyone in the family is talking about. Why would someone like you want to deal with criminals like us? Zeke's eyes turn ice cold. Our guy realizes she already knows everything that happened at Valhalla Academy earlier today. Her information network is seriously fast, and she is clearly not someone you can easily hide things from. Zeke reaches into his pocket. "If you are just going to waste time talking, I guess you are not actually interested in doing business. But at least take a look at this. You should at least check out the quality of the merchandise." He tosses the system earrings onto the table, waiting for her reaction. Kay barely glances at them. Earrings? Zeke can tell she does not see their true value yet, so he points out their power. These are not just jewelry, they are a treasure. Put them on and see for yourself, you will be surprised. Kay follows his lead and puts them on. Instantly, she starts to feel the magic flowing through her. Wait, a mana recovery boost? She almost calls the item trash until the magical effect fully kicks in. Her cigarette drops to the floor as her face turns bright red with pure excitement. Increase of 15%? This is absolutely insane. Most treasures in this world only give 1 or maybe 3% at most. This is on a completely different level. This is 5 times stronger than anything else. How is this even possible? He must have a secret source, or maybe he personally excavated this treasure from some hidden ruin. Who is this kid? Really? She wonders, casting a curious glance toward our protagonist. Zeke sees her stunned expression and gives a satisfied smirk. "So, are you interested in making a deal now?" Zeke lays out the terms. "Open an account with the info I provided. You can collect the goods at the Bank of North Atlas once you are ready." From her perspective, She has already figured out Zeke's plan. It is just another request to sell off some high-quality relics with a mysterious and unknown origin, right? 10% commission per item, and a bonus if total profits exceed 10,000 gold coins. That sounds like a fair deal to me. That is exactly the price limit I would have set for this. And get this, he even knows that I am secretly a mage. His intel is top tier, she thinks. She quickly packs the files and gives him a smile. It is a deal then. I am in your care, young master. Zeke smiles back. The pleasure is all mine. But I have to ask, is your family still doing okay? Suddenly, the air in the room turns ice cold. Kay glares at him with lethal eyes. From the shadows, the silhouettes of her dangerous guards begin to emerge and surround him. They grip their weapons tightly, eyes glowing red, with pure bloodlust. It feels like one word from Kay is all it would take for them to lung forward and tear Zeke apart. Then, she coldly asks, "Where did you hear about that?" Instead of being scared, Zeke stays completely chill, like nothing is even happening. "Hey, I was just asking. Why are you so tense? Those threats are cute, but do you really think that is enough to stop me?" Then, he activates his Dragon Might skill, pushing his overwhelming presence and pressure to the absolute limit. Just facing that cold stare is enough to make everyone start sweating buckets, especially poor Kay. She finally realizes Zeke is not someone to mess with. Damn it, my intel was wrong. Is he really just a knight? No way. Even if the entire Atlas branch the whole syndicate attacked him, they would still lose. Ignoring her panic, Zeke sees them calm down a bit and continues. "Should we find a better seat, partner?" Time skips forward to the syndicate branch manager office in Atlas. Talk about luxury compared to that old warehouse. Zeke is holding a piece of paper and looking pretty amused. An oath? Man, this is so classic mage stuff. An oath is a contract mages use to keep each other honest. You just use blood for ink and sign. It is simple but insanely powerful. Once it is active, the signatures actually appear right on your arms. If one person betrays the other, they both die. Looking at our red-haired girl, she still looks pretty salty. She grumbles a bit, telling him that if he gets it, he should just sign already for her own safety. Who knows if he will try to kill her later. Zeke doesn't hesitate and pulls out a sharp dagger. He gives his wrist a quick slice for some blood and signs the paper without a single second thought. Zeke says he will sign 100 of these for her trust. Suddenly, a red magic circle glows above him. The circle turns into a flash of light, flying onto Zeke and Kay's arms to form their permanent signatures. After that, Zeke just makes himself at home on the sofa. "Now, I am officially your new partner. So, back to business. You are shipping Mercenary Soma on those ghost ships of yours, right?" Kay just sighs and rubs her head. "I don't know where you get your intel, but yes, that is correct. I am distributing Mercenary Soma. It is a forbidden drug that is banned in almost every kingdom out there. But in the lawless South, which fell apart after the civil wars, it is a massive source of income." Zeke gets serious now, his voice full of intensity. "Is this all because of the executing order from that family?" Kay lights a cigarette and just shrugs. "Exactly. Even Merkin isn't crazy enough to mess with a transcendent family. The only land route left is the desert, which is strictly under the control of the Ista family. But years ago, Ista suddenly closed all their borders. The South was basically cut off from the rest of us. Zeke jumps in. Land is blocked, and Pavella owns the sea, so you had to use the syndicate's route." Kay agrees, saying that he pays well enough to be treated as a very important VIP customer. Merkin and Pavella are the two big crime groups ruling the lawless South, using the forest as their border. Merkin is north, and Pavella is south. Merkin used the land, while Pavella was forced to use the sea. When the land route closed, Merkin tried to switch to the sea, but Pavella had already claimed it all. Kay gets curious and asks how he even knows about her ghost ship. Zeke takes a moment to think. The ghost ship was Kay's big idea, using stealth magic to dodge both pirates and the Royal Navy. It is the Syndicate's top secret moneymaker. He can't exactly say she's the one who told him in a past life. Zeke just smirks. An intel broker asking for sources? Forget that and focus on Pavella's offer instead. You're right. Pavella approached me lately, offering double the cash if I cut ties with Merkin. Management is considering it. Zeke stops her right there and tells her to refuse. Don't think this is just some game to stop Merkin. If you cave, Merkin loses their route. But what if Pavella is actually those pirates the Silver Knights wiped out? Kay doesn't know who the Silver Knights are, but just hearing that makes her face turn totally pale. She screams that it is impossible. Pavella follows the rules, unlike those bloodthirsty, crazy pirates. Zeke just shrugs his shoulders like it's nothing. That's just the fake image they show to the outside world. Pavela's real goal is to steal the only secret sea route they haven't found yet, the Syndicate's own route. Unlike Merkin, who wants long-term profit, Pavela will rob that ghost ship the second they find out the truth. Kay is looking even worse now. She stammers, asking how he could possibly know they are the same group. Zeke slams the table. Pay up for my intel first, Kay. I will make you the boss, but this fire burns everything. A few knights stroll by, soaking up the sun at the Valhalla training grounds. Zeke looks up at the sky, hands buried deep in his pockets. Honestly, the vibe here is way more relaxed than the usual training academies. My guy is just waiting for his guide to show up. Suddenly, a playful voice hits his ears. A dark-skinned man walks over. Could this be the Zeke the principal was talking about? The guy has this distinct tattoo around his left eye. He reaches out for a handshake, but Zeke just leaves him hanging. He just winks and claps Zeke on the shoulder. Still got that stiff academy smell on you, do not you, buddy? Zeke coldly brushes the hand off. Are you the guide? The guy does not even get mad. He just starts mimicking Zeke's tone. Why so tense, man? You are like a hedgehog with those spikes up. He starts making these overly dramatic, playful gestures. Peace, brother. Like I said, I am the one assigned to show you every single corner of Valhalla. Zeke just stares, man. He never stops talking. The guy keeps going, oh, wait, I almost forgot to introduce myself. The name he drops makes Zeke freeze. I am Diego. He keeps posing, showing off a silver piercing right on his tongue. A new age musician mixing southern beats with medieval tunes. That is me, Diego Villa. Zeke immediately turns to walk away. Right, nice to meet you, Diego. The guy rushes to keep up, joking about how the atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Zeke ignores him completely. Rhythm Knight, that is what he is thinking as he watches this guy ramble on and on. Diego Villa has no idea he is standing next to a future legend, one of the legendary 5-star knights. Before the regression, the 5-star knights were war heroes. We are talking the Silent Knight, Bsoft Castig, the Arena Knight, and Jeff Frick Sunmar. Astere Ladopo, the Tiny Illusion Knight, then Renard Draker the Lightning Knight, and finally, our friend Diego the Rhythm Knight. Diego Villa. Zeke looks at the sky, remembering the rumor that all 5 came from Valhalla. Time to see if it is true. If things go well here, he realizes he could expand his influence faster than he ever imagined. Diego is still chatting away as they walk. Getting hungry? Want some southern food? Zeke admits he does not have great memories of it. That is because you have not been to the right spots. Diego promises the best meal, and Zeke finally takes a bite of a meat pie. His eyes go wide, it is actually good. Diego laughs, bragging about the Valhalla shark specialty they are about to eat. Even as a southern local, I gotta say this is top tier. Zeke has to agree, it really is impressive. Better than the actual native food. Diego gets curious, you have been to the south? Zeke just keeps it vague. After finishing, Zeke gets serious. So, why did a guy from the south come all the way to Valhalla anyway? Diego stirs his tea. It is a long story. But my parents actually ruled a small southern kingdom. A royal rhythm knight? Zeke maps it out in his head. The south is a mess of small states centered around the old Husko kingdom. Most of them probably moved toward the center after Husko fell during that brutal civil war. Diego just spins his spoon with a grin. Basically, you are looking at a noble prince. Zeke cannot believe a royal could be this shameless. My parents insisted on that boring royal sword style, so a genius like me got kicked out to Valhalla. He flashes a bright smile and winks at Zeke again. I would much rather play music than swing a sword. Zeke just sighs, what about the people counting on you, man? Diego's eyes light up. Hey, why do not you join my New Age music club? Zeke shuts that down immediately. They arrive at a crowded hall. Are we even allowed to just barge into a senior class like this? Still got that academy mindset. Valhalla is all about freedom. If it helps you learn, you can go anywhere. Besides, today is not a normal lecture. Word is, something massive is about to happen. Zeke just looks at him, exhausted. Does this guy ever get tired of talking? Suddenly, whispers from the crowd catch Zeke's attention. Is that him? It has to be. Everyone is staring and gossiping. That is the guy who joined Valhalla as the youngest student ever. Zeke Draker, a direct descendant and a genius who beat a trainer. Diego is jaw drops. Wait, what? You are a Draker? Zeke just grumbles, raising his hand to show off that black glove with the gold dragon. The 2 crossed blades are clear as day. What did you think this was the whole time? Diego looks even more confused. This is the pure blood glove, you idiot. The mark of a Draker Awakener. Diego's eyes practically turn into spirals. He starts wobbling. Are you serious? You did not even take it off to eat. I just thought it was some edgy fashion choice. I had no idea that was the legendary pureblood glove. Zeke just smirks coming to Valhalla and not recognizing this. Diego is still in shock, waving his arms around. Zeke laughs to himself, well, that is a pretty normal reaction to a pureblood. Finally, things might get a little quieter. But then Diego just bursts out laughing. No wonder you were acting so high and mighty. Jack grits his teeth and rolls his eyes at this guy. Diego just laughs, throwing an arm around him like they are best friends. Just joking, okay? Suddenly Jack gets pinned down, his lip twitching. He thought the hype would die down, but it is actually getting worse. Then, a loud clap from the stage grabs everyone. It is a man with a powerful build and a voice that demands absolute silence. Every student in the hall freezes. Jack finally understands why it is so packed. Today's grand lecture is being hosted by the academy principal himself. His booming voice echoes through the speakers. You can tell how much everyone was waiting for this. Meanwhile, Diego is hiding behind his notebook. He leans over to whisper, "Hey brother, how are these lyrics? The rhythm is fire, right?" Jack just shuts him down. "If you dragged me here to listen, at least pretend to pay attention." Then the principal skips the boring intro. He announces a special guest immediately. A figure steps out from the shadows, a legend they struggled to invite. The Black Knight of the Draker family. Jack watches closely, his eyes filled with excitement. He is back in Four Seasons City? Is the old man finally returning? A red-haired man with a massive frame waves shyly. It is Duke Draker. The students lose it, whispering about the legendary Storm Knight, Duke Draker. Is that really the Black Knight who vanished without a trace? The rumors about him being seen around the city were actually true this whole time. Duke taps the mic and begins. "I have been away from the front lines for a long time, so I am honored you still remember me." Every student is hanging on his every word. He hopes this morning will be useful, and then Duke Draker starts his real story. He explains his journey from a normal student to a legendary Black Knight. Man, he is surprisingly charming. He just keeps talking and talking about his past. The story goes on for so long that the students are literally face-planting on their desks from pure exhaustion. Jack watches the man on stage, blushing and smiling as he brags. He has been talking about himself for 2 hours straight. When will it end? He keeps going until the principal finally snaps and rushes over to grab the microphone away from him. He has had enough of this. He shoves him aside, apologizing to the sleeping students. "Time is up. Good job, principal." Duke manages one last word before letting go of the mic. Our second speaker needs no introduction. Even with a busy schedule as a Guardian Knight, they made time to be here with us today. Jack's pupils shrink. You see, the Draker family ranks their knights in 4 levels: Junior, Intermediate, Advanced, and the Elite Guardian Knights. It is a 4-tier pyramid. Guardian Knights are at the very top, holding as much power and influence as the family's council of elders themselves. Jack leans forward, restless. There are less than 10 Guardian Knights in existence, so this second speaker must be a total powerhouse. The principal looks nervous, clutching his hands as time slows down. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant silver hair catches the light. The sound of high heels clicking on the stone floor echoes. Jack watches intently. He notes the silver hair and pure white armor. Talk about standing out. The crowd is buzzing, saying how lucky they are to be at Valhalla. Jack is stunned when someone mentions seeing the Silver Knight. He whips his head around in total shock. Wait, what did they say? Long silver hair flows down. Who is this person? The figure smiles, brushing back their hair to reveal sharp, mint green eyes. It is the eldest child of the Draker family, Silver Knight Kali Draker. She is a legend from the port city of Eisen. Today, Eisen is a massive trade hub that controls the sea routes for the entire Delta Republic. It is a gold mine. It connects the southern and eastern continents. But 10 years ago, things were different. Back then, it was a lawless land ruled by criminals. Southern pirates owned Eisen back then. But as soon as she became an official knight, Kali Draker launched a massive campaign to take it back. She spent 5 years hunting them down until not a single pirate dared to show their face. She completely wiped them out. Since then, under Kali's protection, Eisen has been reborn as the largest port city in the entire region. The surviving pirates fled to the Dead Seas. Because of this victory, Kali became the youngest Guardian Knight in history. That is absolutely insane. Even Aben, who had everything before he regressed, never pulled off a feat like this. Now, Kali stands tall before the entire student body. Jack is speechless. He knew a big shot was coming, but he never expected his own older sister to show up. He stares at her. She is a direct heir and a massive rival to Aben Draker in the brutal war for the family's succession. Jack rests his chin on his hand. It makes sense why he didn't recognize her before he regressed. Callie Draker had already passed away. Callie closes her eyes, takes a breath, and taps the podium. Then, she roars for order. The entire hall starts shaking with fear. Jack glances at Diego, who is literally trembling. Everyone was so hyped a second ago, but a Guardian Knight screaming like that is a whole different level of terrifying. Callie clears her throat. Even though the instructor is here, the atmosphere and attitude of the students haven't improved at all. She says Valhalla was never this messy when she graduated. Her words hit like steel, making everyone go silent. Our seniors would be ashamed of this sight. Do you think the peace you enjoy just fell from the sky? No. It was bought with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She warns that knowledge means nothing without action. Jack just watches her, realizing his sister is even more intense than he remembered. Callie slams the podium. Only through bone-breaking practice and strict discipline can you ever call yourselves true knights. Now that is a wake-up call. Our boy just sighed. Honestly, they talk way too much. As the students left the lecture hall, you could hear them whispering about how intense it all was. Like I said, I actually miss the director's lectures now. Jack rolled his eyes, strutting away with his hands tucked coolly in his pockets. Honestly, her advice wasn't half bad, but these childish students just aren't listening. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about that guy, Diego. A memory of a certain rhythm knight waving goodbye with an irresponsible grin flashed through his mind. Sorry about that, man, because spending 5 hours straight on a masterpiece has totally set my artistic soul on fire right now. I've shown you around Valhalla enough, so I'm heading out. Is he really just going to walk away with all that on his mind? Jack pouted, but hey, maybe it's for the best. From now on, he will be busy recruiting talent and getting used to life in Valhalla. While I have some free time, I should probably check out the secure archives of Terakan. No hesitation, he just heads straight there. Time to go hunting. But then, someone calls his name, making him freeze. Zeke Draker. Callie steps up, asking if he has a moment. The two of them face off on Valhalla's central training grounds. Callie unsheathes her blade, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Jack's pupils dilated. He watched her blade closely. Could that be the legendary mithril sword gifted by the Holy City itself? The Holy City used to be plagued by pirates due to its location, but after a massive cleanup campaign, they were finally free. To show their gratitude, they sent a sword and armor made of 100% pure mithril to Callie as a reward. Her Silver Knight title actually comes from that armor. Even as she prepares to strike, Jack just calmly cracks his neck and wrists. I hope you won't hide your true power. He crouches low, stretching his muscles. He didn't expect a blunt challenge like this. Seems she heard the rumors about me reaching the Blue Realm, since I can activate my sword aura now. He slams his massive sword onto the floor. Jack grips the hilt, and the sharp blade blurs through the air, leaving only after images behind. You really want to see my real power? He drops into a stance as his sword erupts in fierce blue flames. Sorry, but I can't do that. Jack narrows his eyes, judging the situation. It's not just her, there's probably a whole crowd of people curious about his real strength. Showing off everything now gets me nothing. Mist swirls around him as he feels the sword anchor itself, like a defensive barrier. The Draker family rule? The strong eat the weak. Reaching the Blue Realm at only 15? That is some next-level talent right there. If they find out I'm actually Red Realm, Simon, the guy I'm fighting for power, will definitely try to take me out, and the family head would just try to keep me under his thumb. If I'm revealing my cards, it'll be after I've surpassed him. A cold, gloomy atmosphere settles between them. Right now, all I need is the title of a descendant from this elite clan. Don't think I'll just be a puppet for the family. At the same time, both of them charge forward with insane speed. Blades collide, sending sparks flying everywhere. Callie swings with pure force, closing the distance and pinning Jack's sword firmly to the ground. Her blade strikes out faster than he expected. The sharp edge slashes right past his eyes, and blood splatters across the training ground. Admin request confirmed, temporarily disabling the healing factor skill. Jack's eyes turn dark, filled with a sudden, murderous intent. Since she's a Guardian Knight, she definitely noticed the healing factor. He remembers the way that red-haired guy used to look at him. How does he recover so fast? Jack's eyes widen. He won't make the same mistake he did with the old director. The exchange continues. Jack leaps into the air, eyes narrowing as he dives down. Callie swings back, her Dianarga breath tearing through the air with a savage wind. A tidal wave of energy surrounds Jack. He glances down, his shoulder is hit. As a Red Realm, holding back at blue level is tough. Callie's power is so intense, the ground cracks beneath her. She lunges toward Jack's head, and both of them are thrown off balance midair. Callie shifts her blade into an offensive stance. A cold, merciless slash cuts through the wind, but Jack manages to block it just in time. The cold air meets high pressure, causing a massive explosion. Thick black smoke fills the arena, while their blades continue to grind together. Any normal sword would have snapped by now. Callie gives a smug compliment on his blade's quality, but Jack just grits his teeth and pushes. A flash of light erupts as they part, and Jack leaps back. The ground where they fought is completely ruined, and he's covered in dirt. Going head-to-head with a Red Realm Knight while limiting himself to blue aura was reckless. His gaze darkens. He'd almost forgotten something important. Callie sweeps low, swinging her sword back. Before she was known as the Silver Knight, she was famous as the Blade of Absolute Power. Her blade slashes through his shoulder, making him cough up blood in agony. The ground shatters around them from the sheer impact and smoke. The smoke clears to show the massive sword planted in the ground. An invisible, crushing pressure radiates out. Callie frowns. Did she go too far? Suddenly, her eyes light up. Through the swirling smoke, Jack stumbles out of the wreckage, covered in wounds, leaning against the wall for support. But hey, this performance isn't half bad, right? Jack smirks, wiping the blood from his lips. So, how was that? Are you satisfied yet? Callie sheathes her sword through the dust, sounding amazed. Incredible. You actually blocked that strike? You've gone way beyond what I expected. Callie takes a deep breath, wanting to discuss something important, but Jack suddenly collapses from exhaustion. She rushes over, shouting in worry, asking if he's okay. Seeing his severe internal injuries from overusing his aura, she quickly pours a top-tier healing potion into his mouth, telling him to drink slowly. All right, you and I have to see this. After drinking that elixir, his whole body glows red, and his face instantly regains its color. On the system, a notification confirms the administrator request, activating the healing factor skill as a permanent state. Looking around, it seems this spot is safe for now. Zeke lies there, thinking pausing and then restarting his healing factor was all just a show. He even suppressed his power to look like a blue realm beginner. And when that massive sword came down, instead of blocking it, he intentionally used minimal defense to take the hit. Strangely, right before impact, a weird gap appeared, letting the rest of his plan go perfectly. Next up, letting Callus Aura into his aura-resistant body to naturally create those internal injuries. Now, Callie totally believes he can use aura, and thinks he just overexerted himself. Zeke sits up as Callie asks, "Feeling better?" He gives a calculating smile and replies, "Yes, thanks to you, I appreciate it." Seeing he is okay, Callie nods and stands. "Just call me sister," she says warmly. Meanwhile, in a quiet Atlas alleyway, a carriage pulls up to the street. Inside, Callie hands him some tea, mentioning she heard he likes it. It is a special Eastern blend, and Zeke feels pretty awkward about the whole thing. "Oh, thanks, sister." He thinks back, even the family head said that. How far did this tea rumor actually spread? Looking at the city outside, Zeke wonders, is this really the inside of a carriage? It looks nothing like this from the outside. Callie explains it is disguise magic, since a royal guard carriage draws way too much attention. Zeke thinks to himself, first the dojo, now she is sneaking me out of the city in this carriage. Now pay attention here. He asks if there is something too private for others, but when Callie mentions the massacre knight, Awaken Draker, Zeke completely freezes. As his image appears, her voice rings out. "I need you to help me stop him." Callie looks at him with total determination. Zeke is confused. "Wait, what did you say? Isn't Master Aben the second young master of the Draker family?" She looks down at her tea and apologizes for the suddenness. As Zeke takes a sip, she begins to explain the situation. Right now, Aben is breaking the neutrality oath, one of the most sacred rules of their entire family. The oath forbids interfering in national wars, but he is siding with the Rome Empire in their conflict against Alencia. Zeke puts his cup down, thinking, Aben is moving this early? He asks if the Four Seasons city knows, but Kali says they ignore it. The city is divided. Some elders have already joined the Empire in Abend. Zeke wonders if the elders are being manipulated. Kali confirms that only a few still remain truly neutral. Hearing this, Zeke continues the thought. Even a conservative council only stays neutral instead of opposing him? It is just a matter of time before they all give in. She nods, agreeing his take is spot on. They are investigating his methods, but they cannot just wait for evidence while Abend keeps moving. War will break out soon. It is unavoidable. Zeke furrows his brow at the grim news. He realizes her prediction was perfectly accurate. It has been 3 years since his regression, meaning in 7 more years. Draker will fall to Abend, the Rome alliance will form, and a great war will consume the continent. the body count will be staggering. The sky will turn black, and the earth will be stained red with blood and ash. Kali speaks up, her mind finally made. She reaches out, determined to build a force strong enough to stop Abend, who is slowly taking over the Draker leadership. He thinks controlling the top means everyone else will follow, but a true knight never bows just because of power. They only bow to ideals and justice. She plans to gather commoner knights, the true heart of the city, to stand for their beliefs. But she won't force Zeke. He is young, a pure-blooded awakener, with a bright future and plenty of choices ahead of him. Zeke sips his tea, calculating. Now he finally understands the real Kali Draker. She has an iron will but is humble enough to bow for what is right. A truly honest and pure soul. Thinking back to that sword strike, he realizes that gap was likely because she was worried about hurting him. It is like she has two sides, the tough, upright Draker warrior on the outside, but someone surprisingly soft-hearted on the inside. She takes a sip. If this fails, it will be seen as treason, so she tells him to think carefully. Zeke thanks her for her concern. Outside, the horses keep galloping. Inside, the tension is thick until Zeke speaks up clearly. I have already made my choice. Kali listens as he admits that, while he is still inexperienced, he wants to fight alongside her and her knightly spirit. A small smile forms on her lips as she thanks him warmly. Later, Zeke arrives at the Valhalla research area. Checking the system, he realizes the corruption in the family started much earlier than in his past life. He originally planned to leave the Draker family to avoid Abend and build his own power for the coming Great War. But now that he has found someone with the same goal, he has no reason to run away anymore. Honestly, this is the perfect chance for him to stay and fight from inside the family. What a win! I can watch Abend's every move from here. By using Kali as a shield, all that suspicion on me should finally vanish. But first, I need to become an official knight. That way, I can pull the public's support over to Kali's side. See, Kali was the eldest daughter, but in my past life, she lacked the pureblood status and political backing to win. She couldn't stop Abend back then, and her plan to fix the Draker family failed. But I'm a pureblood awakener now. If I declare my support for her, we can totally flip the script on Abend. Honestly, just thinking about it is annoying. I can't believe I have to take this stupid knight exam. Anyway, you and I can see we're finally getting close. The Central Library's Valhalla district. Our guy is certain his real target is hidden deep within Terakan's secret archives. Inside, the air feels strange and warm. The system pings secret archive reached. Zeke looks around, totally unimpressed by this place. He touches the dusty books and scoffs. What a letdown. This place is just a rundown room filled with useless junk. The system marked this spot, so I expected something legendary. You know, like a dragon's heart or a rare fang. Was this all for nothing? But then click. His foot hits a hidden switch, and the system suddenly screams to life. Data update found. A flash of light blinds him. Zeke stares ahead, completely stunned by the sudden notification on his screen. Syncing with admin Terakan Draker? Wait, does this mean Terakan had a system just like mine? That is absolutely huge. A hidden bookshelf appears. No wonder no one ever found it. It only reacts when the system's power is active. Notifications start flooding in. Terakan's secret archives are now officially linked and synced with Zeke's own administrator system. From now on, Zeke can access all of Terakan's data. The system even suggests some new ways to view it all. We've got organizational management, dragon slaying version 5.21, and even some growth-boosting quotes. Talk about a weird collection. Zeke isn't interested in the complicated stuff. Skimming the titles, nothing really stands out to him at first glance. System, find me the one that will help me grow the fastest. The request is processed and confirmed instantly. A perfect match has been found. Zeke spots a glowing book tucked away in the corner. There it is. He picks it up. The secret dragon slaying technique. He flips through the pages, but he's never heard of this before. Then he sees the author and freezes. His eyes go wide. This was written by Hero King Kaisa's closest ally. It's Sutton Draker. Zeke can't believe his eyes. Outside, the moonlight casts a ghostly glow over the ancient room. The text begins, I, Sutton Draker, created the dragon-slaying sword art for one reason, and one reason only. Humans and dragons were linked by the great Hero King. Because of him, even weak humans could form contracts. But make no mistake, dragons don't help us out of kindness. They just pity us because we're so incredibly weak. We were always lacking, yet human civilization exploded across the continent once those contracts started multiplying everywhere. But that growth terrified me. If these supreme beings only helped out of pity, they could turn on us anytime. If that fear ever came true, humanity would be wiped out. We'd be gone before we even knew what hit us. Total extinction in a single night. That's why I started searching for a way to fight back against them. I thought of magic first, but that was the dragon's gift. They literally carved magic circles into our human hearts. Fighting dragons with magic is like using their own power against them. It's completely impossible and honestly just foolish. Next was the Hero King's elemental sword, a power even dragons fear, but that's only for the royal elves. Since I didn't have that bloodline, I devoted my entire life to finding a brand new power for humanity. I tried everything to break human limits. Northern swordplay, Eastern mysteries, you name it. Ironically, Kronos actually helped me. The Hero King's own dragon said he was doing it for fun, but his eyes told a different story. After years of research, we finally found it. A completely new source of energy called aura. It's not magic or elements. It's a power only humans can unlock. After the king passed, I kept digging. Finally, my research bore fruit. I organized everything I knew about the concept and the flow of aura energy. I turned it into the secret dragon slaying technique and sent it to every kingdom I could find. But the world is lazy. People would rather use the easy powers given to them by the dragon's gifts. My sword art required blood, sweat, and tears, so everyone ignored it. Luckily, the dragons haven't betrayed us. Yet. As I write this, the danger hasn't arrived, but I know one day, this sword style will be necessary. Zeke reads the final line. If you found this, understand my heart and train until you master this art. Suddenly, the system flares up. Achievement Quest, successor of Sutton. It's time for him to learn the dragon-slaying sword. All right, guys. 3 months, rewards, and the coordinates for the Kronos Kingdom treasure. Zeke is just stunned. It appeared right after reading. He gives this excited grin, tucking the book away. A treasure from the Kronos Kingdom? It has to be full of legendary artifacts. Zeke starts thinking it through. A 3-month limit? Could this mission actually be even tougher than finding the elemental sword? Looks like he has to focus everything on the dragon-slaying sword art now. He admits the Hero King was right after all. Thinking back, who knows how long it has been since the Hero King? But everything happened exactly as the old man feared. The Liberation War was the result. He asks the system if there is any more data in this secret library, like Terakan's diary. System confirms the admin request immediately. It found a match. Now playing the magic video records of the Diary of Terakan. The screen vanishes and the world starts warping around him. Zeke stays alert, realizing the space is actually changing to his will. It is just like the tutorial when everything starts distorting. Then, boom, Zeke is suddenly dropped right into the middle of a wasteland. Where is this? His eyes flare with energy as he analyzes the area. It is a system projection. Suddenly, light strikes the ground. He shifts his weight, releasing a burst of power. Zeke gets into a defensive stance as a massive monster erupts from the sand. The system triggers the unyielding will slide skill. Zeke just gives a nervous laugh, amazed at how real this simulation actually feels. Rocks fly everywhere as a massive dragon appears. He is impressed. No wonder they were called the peak of all species back then. Dragon. A voice makes Zeke jump. Bahamut? He looks up at the terrifying beast and finally realizes what is happening here. That monster is the evil dragon Bahamut. Then, Zeke notices a shadow slowly approaching from behind him. He breaks a sweat, glancing back. He did not feel any presence until the guy spoke. Zeke stares at the blurry, mysterious face. This guy is a complete monster in a totally different way than Bahamut. Suddenly, the figure walks right through Zeke. He stays on guard, feeling totally weirded out. Did he just get phased? This really is just a recorded memory he stepped into. You and I are watching the legendary final battle. Is this Terakan, Draco, and Bahamut about to settle it once and for all? The dragon swings a claw, but Terakan blinks away. Zeke is losing it with excitement. It is finally starting. This legendary duel was only told in whispers, but it is happening right here. The dragon stomps down, shattering the entire earth. But Terakan does not even flinch. He just stares ahead. The dragon gets close, mocking him. Why are you hesitating now, Terakan? He stays dead silent, just looking down at the ground in front of the massive beast. It says how disappointing he is for a chosen contractor. Zeke is completely shocked. Wait, what did that dragon just say? Terakan was Bahamut's contractor? Like Caesar and Kronos? Then the legend of him killing Bahamut was actually, what? His eyes go wide. The world starts glitching and high-pitched screeches fill the air. Zeke panics. Why is this happening now? He looks back at them. totally frustrated. He cannot hear a single word they are saying. System, can you fix this? The system says it cannot process the request. Zeke grinds his teeth, sweating. Then, a sudden noise makes him spin around. Zeke's face turns cold with killing intent. He looks toward the sound and spots a blurry figure standing right behind him. Memories flood back. Kaiser is laughing, asking how a contract dragon could ever actually go and harm its own master. It is completely ridiculous to him. He is certain that a dragon would never, ever betray a human being. If there is betrayal, it always comes from the human side. Suddenly, the dragon erupts in purple energy, looking completely stunned. The beast turns into purple dust and begins to vanish. Zeke turns pale. He cannot believe Bahamut is just turning into ash. Only Terakan is left in the dust. But then, something appears that makes him freeze. What is that thing? A dark heart and black claw are floating in red energy. Zeke knows those. They are the same items from the sanctuary. He finds it strange. When dragons die, they usually just leave a few parts before turning into ash, right? Zeke looks at his hands, thinking, if pureblood armor is made from skin, Bahamut must be special. Then, everything goes pitch black. The scene flashes white and dark streaks fly past. Back in the room, Zeke is confused. Did the video just end there? He sits on the floor with a heavy sigh. This is all so confusing. Night has fallen, making the library feel totally eerie. He checks the system. Since the Valhalla trip, he linked the system to Terakan's room to check records from anywhere. He replayed the diary, but it glitched at the same spot. He still has no idea what they said at the end. He did not get much from the library scan, but he did discover one massive secret. The true dragon sword art is the actual origin of dragon slaying. Terakan just simplified it to make it easier to learn. But the easy version is so weak it cannot even hurt real dragons. It barely deserves the name dragon slaying art. Still, it works if you adapt it to yourself. Despite the low power, it was a practical success for everyone else. Right now, one thing is bugging me more than anything. You and I are looking at a huge conspiracy here. Terakan's real diary is totally different from the legends. In the stories, Terakan is a classic hero who took down 3 dragons to bring peace and prosperity. You know, the typical legendary tale we see everywhere. The public story is close, but there is one massive secret missing. Nowhere does it mention that Terakan and Bahamut actually had a soul-bound contract with each other. No, this definitely wasn't just a mistake. Zeke snaps out of his thoughts and takes a closer look at the glowing paper in his hands. Magic letters appear on it. Long time no see, old friend. I have no idea why you are suddenly so obsessed with ancient history from back then, but as requested, I dug up every Dragon Slayer myth across the continent, even the raw versions that were never officially translated into common tongue. And just like we thought, I found 0 records of humans making dragon contracts. Not a single book mentions legends like Kaiser or Terakan being dragon contractors. Here is the weird part. The more I investigated, the more I realized that all these sources seem to be repeating the same prearranged story. And just as I was getting close, the Draker family sent a direct warning. Zeke's face pales as he reads that the guild is pulling out of the investigation. Picking a fight with the Drakers was never the plan. Seconds later, the letter spontaneously combusts and turns to ash right in front of him. He shoves his hands into his pockets, deep in thought. It is obvious now the Draker family is actively censoring all information regarding Terakan's past. But why? Their entire reputation is built on honoring Terakan as the first dragon slayer. It is what made them one of the 8 great families today. Yet here they are, hiding the truth about Terakan and Bahamut. Whatever the reason, you and I can tell this rabbit hole goes way deeper than it looks. I must have missed something. I need to check the security room one more time. With that thought, Zeke pushes the door open and steps inside. He calls for the system, but suddenly, his eyes turn sharp and lethal. Something is wrong. He senses killer intent and scans the room for any hidden movement. The place is empty. He realizes today is Deco's day off, and none of the staff are supposed to be here. His mind races as he walks the hall. Duke and Andre are late on a mission, so who is this intruder? He silently commands, "System, open the mini-map for me right now." The system pings immediately, confirming the admin request. A glowing map pops up directly in front of Zeke's face to show the layout. 2 targets detected, one inside, one out. He wonders if those predators from the Great Mountain Range actually managed to track him all the way back here. No, that is impossible. I didn't even use my sword or Dragon Slayer arts there. They might be hunters, but there is no way they followed my scent. Zeke heads up the stairs with his hands in his pockets. The hunters aren't the issue, it's figuring out who actually ordered this hit on me in the first place. He narrows down the possibilities and swings his bedroom door open. Right there against the wall, a masked assassin is waiting to strike from the shadows. Zeke pretends he didn't see a thing and just slams the door shut. Confused, the masked man slowly creeps out from his hiding spot to investigate. Suddenly, the window behind him bursts open as the moonlight catches Zeke's shadow. He asks coldly, "Did Aben send you here to die today?" Zeke drops to the floor and starts walking. Did Aben figure out my alliance with Callie and send an assassin? If so, the timing is way too convenient. He pulls a dagger from his sleeve, telling the guy he doesn't have to talk. Suddenly, a sharp, echoing sound rings through the entire room. The assassin barely blocks Zeke's sudden strike with his own blade, his eyes wide with shock. Zeke stares him down with a gaze full of terrifying intent. But I have plenty of other ways to make you talk. Outside the house, the sound of clashing metal echoes through the night over and over. They are trading blows, each strike sending sparks flying into the air. Zeke is moving like a blur, unleashing a non-stop barrage of fluid attacks. Their blades lock in a blinding flash. The masked man pushes Zeke back, but he just spins and uses the wall to land perfectly on his feet. Zeke stands back up, letting his guard go loose as he exhales. After that exchange, he's already figured out exactly who this guy is supposed to be. The assassin is sweating now, watching Zeke's every move. You can hide your face, but in a real fight, your sword style always reveals your true identity. He spots the dagger on the guy's hip. That is the signature short sword style from the Gorum Kingdom, located way up in the north of the continent. Goka assassins are the strongest guards in the north. They are famous for using those curved kukri blades to rip through their enemies in battle. Elite mercenaries like them are usually hired for the most expensive special missions. Zeke turns his back, casually swinging his blade while his mind works. If it's a Goka assassin, then Aben definitely didn't hire him. Those guys don't take messy hits that are meant to leave a trail of grudges. He throws his dagger while analyzing the guy's moves. This guy is playing way too much defense for someone who is supposed to be a killer. I even left myself wide open during our clash, but he didn't even try to go for a direct kill shot on my vitals. Their goal isn't to kill me, it's to take me alive. Suddenly, a noise comes from the window and Zeke's gaze turns sharp and lethal once again. A massive bullet streaks toward him out of nowhere. He slices it in half, immediately smelling the anesthetic gas used to knock people out. A strange cloud of smoke erupts from the bullet. Zeke starts coughing, realizing his hunch about their plan to capture him was dead on. The earthy scent of mandragora, root the perfect sleeping drug. Suddenly, Zeke's hand goes limp, and his dagger slips out of his grip and falls. The blade hits the floor, but this is exactly what he wanted you, and I know Zeke always has a plan. Then, the system alert pings. Mandragora detected, activating poison immunity skill now. Zeke drops to the floor, faking a knockout as the assassin slowly moves in to grab him. The guy tosses Zeke over his shoulder and heads for the window where a partner is waiting. Zeke barely cracks his eyes open to watch them. Zeke looks around, trying to figure out if it was Aben who kidnapped him and why. He better get his head in the game. Dawn breaks over a quiet farm in Atlas, sunlight hitting the windmills and those red rooftops. It looks peaceful, but things are about to get intense. Chains and a heavy lock hold him down. A voice rings out, but Zeke, he is just sitting there tied to a chair, smiling like a total boss. You won't believe it, the kidnapper is Cliff. He is sitting there with his guards, looking dead serious as he faces our boy Zeke. Cliff Reinhardt, the big merchant boss. Zeke's face goes dark. He knows exactly who he is dealing with here, and he is not happy about it. These two have some major history from Zeke's past life. The Reinhardt Guild was one of the Big Ten, mostly operating in the Arancia Kingdom. But if history repeats, the war started by Aben and the Empire will wipe out Arancia and this entire guild along with it. Back then, Cliff fought the Empire too. He had the secret info to beat them, but for some weird reason, he made a choice that changed everything. He went back to his dying kingdom and ended up dead. Zeke looks at him, thinking it was a total rookie mistake to go back there. Even if it was for patriotism, Zeke sees it as a foolish choice. Why die for a sinking ship when you already escaped? Cliff finally speaks up, apologizing for the rough treatment. He signals his guard to settle things down and play nice for a second. The guard unlocks the chains. Cliff promises a formal apology from the guild later for being so incredibly rude to him. Cliff tries to be smooth, but Zeke is not having it. He just stretches his wrist and cuts the old man off mid-sentence. Skip the small talk. Zeke's eyes go ice cold, and you can practically feel the killing intent filling the entire room right now. He asks, "What do you want?" Even Cliff, the big boss, starts sweating under Zeke's intense pressure. The guy is just built different. The tension is insane. Even the veteran knights in the room are starting to feel a bit shaky during this awkward silence. But Zeke, not a single flinch. Cliff planned this to have the upper hand, but he is totally losing control of the conversation already. Zeke's aura is just too much. Cliff finally caves and pushes a secret document across the table toward him. He asks Zeke to check it out. Our guy opens it up, carefully scanning every single page to see what is really going on. It is a list of people catching a new plague in the south. Zeke asks, "Why on earth are you showing me this?" Zeke's eyes widen for a split second. He is genuinely surprised, and Cliff is quick enough to catch that tiny reaction on his face. He sees a familiar face in the file, Elena Stone. She was actually Zeke's very first bodyguard back in the day. That is Liam Stone's mother. She had the red flower disease, but the medicine Zeke provided actually cured her before. Zeke slams the file down on the table. "What is your point, Cliff?" The merchant folds his hands, looking dead serious now. That disease is a total nightmare. It is incredibly painful, and the death rate is a straight 100%. But Elena Stone is the only survivor. The doctors won't say a word about how she actually recovered from it. Cliff's voice goes low. He looks Zeke in the eye and asks, "Do you know something about how she survived?" Zeke just smirks. He knew this merchant was sniffing around for a lead. Typical greedy businessman move, don't you think? Is he after a monopoly? A cure for a fatal plague would be worth a literal mountain of gold across the continent. We are talking insane wealth here, but Zeke knows Cliff isn't the type of guy to be blinded by just money. He wouldn't risk kidnapping a pureblood just for cash. Zeke opens his eyes, and man, that look is absolutely terrifying. Zeke confirms it. "Of course I know." Cliff looks thrilled, but you can tell he is also a bit nervous about what comes next. "I am the one who gave her the cure." Cliff slams the table, completely losing his cool from pure excitement. "I will buy it. Name your price." But Zeke just puts his hand up, shutting him down with an overwhelming aura. Zeke smirks. He has got him hooked. "Calm down, Cliff. You are not acting much like a businessman right now, are you?" Cliff realizes money isn't what Zeke is after. Our boy just sits there with a very satisfied smile on his face. "Let's trade like professionals." In his head, Zeke is just glad he can save a life. Now, the real talk begins. Cliff repeats the deal. 3 conditions for the cure? Zeke nods. "Trust me, it is much simpler than you think." Cliff wants the details, but Zeke is playing it cool. He will call in those favors whenever the time feels right. "Don't worry, I won't ask for the impossible." Zeke looks down, hiding a sneaky little smirk from Cliff. As long as it is reasonable and in writing, they are good. Cliff watches closely as Zeke starts writing something down. Zeke hands over the paper. "Just do exactly what is written here." Cliff reaches for it, looking like a kid on Christmas. But wait, Zeke pulls it back at the last second. He has got one private question he needs answered first. Who is this cure actually for? Cliff freezes. He starts sweating buckets and can barely get his words out anymore. Look at those panicking eyes. Cliff tries to play it off as just business, but Zeke is about to call out his entire lie. "You guys mobilized the entire Northern Ranger force just to kidnap a pureblood noble? Losing your cool like that? That's definitely not the Lenneth merchant group I know." He just leans on the table, face down in total silence. Then, Cliff finally slumps back into his chair, looking completely defeated. His fist clenches tight on the table. Through gritted teeth, he says it's the Arentia Royals. Zeke just smirks, asking which one specifically. He hesitates, refusing to spill the beans. Zeke is totally annoyed, pouting and asking if Cliff knows just how many royals are in Arentia. Suddenly, Zeke's expression shifts. He recalls a past memory, someone warning him not to be foolish enough to ever go back to Arentia. Both Arentia and Lenneth have already collapsed. Returning means death, so fleeing north is the only smart move. Thanks for the advice, but I'm just tired. I want to spend my final days in Arentia. Zeke sees a flash of the past Cliff. He's nothing like the broken man he used to be. Cliff apologizes, staying silent. Zeke watches him closely, thinking his eyes look alive now, unlike the hollow soul from his previous life. That person must be really important to him. Zeke remembers Kali's words. Arentia is currently locked in a brutal struggle against the Empire. Tension between the Zom Empire and Arentia is peaking, with the Empire diving deep into the conflict. Not to mention, the fight for control over the Joy Tribe's territory has turned everything into a complete, chaotic mess. Between Arentia, the Joy Tribe, and a crumbling empire, it's a total power struggle. Zeke smirks, sliding the paper back across the table. There is still some time before the Continental War explodes. If I can link up with the Orentia royals now, it'll be huge later. Cliff takes the paper. Fine. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Zeke's steady voice leaves Cliff totally surprised. Perfect. The contract is now officially in effect. Cliff's hands tremble as he grips the paper. He holds it close to his chest, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Suddenly, Zeke's voice cuts through the air, making Cliff's eyes go wide. Sorry to interrupt this emotional scene, but can I put in my first request? He frantically stuffs the paper into his coat, stuttering that Zeke can ask for anything, as long as the merchant group can handle it. Zeke smirks, clenching his fist. First off, let me work in your merchant group. Cut to a peaceful village under the soft sun. A familiar voice asks if he's job hunting or trading. Zeke replies that he actually just needs a temporary fake identity. In a sunlit wooden room, Cliff crosses his arms, wondering why Zeke needs them for something so simple. Zeke stays perfectly calm. I'm heading to the southern continent. It's crawling with pros and criminals. A half-baked disguise just won't cut it there. Zeke points out that even the cartel trusts Lenneth, right? Cliff nods, sounding a bit hesitant about that particular reputation. Cliff frowns, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Fine, I get what you're trying to say. Just use my cousin's name. No one will dare question it. Zeke's face lights up. Great. Also, I'll definitely need regular transport to the south. And I'll need a house. It needs to be big enough to store all my cargo. Zeke just keeps rattling off demands. That's my first batch of requests. Oh, and since you kidnapped me, you've got my ride back ready, right? Cliff tries to keep smiling, but the veins on his forehead are popping. This brat is so thick-skinned. Finally, he just gives in. Fine, we'll contact you when it's ready. The Rangers will take you back. Cliff stands up while Zeke just sits there, checking out the place. I honestly didn't expect the Lenneth group to cave this easily. It seems that person is even more important to them than I thought. Then, Cliff and his mysterious cloaked guards head for the exit. Someone calls out to Zeke, making him turn around. Two massive guards point the way, telling him to follow. Outside, a powerful, huffing warhorse is waiting for him. He smiles, walking toward the horse. Man, this warhorse looks pretty impressive, doesn't it? Zeke flashes a cunning grin. Passing between the guards, he pats one on the back and says he'll put this horse to good use. Then, he effortlessly leaps into the saddle. Pretty smooth, right? The two guards start walking away, coldly telling him their business here is done. Zeke speaks up, making the guards freeze in their tracks. Their faces go dark. So, can we consider the deal with Lenneth finished now? One of them turns back, frowning. You speak Gokara and Draker? Where did you even learn those? He smirks, keeping it mysterious. Let's just call it a hobby. Anyway, back to money. I've got a job I want to hire you for. The brown-haired guard frowns, crossing his arms. You want us to rescue some nameless prisoner? He can't believe it. He falls silent, clearly weighing his options. Zeke leans in, asking if the price isn't high enough. The guard quickly shakes his head. The money isn't the problem. Honestly, if the terms are like Lenneth's, it's a great deal, but the guard is still worried about who this prisoner actually is. Our king really hates getting involved with those elite clans. Zeke just gives them a deadpan look. Come on, you're really hesitating over something that minor? Zeke gets serious, reminding them he's got that fake identity Lenneth just made for him. Just use that name to forge a commission to the GOK. It'll work. The guard still seems a bit unsure, but finally nods. Fine, as long as we don't get caught. Zeke smirks, making the guard tilt his head. Oh, and first, we've still got a debt to settle, right? Sitting tall on his horse, Zeke throws two daggers right into the dirt in front of them. Their calm faces turn into pure, terrifying shock. Look at those two sharp daggers buried deep in the ground. For the Rangers of the Goka Kingdom, a kukri isn't just a basic weapon. It's a sacred badge of honor, only given once you're recognized as a true warrior. Somehow, they vanished from their belts and ended up right in his hands. To these Rangers, that blade is their soul, something as precious as life itself.
While just strolling past those two guards, Zeke casually swiped both daggers and kept them. Being able to steal someone's weapon without them even noticing? It means he could have taken their lives at any second. The air between them turns ice cold instantly. His voice carries this crushing, heavy weight that is honestly terrifying. Consider this a little gift for trying to kidnap me. It's a total power gap. The guard is literally sweating bullets now, wondering what kind of monster they just messed with. Zeke just smirks at them with total sass, eyes half closed. Your common tongue is actually pretty good. See you later, brothers. After leaving the meeting, he heads back looking all deep in thought. Now that he's met them, it's finally time to start recruiting the ultimate team. His targets are the legendary 5-star knights. These guys were absolute units with incredible feats during the Great War before Zeke regressed. If he can recruit them now and get them on his side, his squad will be unstoppable. Luckily, Principal Frobert is totally helping him out with the intel. The principal really likes him, so finding them was easy. Just like the rumor said, they all came from Valhalla Academy. Now it's just a matter of timing. First, the Silent Knight, Bisof Kastig, is already a royal knight for the GB Kingdom. Then there's the Tiger Knight, Jeffrey Soma, who's busy with his senior internship. Master Eladop is still a student, but he actually dropped out because of some serious insomnia. Zeke is really overthinking his next move here. Vina won't enroll until next year, but since they're both purebloods, he'll have plenty of chances later. Honestly, though, Zeke is feeling pretty overwhelmed right now. I mean, seriously. Zeke just sits there in total silence, sounding completely defeated. Is Diego really the only option he has left? A moment later, he ends up in a room full of instruments jamming with the band. And Diego. Zeke is just standing there with drumsticks, looking totally soulless and confused. Wait. How did I end up here? He's trying to piece together the blurry memories of how he actually got to this room to meet the guy. He remembers going to Diego's club room to lure him into the party. But then Diego just grabbed him by the neck and dragged him into a jam session. Yo, bro, you showed up at the perfect time. We totally needed a drummer. Zeke is still processing the chaos, having no clue what just happened. Zeke tries to speak, but Diego just shuts him down immediately. You just wanted to play some music, right? Yeah, I totally feel you, man. And just like that, our MC is the official club drummer with a 1,000-yard stare. Congrats, you're now a member of the Southern Continent New Age Fusion Research Club. Suddenly, the music kicks in. Voices and instruments blend together under those blinding stage lights. It's a full-blown performance. Whatever, right? Zeke just gives in to the beat and joins the fun, forget everything else. He's actually smiling now, just enjoying the music with everything he's got. Man, Zeke looks absolutely drained after leaving that club. He's just stumbling down the street like a zombie. Dang it, he got totally played by Diego's crazy energy. His butler is waiting, bowing low as he arrives. You're back, young master? Zeke is straight to business. Training starts now, and nobody is allowed to disturb him. He slams that black sword into the training room floor. Time to focus. First step is getting the aura moving through his veins to clear his circuits. He goes from the minor to the major circuits while reading a glowing book. But then he freezes. What the heck? These terms are all totally new to him. Zeke takes a second to think it over. Now he finally understands why Terakan modified this technique into the dragon-slaying art. The book starts glowing, showing him the moves he needs to master. Every single strike in the dragon-slaying sword secret is just on another level. It's all about compressing a massive amount of aura and then just letting it rip. Normal techniques can't even dream of doing something like this. He draws the sword with total confidence. This isn't meant for fighting people, it's for killing dragons. The power is basically on par with an elemental blade. Zeke grips the hilt with both hands, focusing every ounce of his attention. Look at his eyes, they're literally glowing purple with fire. He lunges forward and the killing intent is so thick the air practically freezes. He whispers the name of the technique, dragon-slaying art. Every single movement is turned up to 11. Just one swing of this sword is enough to slice a giant dragon clean in half. He compresses his aura to the absolute limit and swings. Even a quiet step creates a massive gust of wind that shakes the entire room. The butler is just watching in silence. There are after images everywhere as Zeke unleashes a barrage of powerful, chaotic strikes all over the place. It's pure chaos in there. He's laughing to himself, though. This heaven-sent body is definitely top tier, letting him push his physical limits to the max. Learning speed, maxed out. Energy flow, perfect. Zeke just starts swinging like a madman with a huge smirk on his face. It's like a map is appearing right in front of him, showing him exactly how to perfect the skill. He can feel it happening with every rep. He frowns as his blade catches blue fire. One final massive strike slams down with incredible power. He's getting faster and more refined every second. Then, something clicks. His eyes go wide in total shock. What? He just broke through the red wall and he's already hit the black one? There's a massive stone wall in his way. But he's already reached a new realm. He tightens his grip, getting ready for the next level. Usually, rushing training is a huge mistake that blocks your path. But the 3-2-1 heart inside the Edger core is resonating like crazy. The dragon slaying secret is just pouring power into him. Before this feeling fades away, he has to swing his sword one more time. Suddenly, a red mark appears on his chest. Zeke grabs his face, his eyes going pitch black while his heart pounds like a drum. Bahamut's heart is reacting to the dragon-slaying sword's secret right now. Ancient memories engraved deep within the heart are actually starting to play back. Jack looks around in shock as Bahamut's dark memories swallow him whole. It's a pitch-black void, but then he senses a mysterious presence approaching through the darkness. A man in a dark, hooded cloak appears, radiating mystery. He speaks up, addressing the ruler of Sunset, Bahamut, saying he has something important to discuss. This massive, majestic black creature just sits there, listening in silence. The man reaches into his chest pocket and pulls out an ancient, weathered book. In a deep voice, he offers the dragon-slaying sword script, a deadly technique he created himself. The mighty black dragon stands tall, looking absolutely imposing. Finally, the beast speaks in a low rumble. "I knew you were an annoying one, Satan Draker, but I didn't think you were this insane." Watching from the side, Zeke realizes it really is Satan. The man tucks the book away, calmly taking the dragon's aggressive insults without flinching. The dragon mocks him, asking if he's really giving a dragon-slaying technique to a dragon. The mysterious hooded man finally gives his answer. "Yeah, even Kronos agreed to this. You should know the reason better than anyone, Bahamut." Suddenly, the ground shatters as the dragon moves, kicking up dust. Dark killing intent floods the air. The dragon lowers its head and roars in fury, claiming Kronos was seduced by humans and lost his way. The man lowers his stance, ready for war. He looks like a tiny speck compared to the colossal beast towering over him right now. Standing alone against 1,000 pointed spears, he listens as the dragon screams about not believing in some pathetic prophecy. Then, those spears overhead activate, raining down on the exact spot where he's standing. That's when the man draws his razor-sharp sword. He flexes his strength, swinging his small blade to parry a massive lightning-charged spear, effortlessly slamming it away into the distance. Debris flies everywhere as a barrage of spears locks onto him. The man moves like a ghost through the thick smoke and dust. Sparks fly every time their weapons clash. The hooded man grips his sword tight, showing zero fear against such a terrifying opponent. A massive explosion rocks the area, leaving nothing but thick smoke. Even more spears are already diving into the center of the blast. From high above, Zeke watches this brutal spear rain in total disbelief. Honestly, you and I have never seen anything this intense. This is the peak of dragon magic, absolute top-tier power. It's unreal. If it were me, I could probably only block 1 or 2 hits. Zeke is stunned to see the tiny human figure still standing perfectly fine, even with giant spears pinned deep into the ground all around him. Somehow, Satan blocked it all. You guys, this man is a total monster, standing firm while the ground trembles and purple smoke swirls. Meanwhile, another wave of black spears dives down to pierce the earth. "Get out of my territory, Satan Draker," the dragon bellows. He drops a cold warning if Satan doesn't leave, the Kronos Kingdom is next. Even surrounded by death, Satan stays completely chill. "You sure about this? You'll have to face the karma of your actions," he warns. The dragon just laughs, surrounded by chilling, killing intent. "Karma? Don't make me laugh." The beast raises a claw, forming a dark magic orb that sucks in all the surrounding energy. "What do you humans even know? Even if I slaughter every last one of you pests, there's no reason for me to be punished." Satan stabs his sharp blade into the ground and speaks up. Finally, everything is happening exactly as Kronos prophesied. Then Satan pulls out a very unique-looking necklace. The dragon's glowing yellow eyes go wide, his pupils shrinking in pure shock. He shifts his massive body and pulls out a giant, glowing dark purple sword. "You think you can control me with the power of Kronos?" Under a gray sky and howling winds, that massive blade dives from the heavens. The dragon roars in fury at the tiny human below. Suddenly, Satan's necklace glows with intense light, transforming into a clock. A giant magic circle appears right under his feet. It radiates a brilliant golden light, and honestly, we're just as stunned as Zeke. That massive sword just stopped dead. The giant blade stops inches from Satan's face. Did Bahamut quit? No way, this is absolute time-stop magic. The dragon is frozen solid amidst the light, his glowing red eyes full of rage but trapped like a statue inside that golden barrier. Satan actually used magic to shut Bahamut down completely. Zeke's eyebrows knit together in total shock at what he's witnessing. That necklace was actually a clock that can stop time itself. You really think Kronos' power wouldn't work on me? Watching from above, as the artifact glows in Satan's hand, Zeke realizes this thing is on another level based on Bahamut's reaction. It carries the literal power of Kronos. Suddenly, the dragon lurches forward with a deafening noise, making Zeke cover his ears in pain. Did he just break the magic? Zeke squints to see the dragon's massive foot slamming down, causing a minor earthquake and cracking the earth. The magic circle under the beast fades away as its body starts to move again. Its claws drag across the ground, leaving deep gouges. He lowers his head, growling with saliva dripping from his jaws. Satan Draker, was that vision just now actually real? Satan tucks the necklace away and confirms it was Kronos' prophecy. Now, do you see why I'm giving you the dragon slaying script? The dragon curses, saying dragons making contracts with humans was a mistake. Satan agrees, saying humans need to stand on their own. He bares his razor-sharp teeth, hissing with terrifying killing intent. Fine, let me see it then, this dragon-slaying sword script of yours. The ancient book floats in the air, glowing with faint light and swirling red magic runes. The dragon's golden eyes lock onto it. He looks at the book floating near Satan, in total shock. You actually dared to create this? Satan just says, it's to protect the world. He leans in right next to Zareth, those glowing gold eyes practically burning with intensity as he shouts, "Nonsense! It is not the world at stake. It is just pathetic humans like you." He snatches the ancient book away, deciding to keep it for himself. Since the prophecy is finally coming true, this thing cannot be allowed back into the world. He just gives a cold reply. It does not matter. Even without that secret technique, humans were always going to awaken their aura eventually. The dragon stands tall with a cold huff. By then, I will personally wipe out every last one of you fools, because lowlifes do not deserve that power. Zareth flashes a chilling, sinister smirk. I wonder why the dragon heir who created that technique trusted you and Kronos more than anyone else? He turns to walk away, leaving one last parting shot. Kronos always said that one day you would finally find a partner to share your heart with. Inside that dark, damp cave, the dragon just paces around before curling up. Find a partner to share a heart? Its golden eyes narrow, drifting off. Nonsense. That will never happen. Now, our guy Zeke leans back and thinks to himself. Even though this whole thing is a confusing mess, one thing is absolutely certain. He remembers the black dragon in the cave swinging that massive sword at Zareth. That was Bahamut showing his deep, pure hatred for all of humanity. Having absorbed Bahamut's heart, I can actually feel those emotions now. Zeke looks totally puzzled. If the dragon hated humans that much, why on earth did he contract with Terakan? After that, he heads straight to the library to dig through every book related to the incident. Once I saw Bahamut's memories, I had to start double-checking the facts. But it turns out every single record about Terakan was faked by Draker. In this era, they just call Bahamut an evil dragon. There are 0 valuable records left for us to find. While Zeke is finishing his bath, a letter suddenly arrives. He's been busy training his secret techniques and hunting for any new leads he can find. I got a message from REGRESS saying the first request is finally ready. Back in the room, he mutters that even though he asked for a low-key identity, Zeke just scoffs at the card in his hand. Vice Branch Chief of the REGRESS Guild Southern Branch? Seriously, isn't this a bit much? A loud noise catches his eye, and Zeke looks out the window with a grin. A carrier pigeon just landed. Looks like Kaya finally made her big decision. We move to this stunning, gold-lit skyscraper, the secret garden run by the Atlas branch of the Syndicate organization. Kaya is sitting on a luxury sofa with a big smile. "Welcome, partner." She greets him in the hotel's secret garden VIP bar. He walks over with a light smile and takes a seat. "You are actually calling me partner now? That feels pretty new." Then he turns to look at the glowing city skyline through the glass. Kaya watches him, looking a little confused by his reaction. The two of them sit there staring at the city lights and the night sky. Even after being in Atlas for a while, seeing this view in person still feels surreal. Suddenly, the whole city seems to light up from the fires burning everywhere. I guess that makes sense given the situation. I am way more used to seeing war-torn ruins from the Continental War, so this peaceful view feels strange. He just sighs and shakes his head. She quickly fills up a glass on the table. I did not expect Atlas to have a spot like this. Are you actually mesmerized by the view? Kaya asks while pouring. Pretty grand, right? This hotel is one of our syndicate side businesses. People in the underworld always need a private place to talk. He reaches for his drink. Wait, I will have to pass on the alcohol. Next time, some tea would be much better. She just laughs and teases him. What? Don't tell me you are refusing because you are a minor? I did not know you could be this cute. He just rolls his eyes at her. Honestly, drinking it does not really do anything for me, so I just don't. Zeke remembers the last time he got roped into drinking and feels a bit nervous. During my rookie celebration party, I got caught up in the mood and tried some. But just as I thought, my 100 poison resistance skill treated the alcohol as poison and neutralized it. Then the system message popped up. Back then, I drank to get drunk. Alcohol detected. Activating 100 poison resistance to flush out the toxins. Now that I literally cannot get drunk, I would rather just drink the tea. I actually like. The redhead just smiles and turns away. Fine, so you don't like booze. Anyway, enough small talk. I have something you need to see. He just gives Kaya a total deadpan look. You really do not listen to anything I say, do you? She drops a file and some photos on the table. That guy, Pavella, you are backing? Turns out he used to be a straight-up pirate. Kaya reaches out, their reflections showing in the window. I did some digging. The evidence is everywhere. It is honestly weird that no one noticed until now. She leans in and points at the photos. The timing when the Silver Knights wiped out the pirates matches perfectly with when Pavella's business started blowing up. Not only that, I found something even bigger than I expected. Zeke frowns, his expression turning completely serious. Kaya points to another photo, Joaquin Fernandez, also known as El Mento. He is the number 2 in Blade Rain, yet he was secretly cutting deals with his rival, Pavella. As soon as she moves her hand, he snatches the photo to look closer. This is huge, so she has not told her bosses yet because it would cause total chaos in the syndicate. Kaya looks down a bit, glancing at Zeke with a hesitant voice. Oh, and about that artifact you wanted me to sell for you. A deep, almost mocking voice echoes out, making her face go pale with shock. You have done a great job, Kaya. Now, with a totally different, villainous look, he continues. From now on, I am going to explain the plan to make you the new leader of the syndicate. Under the pouring rain, the steam engines are huffing and puffing. In a dark alleyway, Zeke holds his umbrella while checking his system notifications. Portal activated at the target location. Good. The prep work is done. It will cost a lot of karma points, but if it keeps me off the suspect list, it is worth it. Among the 3 great families, teleportation magic is legendary. Only a handful of people can actually pull it off. Moving between cities usually requires a massive magic tower portal. But this plan? It is disguised as a total accident. Our guy Jack just smirks with that classic villainous grin, already laughing at the thought of that old man's face. He walks out into the bright, busy streets, whispering to himself that tonight, everything is going to burn for John John. When night falls, the sky turns red as massive fires consume everything. People are screaming. It is pure chaos and ash everywhere. The crowd gathers near the burning alley, while Jack secretly slips away unnoticed. Quick, did anyone call the building owner yet? Everyone is wondering when the fire mages will arrive. Meanwhile, inside a room, a tray is overflowing with cigarette butts. Kay lights up a smoke, thinking to herself that Jack is a true Draker, a bold, dangerous kid who is not playing around. She remembers that massive fire vortex he created. It was not just bold, it was on a whole different level of power. With cold eyes and sweat on her face, she takes a long drag. He is truly insane, she thinks, recalling their talk. Back then, she literally slammed the table, screaming, "You are burning the Morkan warehouse in the central continent?" Jack just stayed calm. He just wanted the locations. Kay was terrified that info is top secret, known only to Morkan, the syndicate, and her. She warned him they would get caught instantly, but Jack just reached out, saying he was not planning to hide anyway. Then, Jack points a finger at a man in a photo. He plans to frame El Mancho for the entire thing. Fewer suspects make things easier. Plus, the syndicate still does not know Pavella was a pirate, right? Because Kay never reported it. Kay's eyes go wide, sweat pouring down her face. She stares at him, realizing the scale of what he is actually planning. He smiles, leaning in and slamming his hand on the table. He knew she would catch on fast, then sweeps everything aside. We do not even have to do much. With a dark, wicked smile, he plans to pull every syndicate official into this game. He will trap those wavering between Morkan and Pavala, then report it to John John. Kay is left spinning in shock. She grits her teeth, sweat dripping as she stammers. Does he even realize how crazy the words coming out of his mouth are? Jack acts like it is nothing. Kay is pale, her hands shaking as she clutches her chest, screaming in total panic. It is a suicide mission! Everyone knows exactly what happens to people who dare to betray the organization like this. Jack slams the table, making her jump. Once the officials are wiped out, who is going to be left to call us traitors? His face goes dark as he growls. Does she want to be a pawn forever? She already agreed to become the leader. Jack grabs the bottle, eyes full of fire. Kay is gone from now on. She is high-rise. Now, make your choice! Kay clutches her chest, trembling. He is right. She did not join this organization just to be a puppet her whole life. Zeke Draker has insane intel skills. He tracked down Pavela's secret identity without anyone noticing. But wait, there is more. He even found hidden ancient ruins and managed to swipe a massive hoard of high-quality artifacts without breaking a single one. After seeing those impossible feats, she decided to join him. Kay reaches out and grabs Jack's hand on the bottle. Now, she stands up shaking, pulling the bottle back. She cannot let fear stop her after hearing such a legendary plan. Kay closes her eyes and chugs the whole bottle while Jack watches in awe. She slams it down and shouts, "Is that all? If we fail, we are dead anyway. This is the biggest gamble of my entire life," she says, grinning. No limits all in. Jack is loving this energy. He smirks, asking if she finally feels the fire in her blood. He promises she will never regret this bet. But Kay's hand is still shaking from fear as her cigarette burns out. She steadies her hand, looking out from the balcony. She is betting everything on Jack. Meanwhile, a newspaper sits nearby. A series of massive fires hit the central continent. Was it just a coincidence or a deliberate, calculated crime? Fires broke out everywhere last night. Investigators say the distance makes a planned attack impossible, so they are stumped. Since the buildings were turned to ash with no evidence left, they are calling it a tragic accident caused by negligence. In a dark, luxury mansion, a man sits alone. He swears that no matter who did this, they are going to pay. He leans back, staring at the news. John John, leader of the Morkan cartel, vows that his enemy will never die peacefully. Back at the massive academy, the sunset makes the whole place look incredibly grand and imposing for the students. Jack taps the table, looking totally bored out of his mind. He sighs, noting that another semester is finally coming to an end. It has already been half a year since the whole world found out about his incredible Blue Realm power. He looks at a fancy wooden box and a letter. Even he gets a bit nervous receiving an official promotion party invitation. It is a huge celebration for the young Drakers who moved past the Yellow Swordsman tier and became official knights. Even for the Draker family, reaching Blue or Purple Knight rank usually takes until age 20. This is why a Draker debut is so legendary. Jack closes his eyes, remembering a meeting from long ago. It has been 3 years since he last saw the Patriarch. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong. Late afternoon, sun beams through massive windows, illuminating the marble floors of the Spring Garden Grand Hall within Four Seasons City. The room is packed with noble guests and VIPs. You and I can see them all chatting, making connections in a very lively atmosphere. Someone steps forward with a warm, polite voice to greet the Draker leader. The Patriarch just smiles and asks if they have finally arrived. Aubin approaches with a fake, practiced smile. He asks if the head is doing well. While the party rages on, these two talk privately. He remarks that he has never seen so many important figures at a promotion ceremony before. The old man just nods along. Exactly. The Patriarch looks around, beaming with pride. It makes sense since everyone wants to see the continent's youngest Blue Knight. Aben narrows his eyes, clearly fuming. He was the previous record holder, and he knows the old man is bringing that up on purpose. Then the Patriarch politely reaches out. He says the guests are arriving soon, so he must go prepare for the main ceremony. He apologizes for the short chat after so long. Aben just bows his head deeply, telling the master not to worry about it. The head walks off with one last smile, telling Aben to enjoy the party. Aben stays in that deep bow as he responds. I understand, sir. Only after the Patriarch is far away does he look up. His blue eyes flash with a truly dark, hateful expression. On the other side, Jack is tugging at his collar, clearly annoyed. This formal stuff is way too suffocating for our hero. He and Duke walk through the hall. Jack complains about not seeing his master lately. Duke just groans about being dragged out of retirement. Duke is scowling as he walks, looking completely irritated and fed up with the whole situation. He rants about being busy taking care of that damn Arthur and now having to guide Jack. He calls the head a shameless blockhead. Jack just gives a forced smile. He realizes the old man looks so terrible because he is being completely overworked. Following Duke, Jack asks if they are heading to the spring garden now. Duke walks ahead with his hands in his pockets looking cool. He explains that it is the only place in the city open to outsiders. Jack thinks about the 4 main areas of Four Seasons City. According to Duke, the spring garden is the only public zone. That is why most events happen there. Summer Jock handles all family business and houses the patriarch's main office. Autumn Fall is for internal rituals like night inductions. Finally, there is Winter Court, which holds thousands of years of family artifacts. He looks around curiously. He had only heard stories about this place, but this is his first time actually standing here. In his past life, he had already been kicked out of the academy by now. Finally, they reach a massive, luxurious set of doors. Duke looks at the doors with a serious face. He tells Jack to go in alone, as this entrance is only for the protagonist. Placing a hand on Jack's shoulder, Duke says he has other duties. He smiles with pride, telling Jack to be confident and stay strong. Jack closes his eyes with a warm smile. You and I can tell he really appreciates having someone who actually cares for him. Jack teases him, saying his master worries too much. Duke just laughs loudly, telling Jack to just stay out of trouble. Inside the magnificent hall, the trumpets blare. The red dragon flags flutter as the announcer shouts that Zeke Draker is entering. Aben stands to the side with a drink, looking miserable. A long red carpet stretches out before Jack with guards lined up perfectly. Then we see Jack, looking like royalty in his red cloak, walking down the stairs with a cold, focused gaze. As he reaches the center, the crowd is stunned by his aura. They start whispering, wondering if that really is the famous Jack. A blue knight at only 15? They are shocked he broke Aben's record and is a true Golden Blood Awakener. Apparently, Jack even surpassed Aben's old academy scores. It is incredible. Jack walks forward and takes a knee. He bows before Arthur Draker, the leader of the Dragon Slayers. Arthur declares that Jack is beginning his path as a knight. He draws a massive sword and rests it on Jack's shoulder. His voice echoes through the hall as everyone watches the ceremony. In the name of Draker, he blesses Jack's future. He promises a path filled with glory and honor as a knight. But then he pauses, catching Jack off guard. Our hero's sharp gold eyes widen in total surprise. Everyone is stunned as Arthur announces Jack will be an official knight of the family immediately. The entire hall starts buzzing with gossip. What? An official Draker knight at only 15 years old? That is unheard of! Even if he is the youngest Blue Knight ever, isn't this decision way too fast? Jack looks up, feeling a bit uneasy. But in the Draker family, official knight status is based purely on your achievements. Since the family is blessed with aura, reaching purple or blue rank early is basically expected for them. They value results over rank. Even Aben had to grind for 3 months for this, but our Jack is getting it instantly. You can really see how results are everything in the Draker house, but this declaration, it completely breaks their old rules. The ceremony ends, and the sword is returned. Zeke sees his reflection in the blade, lost in thought. This power move is rare. No one objects, but it is so confusing. What is the old man planning? Suddenly, the patriarch's voice booms across the room. He proudly introduces his son Zeke to the crowd. He claims Zeke is not just their only Golden Awakener. He is also the youngest Blue Knight ever. My boy will be even better than me, he says, grabbing a glass of wine. He claims he will stop bragging now. Yeah, right. He raises his glass with a happy smile that hides a deep calculation. Time to wrap this up with a toast. To this talented young man, and to peace and prosperity for the continent. For Draker. Everyone roars for Draker. They all raise their glasses and down their drinks at once. Bottoms up, I guess. Zeke is fuming, glaring at that calm face. In his past life, when he was kicked out, this man stayed silent. And now he is playing the proud father? Someone calls his name Zeke. He snaps out of it and bows. Yes, Patriarch? The old man puts his glass down and tells Zeke they should talk elsewhere. Ugh, look at that fake, gentle smile. He wants a private father-son chat. As the crowd scatters, that blonde guy with glasses looks seriously annoyed. He tells Aben to fix his face. Aben looks like he is about to explode. His mood is at an all-time low. He is miserable. Definitely not the face a brother should make during a promotion. Aben stays silent, biting his lip. Aben asks where the prince is. He is coming after this boring party, the other guy replies. They are definitely plotting something. Aben's voice gets dangerous. Better make our move then, he says. Suddenly, those fancy doors swing wide open. Zeke walks through and shuts the door. He is staring at that badge in his hand, looking totally lost and confused. This can be traded for family treasures. Why would the Patriarch give me this? Zeke just scratches his head in frustration. It makes no sense. He looks at the lobby filled with high-ranking nobles and knights. But there is a bigger problem. This banquet lasts for days. How am I supposed to survive this? Zeke paces around, totally weirded out by it all. How do these people keep a straight face for days on end? Living as an elite is seriously exhausting work. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Lord Zeke Draker. A girl lifts her dress slightly. It is her first time meeting him. Melissa bows politely. She is the first princess of Alentia, Melissa Alentia. Zeke is already analyzing her every move. Wait, isn't she the top candidate for the throne? She is basically running the show for the weak king right now. The commoners love her because of her new policies. Naturally, that means she is always fighting with the fancy nobles. Once she is queen, they will all suck up to her. But in his past life, this superstar princess just vanished. When things got bad with the empire, she disappeared. Rumors said she was assassinated. It was a total mystery. Alentia was wiped out in the war, so the truth stayed buried. Zeke watches her closely, trying to figure her out. She is quiet in this timeline, too. But seeing her here is a good sign. His eyes sharpen instantly. Then he remembers what Cliff said about the Alentia royals. Is it possible? It all starts clicking into place. He looks at this smiling blue-haired girl. Zeke bows back. Truly an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. He smiles and steps forward. I have heard so much about you. Glad you could make it. Melissa looks shocked. You know who I am? She asks. Zeke responds warmly. Of course. I have followed your pro-people policies for a long time. The party is loud, but his voice is steady. Most people think her policies are just for show, but Zeke disagrees. Zeke gives her a knowing professional smile. You calculated every single coin in detail for the people, didn't you? His accuracy leaves Melissa speechless. She just hides a smile behind her hand. She is definitely impressed by him. She thinks he really is different from other knights. Zeke starts panicking, thinking he might have been rude to her. She is actually laughing. No, she says, I just didn't expect anyone to understand my struggle. She is truly touched. Melissa bows and says her goodbyes. It was nice meeting you, Zeke. He is just standing there like, wait, leaving already? She smiles and says she would love to talk more, but she cannot hog the star of the show all night. Zeke glances around the room. Even if they are acting busy, he can feel everyone's eyes on them. It is awkward. Melissa speaks so softly, it almost catches him off guard. She knows exactly what is going on with the crowd. Don't look so sad, she laughs. I am sure we will have a much better time to meet again soon. Zeke finally sends off the last of his guests and watches them leave. You can feel his massive sigh of relief. Finally, all the small talk is over. I can finally catch my breath. Man, this hero stuff is tiring. All right, you and I are back with Zeke. He looks composed, but inside he is totally exhausted. These formal parties do not suit him. He would rather be training with Kaishir. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thud against the floor, putting him on high alert. He scans the crowd, analyzing the sound of clanking metal armor approaching the party. He narrows his eyes, his expression darkening. Who on earth wears full-plate armor to a royal banquet like this? A boisterous voice rings out as a red cloak flutters. Ah, there it is. At long last, he finally found what he was looking for. A man appears in gleaming silver armor with a long sword. This is the Star of the Night, Karos. Marching in with his knights and looking incredibly powerful, Karos shouts, Zeke Draker, the youngest knight ever, right? This is the fourth prince of Roan. Before Zeke regressed, Karos and Aben were the ones who started the Great War. He reaches out his hand for a friendly greeting, I am the fourth prince of the great Rowan Empire. Karos steps forward boldly, his eyes flashing with arrogant confidence as he declares his name. Instead of shaking hands, Zeke simply lowers his head in a polite bow. Placing one hand on his chest and the other behind his back, Zeke responds with deep respect. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Karos. Thank you for attending my promotion ceremony. The rejection makes the prince's face go dark. Karos freezes, clearly stunned by the refusal, but then his mouth curls into a grin. Karos immediately loosens up and throws an arm around Zeke's neck, acting friendly. Come on now, no need for this stiff formality. Let us share a drink together. Zeke stares back with dead fish eyes, completely speechless. Meanwhile, the prince is having a blast, shouting to his staff to bring out the wine immediately. Bring the finest vintage for this historic meeting between the continent's most famous playboy and Zeke, the man destined to become the world's strongest knight. Rich red wine is poured into glasses, splashing slightly. Karos lets out a powerful laugh and raises his glass high with a massive, bright grin. Come on, this wine is a gift from the Empire itself. Do not leave a single drop. Drink it all down. Seeing Zeke accept the wine so decisively, the onlookers feel anxious. They whisper together, wondering if he should have accepted the prince's offer so easily. Despite his fame, he is still so young and green. Meanwhile, Karos is loving this. Oh, that is impressive. But the crowd continues to gossip about him. That prince really is arrogant. Considering the influence of the Draker family, you would think he would be more careful about acting so rudely. Now, here is where things get really interesting for us. Karos shouts, I like your spirit. Let us drink until we cannot stand. Suddenly a voice cuts through. Your Highness! Aben appears out of nowhere, bowing deeply. Congratulations to the rising sun of our empire. Seeing him, Karos claps him on the shoulder with a shout. Oh, Aben, will you be joining us for a drink too? Aben responds with the utmost respect, but says he has urgent business to discuss in private. Karos's smile vanishes, replaced by a frown. Urgent business? Go ahead then. Aben acts mysterious and whispers that there are too many prying eyes. He suggests it would be much better if they move somewhere more private. Zeke stays silent, carefully observing the conversation between the two of them. Karos sighs and agrees, saying if Aben insists, he will follow his lead. He turns and walks away with a flourish, his red cloak fluttering majestically. Karos pauses to smile. Sorry about this, Zeke. I invited you, but I am leaving first. Next time we meet, let us drink the entire night away under the beautiful moonlight and share our views on the epic poems praising the legendary dragon slayers. With that, he departs with his knights and Aben, leaving the rest of the party guests trembling in their wake. Once Karos is finally gone, the crowd starts whispering again. Can a man like that really be the prince? The Empire has always lacked a bit of legitimacy. But you have to admit the way Lord Aben handled that was impressive. There is a reason his reputation is so high. Zeke listens to every word. Just praise for Aben, huh? I guess if you do not know the truth, it really looks like he is just saving the prince from an awkward situation. He narrows his eyes, his expression becoming serious. The contact between the fourth prince and Aben is happening much earlier than his information from before the regression. Zeke remembers how they just interacted from the way they treated each other. It really seemed like they have been close for a very long time already. Right now, they are having a private talk in another room, looking very intimate. This great war might be a lot closer than I originally thought. At the Grand Manor, the sunlight emphasizes its power and solemnity. Zeke is lost in thought, staring at the badge in his hand. A token for Draco reports. He recalls his private meeting with the head of the family. So, is your plan to become the strongest man on the continent progressing well? Seeing you as the star of today's party, it seems things are going smoothly. Zeke responds with careful politeness. Yes, it is all thanks to the family head. The man's words seem harmless, but they carry an invisible pressure. Why so formal? We are in private now, so just call me Father Zeke. Zeke takes a sip of his tea, his eyes shifting. Those words remind him of what McCleely once said. Call me Father Zeke. It is exactly the same thing. Zeke sets his tea down, deep in thought. Now I finally understand that strange feeling. Aben is acting so boldly that he is even recruiting the Elders' Council. Callie even noticed it and prepared a countermove. It makes no sense for Arthur, the head of the family, not to realize it. He is ignoring Aben's plot. If that is the case, is he repeating Callie's words just to put pressure on me, or is this all just one big coincidence? No matter what the truth is, I should act under the assumption that Arthur is siding with Aben. That is the only way to stay safe. He glances at the man, takes another sip of tea, and quietly replies, "Yes, Father." The man smirks and chuckles. "Father, huh? That sounds quite nice." "Very well. I will give you a gift as encouragement to keep working hard." He places an object on the table and slides it over to Zeke. Looking at the badge, the man says, "It is a token for the treasure vault." Zeke picks it up and smiles. "He is just getting started." Draker's old report mentioned this place as a legendary archive full of the rarest artifacts on the entire continent. Even the head of the family made sure to warn Jack, telling him to remember that along with the truly priceless treasures in there is also a massive pile of trash disguised as gold. Jack just nods obediently, telling his father he will keep that advice in mind. Suddenly, his footsteps stop. Jack is standing in a pitch-black room. He is wondering what the old man's game is, giving him this report about the dragon slayers in the city. He grips the document tight, flashing a super excited smile. Whatever I can use to my advantage, I am going to exploit it to the absolute max. At a massive gate, a girl spots him and speaks up. "I have been waiting for you, Lord Jack. Before you head inside, let me give you a quick rundown of the archive. Would you mind following me this way? According to our records, this place holds about 17,000 precious relics. You can exchange relics by quantity, and there is no time limit for choosing. But keep this in mind. Once you leave, you cannot come back." Jack notices a guard standing outside and gets curious. A place this full of rare items, and there is no one guarding it? The girl just calmly replies that guards are not needed. As Jack looks surprised, she explains the protective magic here is just as strong as the Patriarch's office. Plus, every single relic in the vault is strictly tracked and managed by powerful magic, making any attempt at theft basically impossible. Jack realizes he really should not judge things by their outward appearance alone. She gestures for him to enter. "Please, go ahead. Just place your assigned token right here." Jack quickly slides it into the small slot on the wall. Immediately, the ground shakes as the massive gates slowly rumble open before them. Jack looks intense as he steps inside to check things out, seeing massive shelves of relics stretching out into the darkness. He cannot stop smiling. The space inside is way bigger than it looks from the outside. The Lucky family really is as impressive as they say. The girl bows and says she will take her leave. Jack is already mesmerized. Checking the stats of every single relic here would probably take an entire lifetime. "Hey, system, can you sort these artifacts based on the specific criteria I want?" Just then, the system confirms his request. Admin request confirmed. Linking with Dragon Eyes. Please use your Dragon Eyes to scan the items you want to categorize. Jack is confused at first. Record them with Dragon Eyes? Once he gets it, a sly smirk crosses his face. "Ah, I see." He gets so hyped his eyes start glowing like fire as he stretches his neck. Time for a little warm-up. The skill window pops up. Dragon Eyes allows for detailed observation of any target. It can display detailed info on detected objects based on the admin's request. Jack Lucky suddenly slams his foot down onto the floor. Instantly, a wave of power erupts from him. He triggers both Wind Slash and Shadowless Step at the same time before landing smoothly back on the ground. That should do it. The system starts marking all the recorded items on his mini-map. Total count, 17,138 artifacts. Jack checks the screen and is impressed. That is way more than I expected. System, filter out all common items and one-time use trash. The system begins sorting the discovered items per his request. After the filter, the remaining count is 9,832. Jack looks bored. Still too many. Filter out every sword with a rank lower than S rank. Quickly, the screen highlights only the top-tier gear. He flashes a satisfied grin. All the other swords are gone. So, out of all these thousands of relics, S rank is the absolute peak. Suddenly, he frowns as he spots something. His fingers fly across the screen. What is this? Why is this one showing no information at all? It has to be nearby. The system notifies him that he has reached the specified coordinates. Jack stops right at the spot. He finds a mysterious jade bracelet where the info is just a bunch of question marks. Jack is stunned. This thing looks totally ordinary, yet the system cannot read it? A notification chime grabs his attention. As he reads the lines, Jack's eyes go wide with absolute shock. This item is reacting to the title of the Heir of Terakan Draker. Jack looks down at the bracelet with an excited grin. It reacts to my heir title? That means this is Terakan's personal relic. Something inside the bracelet activates, and a new notification window pops up. The Guardian Spirit Stone. A bracelet embedded with a protective stone that can summon spirit beasts. It summons a beast that perfectly matches the user's soul. Special note: this protective stone contains the blessing of the Elf King himself. The Guardian Spirit Stone has now been officially linked to the admin. You can now use this artifact to summon a powerful guardian beast that matches your soul. Suddenly, the bracelet snaps onto Jack's wrist, making him freak out. Hey, wait a second. What do you mean it is linked? Who gave you permission? Can I unlink this thing? The system chimes again, confirming his request for an explanation. This item is bound to the title of the Heir of Terakan Draker and cannot be unlinked. Jack is in total panic. Damn it, I have not even checked the other relics yet. My whole plan is ruined. He tries to stay positive. Okay, think happy thoughts. If this is Terakan's relic, it is definitely stronger than anything else in here. Jack just sighs in defeat. System, go ahead and activate the bracelet's innate ability. The system confirms the admin's command, activating the Guardian Spirit Stone to find a beast matching the user's soul. Instantly, the bracelet erupts with power. Jack feels himself being pulled into a space of shimmering light. Below him, a magic circle begins to glow. Thanks to the Elf King's blessing, the search range is upgraded to the highest level, the Divine Beast rank. A spirit beast matching the user's soul has been found, now beginning the summoning process. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appears before Jack. The beam pierces right through the archive room as a majestic, mysterious creature starts to take shape. Lightning flashes everywhere. This new spirit beast looks like a cross between a horse and a dragon. The system announces that the divine beast, Longma, has been summoned. Jack is speechless. This is a spirit beast? The pressure it is giving off is insane. Then he flashes a wild, excited grin, his heart racing. A relic that can summon a literal dragon horse? Just how many crazy things did Terakan Draker actually own? Suddenly, the Longma leans down and gently touches Jack's forehead. He reaches out to pet it. So this is what a soul connection feels like. Even though it is their first meeting, it feels like reuniting with a long-lost best friend. Cupping its face, he speaks softly. All right, I am starting to like you too. In fact, there is a strange sense of closeness here that I cannot quite explain. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Congratulations! Give your spirit beast a name, and you can summon it any time using the Holy Guardian Stone. Jacker quickly suggests a name. How about Bucephalus? The dragon horse nods in approval. It tosses its head excitedly while Zeke lets out a little chuckle. Looks like it actually loves the name. The system confirms it. Bucephalus, a legendary dragon horse carrying a divine aura. Its core power? Lightning that explodes from its twin manes. It is the ultimate spirit beast, the king of all dragon horses. Jacker thinks to himself, King of Dragon Horses sounds pretty epic. But honestly, this is my first time seeing a real dragon horse. How am I supposed to know exactly how strong this thing is? Suddenly, Bucephalus acts up and bites Zeke's hair, leaving him totally confused. Hey, Bucephalus, what has gotten into you all of a sudden? A strange force takes control of his body, and Jacker is shocked to find himself suddenly sitting on its back. Hugging its neck, he asks, do you want me to ride? This ultimate beast is something else. It literally read my mind. It knew I wanted to test its power and knelt down for me. Jacker shouts out in excitement. All right, let us do this. Bucephalus, show me your full speed. The beast takes off and lightning energy starts crackling through the air. It charges forward like a literal arrow, and Jacker is absolutely loving it. Moving this fast without a single sound from its hooves, just how incredible is this creature I have tamed? Suddenly, Zeke's eyes go wide as he realizes something else. Bucephalus's hooves trample down on a glowing magic circle. He laughs out loud, feeling the massive surge of energy. Wow, this is as top tier as it gets. Bucephalus disappears as we shift back to a carriage rolling down the road. He remembers how shocked the gatekeeper girl looked when he chose that mysterious ring earlier. Sir, are you absolutely sure you want this item? Jacker sits by the window, a satisfied smile on his face as he looks back on it. The guide's face was completely dead when I said I wanted this ring. Not a single bit of excitement from her at all. He recalls Alencia's warning. This vault has priceless treasures, but it is also full of flashy trash that is worth nothing. Basically, everyone thought this ring was just another piece of junk. Makes sense, though. Before reacting to my title, even the system could not show any info on it. It is really no surprise that people failed to see the true value. Zeke thinks to himself, I thought Terakan relics were only in specific ruins, the system pointed out. I never expected to just pick one up this easily in a vault. Talk about a lucky break. Zeke leans back in his seat, feeling totally relaxed. Either way, this is definitely one massive win for me. He is feeling great after all the exhaustion from the battle and the party. Tonight, he is just going to head home and finally get some decent rest. But as soon as he arrives, he hears a shout. Congratulations on officially becoming a knight, Sir Jacker. Zeke's face drops. He is already tired of people acting so formal and polite all of a sudden. He walks in with his hands in his pockets to find Clifford Zenhat. The man is beaming. Since you are now an official knight, it is only right that I address you properly. Jacker sits down and scratches his head in frustration. Fine, but from now on, stop just showing up like this without warning. If anyone finds out we are connected, our entire plan for the future could fall apart. Clifford Zenhat bows and offers a sincere apology. But honestly, there was someone who insisted on meeting Sir Zeke at any cost. My hands were tied, so I had to bring her here. Just then, the person sitting there pulls back their hood. Familiar long blue hair spills out, and a voice greets him. We meet again, Zeke. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the true master of the Zenhat merchant group, Melissa Alencia, the first princess of this kingdom. Zeke's brow furrows as the realization hits. The first princess? So Melissa Alencia is the actual shadow boss behind the Zenhat Guild, after all. Melissa giggles behind her hand. You must have suspected it for a while. Princess Melissa has not been seen in public much lately, has she? Then she suddenly appears at his promotion party. Coincidentally, that is exactly when Clifford's patients were injected with the red flower cure and recovered instantly. The pieces are all starting to fit. Any person with a brain would have figured this out by now. Jacker just laughs and admits she is right. Melissa raises her hand to continue. Then I will skip the introductions and get straight to the point. The reason I have come looking for you so urgently is that I need your help. As she speaks, she pulls out a stack of documents. Help? With what exactly? Melissa asks him to take a look at the files first. This data covers the recent red flower outbreaks near the borders. It includes a full analysis done by the elite supernatural Nirvana family. Jacker focuses on the papers. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a specific page. His expression turns grim as he asks if this is really true. The red flower disease. He says, his voice heavy with shock. It is actually a pathogen created through magic. This comes from the top-tier Nirvana family, so it cannot be a mistake. Hearing that confirmation, Jacker gnashes his teeth in pure rage. The red flower was actually man-made by humans. The infection speed is even faster than any plague from the past. Is it possible that my regression has caused things to change this much? While he is still processing his anger, Melissa speaks up. There is more. The files show the outbreak started in villages right between the Dom Empire and our Alencia kingdom. But it did not spread into the Dom Empire at all. She points to a map showing how the disease only moved in one direction straight toward Alencia. Jacker cannot believe it. Wait, are you saying? Melissa's eyes sharpen as she confirms his worst fears. Exactly. It is highly likely the Dom Empire created the red flower and intentionally unleashed it on us. The map is already covered in ominous markings. Zeke's face is full of dread. This is beyond serious, guys. The reason Alencia fell so easily to the Dom Empire before my regression was because of this very disease. This changes everything. So that is why the princess needs our boy's help. Zeke sets the documents down, realizing she is after the mass production and distribution rights for that red flower cure. Am I right? He asks with a cold, questioning stare. Melissa just calmly agrees, so Zeke starts breaking down the terms of their previous contract. My guild only has the basic manufacturing principles for now. Distributing this medicine nationwide is going to require a brand new supplemental agreement. She even included a very interesting clause. Still, I have no plan to break our deal. Melissa happily confirms that she feels exactly the same way. As merchants, the first side to show their hand usually loses out, but honestly, getting the chance to work with you is anything but a loss for us. Zeke cannot help but let a smirk escape. He breaks into an excited, wide grin, thinking to himself that she really is the true master of the DN Hat Guild. There is a reason the DN Hat Guild became such a massive powerhouse. Melissa offers the new contract stating the medicine will be given to the people as relief supplies. You do not have to worry about your secret formula leaking out. We will pay you a very handsome price, including 20% of our entire guild's shares. Zeke is absolutely stunned, his mind racing as he processes the offer. The DN Hat Guild is still one of the top 10 most prestigious groups around. If he can stop the guild from collapsing alongside Alencia like it did in his past life before he regressed, it will grow even faster. Those shares would be worth millions. If we can actually prevent the war and let the guild thrive, the value of that 20% could skyrocket to tens of millions of gold. Zeke stays silent for a long moment before looking her in the eye. This is a very tempting offer, but I have a few questions for the princess first. What if I am actually working for the Empire? Why share all this info and give up 20% of your guild just to provide relief supplies? Melissa just gives a faint smile at his confusion. I will answer everything. I am already certain that you, Mr. Zeke, are not one of the Empire's men. Beyond her royal title, the princess has a real secret weapon. Her sharp intuition was forged and refined through years of dealing with constant pain. She explains that after they parted at the party, she watched him from afar. He was subtle, but she noticed how cold he was toward anyone from the Doom Empire. Most importantly, you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince. Other people might think you were just being polite with your greeting instead of a handshake. But to me, it looked like pure instinctive resistance, almost like a sense of disgust. That is how I am certain you are not with the Empire. Zeke's lip twitches at her explanation. Her observation skills are honestly on a whole different level. Suddenly, Melissa's expression turns completely serious. As for your second question, it is simple. If just 20% of my shares can save the people, then this is definitely a profitable trade. Zeke is left speechless by her declaration. He suddenly flashes back to his previous life, hearing the desperate voices of people screaming for Alencia to stop. Please, do not try anymore. We have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire now, what does it matter if the king dies in the process? That was your job, Zeke. To think of the future, retreating was the only right choice. You understood that better than anyone else did back then. Just trade my life to buy enough time for the people to escape. That girl in his past life said those exact same words about a profitable trade. Now, Zeke just holds his head in total frustration. Damn it, I really tried my best to make sure this kind of thing never happened again. Yet here she is, sounding exactly like Alencia did. Fine, let us make the deal. Melissa hears this and happily claps her hands together. Really? You made the right choice. But Zeke warns her to be careful and never reveal his true identity. She promises she has it all covered. Cut to 2 weeks later in the basement training room. Sordor is flying everywhere as he completely trashes the training ground with constant strikes. Zeke is training like a man possessed. His moves are so powerful that dust and energy swirl into a massive blinding vortex around him. Finally, the energy settles, and Zeke stops. A system screen pops up. You have mastered the beginner dragon slaying sword art. Took about a month. More notifications start flooding in. You have successfully completed the achievement requirements to become the official successor of Sion. Achievement complete. Since you finished so quickly, a massive time bonus is being added to your final quest rewards. Rewards include the Kanosh treasure coordinates, a new title, 500 karma points, and 2 random gift boxes. He is now a unique immortal administrator. Just look at these titles: Dragon's Blessing, Heir of the Sword Saint, and a holy body that is completely immune to all poisons. Plus, he gets 100 inventory slots, a mini-map, and even teleportation. This system is basically a cheat code for our main character. He has infinite stamina and S-rank elemental sword skills. That beginner dragon slaying art is just the latest addition to his insane skill list. He also has static, thunder grenades, and dragon eye. He is even tapping into the first stage of his legendary dragon skills now. Dragon Majesty and Gluttony are also mastered. He is already moving into the second stage of his draconic powers once the conditions are met. Dragon scales and claws are ready, though stage 3 is still locked until he gets more karma. Zeke just gives a satisfied smirk at his stats. 2 random gift boxes? Nice. This almost makes up for all the points I spent burning down your warehouse. Time to check this first one. Just like that, a strange, round object appears right in the palm of his hand. It is the Kanoche Kingdom treasure coordinates. The request is confirmed, but he cannot read them yet. He needs a special seal to activate the map. If he gathers and combines the scattered seal fragments, the coordinates will unlock. The fragment locations are already appearing on his mini-map. There are red dots everywhere, north, south, and the center. They are spread far apart, so this scavenger hunt is going to take some time. Zeke just smirks at the map. No wonder it took so long to show up. It is a link quest for a legendary kingdom's treasure. All right, let's dive back in. The mission. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Kamos Kingdom and restore them. The deadline? There isn't one. Quest reward. Successor of the Kamos Kingdom. Zeke stares at the screen, looking totally unimpressed. Just a title? Is that it? Suddenly, a new notification pops up. Legendary Kingdom Treasure Link Quest. Locate the scattered fragments of the Kamos seal and return them to their true original state. No time limit. Reward. Successor of the Kamos Kingdom. Zeke reads this and wonders if finding that legendary treasure is actually part of the reward too. Or is it like before when an artifact reacted to a title? Does this new rank have some kind of hidden special ability? He scowls, putting the orb away for now. It can wait. As he walks off, he mutters that there is no rush anyway. Gotta handle the urgent stuff first. Luckily, Kay just reached out. It has been a while since I dealt with those drug traffickers in the south. Zeke flashes a terrifying, crazy look as he speaks. Cut to Gapa Port, a small village in the south. Our main character is already there in disguise. The smell of salt mixed with the stench of blood. The southern air is just as rotten as I remember while stepping off the boat. A line of people bow deeply, saying it is an honor to serve him. Zeke, the Alliance South Branch Vice Chief, just waves them off. Good work, everyone. They keep going, saying they can't wait for his official return to the branch. His face says it all, complete annoyance. Give me a break. It has been so long. Zeke looks around, lost in thought. Whether it is before my regression or now, some things never change, like that sea smell. Time to focus. As he walks, someone calls out to him, Mage! Zeke turns his head toward the voice. Perfect timing for the quest. A flash from the past shows 2 people waiting for him. Looking good in those merchant clothes. Purple Hair replies with a thanks. Zeke approaches and asks if they have mastered the plan from the quest letter. Purple Hair looks dead serious and says, Of course. On the day of the operation, we will use the chaos to rescue the girl Mekong is holding. Hearing that, he nods, patting his partner's chest. Good, you clearly get the drill. But don't forget, we have to protect the target and escort her to safety. Stay sharp until the very end. What is it? He asks. To keep things secret, the letter didn't explain what kind of chaos is supposed to happen on the day we move. Is it some special day like a southern festival? Zeke smirks, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. It is not a festival, it is way messier. Because that is the day Mekong vanishes from this world forever. That look on his face has purple hair breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a voice rings out, catching Zeke's attention. Over here, Vice Chief. Oh, are you busy? I will come back later. The guy scratches his head awkwardly. Zeke asks if he is the guild guide. Let's just head out. Got it. The carriage is ready. Follow me. Zeke follows the guide, leaving the 2 guys wondering if he is actually planning to go to war with Mekong. He freezes for a second, then waves them off. No way. Just a joke, guys. Don't sweat it. But those 2? Still totally weirded out. Now, here is the part you and I need to watch. That didn't sound like a joke at all. Later, in a moving carriage, they discuss the guild's preparations. Of course, it looks impressive from the outside, but we are the ones managing the storage and the whole interior. It is like a 5-star hotel. Lucky us. Anyway, let's recap the plan one more time. Today is Don Juan's birthday. Zeke stares out the window. It is a big celebration, but also a meeting for all the top leaders to discuss their upcoming shady deals. So Kay is the key player here with her assistant. Zeke is joining the trade too, right? The other guy confirms the details. Zeke sighs. How many times have we gone over this? Like 5 times now? I have every single word memorized by heart. Kay points a finger at him. What else can I do? Partner, I am not a cool-headed manager like you. Of course I am nervous. You dragged me into this, so at least let me vent. Zeke just forces a smile. I thought something felt off today. Turns out it is just her. Kay clutches her head, trembling. What if they find out we burned the Soma warehouse? Mekong paralyzes traders and feeds them to the sharks. This is bad. But the smoke screen was thick, so maybe they won't notice? Her face is ghostly pale from pure terror. Zeke thinks it's hilarious. Seeing her this panic just makes me want to mess with her more, so he speaks up. Don't worry, Kay, you are a mage. They have a different way of dealing with your kind. She looks curious. Oh? How so? Zeke flashes a charming smile. Southern legends say a mage's body can stop curses. No one would waste you as shark bait. You are way too valuable for that. They will probably just take your body apart and sell the pieces to settle your debt. Kay freezes in shock, then her scream echoes from the carriage. Wait, so those rings Mekong members wear? Those are real fingers? Oh no, what are they going to do to mine? If it comes to that, partner, please bury my remains somewhere sunny. But wait, how do you even know all this? Zeke just looks out the window. How could I not know? I understand the South better than anyone. I am the one who built Mekong up and tore it down as an assassin. Memories of his past life flood back. He was kicked out of the academy, captured by slavers, and sold to the Mekong Soma farm. The Soma farm wasn't just for crops. They used us as literal meat shields in their brutal, bloody power struggles. I was the only one who kept coming back alive. Back then, I was just relieved to be breathing. I never stopped to ask why. Survival instinct must have triggered some unconscious healing. After surviving 6 suicide missions, Don Juan finally decided to train me as his personal hitman. Watch out. Zan Zuan had a sharp eye. This hitman life? It was exactly what our boy was made for. Catching a target off guard with poison made dropping purple knights easy, but blue knights? That was another story. Even when I hid my presence, he sensed me instantly, and that poison? He just flushed it out with aura. At the end of the day, even a blue knight is human. I just had to find those tiny flaws. Once my body count of blue knights hit double digits, I was officially Meccan's top hired gun. I kept rising, wiped out the Pavella group, and eventually I even became Zanzuan's own adopted son. I was next in line for the throne, but on succession night, I slaughtered everyone, even Zanzuan, and left. That's all ancient history. Riken is lost in his past life when Kay finally snaps him back to reality. Hey, partner, you're dodging my questions. Are you a spy? Trying to use me to take over the syndicate? She points a finger, looking totally stressed. Riken just raises an eyebrow and stares outside, keeping his cool. Kay is losing it. Speak up. Is it true or not? Riken just smirks at how naive she was. They arrive at the mansion, and the place is packed. Someone introduces Kay as the special guest they mentioned. Kay does a formal bow, playing the part. An honor, Mr. Zan Zuan. Meanwhile, Riken is casing the room. This place is loaded. You've got Meccan assassins, infamous outlaws, and high-level gangsters. Talk about a dangerous crowd. Behind the main hall is the secret meeting room. A row of heavy hitters are all staring them down. The boss puffs his cigar with a fake smile. A mage, huh? I didn't expect a beautiful woman. Beautiful mages are rarer than gems, he says. Let's hear what you've got. This guy? That's the Meccan boss. Kay takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Then she drops it. Remember that warehouse fire months ago? The room goes silent. Zanzuan crushes his cigar. Of course I remember. Why would you bring that up? His face turns demonic. The pressure is insane, and Kay starts to stutter. Well, you see, it's because there's a traitor in this room. Someone who worked with Pavella to burn down the Soma warehouse. A snake. The crowd goes wild. What did she say? Get her out. But then Zanzuan slams his fist down. Instant silence. He stares her down with a terrifying gaze. Are you ready to take responsibility for that? Kay doesn't blink and nods. Zanzuan reaches out. Fine, tell me, who has the guts to betray me? Everyone starts sweating. Suddenly, Riken moves. He grabs a guy, puts a knife to his throat, and speaks up. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zanzuan. I'm Riken. I believe I have exactly what you're looking for. Zanzuan stays calm. Riken, huh? It's my birthday, yet you brought a knife instead of a gift? He lights up another cigar while Riken looks at his captive. Your gift? It's right here in my hands. So you're saying my dear brother Joaquin is the traitor. Kay just stands there with a wicked smirk. Hey, Joaquin, or should I say, Elmancor, you know the truth. Why don't you tell everyone yourself? Joaquin is panicking. How does this kid know? Even the boss hasn't figured it out yet. This is bad. He screams at his guards. You useless idiots! Don't just stand there. I pay you to do something. The guards are trembling. We can't get close. This guy is a total pro. He hasn't left an opening. If we shoot, he'll just use Joaquin as a shield. He must be a Pavala spy. Riken's eyes turn ice. Meccan's most trusted right hand, you're the one working for Pavella, and yet you have the nerve to blame me? Joaquin just sneers. You're just talking crazy now that you're caught. But Riken, he's got the receipts. Kay activates her magic, and boom, a stack of files appears right in front of Zan Zuan. He reads. He flips through the pages, his eyes narrowing. Well, Riken, you certainly brought me something very interesting today. Not only is Joaquin a traitor, but those Pavella bastards are actually pirates. The whole room just stops breathing. Riken knew it. Mentioning pirates changes everything. In the South, people hate pirates more than anything on Earth. They've suffered the most from pirate raids. And more importantly, Zan Zuan's entire family was slaughtered by them. His hatred will never die. He won't let anything pirate-related slide. So, Joaquin, what's your move now? Joaquin is losing his mind. Curse you! Where on earth did you get your hands on that photo? And that report, too. It links my smuggling deals with Pavella straight to the Soma warehouse fire. This is more than enough to get me killed. Suddenly, Zan Zuan slams the files back onto the table. Look at Don Juan's cold eyes. He tells Moser that just a tiny bit of evidence isn't enough to make him doubt his own brother. Moser frowns, realizing he needs more. He didn't want to use his secret weapon, but he's got no choice left. He leans in and whispers something to Joaquin Elmancor. Suddenly, Joaquin turns into stone, while old Don Juan stays cool as ice. Don Juan keeps going. If this is all a lie, then insulting his brother like this is a sin he won't forgive. But then, Joaquin grit his teeth and admits it. He confesses he's the one working with Pavella. His eyes go blank, and the room goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Don Juan slowly stands up, head low. So his own blood actually betrayed him after all. What a disgrace. If you confess to a crime, you have to pay the price, right? He starts walking toward him. Suddenly, Gekken's eyes go wide. The old man throws an axe right at Joaquin. Blood sprays everywhere, even hitting Gekken himself. A body with a crushed head lies there in a pool of blood. Moser just stares at the blade buried deep in Joaquin's forehead. The boss's right-hand man died like a dog. Pretty pathetic. Now, you and I should remember what Gekken actually whispered in his ear. Just admit you are the traitor. Do that, and I promise before God I won't touch your hidden family. Gekken starts wiping the blood off his face. A promise before God is serious business. But the truth? Gekken never had any intention of going after that family in the first place. Still, you don't become a legendary crime boss by being naive. Don Juan definitely knew Elmancor wasn't really a traitor. He only killed him because the situation forced his hand. See, months ago, someone burned down the Koshoma house and cost Don Juan a fortune. That same guy was the one working with Pavella and set the warehouse fire. Gekken made sure to link those two events together perfectly. While he had the chance, he moved fast, pointing the finger at Elmancor and pinning him down before he could react. Then the bombshell drops. The Pavella group are actually pirates. Even in this total mess, Don Juan stays eerily calm. He's analyzing everything coldly, but his men? They're losing it. And right in the middle of that chaos, Elmancor confessed out loud. Even if he was innocent, letting it slide would destroy the organization's discipline. Don Juan is always playing the numbers game. He bites his lip and watches as Don Juan yanks the axe out of the body. A fresh stream of blood follows the blade. This terrifying aura starts surrounding the old man. He looks at everyone like they're just prey, then speaks up again. If Joaquin was a traitor, then all of my high-ranking officers must be in on it too, right? That one line sends everyone into a panic. Don Juan slams his hand down on the files. The report about the Koshoma fire is clear. He claims the fire was just a stepping stone for them to join Pavella. Confess now, and he'll give them a quick, painless death. Someone screams that it's all lies. The boss watches them like a hawk, while one guy, sweating bullets, points at Gekken. We never did any of that. This has to be some dirty trick played by that cursed sorceress. He tries to say they should interrogate her, but an attack hits him instantly. He's dead before he can finish. More blood splatters Gekken. She's completely stunned by what just happened. Gekken trembles, looking at the body at his feet. Then the boss asks, "What are you doing, Gekken Moser?" It was Gekken who struck the blow. He just calmly says he's helping the boss take out the rest of the traitors. Joaquin confessed and was executed. These guys were his partners. That's more than enough reason to kill them, right? Don Juan glares at him, wondering what this kid is really up to. What's the real end goal here? He realizes it now. Gekken wants him to do the dirty work and wipe out the syndicate. The boss just looks down. A reason, huh? He looks at Gekken with freezing eyes. Are you a messenger from God sent to help me or a demon sent to destroy me? Gekken Moser just smirks. Everything is going exactly according to plan. He places a hand over his heart. Zeke steps up with total confidence. He's no divine messenger or demon's pawn, just a business partner looking to strike a deal. Don Juan is totally confused. A business partner? He asks for confirmation, and Zeke just nods along. Boss, you want to reset the corporate order and reclaim control, right? But with Etha's exile and Pavla's grip on the sea routes, you're stuck. Mekong's entire Soma distribution network is currently tied to the organization, and you're sharp enough to see that clearly. That's exactly why you hesitated to punish those traitors even when they backstabbed you. The old man is stunned, thinking Zeke knows him way too well. But Zeke isn't done yet. Don't sweat it. Until now, Kay handled the Soma distribution for the Federation. She's literally shaking just hearing her name. She can only manage a nervous laugh. Zeke confidently declares that from now on, he and Kay are taking over Mekong's Soma distribution. Don Juan sits back, finally feeling relieved. He admits it's a pretty tempting offer. Zeke, you and I know that real deals have to be built on trust. But without trust, how can I hand over distribution on our first meeting? Zeke agrees and the boss makes a proposal. Suddenly he tosses the wine aside, throws the files into the air, and draws his blade. He stabs right through the photo, resting on the documents. After that flashy move, he gives a cocky grin. Bulo Santosa. I'll take down the area ruled by that coward. Bulo Santosa, nicknamed the coward because he always plays it safe. That's why even as an executive, his reputation in the organization is absolute trash. Don Juan analyzes the situation. Zeke, you even know his nickname. Well, as long as I benefit, I don't care. After weighing the pros and cons, Don Juan stands up. Fine, that's enough to earn my trust. I'm genuinely impressed by your courage, but that place is way too dangerous to hit alone. I'll send Mekong's elite assassins to back you up. Zeke just scoffs, thinking, support my foot! They're clearly just here to watch me. The boss adds that just to be safe, he has a plan for Kay. Miss Kay will stay under my protection. He gives Kay a creepy look, leaving her terrified and trembling. Zeke's eyes go cold. He knows protection is just a fancy word for her being a hostage. He accepts, telling the boss to take good care of Kay. Destination? The Soma port. The elite team is dispatched immediately. Under the cover of the dead of night, Zeke leads the charge to the destination before raising his hand to signal a full stop. Manuel, the squad leader, is stunned. He realized he obeyed Zeke's command without even thinking about it. Well, after seeing his skills, only an idiot would refuse to follow his lead. His stamina and speed are just on another level, moving through this northern forest with precision as if he knows every single tree by heart. His combat skills are absolutely insane. He's a total monster, capable of taking down legendary beasts that would easily crush the most expensive mercenaries from the entire wolf tribe. Manuel can't help but be impressed by Zeke's raw power. Then, Zeke speaks up. All of you, wait here. Manuel is confused. They're supposed to be supervising, not sitting this one out. Zeke looks back with a chilling, cold gaze. This is the only spot where the factory is visible. Stop pretending you care and just focus on your job as supervisors. With that, he vanishes in an instant. Manuel calls out in a total panic. Manuel feels totally helpless against this guy. His team asks for orders, and he decides to just stay put and continue the surveillance as told. Like he said, we're only here to observe. There's no need to jump into his fight. Stay hidden and make sure you aren't spotted. Suddenly, an explosion of fire erupts below. Manuel breaks into a cold sweat just seeing that insane speed. He's already made his move. A massive fire is spreading, and the ground is covered with people in agony. A fire vortex begins to swirl through the air. Someone screams out that there's a mage among the attackers. We can't handle this! Call the magic weapon squad for backup. Meanwhile, Zeke grips his flaming blade. That's a natural reaction when you see an elemental blade for the first time. An enemy spots him and shouts. Zeke expected a lightning-fast response from a group that rivals Mekong in the north. Suddenly, a squad of armed men charges in to take him down. They unleash their power, but Zeke counters with massive fireballs from his elemental blade. The whole field lights up as Zeke incinerates his enemies. He lands softly among the charred remains and lets out a long, bored sigh. This isn't even enough for a warm-up. Suddenly, he looks to the side and frowns. That coward Boulot is actually out of his mind. Zeke finds himself staring down the barrels of tanks. Is he actually using a magic pool? A massive explosion rocks the entire area. When the smoke finally clears, Zeke is standing there without a single scratch, wearing a satisfied smirk. Well, unless you're a criminal, you and I both know you wouldn't accept a contract like this. First off, Zeke starts unleashing a barrage of skills: elemental sword, gale field, and sword dance. That raw power shatters tanks and everything nearby. Behind that black mask, his mouth curls into a smirk. Before he regressed, Zeke probably would have run from a magic pool like that. He turns away from the fading explosions, swinging his sword through the air. But things are different now. Moments later, the fortress is nothing but ruins and flickering flames. Inside the tunnel, bodies are scattered everywhere in a pool of blood. It is a total massacre. The last guy goes down fast as soon as Zeke strikes. Heading deeper, he scratches his head. Now that the trash is cleared, it is finally time for the boss to show up. Out of nowhere, an arrow flies in, but Zeke casually catches it midair. Suddenly, the arrow explodes, releasing a strange, mysterious powder everywhere. The system immediately pings a notification: Black Mamba poison detected. But thanks to his immunity, the effects are completely negated. Talk about being overpowered! Admin orders confirmed. The continuous activation of his recovery skill is temporarily suspended. Zeke narrows his eyes, glancing toward the shadows. Finally, you have shown your face. That is when Boulot steps out from the darkness. He starts complaining, asking what those underground ants think they are doing. He sounds pretty annoyed. How did an intruder get this far? 5 or 6 footsteps get closer as he threatens Zeke, saying the air he just inhaled was actually deadly gas. Even aura users are helpless against this poison. Holding an antidote, he offers a deal. He will give Zeke the cure if he leaks info about his allies. This guy is Boulot, an officer from the Pavella organization. He starts mocking Zeke while he seems to be struggling, thinking it was all just a distraction. He claims the ground is quiet because Zeke's friends have all been captured. He tells him to trade before it is too late. But Zeke knows he is lying through his teeth. Did he really think Zeke was that easy to fool? Just by looking at the poisoned arrow on the ground, Zeke already knows how dangerous this stuff is. In the South, everyone knows the Black Mamba poison has no cure. A normal person would be dead in minutes. This is basically a death sentence. Even a Blue Knight would struggle to survive the after effects. It really is a terrifying poison. Luckily, Zeke's knowledge of medicine helped him avoid the worst of it. But with his 1,000 poison immunity, this toxin is completely useless. The Black Mamba poison was detected, but his body is not affected at all. Without saying a word, Zeke swings his blade and shatters the antidote in Boulot's hand. Seeing his plan literally crushed, Boulot loses his mind. He screams, asking if Zeke is insane for destroying the cure. He thinks Zeke has a death wish, but suddenly he collapses, unable to even speak. Zeke is radiating pure confidence. He tells him the truth: his body is naturally immune to poison. Plus, he can even transform into a much deadlier form. He looks ready for war. His eyes glow with a terrifying light as he delivers a chilling threat. This is getting intense. The reason the ground is quiet is that Zeke already wiped out all of his allies. Boulot is stunned into silence. He just cannot believe his ears. He tries to deny it, claiming his men were Pavella elites armed with magic weapons. Zeke just keeps provoking him, making him more desperate. If he is so curious, Zeke tells him to go check for himself if he can still walk, that is. Boulot screams, demanding to know who sent him. Zeke stays calm, saying he should have guessed by now. Boulot grinds his teeth in rage, wondering if it was actually Mekong behind this. Zeke confirms he is pretty sharp. It is a logical guess since Mekong is the only one who would dare to mess with Pavella like this. Boulot thought they respected each other's boundaries, so why start a war now? Zeke does not hesitate to mock him for being so clueless. He tells him he should be ashamed. Below is confused, but Zeke does not care and just insults him straight to his face. Pavella's idea of respect was just sneaking into distribution lines and waiting for a chance to steal. Zeke has all the proof he needs. He threatens Boulot, who is starting to look worried. Pavella crossed the line, and that alone is enough reason to start a full-scale war. His boss declared they will not stop until Pavella is turned to dust. Plus, they are going to wipe those filthy pirates off the southern continent. Realizing his secrets are out, Boulot turns and runs for his life. Zeke even knows they were originally just a bunch of pirates. Damn it! Zeke immediately gives chase. He is not letting him escape that easily. After the pursuit, Zeke finds himself in a massive, sprawling room. He moves deeper, cautiously checking his surroundings. The hunt might be over, but where is he? This place looks totally different from the mine. Along the way, Zeke ran into quite a few obstacles. He had a hard time dealing with all the traps hidden in this place. He had to pretend to fall for them to avoid suspicion. What a pain! Being so sharp, Zeke noticed the traps the moment he arrived. These are not original ruins traps. They look like they were recently placed. He curses Pavella, wondering what those scumbags are actually up to. As Zeke moves forward, a mysterious figure is silently waiting behind him. Suddenly, the stranger lunges at Zeke like a literal whirlwind. Zeke catches him off guard and draws his sword for a quick finish. He senses the danger as the enemy swings a massive blade. Zeke dodges just in time. Getting close, he asks in a freezing voice who the hell he is. The guy panics, startled by Zeke's speed. He looks on with pure horror and rage. Zeke's sword flashes as he lands a few slashes just to leave a little souvenir. The guy's eyes go white as he collapses, covered in wounds. Zeke just looks at the body coldly, totally unfazed, and steps right over him. Entering a new area, Zeke realizes there are a lot more guys like that one. He is running into these bastards everywhere he goes. Finally, he faces an entire army and their leader. Look at these guys. Zeke calls them Imperial dogs, and the leader just starts talking with total arrogance. He complains about working with those southern idiots. He thinks they should have handled their own business instead of letting mice crawl in here. He growls at Zeke, telling him that since he made it this far, he should not dream of leaving this place alive. Check this out. Zeke is analyzing the map he looted from those giant mountain goons, and it clearly marks ruins all over the southern continent. Could this be the exact ruin the Emperor is hunting for? Zeke grips his sword while the arrogant leader warns his squad. That dagger looks totally normal, but look at those wind currents swirling around it. Better treat it like a dangerous artifact. The soldier moves out with a killer gaze. Wait, he is holding a magic scroll. The leader screams for the troops to get ready. It is a magic scroll, brace yourselves. But Zeke just smirks at them. Honestly, there is no need to be that terrified. He explains exactly what that scroll does. It is just a soundproof barrier for protection. It does not actually do any damage. The barrier activates, just like he said. For the next 30 minutes, whatever happens in here will never reach the outside world. Zeke stares them down without flinching. No one will find us. Besides, testing out new techniques is rare, so let us enjoy this. He raises his hand and shouts. The leader is starting to get nervous now. Something in the air feels off. It is not a portal. It looks like it was forged right out of the void. He has so many questions about his opponent's gear. That weird weapon from earlier, too. He is supposed to be a mage, but how is he using a sword like that? Suddenly, his eyes go wide in shock. Look at Zeke's hands. They are starting to glow with this incredible, mysterious light. In an instant, he is wielding a divine sword with insane power. An aura sword? The leader screams, is he the Blue Knight? A sharp flash of light cuts through the room. Zeke unleashes Dragon-Slaying Sword Art, Chapter 1, Form 1, Heaven Slash. The leader did not stand a chance. He gets completely obliterated by Zeke's ultimate move. The barrier fades as Zeke finishes wiping out the squad. The place is a wreck. He starts a fire, already planning his next move. If the bodies burn, there is no evidence. Plus, everyone will think Meccan hired both knights and mages for this raid. That is going to make the war between Meccan and Pavella way worse. But he still has this strange gut feeling. He wonders why Pavella and the Empire are working together. They must be hunting for those ancient southern ruins as a team. Zeke thinks back to his past life. Before he regressed, there were absolutely no signs of anything like this happening here. Well, that was 3 years into the future. They probably already found the artifact and vanished by the time I arrived. Zeke looks at the debris, feeling satisfied, as long as the result is good. He just accidentally trashed the Emperor's entire plan. Task finished, he starts to head out, but then he stops. Look at that massive mechanical leg. It is actually moving. What a pain. This huge machine steps out. I sensed a massive energy spike before it vanished like magic, so I came to check. Zeke can feel it, every heavy footstep and that massive presence looming right behind his back. A cold voice rings out with pure killing intent. Looks like we have an uninvited guest. ZK slowly turns around to look. That armor looks way too familiar. Wait, is that the Hossein? The legendary magic suit given to the Red Knight? It is a literal treasure among treasures. The Hossein armor is packed with every kind of support magic you can imagine. From weight reduction to self-healing, it has it all. But ZK notices something is a bit different about this version. This Hossein is not like the ones from the Empire. ZK steps up and demands to know who is inside that armor. Are you one of the Empire's Red Knights? Before he can even react, a blade is already pressed right against his throat. ZK has no choice but to block with his own sword. The two clash in a total stalemate of pure strength and speed. Those glowing blue eyes look absolutely evil. ZK is pushing back with everything he has, but the Red Knight counters hard. ZK barely dodges that insane shockwave. He gets slammed straight into the wall, but he is not giving up that easily. The knight leaps up for a final blow. ZK braces himself for the impact, and the entire ground practically shatters beneath them. ZK and the Iron Knight keep clashing, neither side backing down. He can tell this guy has a spirit of absolute steel. Good grief, this guy is a total monster. ZK gets a bad feeling. Could that Hossein armor be reinforced with even more magic? A strength-enhancing buff on top of everything? ZK's only option now is to stay mobile and dodge those relentless attacks. The knight stands tall in the smoke, completely untouched. Those eyes are terrifying, and look at that massive rock behind him. Skill activation, elemental sword, metal field. In an instant, the Red Knight is completely encased in a solid steel barrier, but he just tears a hole right through the top. He starts raining down slashes from inside his own metal protection. With insane power, he shatters the barrier into a million pieces. He looks more untouchable and proud than ever now. A blinding light hits him. Skill activation, flash grenade, and then massive boulders come crashing down on him without mercy. While the knight is distracted, ZK quickly makes his move. A tiny spark of light, then ZK freezes. He cannot believe it. After trying everything, did he really just block an aura sword? All right, you and I are about to see our hero step right up to that knight without a single bit of fear. GK is struggling in the heat of battle. He hesitates for a second, then quickly pivots. Dragon Tribe skill. Dragon Scale armor. Activate! He stands tall, holy sword in hand. Even with the knight chained down, Jiaki isn't taking chances. He locks into a defensive stance to stay safe and ready. Jiaki shoots a mocking look his way. Turns out you have plenty of weird tricks, he sneers. The knight pauses, finally coming back to that question from before. So, you wanted to know who I am? Jiaki narrows his eyes, clearly waiting for the reveal. Someone with your power definitely deserves to have a name. The knight finally speaks. I am Kenkan Damon's Constantinus. The second the name drops, Jiaki feels a massive wave of suspicion wash over him. It is not just the daemon's name. Jiaki senses a heavy secret buried in those words. Constantinus? Seriously? We know that lineage well. Constantinus is a prestigious name passed down only to the royalty of the Eastern Empire. Plus, that middle name only comes from the Elector families. Those are the elite nobles who actually choose the Eastern Emperor. Jiaki connects the dots, and it is a massive revelation. The Demon's Clan isn't just big, they're one of the elite Elector families of the Eastern Empire. The mood shifts instantly. A system alert pops up. Demon energy detected. Taking this guy down means some serious reward points for us. He shields his eyes, feeling a bit rattled. What exactly is this demon energy? The light exploding from Ken is so blinding that Jiaki can barely look. It is dangerous, no doubt. Ken prepares a final strike to show his absolute authority. I never expected to find a knight of your caliber in this wasteland. I will show some respect then. I will give you a glorious death using my full power. Jiaki knows exactly what he is up against. He realizes regular techniques won't cut it against this guy's power. Even if he uses his elemental sword, he has to keep his cool and find an opening. The power gap is still massive. Jia-Ki stomps his foot down hard. He's got a plan. If this is how it is, then there's only one way left. Jia-Ki raises his blade for his trump card, dragon-slaying sword art, second form dragon scale thrust, but even now, he is worried this counterattack might fall short. After seeing Ken's terrifying power, Jia-Ki knows he has to stay on guard. Ken's defense is so high, it literally bounces back aura-enhanced blades. As long as that Aeon aura is active, landing a fatal blow is basically impossible. He raises his sword and gives it a quick, sharp wipe. Now, here's where you and I see the real plan. He has to drag this guy down to his level. Skill activation, mana reflection. Just as Jia-Ki makes his move, Ken suddenly freezes. Wait, what? The Aeon aura just completely stopped working? Ken looks totally lost and asks what happened. Jia-Ki is even more confused than he is. What? I don't have a single clue what you're talking about. Ken starts laughing like a maniac and ramps up his energy. Fine, keep your secrets. He unleashes a devastating wave of power. Hunting down the enemy is just part of the fun. His power slams into the room, leaving glowing friction burns all over the place. He's firing off attacks wildly like he's not even aiming at a single spot. Jia-Ki stands firm against this monster while Ken just keeps blasting. He's absolutely furious, tearing the whole place apart. The entire room is trashed. Nothing is left unscathed as explosions make the very ground shake. Debris is flying everywhere. After that clash, the room is a total disaster. Jia-Ki is seriously injured, and man, there is blood everywhere. Warning! Demon energy levels in the host have exceeded the limit. Your elemental healing skills are being nerfed right now. He struggles to get up, clutching his wounds in pain. This is looking really bad. Ken stands there, and he actually looks impressed. You really are part of the Enki bloodline. Impressive. Jia-Ki is stunned. How did he know? Ken recalls a key moment from their clash. Shutting down the Aeon aura, even for a split second, that has to be the sealing magic of the Enki family. Plus, that sword style you used at the end, it's a dead ringer for the dragon slaying method. Jia-Ki is absolutely floored. This guy is analyzing every single move with crazy detail. See, the dragon slaying sword art is actually based on the dragon slaying method's principles. So, obviously they look similar. But that dragon scale thrust I just used, that's only found in the secret high-level parts of the dragon slaying method. That technique is a forbidden family secret. If an Empire Knight like Ken knows it, the Daemons must have handed the dragon-slaying method over to the Empire. Jia-Ki covers his mouth as he coughs up a ton of blood. Ken steps closer, ready to give him a final mercy gift. Your body is falling apart. That must be painful. Leaving you like this would be disrespectful to such a worthy opponent. He doesn't hesitate. He drives his sword straight into his chest. Seeing the shock on his face, he calmly says his goodbyes. May you find peace in death. After watching Jia-Ki lie still, Ken finally turns to leave. Even as an enemy, it's been a long time since I've faced someone so worthy, but as he walks away, whoosh, a small blade flies in from behind. It clips a lock of his hair and leaves a tiny scratch on his neck. Ken whips around, but Jia-Ki has completely vanished. Ken is absolutely stunned. How is this possible? But in the blink of an eye, Jia-Ki appears right behind him. His grip tightens on his sword with a terrifying look in his eyes. The system just used salvation, the ultimate recovery potion. His wounds and stamina are fully restored. With the knight's guard down, he takes his head with one effortless, smooth strike, but the second it's over, his body just gives out. He drops to his knees, coughing hard. Man, thank goodness I had that recovery potion on a shortcut. This salvation system is a true masterpiece from the Belliop clan. This top-tier potion can heal even the most fatal wounds, but it only works once and comes with some mysterious side effects. His body starts trembling violently from the lingering pain as the adrenaline fades. I almost bit the dust right there, he mutters to himself. What do you and I think? It looks like even this miracle medicine can't fully fix the deep internal damage from that insane aura. System warnings everywhere. Our main character pushed his skills too far, and his fatigue is hitting the red zone. He knows he messed up, but his mind is already slipping, his body goes totally limp, and as he collapses, the system kicks in for an emergency shutdown. Admin connection lost. With his last bit of consciousness, he's begging himself to recover just a little bit more. He reaches for a potion on the ground, desperate to survive. Then, out of nowhere, a massive dragon head flashes in his mind. He drops like a stone, but then, boom, this insane surge of energy just erupts from his body. The gluttonous dragon tribe skill is live. This raw power is absolutely tearing through K right now. The system just devoured a corrupted demon. Instant refill on his stamina, mana, and spirit. Talk about a comeback. That leftover energy is merging with his mana, flowing back into Zeke to heal every single wound. You can hear the bones snapping back into place. The system is absorbing the demon's unique abilities as we watch. His static skill just evolved into rank a lightning strike. The golden glow fades, and he snaps awake, gasping for air. He sits up, checking himself over. Damn it, he mutters. I really thought that was the end of the line for me. Good thing he remembered the gluttony skill. Then he spots this armor floating there. Wait, is this K's gear? The system asks if he wants to register it. No name attached. He doesn't even hesitate. He's hitting that yes button. Registration complete. ZK is officially the owner of this mystery armor. The armor just flies onto him, wrapping him up until he looks exactly like K. Plus, it can change shapes! 3 out of 28 magic circles are active, and man, this thing is light. ZK is loving the feel of it. But if the Empire sees this, he's toast. He decides to hide it for now and escape before the guards show up. Suddenly, he catches a scent in the air. That metallic smell, it's blood. A lot of it. He follows the smell and finds a horrific human experiment lab. Scientists are everywhere doing the unthinkable. Those Empire bastards, he growls. The mages spot him instantly and start throwing poison gas everywhere. Using people as lab rats? He's beyond furious now as he pulls up his system interface. The poison is magic-based and cuts right through his immunity. It's spreading fast through his system. But he's got a high-grade antidote ready. All right, he shouts, you guys better be ready to pay with your lives. And just like that, boom, the entire lab is swallowed up in a massive sea of flames. He grabs some research papers, hoping they link the Empire to the red flower disease. He's not leaving empty-handed. While he's looking, a voice chills the air. Was it you? You're the one who trashed my laboratory? This angry old man steps out, and ZK doesn't wait for a chat. He grips his sword and charges straight in. The old man's eyes go wide when he sees the glow. Wait, is that sword aura? He tries to summon a magic circle, but ZK is too fast. One clean strike, and the guy is sliced in half. It's a perfect cut, but the body turns to sand and starts stitching itself back together instantly. A Desert Scorpion tribe member using forbidden arts? A rank 6 officer? This guy's going to be a pain. The Empire is really working with these monsters. ZK activates mana counter as the guy fully reforms. A pureblood Langko, the old man screams. He's panicked now and tears open a summoning scroll. As the paper shreds, a massive sandstorm starts swirling behind him. Something big is coming. Out steps a giant chimera monster. The old man starts laughing like a maniac. Behold my masterpiece. The monster lunges with its claws, but ZK is ready and blocks the heavy blow head-on. Metal clashes against claws, sending sparks flying everywhere in a non-stop rhythm of steel. They're trading blows back and forth, but ZK is calculating, moving massive amounts of mana to his feet. The monster smashes the floor, but ZK has already vanished, reappearing right behind the beast. He uses Shadowless Step, and when the monster tries to sting him, he doesn't even blink. He slices that tail right off. No blind spots, huh? He thinks, trying to keep his cool. He stays low, knowing he can't stay here forever. If this drags on, the Empire guards will swarm him. He's stuck fighting this thing until the system pops up with something wild. Dragon tribe dominance. Tame a dragon type? He's shocked, but activates the Dragon Majesty skill immediately. A giant, terrifying eye appears behind him, radiating pure pressure. Obey, he commands, and the monster freezes in pure terror. It is like he just met his father, his attitude did a total 180, now he looks like a plushie, trembling before the system power. The dragon domination effect just spiked. Our main character realizes that combining dragon fear and domination is an absolute game changer in this fight. It seems some dragon traits were mixed in when this chimera was created. The system asks if we want to tame it. Well, should we say yes? He taps the screen time to add a new pet to the collection. Suddenly, golden chains erupt and bind the creature, leaving it completely terrified and helpless. Success, he landed the dragon. He calls it a good meal and even pets the beast, laughing about how it acts like a loyal little puppy. His own summon is suddenly acting all friendly with Jakey. The old man hiding behind the wall is losing his mind. Why won't his creation obey? Jakey doesn't waste a second. With cold eyes, he gives the order, bite him. In moments, the old man is lying in a pool of his own blood. It is loot time. He starts checking what the old guy was carrying and finds a mysterious file. Wait, Nebelung Mani? What in the world is that? It seems this guy was the number 2 in the Scorpion clan. Jakey is curious and turns to ask his new pet for some real answers. But before he can think, 2 system windows pop up. It is time to give this dragon a name so we can summon it whenever we want. He is a bit surprised by the request. Fine, let's go with Gujaberry. Just like that, the summon registration for our new friend is finally complete. Gujaberry. The dragon's face goes dark. It clearly hates the name. Too bad, because it is already locked in. Now, back to Don Don's massive mansion. Don Don is all smiles when Jakey returns. He cannot believe our guy actually took down that cowardly Balo. Honestly, you and I knew he could. He admits he finally believes in Jakey's power. Our main character just keeps it cool, saying he always delivers on every single word he says. The old man claims he loves strong warriors and treats them like his own children. He says they deserve the utmost respect and his total care. Jakey stays silent, but inside he is fuming. He remembers his past life and mocks the word children with pure, unadulterated hatred in his heart. You mean children you can use like tools? He calls the man a dog, under his breath, swearing that he will be the one to kill him. Don Don steps forward, wanting to show off a special surprise. He has got a gift ready for Jakey, and it is supposedly a very big one. There are piles of gift boxes everywhere, but they are covered in fresh blood. Even Jakey is a little taken back by this incredibly gruesome sight. Now, you and I know this guy is crazy. He says if Jakey wants to be partners, he needs proof of trust. Time to check the boxes. Judging by the size and weight, he already has a bad feeling about this. He slowly peels open one of the lids to see the truth. It is the leadership of the syndicate. Every single high-ranking member has been taken out. Jakey stares at the carnage in total. Stunned silence. Don Don asks if he is satisfied with the result. Jakey does not answer immediately, but then a dark, excited smile creeps onto his face. Everything is going exactly as planned. The syndicate leadership is gone. Now all that is left is to put K at the very top of everything. But Don Don interrupts his thoughts. A new problem has surfaced. Jakey raises an eyebrow. What kind of problem are we talking about exactly? It seems Pavel knows they were the attackers. They are even claiming that a whole army of knights and mages was involved in the hit. Jakey thinks to himself that it definitely looked that way. Don Don wants to use this chance to warn those pirates that he owns the South. So the plan is to hit Pavel one more time. Jakey does not even hesitate. He agrees to do it right then and there without any doubt. Don Don is surprised he agreed so fast. Jakey says he will deliver the message, but he has one big condition for the boss first. He demands that Kay be given more power so she can run the new syndicate. Don Don thinks about it for a second before immediately agreeing. He promises to protect her and even sends his best assassin, along with a whole team from Kato, to help Jakey with the next mission. With a snap of his fingers, 4 figures appear out of the shadows. A man with a terrifyingly cold expression steps up right behind Jakey. Don Don says this guy will be a huge help. Jakey looks at him, wondering who this mysterious and powerful warrior actually is in reality. We switch scenes to the Pavel region. The intelligence office is a total wreck after that brutal, bloody battle we just watched him win. 2 men walk in. The one in the back, William, says the Empire already checked everything. There is nothing left for them to find here. They already have the report at least 1 squad of knights and mages fought here. But Abel is not listening. He is looking for something else. Abel finds a tiny trace of mana left on the ground. William is confused, but Abel tells him that the reports are all completely wrong. There is only 1 person here. William is absolutely floored. How could just 1 person do all of this damage to an entire intelligence office? There are traces of both swords and magic. Abel is certain this was a Red Knight tier fighter who wiped out the entire office alone. The Empire tried to clean this up fast, which means they are hiding something. We have to find out what is really going on here. William is shaking in his boots. He asks if they are really going to investigate the intelligence office. Does Abel even realize the consequences? Abel does not care. His instincts are screaming that there is something here he cannot afford to miss. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. He has been dreaming of taking the Empire for himself. Meanwhile, over at the Pavel port, things are about to get very interesting for us. A group of pirates spots a tiny boat coming toward the dock. One of them steps forward, demanding to know who they are with. Jakey does not say a word. He just grips his blade and lunges forward with insane speed. One clean strike, and that pirate is history. Simon watches the pirate's body fall into the sea. Without a second of hesitation, he grips his sword, his eyes burning with absolute determination. Once he locks onto his target, he hurls his blade, pinning the pirate to the wall with clinical precision. Jakey is clearly impressed by that level of focus. A silent takedown straight into the water without making a sound. Work done, Simon coldly points behind him and tells everyone it is time to move up. Our main character does not even say a word back. This is Simon Sapezo, the man who taught him Southern assassination arts in his past life, even in Macon Cato. He is the only person our hero can truly trust. Even after the regression, Simon's combat coordination is top tier. It would be huge if we could recruit him. Up in the city, soldiers are crawling everywhere. Jakey can't help but comment on just how heavy the security has become throughout the entire area. Simon asks if there is a way into the center. Our lead says, of course there is. This used to be Holy Empire land, so secret sewers are a guarantee. Simon is skeptical about using the sewers, thinking a maze like that is impossible to navigate, but our hero just confidently shoves his hands into his pockets. He tells Simon to just stay quiet and watch, because he has a plan for everything. Right then, the system starts navigating a path to the office of Mateo. With the minimap active, he moves with zero hesitation. Who cares about a maze when you have a literal system GPS guiding your every step? It is a breeze. The main path is packed with guards, so it is time for a detour. He reminds himself to be careful, as high-ranking Red Knights do not show on radar. That is exactly how he ran into Cato last time. After walking for a while, he stops and tells the group it is time for them to go alone. He orders them to plant bombs in as many places as possible while he deals with Mateo. The team agrees, and he heads off toward his own target. His destination is the city's central dump. As he climbs the pipes, he realizes that killing Mateo will make the Pavella boss lose his mind. That is when Macon will finally go to war with Pavella. He rips the iron grate off the sewer opening and slides right inside with ease. He wonders if Jin Juan actually wants this war. Would a man that cautious really send someone to destabilize the balance of power? It seems unlikely. There is no way. In fact, he probably expects everyone sent on this mission to never come back alive. He is using this raid as a warning to Pavella, showing how expendable his men are, but our main character is not playing along with those twisted rules. Jin Juan is in for a surprise because Mateo is as good as dead. He reaches the end of the tunnel and jumps out. The guards shout, "Who is there?" He does not waste a second. He drops down like the wind, delivering a clean, lethal slash right through the chests of every guard in his path. After cleaning up the trash, he feels something is off. Pavella and the Empire are allies, so why aren't there any Empire soldiers around here? Even the minimap is silent. Just as he finishes that thought, a blinding light erupts in front of him, stealing his vision. When his eyes clear, he is surrounded by Empire knights and mages. They scream to capture him alive as 3 soldiers charge in to attack. He grabs one soldier and uses the momentum to leap into the air. With a powerful kick, his blade pierces another soldier's head, sending him flying. The mage in the back orders the squad to fire. Instantly, the system triggers the haste skill to boost his movement speed to the max. His speed explodes, letting him dodge the magic barrage with ease. He charges the mages, pulling a sword from his inventory to unleash the Stormforce skill. One simple move is all it takes to wipe out the entire mage squad. He looks at the few survivors with ice in his eyes. He tells them they have one single chance. A massive golden aura erupts around him as the system activates the Dragon Turtle skill. He gives the order, kneel now and live, or step forward and die. The sheer pressure leaves the mages shaking in pure terror. With the small fry dealt with, he wonders what the Empire is even doing this far south. It does not make any sense to him. Suddenly, dark magic surges toward him. From above, a cold voice mocks him, asking if a mere worm is trying to stop their great cause. This surprise guest actually catches him off guard. He could not feel a single trace of this guy's presence until he spoke. He demands to know his identity. The man does not answer. Instead, dark energy pours from his ring, flooding the bodies of the soldiers our hero just took down. Seconds later, the corpses stand back up as undead. He orders them to seize the intruder, promising to personally rip out his soul. Looking at the horde, he is stunned. Reanimating this many soldiers at once? This guy has to be a high-level dark mage. But usually, mages that strong are part of the Scorpion clan, so why doesn't this guy have any of their usual charms or circles? His eyes flash with a golden light. He decides to clear the trash quickly because they are just annoying. The system sends a notification. Corrupted undead destroyed. You have earned 10 karma points. He sees the screen and smirks. Points? Now we are talking. And just like that, it is farming time. The system notifications keep rolling in, 10 points at a time as he tears through the crowd. He delivers one final strike to the last undead and checks his progress. Looks like that was the end of the batch. He looks up at his observer. The dark mage stays silent, watching the carnage. Suddenly, his body starts to fade into the air, disappearing without leaving a single trace behind. He is annoyed that the guy ran away so fast. He walks away, thinking that next time he will definitely turn that mage into a massive pile of points. Anyway, this part is done. A little further ahead is Mateo's office. The climax is finally almost here. Suddenly, something makes him stop in his tracks. He stands his ground calmly and speaks up. I have been waiting for you, Simon. Simon stares back with those same cold eyes. He asks if Jinjuan sent him to finish the job before things got too complicated, right? Geeka says it with a stone-cold face, not showing a single hint of fear. It is enough to make Simon hesitate for a second. He grips his sword tight and gets right in our main character's face. Are you really planning to take down the Pavlik cartel? He tells Geeka there is no room for outsiders here. But Geeka just frowns. Without me, your distribution network would have been stolen by now. Simon finally reveals his true goal. The syndicate just needs someone called K. Basically, whether you are here or not does not matter to them. Now look at Geeka. Instead of asking the system to heal his wound, he just grabs Simon's wrist and drags the blade straight toward his own throat. Blood starts dripping, but Geeka just mocks him. Well, why not just kill me already? As soon as he says that, Simon looks completely lost. He is shaking now. How do you know that name? The title I used back when I was just an outlaw, living outside the law? Geeka doesn't explain much. He just says, Simon, I know your past and exactly why you are working under a guy like John Joan. Simon is stunned. But before he can finish speaking, Geeka cuts him off. It is to protect the last bloodline of the Soko kingdom. That hit the mark. Simon's eyes turn deadly. How could you possibly know about that secret? Who are you and how do you know? While Simon is distracted by shock, Geeka takes a step back, dodging the sword that was pointed right at his throat. Suddenly, he pulls a sword from his inventory and swings hard. The metal clashing against Simon's blade creates a high-pitched, ear-splitting sound. Geeka stares him down with total intensity. On the other side of the blade, Simon is starting to look very worried. Simon demands to know who he is. Geeka just keeps attacking. You want to know my identity? Fine, I will tell you everything. I am a direct descendant of the NK family. Geeka NK. Since that name is legendary, Simon recognizes it instantly. Geeka NK? Could he really be the youngest person ever to reach the blue rank in the legends? This is absolutely insane. Simon starts to panic. If the NK family gets involved, the entire southern continent will be flipped upside down. But Geeka clarifies. The family isn't involved. I am acting on my own. Hearing that explanation just makes Simon feel even more confused. He asks why Geeka would reveal his name so easily. You could have kept that a secret until the very end. Geeka has had enough of Simon's hesitation. He disarms him with one move and shouts, Simon, stop being loyal to Joan. Give that loyalty to me instead. I won't just protect the bloodline. I will actually help you rebuild your entire kingdom. Simon is frozen in shock. What? He can barely speak. But Geeka just keeps throwing out these incredible offers. I know it is hard to believe right now, but you already know the truth. Sticking with Meccan gives you zero hope. Think about it. If you kill me now, what about the Pavela cartel? Has Joan ever actually sent any reinforcements for you and your men? Simon shakes his head slowly. No. Everything we have done, we have had to do completely on our own. Exactly. And after your kingdom fell, who do you think took over that land? It was the cartels. Joanne wants you former knights gone. He just wants to sell the last princess to the rebels for a high price and be done with it. Gike's mind flashes back to his past life. 10 years ago, when the kingdom fell, Simon escaped to the border with a newborn princess. He became an outlaw just to build an army, hoping to take back the kingdom for the princess one day. He joined Joan for that same reason, but Joan knew. In the previous timeline, Simon was seen as a threat. Simon was killed, and the princess was sold off. Before he died, Simon had actually trusted Gike with her safety. But back then I was too late. Now, I am determined to save them. Simon finally makes his choice. There is no time, so I won't ask how you know. But Mädchen is shaking because of you, Gike. Everything is changing. My boss, the Pavela cartel, it is all a mess. What is your actual goal here? Gike just waves him off. You said I was an outsider, remember? My plan? Make the two cartels destroy each other. After that, I am heading to Mädchen. Simon finally starts to see the bigger picture and connects the dots. Is your real target John Joan? Gike doesn't answer his thoughts, but he reminds Simon he is serious. I want you on my side, Simon. And right then, Simon makes his final decision. Simon asks him to promise two things, not just for himself, but for all his men to escape safely, plus a sacred vow to protect the bloodline. Gike swears on his honor as a knight. Without another word, Simon drops to one knee and swears an oath. I, Simon Satajitu, captain of the Royal Guard, pledge my life to you, Master Gike NK. Gike just nods. Good. Stand up, Simon. No need for all that formality. Let's get moving and discuss the details later. Where are your men? Simon explains the plan. On his signal, they will use explosion scrolls and gather at the escape point. Gike tells him to do it now. We are meeting at the sewer entrance. Simon adds that Mado is already captured. Our main character heads off, they split up, and Gike goes inside to finally deal with his target, Mado. That fat jerk Mado still doesn't realize the mess he is in, screaming like a rabid dog. He's all like, you think my trans stays safe after this? Zeke just brushes off the threat like it is nothing. He just smiles, saying, safe? Please. Once war breaks out, nobody gets out clean. And it is all thanks to you. So, thanks. Zeke tells him to shut his trap and literally stuffs a note right into his mouth. The note says, rest in peace to anyone dividing my trend. Just like that, Mado is finished and Zeke vanishes from the room. While leaving, Zeke checks the secret ledgers he swiped. It is go time. Simon rushes in the moment he gets the signal. Boss, the boys are ready. But wait, Zeke spots a glimmer behind Simon and whips out his blade with a shout. Simon, behind me now? He slams his sword deep into the dirt, standing his ground. He uses the blade as a shield, blocking a hail of arrows. Thankfully, these guys are just low-level fodder shouting, intruders, get them! Now our boy Zeke breaks out his elemental flame annihilation sword skill, ready to turn up the heat. His sword ignites in a massive blaze as he plows through these thugs. Fast forward a bit, and we are in the sewers. Zeke and Simon cleared the trash and made it to the rendezvous. Simon looks at the crew and says, meet your new master. Everyone bows instantly, shouting, greetings, master. But Zeke is not about that formal stuff. Save the talk for later. We move now. They will be on us soon. The whole crew takes off, but they do not get far. Zeke senses a tail and stops them cold. Change of plans. Split up here. I will handle the rear while you lead the boys out. Contact Syndicate once you are out. Mention my name. Simon panics, though, but the princess is still with Kato, my trend. Zeke just smirks. You think I did not plan for that? Cue the flashback of him hiring a mysterious specialist. You read the plan, right? The scarred guy nods. Rescue the girl while everything is in chaos. Got it. Good. You know what to do. Zeke smirks. Princess is already safe. Cut to John Zoen's place, and man, he is losing it. You think this is okay? He slams the table so hard birds fly off. It has been a month since the hit on Kato Favela. The man is absolutely fuming. All his managers are dead silent, just taking the verbal beating. We have been hit how many times this month? John slams the table until it cracks and his own hand starts bleeding. He screams at the silent room. Half our managers are dead. Half of them. Talk about a major blood pressure spike. John sinks into his chair, rubbing his head. He is stressed. Zeke and Simon, they are way too dangerous. I gave them a suicide mission to get rid of them, but they actually pulled it off and provoked Favela instead. The room goes deathly silent and one guy speaks up. Boss? John just snaps back. What now? The guy suggests leaving Cato Mitran for a bit. John glares at him. Are you telling me to run away? No, sir. Those crazy pirates are obsessed with revenge. They are going to attack soon, and we can use that. They do not know who they are messing with. We lure them in and wipe them out. John gets it. Lure them here and finish them? Fine. I will command from the villa at Tahuan Ui. Good thinking. John finally looks satisfied. He sits up straight, acting all boss-like again. You all know the drill. Crisis only makes us stronger. This time is no different. The managers all shout, "Yes, boss!" The meeting breaks up, but one guy sticks around. Big mistake. Mass Zeke appears out of nowhere like a ghost and puts a blade right to the guy's throat. Beautiful speech, Zeke mocks. The guy starts shaking. I did it, Zeke! I lured him to Tahuanui like you asked. Spare me. But Zeke is not the merciful type. One clean swipe, and it is over. Blood everywhere. And Zeke does not even blink. Now for the main course. Zeke looks at the body with ice in his eyes. Meanwhile, John pulls up to his villa. John steps out of his fancy carriage, sighing. They think they can lure me? I am going to erase every one of those pirates. Night falls under a full moon. John is inside, brooding over a glass of high-end wine. A knock breaks the silence. John snaps, I did not call for service! Get out! The knocking stops, but the door opens anyway. John yells again, but the air in the room suddenly turns freezing. There is Zeke, right in front of him. He pulls off his mask, mocking him. Enjoying your little vacation, John? John's eyes nearly pop out. Zeke! He tries to play it cool, though, quickly regaining his composure. You think I have not dealt with threats before, he calmly pours a glass, acting like this is just a cheap joke. Suddenly, bam! Zeke's sword shatters the glass to pieces. He gets right in John's face, cold as ice. Good. I was worried you would start crying for your life. That would have made my revenge pretty boring. Joan Duan explodes in a rage, screaming for his guards to seize Zeke. How dare this brat talk back? Guards, drag this bastard here and make him kneel right now. Zeke just coldly crushes his hope, telling him nobody is coming. When the old man asks why, Zeke calmly drops the bombshell, because I already killed every single one of them. As Joan stares at the empty doorway in shock, Zeke reveals a chilling truth. In his past life, he never had enough time to make this man suffer the way he truly deserved. That regret haunted him. Lately, he has been dreaming about those dark years, back when he had to crawl and scrape under others like a worthless dog. Dreams about the innocent people he was forced to hurt. Zeke carves a jagged line into the table with his sword. Joan trembles at that cold gaze, backing away while desperately denying everything despite his obvious fear. Stop talking nonsense. I never ordered you to do those things. But Zeke just ignores the lies and hits him with a question that freezes the air. Do you know what those victims say to me in my dreams? Before he can even answer, Zeke grabs him by the throat and slams him hard against the window glass. Surrounded by a terrifyingly dark aura, Zeke screams out their pleas. Please save me! Save me from the monster who builds his fame and fortune on our blood. That is how they begged. Zeke raises his blade high as Joan struggles to breathe, clawing at Zeke's iron grip while still babbling his pathetic excuses. No, I am the savior chosen by the gods. Because of me, the poor have. But Zeke cuts him off with a roar, not wanting to hear another lie. Zeke shows zero mercy and strikes. Joan Duan plummets into the abyss, screaming in pure despair as Zeke stands there, drenched in the man's fresh blood. Zeke pants heavily, trying to find his calm. After a moment, he wipes the blood from his face and looks down with eyes as cold as ice. Fine then, you can go ahead and die slowly, suffering the exact same agony you inflicted on everyone else. Carrying his blood-stained coat, Zeke walks downstairs where Kay and Simon are waiting. Seeing him, they immediately ask the big question, is it finally over? Zeke gives a short nod and asks about the syndicate. Kay smiles, mentioning the task she handled with full trust, and begins her report on the situation. Everything went exactly according to your script. We framed it so it looks like Joan Duan killed the managers for trying to defect to Cato Vabella. Since I was the one doing the real work anyway, things wrapped up without any trouble. Zeke hands over a stack of documents telling her well done as he prepares for the next phase. Have the syndicate take over this for now. Kay looks surprised, asking what it is, and Zeke reveals it is a massive contract with the Merchant Guild. Taking off his wig, Zeke explains that the Merchant Guild is starting a new pharmaceutical company and they are going to be a part of it. We will produce top-tier soma for them to distribute. If processed correctly, soma can actually be used for various medicines. After laying it out, Zeke leaves them with one simple command. I am leaving the transport to you guys. As he turns to leave, Kay panics and calls out, Wait, what? Where will the production take place and how are we supposed to manage the operations? Plus, we cannot just transport this stuff openly under our own name. Zeke keeps walking, calmly explaining that once he helps the Kasako Kingdom, he will secure a legal cultivation license. I have a plan for the rest too, he teases her, saying he does not have time to explain everything right now, leaving Kay to shout back in frustration. We are supposed to be allies. Outside, the forest is peaceful with birds flying through the clouds, but Zeke is already deep in thought, calculating his next moves. All right, let us take care of this. He suddenly stops and pulls an invitation out of his pocket that he had been carrying with him. It is from Princes Caruso and Constantinus. Decor says the prince stayed in Atlas after the party instead of heading back. Zeke stares intently at the written words. He starts worrying. It will take at least a few days to reach the center of the continent. If I arrive late, the prince or someone close to him might get suspicious. They could probably guess exactly why I am running late. Even though nothing has happened yet, his mind is already racing through dozens of catastrophic future scenarios. Those potential futures are scary. But honestly, his worries are not exactly baseless, given the dangerous situation he is currently in. Zeke might be linked to the fall of Cato Mixai. The more he thinks, the more he worries that the prince might already suspect him and is summoning him for that reason. Stop overthinking, he tells himself. Even if it is just a guess, being careful is never a bad idea. Time to set up a solid alibi. He quickly swipes through his virtual system screen. Zeke sighs in relief. This is it. He selects his destination, the Atlas Ruins. The system prompts him to confirm the location for the upcoming teleportation. Atlas Ruins. Cost. 600 system teleportation points. 600 points used. In a flash of light, Zeke vanishes from the forest and heads toward his goal. At the high-end lobby of the luxurious Atlas Hotel, the sun has already set. Zeke rushes in, and people immediately spot him, shouting out his name to grab his attention. Caruso waves him over with a big grin. But Zeke's focus is locked entirely on the person standing right next to the prince, and he starts thinking, Caruso. And, as expected, that guy is here too. The man turns towards Zeke with a faint, polite smile and greets him. That man is none other than Abo Ako. Zeke bows, respectfully announcing himself as CS1C. I have arrived as summoned, Your Highness. Is there something important you need me to take care of? Caruso leans back in his chair and says it is a matter of life and death. And then he grabs a bottle and pulls Zeke into a headlock, laughing loudly. It is this. Caruso is already imagining Zeke knocking back drinks and joining in on all the rowdy, drunken fun. William and Abo are great at work, but they are lightweights with booze. But a CS is supposed to be a heavy hitter, right? Zeke just sighs, wondering if that is the only impression he left. He thinks back to Adele's sharp features for a second before putting it aside. Prince Caruso, Abo, and even William Seaman. They are all gathered here together. I can probably guess what they were discussing. Seeing how sharp Adele looks, Zeke realizes something is up. Plus, it feels like Abo has something specific he wants to tell me in private. Caruso happily shoves a glass of wine towards Zeke's face. Come on, don't be shy. Have a drink with me. Zeke just gives a nervous, awkward smile. Yes, sir. They clink their glasses together for a good time. Cheers. It does not take long before Caruso is completely wasted, needing someone to literally carry him away as he stumbles. The system notifies him that alcohol is detected. His 1000 poison-resistant skill kicks in immediately, neutralizing the toxin. Zeke just watches the drunken prince walk away with a faint smile. This is getting a bit much. Honestly, being the only sober person here makes me feel kind of guilty. Suddenly, Adel appears right before me and says, Sorry, I heard you were busy training. I hate to disturb you, he adds. Our boy JK just sighs and says it is fine. Honestly, I was feeling frustrated because my training has not been progressing at all, Adele replies with a gentle smile. Well, that is a relief. Sit down, let us grab a drink together. As JK sees his reflection in the glass, he cannot believe Adel is actually setting this kind of mood. In that awkward silence, he realizes something big is coming. Adele must have something important to say. Suddenly, Adele calls out, Hey, JK! And our hero quickly responds, Yes? Adel goes straight to the point, making JK freeze. What do you think about the family? Adel asks, sounding a bit hesitant for once. But then his eyes turn a sharp, intense blue. As for that man, he mutters, one day I am going to be the one who ends his life. JK jumps to his feet, catching Adel by surprise. You have the exact same scent as him, Adel says. Suddenly, memories of blood, war, death, and victory come flooding back. We see JK walking alone through the snow. He has the aura of a pureblood predator. You smell like a hunter who has seen it all, Adele observes. JK just stands there listening, but he clearly looks uncomfortable. As fellow predators, I figured you would understand exactly what I mean, Adele continues. Damn it, not that lineage talk again. JK curses under his breath. He watches Adele sip his wine and asks, So, is your friendship with the Empire just to take down the family? Adel finishes his glass in one gulp and slams it down. A lot of people are involved, he answers firmly. Adel raises his hand. People call me the best on the continent, but I want more. I cannot just settle for one city. To be truly number one, I need to be even stronger. A tiny map of the Empire appears in his palm. Look at them. They are expanding everywhere from north to south. They are even trying to unite the eastern continent into one. Adel is totally impressed by their roads, culture, and resources. He praises the moment everything connects for trade. Then, with pure ambition, he clenches his fist shut. That is when the world will finally be better than it is now. One ideal land where everyone is united. JK responds with a very serious face. That sounds like something only an emperor would say. He thinks of the man in red armor, Constantine. His middle name just happens to be Shiminter, too. That is the family backing Adele from the shadows. JK realizes the connection is deeper than he thought. After hearing this, it is obvious Adel and the Empire are totally in sync. Adel looks at the wine bottles on the table and says, Exactly. That is our plan. Talented people deserve real rewards. And if it is you, I can give you the greatest treasure I will ever own in the future. So, come join my side. JK stays silent, thinking to himself, Is he really trying to make me his number two? He bows respectfully and says, I truly appreciate the offer. But then JK coldly turns his back. I have already decided on my own path, so I have to decline. Adel scowls as he watches him walk away. You will not regret this? Adel asks. JK does not even look back as he leaves. No regrets. Inside, he is fuming. Does that guy really think I am a killer, just like him? William senses the tension and knocks on the door. He walks up to Adele and asks, Why are you in here all by yourself? Where is JK? Adel's rage is literally smoldering. My dear little brother says he is taking a different path. In that case, William, I guess I have to crush that sprout before it grows, right? Hearing that, William turns pale with fear. I gave him one last chance, Adel snaps, completely losing it. Cut to the front of the principal's office at Valhalla. Our boy JK stands there looking confident. I am 17 now, a second-year student here. There is no way I am waiting 5 full years to graduate. He has his early graduation form ready. Since I am an official knight now, I want to start contributing to my family as soon as possible, it reads. Being just a student limits what I can do, which is heartbreaking. So, I am asking for your help, dear principal. JK closes his eyes with a smug little grin. Just like that, he gets an interview for early graduation. Suddenly, someone walks up and asks, Are you here for the principal too? JK looks up and realizes who it is. Oh, hey, Diego. Then he wonders, who is that guy standing over there? He is totally curious because he has never seen this face before. He looks at a sleepy-eyed guy named Aster and wonders who he could be. Inside, Don Juan says, You guys are right on time. JK, Diego, and Aster. It has been about a week since I last saw you, Aster, right? JK is completely caught off guard by that name. Did he say Aster? Could it be the hero I know? The 5-star knight from the FFF family before my regression? There was zero info on him back then. JK's eyes light up with pure shock. He never expected to run into a legendary powerhouse like this in a place like this. Aster scratches his head and apologizes. Sorry, Principal, my insomnia makes it really hard to even show up for class. JK just laughs. Man, that insomnia looks brutal. JK playfully asks if he needs a lullaby to help him sleep. But Aster just flinches and snaps back. Sorry, my head is throbbing. Could you please just stay quiet? In the past life, Aster worked for the Empire. JK narrows his eyes. If that is the case, I should definitely win him over to my side, just like I did with Diego. Don Juan speaks up. Now, the reason I called you all here is simple. You three applied for early graduation at the exact same time, so I brought you in together. The professors say your grades are fine. He looks over their papers and says, I have decided to test your real skills through this specific mission. JK is shocked to see a cooperation request from Delba. Don Juan folds his arms and asks, have you boys ever heard of the Black Knight Yaksha? JK is quick to answer, as far as I know, he is a public enemy of the continent, originally a lawless warrior. We see a vision of a dark rider in black armor. A public enemy means the whole continent wants you dead. The Yaksha is one of them, and word is he just started staying in Delba. The principal explains that their mission is to team up with the Delba Knights to take him down. We see a hand gripping a knife as the principal continues. These lawless ones awaken their aura just to kill. Their fighting style is totally different from a knight's. That is why they only requested fighters at the purple rank or higher. He puts his hand out, looking dead serious. This mission is going to be incredibly brutal. If any of you want to back out, speak up right now. Galleon walks up with some papers. How many rounds are there? Gia says there are 3 in total. Round 1 is over. We are loving this. Gia asks if there are more questions before wrapping it up. Everyone, go prepare yourselves well for the test. Arthur walks away alone, his head throbbing in serious pain. Suddenly, someone starts following him and shouts out his name. It is DK! He asks Arthur if he needs some special insomnia medicine. Arthur just stares at him, looking completely drained of energy. DK searches through his robes while speaking with total sincerity. He says he just happens to have an incredibly high-quality cure that works wonders for anyone. Arthur just grunts and waves him off, refusing the offer. He has already tried every famous medicine out there, but nothing ever seems to work for his persistent condition. DK pulls out a strange pouch and offers it. Just try it out first. If you are happy, sign a contract with me. I will keep supplying you. Arthur says it is useless, then a weird scent hits his nose. Arthur collapses instantly, total silence. He wakes up feeling like a brand new person. I signed it all, President. DK takes the contract, looking a bit confused by the speed. You signed without reading? It is a master-servant contract. Arthur just smiles, saying he is fine with anything as long as he can finally get some sleep. DK laughs. The system shop is a lifesaver. You and I know how convenient this is. Points can buy anything, even the rarest artifacts imaginable. You and I both know how incredibly handy it is to have those system points ready whenever we need them. That was Shaman Sleep. Now Arthur is officially on our side and part of the crew after graduation. Arthur is singing praises, loving life. Is this Valhalla? Or he wonders, while skipping along. DK sighs. These 5-star knights are weird. Let us see how strong this guy really is. Hey, Arthur! Our boy is dancing for joy when DK calls him over for a test. He snaps to attention. Yes, President! Ready for whatever you need, sir. Show me your strength. Arthur pulls out his signature spear, spinning it like a pro. He strikes a pose. When he holds that spear, his whole aura changes. It is intense. Go all out, aura and everything. Arthur agrees and lunges forward at both of us. Sword meets spear, neither gives an inch. One attacks while the other defends with perfect timing. Wide range, solid parries. Arthur is actually really good at blocking those sword strikes. Defensive style, DK uses phantom step and jumps high. Arthur thrusts his spear back. DK slips behind him, sword raised high. He swings down hard on Arthur. Arthur pulls a small spear out of the big one to block. Dual spears? Did not expect that. A small spear against a massive blade. It was just a distraction to catch DK off guard. Arthur attacks with the big one. DK's sword gets stuck in the dirt. Arthur lunges. DK vaults off the hilt to dodge. That transforming spear is totally unpredictable. That is a style you usually see from outlaws. DK pulls out another smaller blade. He throws it to deflect the spear, then quickly retrieves his main sword from the ground. Rushing in again, Arthur reassembles his spear. DK stops to watch his next move. DK drags his blade through the grass and charges with everything he has got. He combines the dragon-slaying sword art and earth slash. You and I know there is no way for Arthur to block a devastating combo like that. Arthur freezes for a second, then uses Ladop and countercurrent spear to fight back. They collide. A deafening explosion rings out as the match finally comes to an end. Arthur is shaking. Is the president a monster? He is totally doubting his own talent now. Too much praise made your spear dull. DK tells it to him straight, no mercy. You are still far from ready. DK gives him a sinister, mysterious look. Special training starts now. Arthur looks like his soul just left his body. Dekar bows respectfully when he sees him. Welcome home, young Master DK. DK just gives him a quick and casual response as he walks inside. A guest is waiting. Galleon is looking around the mansion, totally impressed by the place. DK appears in weird armor. Long time, Galleon. I have got something for you to see. Galleon is sweating, imagining all kinds of crazy scenarios. Is it the Black Sword? It is Magic Forge, so it should be fine. But now that he mentions it, DK starts thinking back on it. You guys, Zeke's name is probably everywhere by now. Thanks to the Magic Forge he set up in his past life, he is making top-tier weapons way ahead of schedule. He really needs to lock that guy down as his exclusive blacksmith before someone else snatches him, but for now, he decides to clear his head. Zeke waves it off, saying Bahamut is totally fine, but then, out of nowhere, he transforms into full-body armor. His face peeks through, and he casually says, I have acquired this. Galleon's jaw literally hits the floor. It takes him a second to even breathe before shouting, Oh my God, what on earth is this? It is absolute top tier. Zeke admits he is clueless, which is why he called Galleon in secret. This is not exactly something he wants to investigate in public, you know? He hands the gear over to Galleon, asking him to take a closer look. Galleon is still shaking from shock, but agrees to help out immediately. Galleon says yes, absolutely. Inside the quiet office, Galleon's voice echoes while Zeke sits back, scanning the blueprints and papers spread across his desk. Galleon scratches his head, totally confused. He says that among all modern artifacts, nothing like this exists. He asks if there are any specific traits to identify the material. After thinking it over, Zeke hesitates before dropping a bombshell. That armor? It actually managed to repel a full-on sword aura strike. Galleon slams the table and jumps up, screaming, What? A sword aura? There is only one legendary metal in existence that can do that. The Metal of Gods. It is orichalcum. Galleon is absolutely reeling. His shock turns into something much more complex. He literally cannot believe what he is seeing right now. He never imagined seeing orichalcum with his own eyes. Zeke asks if this metal is really that precious. Galleon's reply, It is way beyond just being precious. People say orichalcum is the most perfect substance ever created by the gods. It has magic conductivity far superior to any metal, meaning you can engrave countless magic spells onto it. Zeke is impressed and asks, How many magic circles can you actually fit onto regular metals then? Galleon just stares back at him. Galleon is like, What do you mean how many? Regular metals cannot even handle a single large-scale magic circle. Hearing this, Zeke rubs his chin, deep in thought. He knew it was special, but this is next level. Zeke then asks if it is possible to reshape this armor into something else entirely. Galleon flinches and shouts, What? Reshape orichalcum? That is absolutely 100% impossible. Even a god's sword can be forged. But the problem is this armor is in a completed state. If you touch it and break the magic circles, it will likely become useless junk. Galleon mentions that his master might be a different story. Zeke asks, You mean the legendary smith Gornlin? Galleon nods, saying he could reshape it without losing any functions. Zeke asks where Gornlin is hiding these days. Galleon says he is probably still up in Himonis just like always. Hearing that name gives Zeke a sudden jolt. Galleon explains that Zeke probably does not know Himonis, since it is a region way up in the far north. Zeke interjects, saying that is the Grand Duke of the North's territory. His answer leaves Galleon completely stunned. Galleon gasps, Wait, how do you even know that? People in the central continent usually do not care about the North. Zeke just says he happened to find out. Zeke suddenly remembers the face of an old friend and stands up. He thanks Galleon and tells him to feel free to study the metals while staying at the mansion. Galleon is totally caught off guard. Galleon bows and thanks him. As Zeke walks out, he wonders why on earth the master would be in Himonas. But hey, there is still plenty of time. He decides to finish his current tasks before heading out. Zeke makes a firm promise to himself that he will definitely get this done. Switching scenes to the Jainer Guild, Zeke sits down with Cliff and Melissa to finally get into the real business. Cliff explains that while making the medicine is fine, building a factory to process Soma raw materials in this part of the continent is going to be extremely difficult. Zeke figured as much. If rumors spread that the princess is backing Soma processing, her reputation would be completely ruined, right? Zeke asks, what if it is already processed? Cliff replies that in that case, it would just be considered a medicine. As long as the magic tower verifies it is safe, we are good. Zeke decides they will build a factory in the south and import everything through the Jainer Guild. Melissa speaks up, being totally honest. She says the guild just does not have enough money to build a massive factory on another continent right now. Building the factory for the red flower disease was already a huge stretch. They really need to consider a different plan for this new project. Zeke tells her not to worry. He will handle the factory construction himself. In exchange, they just need to get the permits from the magic tower for distribution. Melissa is stunned. Zeke? Does he mean the Greek family is going to step in directly? But Zeke quickly clears things up. It has nothing to do with the family. Zeke is paying for everything with his own private funds. Then he hands over a letter to start the real discussion. He tells her to read this. As soon as Melissa opens the letter, her eyes go wide. She gasps, "Oh my God! The Empire is teaming up with the Scorpion tribe for biological poison experiments. If the red flower disease is actually man-made, then the Empire has been testing it on innocent people." Melissa is literally shaking with rage, clenching her fists. She had her suspicions, but she never thought they would actually do this to their own citizens. Zeke tells the princess that the reason he is sharing this is because they have to keep the Empire's crimes a complete secret for now. Melissa's emotions are boiling over. She stands up in a fury and screams, "What on earth are you talking about right now?" She demands they expose the Empire immediately so they can never do this again. Zeke stays calm, saying he totally understands how she feels. But this just is not enough evidence for a diplomatic move yet. The Empire was clever and shifted all the blame onto the Scorpion tribe. They're a notorious group of dark mages, so news of them doing human experiments won't shock anyone. The Empire will just deny any connection and the whole thing will blow over. Most importantly, holding on to this evidence for now gives us a massive advantage. Melissa is confused and asks, "What do you mean by that?" "All right, guys, you and I are about to see the Empire get exposed. They have no idea we already know their secret experiments. There has to be some concrete evidence linking them directly." As if reading his mind, Melisar gasps as she realizes his plan. "You mean you want to use this chance to grab that evidence? To put absolute pressure on the Empire?" He simply nods. "Exactly, but I am showing you this now so we can prepare our response." She looks puzzled. Prepare for what exactly? He explains that if they are testing red flower disease in Alentia, other synthetic poisons are likely being tested there too. "We have to move first. We need to create the antidotes for these toxins before they actually start using them on people." She thinks to herself, if these weapons hit the disputed zone, Alentia forces will be fighting while poisoned without even knowing it. If we have the antidotes ready, we do not just stop the damage. We completely ruin the Empire's entire strategy in one go. It would be a fatal blow to their plans. A flash of pure determination sparks in her eyes right then and there. Yeah, she definitely made the right call. Bringing GK over to the Merchant Guild was the smartest move she ever made. He stands up saying he won't be around for meetings for a while because his schedule at Valhalla is getting pretty crazy. Melisar asks if that is the case. She hopes to invite him to Alentia someday. He smiles. "Alentia, huh? Isn't that the place with all the beautiful mountains and lakes?" She is shocked, asking if he has actually been there before. He just smiles, saying he has only heard it is a great place. "If I visit, you will have to show me the sights." She happily agrees, promising she will. Then the two of them share a respectful bow to end their secret meeting for now. She wishes him a safe trip. Once the business is handled, our boy Zeke heads right back to his brutal training routine. After a brutal sparring session, his two friends are flat on the ground. Diego groans that Zeke will kill him before the mission. Zeke does not look tired at all. He just scoffs, telling them to stop whining like weaklings and get it together already. Instead of wasting time complaining, "Swing your sword one more time," Diego snaps, yelling that Zeke is a total devil. That Gur family blood is no joke. Right after saying that, he lunges forward to attack our main character one more time. Zeke just smirks with satisfaction. I guess you really have to push their buttons to get them fired up for training. Under his command, Diego and Axert are finally starting to sync up after a week, especially Diego. He is actually changing. He used to be so lazy, but after a few rounds of Zeke training, he has become way more obedient and focused. While they are grinding, someone walks in and praises their hard work. Looks like their training session is being interrupted. Diego is shocked to see the visitor. It is none other than Professor Andrew J. showing up at the training ground. He greets the professor, and Zeke stops his practice, wondering what could have brought someone like him all this way. The professor explains he is here to give the three of them some news about their very first deployment. Now, this is where you and I need to pay attention. It is mission time. They are being sent to take down a continental enemy. Since students cannot go alone, the professor is coming too. A few days later, the whole squad finally sets off. On the royal train, Andrew admits he did not expect them to join this Hukdarzoa mission. Things are getting real. Like he said, he cannot just send students off solo. Plus, there are some important things about their destination to explain. He looks at the three of them and asks what they know about Delba. Zeke, sitting opposite him, speaks up first. "I have only read some theories, but I heard that unlike other places, mages are the ones at the top there." Andrew nods. "Exactly. It is a very unique system. The knights in Delba focus almost entirely on using their shields. While the knights pin down the enemy with their shields, the mages fire off attacks from behind to finish them off." Hearing this, Axert raises his hand. "Wait, would not the knights in the front also take massive damage from those spells?" Andrew praises the good question. He explains that Delba knights actually train more for running with shields than actual combat. That is exactly why the Valhalla students do not exactly respect the Delba Knight Corps. They are basically just human barricades. Diego is confused. "So this entire knight squad only exists to serve those mages? That sounds like a total joke." Basically, they do not see us as equals at all. Looking out the window, Andrew confirms that he has hit the mark. "So, do not be surprised when we arrive. Those mages are disgustingly arrogant. A short while later, they finally reach Delba. As they step off the train, someone meets them. Andrew introduces himself as Andrew J. Hacken, an assistant from Valhalla. The man on the other side is very polite, saying it is a huge honor that the Jer family sent someone personally. He introduces himself as Jorge Outer, captain of Delba 8th Squad. Andrew just gives his three students a quick glance. These students are Valhalla top talents. While his two friends are fast asleep, Geke is still wide awake and fuming. The difference in treatment is just insane. Their lodging is nothing but a crumbling old dump prepared as an afterthought. Meanwhile, those mages they saw earlier are spending money like it is water. He was not exactly expecting luxury, but after thinking it over, he finally decides to get up. He figures he might as well go out for some fresh air. As he walks down the hallway, he tells himself he does not really care about this pathetic treatment. After all, he went through much worse back in his past life. But the thing that is actually worrying him is that Knight Yaksha suppression mission. During the meeting, everyone from Captain Diego to the Knights just sat there in silence while the mages barked orders. It was even worse than he expected. Suddenly, a figure approaches and asks what he is doing out here alone. He glares at the person who just spoke, wondering if this is that arrogant mage captain from the meeting. The guy is still looking at him with total contempt. He mocks Geke, saying, "It is actually quite lucky that they ran into each other right now." He warns that once they enter Hala, Geke and his friends will be completely useless, so they should stay away from the magic and just go home. Geke is visibly furious. If they are so worthless, then why even ask for a collaboration? He really wants to punch the guy, but then the captain notices his glove. He looks it over and asks if Geke is a pureblood Awakener from the Huji family. Geke just gives him a cold stare and asks if there is a problem. His response just makes the guy angrier. He snaps at Geke's attitude and warns him to keep that glove on if he wants to finish the mission alive. With a huff, the captain turns and storms off. Geke stands there deep in thought, realizing the guy is incredibly sensitive to the mana-blocking power of a pureblood. Suddenly, someone else calls out his name, making him spin around in surprise. The man asks if it is really his former student standing there. Geeky stares at the man for a few seconds, totally stunned. He gasps out, "Professor Ben?" The old man just smiles. Glad to see he was right. It has been a long time, and Ben asks how he has been. Geke says he is doing fine, but wonders why a professor is out here. Ben explains that the army is the best place for a mage to get real experience. He felt that research alone was not enough, so he volunteered. When he asks what Geke is doing here, the young man explains he is part of the Night Yaksha mission. Hearing that, Ben is absolutely shocked. He pulls Geke aside immediately, telling him they need to talk right now. Geke is startled by the sudden intensity. He asks why the professor is acting so strange and what could be so important. Professor Ben grips his hand tightly and warns him that he must not participate in tomorrow's mission. He explains that the whole thing is already destined to fail. He begs Geke not to go. Geke is frozen in shock for a moment. When he finally gets back to the room, he hears Diego and Arthur complaining. They are completely exhausted, but Geke is still preoccupied with that secret meeting. Now, you and I have to wonder why Professor Ben said it was a guaranteed failure. He would not say more, but there are two likely possibilities. Either the higher-ups are corrupt, or they have made a secret deal with the target itself. Even if Theba mages are power-hungry, he hopes they are not that rotten. A secret deal with the target feels much more realistic. If that is the case, he definitely needs to keep a close eye on everything. Soon, everyone is gathered on a mountain slope. The captain starts assigning roles, ordering groups 1 through 3 to move up along the ridge. Groups 4 through 6 are ordered to launch a direct frontal attack. He asks Diego and Arthur if they have any objections, and they simply say no. But before the captain can move on, Geki speaks up with a cold expression. He demands to know exactly what they are supposed to be doing. The captain loses his temper and screams, asking if Geke did not hear him say to stay put yesterday. Geke calmly replies that he is a blue knight. Since they have a blue knight and 2 purple knights as support, he asks if the mages really plan to let such a strong force just sit around. The captain is stunned to hear he is a blue knight. The soldiers around them start whispering, shocked that someone so young has already reached that rank. Having 2 purple knights on top of that is insane. They realize the people from Hala are on another level. The captain grinds his teeth and tells Diego to give them a scouting mission. Diego hesitates but agrees. Andrew J. pulls Geki aside, asking why he would suddenly go out of his way to provoke the captain like that. Geke explains that there are several things about this mission that seem extremely suspicious. Andrew J. asks him to clarify what he means. Geke reveals his suspicion about a secret deal between the mages and the Night Yaksha. Andrew is shocked for a second, but then realizes Geke must have a plan. He steps forward and loudly announces the new plan. They are going to conduct a scouting mission directly to the Night Yaksha camp. He tells everyone to get ready and appoints Geke as the vanguard and the squad commander for the operation. With the roles set, the groups head out. One team is moving through the dense forest when the scout at the front spots something and signals for everyone to stop. He whispers that there is a camp nearby and they need to move carefully. If they make a sound and get caught, it will be a disaster. As he is talking, a sword suddenly whistles through the air and his face goes pale. He screams in pain as the blade sinks deep into his thigh. The monsters immediately make their move, lunging at the group with feral rage. The soldiers panic and scatter, screaming for someone to save them. From the back, Diego and Arthur leap forward to intercept the beasts. With just one powerful strike, they wipe out the entire group of monsters in an instant. Geke steps forward and asks the survivors if they are part of the Night Yaksha patrol. The terrified soldiers are too scared to say a word. His expression turns cold as he demands they reveal the location of the Night Yaksha. Once they have the info, the group arrives at a fortress deep in the mountains. Arthur is impressed by the solid stone construction and notes it will not be easy to break in. He turns around to ask another question. He asks where the mages are since they cannot take this place alone. Diego just looks away, acting incredibly suspicious as he stammers through an answer. After we clear the area around the fort, they will support us from behind? Honestly, Zeke is totally baffled. Like, what does that even mean? Are they seriously planning to send everyone into a death trap just to clear a fortress? Suddenly, Diego spots something weird up in the sky. His eyes go wide as he realizes what it is. Incoming! Zeke snaps his head around as artillery shells scream toward them. He immediately barks orders to the group. Everyone scatter! Get as far away as you can! But it is too late. The shells slam down, explosions tearing through their ranks as the screaming starts. George Outer just stands there, totally shell-shocked. He mutters to himself, wondering how things could possibly have gone this wrong. He has completely lost it. Gia rushes over and screams, "George, get it together! Are you trying to get all your men killed?" The man just stammers, unable to say no. No, that is not it. Gia is fuming inside. How did they know our exact position? There is definitely a rat among us, and he is starting to suspect something. Suddenly, a horde of soldiers with glowing red eyes surges out of the forest toward them. Gia does not hesitate, dropping straight into a fighting stance. Damn it, I did not expect them to be this crazed. He pauses for a second, realizing something is very wrong. Look at those bloodshot, soulless eyes. It hits him. These guys are far gone. There is no doubt about it anymore. Every single one of them is completely hooked on Soma. Soma is usually smuggled in by southern gangs before spreading across the continent. Even mages use tiny amounts to get a temporary boost in magic power. But the real nightmare comes from these mercenaries. These guys treat their lives like dirt and think of life and death as just a big joke. Overusing Soma is just a regular Tuesday for them. Gia yells out a warning. "It is the Night So mercenaries! Watch out for an ambush!" Diego thinks these guys have totally lost their minds. Right beside him, Arthur curses under his breath. There are way too many enemy reinforcements coming in. Gia tells Diego and Arthur to conserve their mana. Do not waste everything this early. He knows they need to play the long game here. With the enemy attacking like absolute lunatics, the knights alone will not be enough. He wonders if he should just ditch the mission entirely. Or maybe we should just flatten the whole fort? Suddenly, a massive explosion nearby snaps him right out of his thoughts. This power, finally, they decided to show up. It is the Delba Magic Corps led by that trash captain. He shouts that reinforcements have finally arrived. Everyone pulls back to watch from the sidelines. Gia notes that even if they are late, the magic power they are putting out is honestly terrifying. If we use this momentum to push now, but before he can act, the captain walks over and tells them to stop everything immediately. The old man face is dark. You are going to let a perfect chance like this slip away? He coldly asks if he is speaking to Gia Han Ko. He screams that the whole plan is ruined because of Gia. Do you even realize the mess you have made? Zeke still has no clue what is happening. Totally confused, Zeke glares back at the man, fuming. What the hell do you think you are doing, you absolute piece of trash? The captain blames him, saying he was supposed to scout the situation, not go out there and provoke the entire enemy force. He tells Andrew J to take the students and leave. Jay clenches his fist. So, does this mean our partnership with Delba is officially over? The captain is baffled by the attitude. What? Jay keeps going. If that is the case, we do not have any reason to follow your lead anymore. We do not have to listen to a word you say. From now on, we will finish this our own way. The captain is absolutely losing his mind. This is Delba territory. What right does a brat like you have to make decisions? Andrew J interrupts him. Knight Soa is a public enemy now. As official knights of the Hanko family, Zeke and I have the right to act first and explain later. The captain is livid but powerless. He turns around and storms off. Fine, do whatever you want, but do not blame me when you have to face the consequences. George Outer is stunned that the mages just quit like that. Now we have to handle the enemy ourselves. What is the plan here? Zeke turns to the commander. George Outer, I have one question for you. George looks at him. What is it you want to say? Do you actually want to take down the Night Soa gang? George replies that as knights, they cannot turn their backs while evil runs wild. Hearing that, Gia nods. I see. I completely understand how you feel about this situation. If that is how it is, I am going to need your help with something. Inside the fort, the guards realize something is up and start to panic. George men line up in 2 rows and start shouting, "Hey, quit hiding in there like cowards. Come out and fight us like real men." The guards immediately start firing arrows. Are these people insane? George orders his men to hold their positions and soak up the attack. How can they stay that strong? Diego watches from above while a blonde guy mocks them, calling their efforts completely useless. It is all for nothing, he says. But suddenly, his face goes pale and he coughs up blood. A cold voice echoes from right behind him. You sure about that? Gia sounds like ice. Just stay put and watch the show. Then, the sound of galloping hooves makes him jump. Wait, is that guy seriously charging out there all on his own? What is he thinking? Is he planning to take them all on? He matches the description of the Night Soa leader perfectly. Zeke tells everyone to keep the enemies busy while he handles the chase. Signal me later. Andrew J. nods. Got it. Zeke takes off like a lightning bolt, his voice turning incredibly cold as he locks onto his target. Come forth, Bucephalus. With those words, his legendary warhorse appears in all its glory. Now, let us see if this guy can actually outrun me. Bucephalus tears across the ground like a storm. Within seconds, Zeke is right behind the Night Soa leader. How can anyone move this fast? Zeke smirks with a look of pure approval. Not bad at all. He instantly launches off his horse, flying straight at the enemy's head. A massive explosion rocks the area, but the guy is fast enough to leap back and dodge the strike. Zeke is not surprised one bit. He steps up with a mocking tone. Where are you heading in such a rush so late at night, Black Yaksha? In the silence, you can hear every weapon clash. Zeke and the Black Yaksha are locked in a high-stakes duel, trading blows like crazy. You do not seem like one of Delboa's men, so who are you? Zeke just gives him a cold smile. Does knowing even matter? They both unleash powerful moves at once. Realizing they're evenly matched, the Black Yaksha switches tactics, and the system instantly alerts our main character. Desert scorpion poison detected. Luckily, Zeke is immune to all toxins, so he is totally fine. He just cold-bloodedly curses the guy under his breath. Scorpion poison? These lawless thugs will try anything, but it is useless. The Black Yaksha is stunned that his secret weapon failed. Where are you even from, the desert or the southern border? Zeke just teases him back. Wow, someone sure is getting curious, aren't they? The guy pulls out throwing stars for his next move. You are dying here. Zeke is too fast, though, casually knocking the projectiles out of the air. He activates his dragon scale armor skill to block the rest by hand. In his head, he admits that was actually a decent attack. But then Zeke's eyes go wide with shock. He recognizes that technique instantly. Is that really the legendary Azure Blade? This guy was definitely hiding his true strength. The enemy charges forward like a bullet to finish things. He swings his sword right at Zeke. Die. Or so he thought, until Zeke's voice comes from behind him. Judging by that swordplay, you are an Imperial intelligence agent, aren't you? The Black Yaksha is terrified. How do you know that? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes him down, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Zeke slowly walks over with a cold expression. Now it is my turn to ask. Why is Imperial intelligence causing chaos here in Delboa? Knowing he cannot win, the Black Yaksha tries to bite his tongue to end it, but Zeke just hands him a potion. Nice try, but useless. Looking down at him, Zeke says he knows exactly how stubborn you intelligence types are. He forces a recovery potion down his throat. Give me info I like, and I will let you die quickly. The guy looks absolutely horrified. A moment later, he is just panting on the ground. Zeke stands over him and asks if he is finally ready to talk. The Black Yaksha gives in. What do you want to know? Tell me who you are and everything you have been doing here. The guy looks at Zeke and finally starts telling the truth. I am an agent from the Empire's 13th Bureau. Zeke pauses. Room 13? I thought there were only 12. Guess there is more trash than I thought. The guy is shocked Zeke even knows about the 12th Bureau. Zeke just leans in with a dark, threatening look. I am the one asking questions. So what were you doing? He stammers out that they were running experiments, specifically a drug for instant awakening. Zeke immediately thinks back to those guys he met before. An awakening drug? Does he mean those mercenaries from the other day? Weren't they just addicted to Soma? The guy reveals the truth. Yes, but the drug is actually made from Soma components. Why even make something like that? The agent explains the Empire's dark plan to create soldiers who feel absolutely no pain or fear. Zeke is disgusted. Another human experiment by the Empire? You guys are using Delboa's forces while observing how these test subjects fight. He realizes how the Black Yaksha lasted 3 years in that fortress. He was building up bandits and mercenaries the entire time. None of this would have been possible without the Empire's massive backing. It is a calculated move to expand their dark organization. Zeke curses those Imperial bastards. What on earth are they planning to do to this continent? He takes a second to calm his rage. You know, the Empire will kill you first to keep this quiet. right? The Black Yaksha looks hollow. Fine, just finish me off already. Zeke actually offers him a way out. What if you could survive? The guy does not believe it. No one escapes Imperial intelligence alive. But then Zeke drops a bombshell. What if the Acker family used their power to protect you? The guy is stunned. The Ackers? Zeke does not answer but shows off his overwhelming power. The guy asks in fear if he is a pureblood Acker Awakener. Zeke just nods. Exactly. Now the Black Yaksha's heart is racing. Of course, he does not want to die in a dump like this if there is a chance. He has done so much dirty work that his patriotism is long gone. He knows returning to the Empire means a certain death sentence anyway. He makes his choice. Being a protected witness for the Acker family is a much better deal. He tries to stay calm while speaking. Can you really guarantee me a completely new identity? Zeke just smiles. Actually, I have an even better offer than that for you. I will find you a new job. An Imperial intelligence agent would be useful in plenty of places, Zeke thinks, with total confidence. Later, Zeke is a blur moving through the quiet forest. He is deep in thought. Why has the fortress not fallen yet? He starts getting worried. Without the Black Yaksha, Andrew and Zay's team should have easily won. Did something go wrong? He needs to get back to the Knights' camp immediately. When he finally arrives, he stops dead in his tracks, completely shocked. He sees a group of mages gathered ahead, up to something suspicious. One of them raises a staff, and Zeke's eyes widen in horror. His face turns icy cold. What do you think you are doing? Why are you targeting our own allies? And then another figure approaches. Injit is being a total jerk here, guys. He is cold-bloodedly blaming Zeke because that Black Yaksha guy managed to slip away. So, to make Zeke pay for this huge mistake, Injit decides to haul him back to base immediately. Our boy Zeke just lets out a tired sigh. Deep down, Zeke is definitely cursing this loser out, like this guy is really losing it. He stays cool, though, and asks him what his deal is. Zeke asks if it is really his fault, but Injit does not hold back. He claims Zeke's clumsy little raid is the reason the enemy got away. Injit is basically saying he had the win in his pocket until Zeke ruined it. Honestly, Zeke's cold little mockery here says it all. Zeke hits him with the facts. Did Injit even check if Yaksha was inside? The fort defense was solid after all. Look at Injit getting nervous. Injit starts yelling, claiming he saw someone bolt from the fortress earlier. But Zeke isn't buying it for a second. It is just hilarious to him. Could have just been a messenger calling for backup, right? How do you know it was Yaksha? Injit is totally speechless now, and Zeke finally sees the truth. It is crystal clear now that Snake Injit tipped off Yaksha so he could run. Zeke connects the dots in record time. This guy is a genius. Injit has been playing both sides for 3 years, but he probably does not even realize his mess-up actually helped the Empire secret experiments. Regardless, Injit is still absolute garbage. He shuts Zeke down, telling him to stop whining and just move. The audacity of this guy, seriously. He turns away, threatening to report Zeke to the big bosses. Zeke just sighs. I mean, whatever, do your worst, man. We know the truth. A little later, Zeke is back at the fort when he spots something that makes him freeze. 3 familiar figures appear, and he is totally blindsided. Wait, who are those people? Zeke recognizes Doge and calls out. Poor Doge looks absolutely terrified and screams for his knight. This is getting bad. Zeke demands to know what is going on and why they are in ropes, but Injit just hits him with a cold shut up. He is so annoying. Injit tells him to stay out of it, but Doge shouts back. He says they do not regret helping Zeke at all. They are being so brave here. They just wanted to be honorable knights too. But then Injit literally zaps Doge with lightning. Seeing that, Zeke blood starts to boil. This is crossing lines. Zeke calls him out. Treating allies like this is way too far. Even prisoners get more respect. And wow, did that ever tick Injit off. Injit is totally losing it now, threatening to execute Zeke right then and there. But then boom, a huge explosion rocks the whole place. What now? Once the smoke clears, a new player enters. Meet Astar, and he is calling out Injit Hansen by his full name. He brought backup too. Epic moment. Astar does not play around. He warns Injit that his little threat against Zeke Henkel won't go unpunished. Look at that serious face. He means business. And here it is. The Henkel family is officially declaring wartime status against Deva. The whole place just went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Finally, Injit is actually looking scared. A direct threat from the Henkel family isn't something you can just ignore. He can't even believe it is happening. Injit tries to play it off like it is all a big joke. He says Astar is overreacting and that targeting all of Deva is just too much. He claims declaring war over this is crazy, but Astar shuts him down mid-sentence. Listen up, Injit. You have really messed with the wrong people. Astar eyes are ice cold as he reminds him that the Henkel name carries massive weight. Injit starts scrambling, trying to take back everything he just said. He is suddenly all soft, claiming he just had a slip of the tongue because of battle stress. Yeah, right. Nice try, you coward. We see you. He says he only wanted to bring Zeke back for a quick talk, but then Zeke chimes in, asking for a moment with his own team first. Injit is clearly annoyed, but he can't exactly say no to a Henkel right now. He gives him 20 minutes and stalks off. Finally, some peace. The second Injit leaves, Zeke hands are moving. He sets up a barrier to block all those annoying magic spying devices. Now we can finally talk. Astar asks what is so important, and Zeke just casually drops the bomb. He actually caught the Black Yaksha. You and I knew he could do it. Astar's like, wait, you took him on all by yourself? And Zeke is just like, yep, and I was planning to bring him back alive too. Astar is absolutely floored. Capturing a target that veteran knights could not handle all on his own? That is our Zeke for you. He is built different. Zeke fills him in on the interrogation. Turns out Injit is knee-deep in this mess. Dealing with this is going to get really messy for everyone. Astar asks for the game plan. Zeke thinks Deva should clean up their own trash, but you can tell he has something else in mind. Zeke look is stone cold now. He is going to do everything he can from the outside. Meanwhile, those two guards are just standing there, totally clueless. Zeke just sits there, perfectly calm, counting down the seconds. He knows exactly who is coming. And right on cue, there is a knock at the door. In walks Ben, looking all concerned. He calls out for Zeke, and Zeke just answers back so calmly, like, hey, Professor, glad you could make it. Ben is demanding to know what happened, and Zeke just plays it off. Maybe this is what happens when I don't listen to your warnings, Professor. Ben just facepalms in pure frustration. It is hilarious. But Zeke isn't fooled. He knows Ben has been aware of Injit corruption for a long time. It is not just Ben either. Zeke figures all the high-ranking magic officers probably knew what was going on. This whole system is totally rigged. They all need that military experience to climb the ladder, right? Zeke lets out a sigh. He realizes he has got no choice but to step in. He is going to have to end that man's career for good. Zeke looks up and tells Ben he has something really important to share. Here it comes. Zeke's face goes totally serious. He asks the professor if he knows anything about the Empire's secret awakening drug experiments. The plot is thickening. Everyone, he lays out all the dirty details about Yaksha for Ben to process. Then he asks the big question. Will the professor help him expose everything? Under the cover of night, Ingzich and his henchmen are meeting in secret. The mage calls out to Commander Ingzich, who turns with a questioning look. All right, you and I are seeing the report come in. Professor Ben rejected Zeke's proposal. Ingzich can't hide his smug, twisted smile. In his head, he's already celebrating. Turns out status matters way more to people than their own faith. Classic villain move, right? Did Zeke really think it was that easy? With a cold, chilling look, Ingzich gives the order it's time to start the show. Just cause some chaos and pull back, he tells them. Make it look convincing. His lackey bows low, ready to play along. The mage raises his staff and commands the attack. Suddenly, fire fills the sky as they open fire. Ingzich just watches, totally indifferent. He's already planning to pin the failure on Zeke. But wait, something feels off. He realizes things aren't going as planned. Total silence from the wall. No counterattack, no reaction. Why are they just sitting there? They should be pretending to fight back. Then, the gates swing wide open. Ingzich freezes that wasn't in the plan. And when he sees who's walking out, his eyes go wide. How are you even here? He stammers. Zeke just stays calm and asks what's wrong, like he's been expecting this the whole time. Seeing something you shouldn't have? A few hours ago, Zeke was already 10 steps ahead. He used an anti-eavesdropping scroll to keep secrets. Their conversation was completely hidden from prying ears. Zeke turns to the man beside him, getting straight to the point with a serious tone. Are you really serious about joining forces, Professor Ben? Ben doesn't blink. He can't just stand by while these stimulant experiments happen. But Zeke warns him joining this fight means his career in Delpha is basically over. That's a huge price to pay. Ben doesn't hesitate. He'd rather give it all up than build a career on shame. Finally, Zeke can breathe a sigh of relief. He gives a warm smile. Thanks, Professor. Now, let's get out of here. It's time to settle things with the commander. Zeke is done with this guy. Back in the present, Yingzich is losing it, screaming at Ben for being a useless traitor. You think you'll get away with this? Before he can finish, Zeke cuts him off, calling for the inspectors to step forward. I brought the team to investigate your collusion with the enemy and all those corruption charges. Game over for you, Yingzich. Zeke tells him to surrender quietly. Yingzich looks at the three arrivals and goes pale. Those faces are unmistakable. It's the Delpha inspection team. Yingzich starts sweating, babbling about a misunderstanding. He claims Zeke is just making things up to frame him, but the inspector isn't buying it. We found all the evidence we need inside the fortress. Don't even bother trying to deny it. Yingzich grinds his teeth in pure rage. He starts screaming threats. If he's going down, he's taking everyone with him. My connections will bury you all, he yells. This will shake the whole kingdom. But Zeke isn't interested in his barking. One punch sends Yingzich hitting the dirt hard. Even then, the coward keeps threatening him for daring to lay a hand on him. Use those connections, Zeke says calmly. Go ahead. Then he drops the biggest bombshell yet. You have no idea who I am. I'm the direct heir of House Edgar, successor of the Black Knight himself, Duke Edgar. Silence falls as his true identity is revealed. Let's see whose connections are stronger, Zeke challenges. Suddenly, Yingzich is on his knees, begging for mercy like the pathetic worm he is. Don't beg me, Zeke snaps. Beg the knights who died because of you. You're nothing but a piece of absolute trash. Just then, Doge approaches and gives a deep, respectful bow. Thank you, knight. You've finally cleared our names and restored our honor. Zeke knows they only got off because of his testimony, but he's worried. If the 8th Division is disbanded, these knights have nowhere to go. No other magic division will take them in. Their unit is finished. Zeke looks at them and asks if they have any regrets. Doge is surprised by the question. Regrets? No. They only feel guilty for the comrades they lost under that terrible commander. They've suffered so much. Zeke offers them a choice. If they're interested, he has a new job opportunity for them. A job? Doge is stunned. Zeke pulls out a document, looking completely casual about the whole thing. Read this for the details, he says. When Doge looks at the paper, his jaw hits the floor. He can't believe what he's seeing. Is the salary a mistake, he asks? Zeke just laughs. If you're working for me, you're getting paid what you're worth. I've started a new merchant group and I need guards. Doge looks at his friends, absolutely buzzing with excitement at the news. Not interested? Zeke teases. Doge immediately swears his loyalty. We'll follow you to the end, master. Tell the others to salute our new lord. With that settled, Zeke turns to Ben. Once things are wrapped up in Delpha, come to Atlas. We have big plans ahead of us. I understand, Ben replies firmly. Zeke can't help but smile at the irony. Yesterday they were teacher and student. Today, they're allies. Life really is full of surprises. As the sun rises over the mountains, Zeke feels at peace. The mission ended in the craziest way possible. He wonders what the official evaluation will be, but then he just shrugs it off with a confident grin. Who cares? We won. You and I just saw a legend in the making. The world of Delpha will never be the same after this. Zeke walks away, leaving his enemies in the dust. This is just the beginning for the House of Edgar. Stay tuned. All right, guys, another mess cleaned up, but things are far from over. Deep inside Milan Castle, in a pitch-black room lit only by the fireplace, 3 figures are huddled together. Baron Hunker finally speaks. Sorry for calling you all in while you were busy. His voice suddenly drops to a serious tone. We are dealing with something that requires a full sit-down with the top brass of our Black Wing squad. His brow furrows as he decides to skip the small talk. Let us get straight to the point, the Baron says, and you can tell he is not playing around. Apparently, the situation in the southern continent has been getting weird lately. Just hearing that is enough to send a shock through everyone else in the room. A bearded guy tries to brush it off, saying the South is just full of low-level thugs and drug dealers, nothing for us to worry about, right? But the younger guy opposite him disagrees. Not exactly. The Mackay family has locked down the South through their Soma trade, and their leader is a literal monster who is sitting on a massive mountain of gold. If a player like that starts making moves, something big is about to go down. The Baron looks annoyed. His vice captain claimed that John Juan guy was dead, but the scout insists that is impossible. Word is Juan is actually laying low to dodge the Favela gang. Hunker stays calm, noting that after Juan vanished, the whole Kato Mackay organization just shattered into pieces. Even their rivals, Favela, are a mess since their leaders are mostly gone. So why is this guy still hiding? It does not add up, and Zeke is starting to realize something big is happening. Get this, there is security footage from a casino a month ago on the screen. You can see a mysterious team moving in on a target. Masked figures are everywhere. As the Baron zooms in, we see this suspicious guy with piercing blue eyes. But the real standout is definitely the leader of the pack. They suspect this person is playing both sides, tearing down casinos from the inside. The kicker? Nobody has a clue who he actually is. From now on, we hunt him down, the Baron declares, looking absolutely furious. We need to know who is messing with our southern interests. Meanwhile, in another place, Zeke is looking totally lost. He has to ask again, Director, what did you just say? Flaubert drops a file on the desk, praising him for the Black Knight Yaksha raid. Turns out, Professor Andrej and the Delta inspection team gave him a glowing review. Zeke goes quiet for a second, lost in his own head. He thought he would get slammed for ignoring orders, but I guess he did better than he expected. Suddenly, the director snaps him back to reality, mentioning one catch. It is a shame the Yaksha died while being transported. Hearing that, Zeke just gives a little smirk. Little do they know he actually kept the guy alive. Zeke remembers his plan. Fake his death, wipe his record, and sneak him back to the central continent. Then he thinks about that specific paper. He has got Imperial human experiment files from the South, a witness, and that mystery man he met before. You can feel the tension rising. These are the perfect cards to play against the Empire. Flaubert then tells Zeke that because of his skills, things are changing. The board has a special exam for him, hunting a magical beast. Zeke is totally shocked. A beast hunt? He is thinking this sounds way too easy for a special graduation test, but the director says this isn't some simple hunt, it is an unsolved case. And Zeke has to crack it alone. Right then he gets a bad feeling. This is not just some random monster we are talking about. These magical beasts do not have a set type, so you never know what they will do. Some are even genius-level smart, making them a nightmare to take down. Zeke is betting this one has a high-functioning brain. He asks the director exactly where this is all happening. He says, it is in southern Oceania, at the Lancer family estate in Grand Duchier. If they cannot kill it, it is definitely not your average beast. Zeke can feel his heart racing. If he passes this, he is excused from every other exam. Honestly, this one test is enough to graduate. He gives his word as a knight he will have this case closed in no time. I will not let you down, sir. A bit later, a voice pops up. Lord Zeke, it is an honor. I am your guide for this mission. His name is Felix Valencia. Zeke is not really feeling it, so he just gives a polite nod. He has never heard of this guy in either life. Past or present, he is a total ghost. But as Zeke looks at him, he notices a strange blue energy swirling around his body. There is something off about his aura. A commoner knight at this level? No way that is natural. Zeke decides to probe a bit. You from Grand Duchy A? He calmly says yes. He is a local who grew up in the Sword Association and now works for the Atlas Guard. He seems normal enough, but Zeke is keeping his guard up just in case. Thanks for the info, he says, turning away to get ready. Time to get serious. They head out for Grand Duchier, and before long, the two finally arrive at their destination. The Archduke is there to welcome them with open arms. Welcome, Lord Zeke. I heard you were coming, he says, giving a firm handshake. Having a pure-blood Awakener here is a huge deal for them. Zeke tells him the honor is his, then asks to hear the case details immediately. The Archduke looks pretty grim, as he explains. It all started a few weeks back when the livestock started vanishing. Then people started going missing in the mountains. First kids, then women, and now grown men. This beast is definitely looking for bigger meals. Zeke asks if there is any evidence left behind. The Archduke starts leading the way, saying, "Right this way, sir." He points toward the mountain path, showing where the animals were taken. Zeke spots blood on the fence and starts thinking. The fence is totally fine, but there is blood everywhere. Zeke thinks something is off. He scans the area with a spell and suddenly spots something. Right in front of him is a massive footprint. It is deep, too. You can tell whatever made this has to be incredibly heavy. Zeke eyes the pillars. He could leap over that fence easily, but the beast's behavior is weird. This isn't your average monster. He's dead serious now. This mission is going to be a nightmare. After a long day, they set up camp for the night. Zeke watches Felix sleep. The kid is completely wiped out from all that late-night investigating. Zeke starts piecing the clues together. We track the beast up the mountain until we hit a deep forest where no human has ever stepped before. They stop dead in their tracks. Zeke looks at the evidence and finally figures out what they're dealing with. It's a corpse, completely drained like a mummy, but with 0 wounds. Zeke remembers that dry body from the forest and connects the dots. A beast that sucks life dry without a trace? If it's what he thinks, those village footprints don't belong to it at all. While he's lost in thought, his face pales at a sudden sound nearby. Felix wakes up totally groggy and confused. Zeke, what was that noise? Zeke looks back, eyes dark. It's 2 kilometers west. Wait here, he tells the kid. Then Zeke vanishes into the night, promising to be back by dawn. Felix just stands there, having no idea what's happening. He's sprinting toward the noise. In a place like this, only that specific monster could make a sound that loud. Zeke searches the area it should be, right here. Then, a massive roar echoes. A muscular guy with red hair is carrying a whole tree. He's swinging that tree like a madman, screaming his head off. Zeke is just watching this like, what on earth is going on? Is he really using a tree like a sword? That strength is just insane. Zeke wonders if this guy is actually a barbarian. But then he spots another shadow. The thing this guy is fighting. Zeke recognizes it immediately. It's exactly as he feared an ancient species, Gaguk. He's found it. He watches the fight, remembering his past life. In my past life, I saw those mummified bodies too. Master called them ancient species and told me to be extremely careful. Zeke tracks its every move. It's fast, like a monkey, and super alert. Then the Gaguk suddenly lunges forward. Its eyes are glowing red. And get this, it has a tentacle tail that sucks out your life in a heartbeat. Zeke figures it out. The barbarian steals the cows, but the Gaguk steals the people. Suddenly a scream rings out. The Gaguk stabs the guy with its long tongue, covered in a nasty purple aura. The barbarian grunts in pure agony. He's furious but trapped. The Gaguk is just loving it, soaking up his life force like a total winner. But then Zeke's killing intent hits it from behind. The Gaguk senses the attack and ducks just as Zeke's sword swings. The monster bolts. Zeke is annoyed. Its speed is just ridiculous, but the barbarian's groans pull him back. Poisoned by the Gaguk? Zeke looks at him with a bit of disgust. He's not exactly thrilled about helping a cow thief. Fine, call it an act of charity. Cut to the cave. Zeke drags him inside and tries a potion, but he's worried. The healing potion isn't working? Is it because he's not fully human? Zeke realizes he needs a different approach. Let's see if this works. He places his hand on the wound, and a massive light starts to shine. Skill activation! Blue light floods the cave as he uses elemental healing. After the treatment, the barbarian lets out a soft moan. Then the guy snaps awake, totally on guard and ready to fight. Zeke just tells him to chill out. I just saved your life, he explains. The guy stammers out a thank you. Thank goodness Zeke knows the barbarian language. Turns out his name is Wang Quan. He's only 16, but he's already stronger than any warrior in his village. His rite of passage was to hunt the Gaguk, the baddest beast in their land. Talk about a tough final exam. But the Gaguk was too fast, and he ended up lost in the duchy. He's just sitting there, looking totally defeated. Hunting it is too hard, he sighs. So Zeke makes him an offer. Want to hunt it with me? Wang Quan is shocked. Just trust me, Zeke says with total confidence. Later, Felix finds them and is completely baffled by the stranger. Is this a barbarian? Zeke just smiles and says they've decided to team up to catch the monster. Wang Quan asks who the kid is. My subordinate, Zeke says. Wang Quan doesn't even know what that word means. Felix is just lost. But even with the deal, Zeke is suspicious. A barbarian who doesn't fight? That's weird. Without his aura, he seems like a normal guy. Zeke wonders if he's just being way too paranoid about this. Suddenly, Wang Quan freezes. Big brother Zeke, I smell something. Zeke is on alert instantly. What smell? Wang Quan's expression sharpens. It's that thing from earlier. It's close. They find a cave. Zeke remembers his training. These creatures love dark, damp places like this. The sun is starting to come up. If it's anywhere, it's definitely hiding in the shadows of this cave. Zeke turns to his new partner. Wang Quan, you got a plan? The hunter just smirks and starts shadowboxing the air. All right, you and I are about to see Zeke standing there speechless. This hunter is all muscle and zero brains. No wonder the target keeps escaping. There is no plan. Zeke lowers his voice and tries again. He looks the guy right in the eye and starts laying out a real combat strategy. Plan is simple. You lure it, I will strike from above. Got it? The hunter gives a wicked grin and nods. Then, they dive into the monster den. They look at the wreckage. Bones everywhere, damp air, and that thick smell of death. Yeah, this is definitely the place. Proof of an ancient predator. Suddenly, Zeke freezes. He feels a surge of killing intent and warns the guy they have just stepped into its territory. Heads up. Suddenly, a gargoyle with glowing red eyes drops from the cliffs like a black phantom. Our hunter is caught off guard by the ambush, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. It is time to fight. The gargoyle dives, but the hunter spins away. He slams a thunderous punch into the ground, sending shockwaves and dust flying everywhere. But when the dust settles, the monster is gone. Zeke just stands back and watches the scene. He frowns, vanished. He knew it would not be this easy. This is exactly why he could not catch this thing in his past life. This thing loves hiding in the dark for cheap shots. It strikes and then vanishes, then bam! It drops from the ceiling, aiming right for the hunter head. In a flash, Zeke unleashes a powerful water strike. A massive blast of magic water slams into the gargoyle hiding spot. It shrieks in pure agony as it is forced into the light. Seeing his chance, Zeke yells out, "Vung Queen now! Get it now!" The hunter lunges like an arrow, grabbing the beast by the throat and arms. It is thrashing and screaming, but it cannot break that steel grip. He is putting everything into holding it down, barely containing the beast power. Zeke swings his glowing blade, piercing the monster through. It lets out one final agonizing groan. Then he activates his devouring dragon skill. Golden energy swallows the gargoyle whole. The system goes wild, ancient species successfully absorbed. Talk about a massive level up. Thanks to the skill, Zeke stats are fully restored in a second. Even better, he just inherited the monster bloodline and a brand new skill. Rank A active stealth. Zeke looks at the monster hand, gets an idea, and calls over the stunned hunter. He tosses the monster hand over. Holding up one sharp claw, he tells him, "Here is the proof of your hunt." Zeke tucks one claw away for himself. The hunter is so moved he cannot even speak. He has found a real savior. The guy bursts into tears and tackles Zeke in a huge hug. "You are the best! Number one! Thank you so much!" Zeke just grinds his teeth while being crushed by the big guy. Finally, they part ways, the hunter waving. "Come visit our tribe soon." Zeke casually asks which tribe. The guy proudly yells back, "The Rock Tribe! We are the strongest there is." The Rock Tribe? Zeke freezes, his eyes popping out. Is not that the most powerful force among all the barbarians? He just watches the guy walk away, still shouting for him to visit. "Sure," Zeke mutters, "I will definitely be there." He waves goodbye into the night. A few days later, the village is buzzing. Everyone is cheering for the knight who saved them. Cheers. The villagers cannot stop thanking him. Life is finally peaceful again, and it is all thanks to Zeke. He just gives a humble smile, but his eyes? They are locked onto Felix. Something is not right. He is suspicious. After the gargoyle fight, Felix was nowhere to be found. He did not even come back to the territory. When he finally showed up looking like a complete mess, he claimed he just fell. But Zeke wonders, was he secretly watching the battle from afar? He was too far away to detect during the fight. Now, you and I need to watch closely. Zeke decides to wait and see what this guy is really up to. Late that night, Zeke spots a figure waiting under a dim street lamp. He narrows his eyes, recognizing the shadow immediately. It is Felix. Zeke asks what he is doing there. His room is in the opposite direction. The tension is real. Felix looks nervous, stuttering through his words. Then he drops a bombshell. He wants to be Zeke official follower. Zeke is completely stunned. Wait, what is he thinking? Instead of explaining, Felix draws his sword. He starts performing a high-level sword technique right there in the dark. Zeke jaw drops. There is no mistaking it. That is the secret swordsmanship of the Holy Paladins. Felix finishes his move, breathing hard. That is all for now, he gasps. Zeke looks him dead in the eye with a question. You said you were just a guild graduate, right? So how do you know Paladin secrets? Those guys are usually locked away in the Holy Kingdom with almost zero contact with the outside world. Their swordsmanship is strictly off-limits to outsiders. Seeing it out here is almost impossible. Felix just scratches his head, looking embarrassed. He knew Zeke would recognize it. No point in keeping secrets from him anymore. He reaches out and shows a badge that leaves Zeke totally speechless. It is an official Paladin crest. Felix admits his grandfather was one of them, but got caught up in dirty politics and was exiled. This is where it gets interesting for us. Zeke's mind is racing. This is getting way more complicated than he expected. His grandfather risked everything to expose the kingdom crimes, but he is the one who paid the price. Felix is carrying a heavy legacy. All right, you and I are jumping back into the drama. Being exiled wasn't even the worst of it for him. He was facing execution in a dark cell, but thanks to his teammates, he barely managed to escape the Holy Kingdom by the skin of his teeth. After that narrow escape, he lived under the radar in the duchy for years. Just before he passed away, though, he finally decided to share the truth about everything. He told me the whole story and passed down this incredible swordsmanship. Listening to this, Zeke has a massive realization. Inheritance? Could it be that he actually passed down that special power too? Zeke quickly asks Felix if his grandpa tried to pass down his aura before dying. Felix looks completely lost, like he has no idea what Zeke is even talking about. Aura inheritance? What in the world is that? Zeke doesn't waste time explaining. He just directly orders him to hold out his hand. Our main character grabs it and starts to feel for the energy. Just as he suspected, Felix's aura transmission rate is way higher than his actual level. His mana pathways are already wide open. This kid is a total hidden gem. Felix gets nervous seeing Zeke's intense, serious look and asks if something is wrong. Zeke just sighs, admitting that if anything, he is actually a little bit jealous. Felix, you better thank your lucky stars for your late grandpa. He must have been a great holy knight. To put it simply, he was on the same level as a black knight. Felix looks like he just won the lottery. Is that really true? He asks for confirmation and Zeke gives him a firm nod. It is the real deal for sure. The Holy Kingdom has this secret technique from the old empire called aura inheritance. It is basically a high-speed shortcut to help someone achieve their power much faster than normal. But his grandpa went even further than that. He actually cleared out Felix's meridians just to boost his body's aura transmission rate even more. Talk about a legendary head start. Felix is still spinning and has no clue what to think. How is any of this possible? He had no idea. Zeke just watches him, looking dead serious now. Zeke puts on a grave face and asks a heavy question. Felix, do you really want to be my follower just to get revenge for your grandpa? Felix hesitates, but then nods. That is part of it. But after seeing you fight in the last mission, I genuinely want to serve by your side. If you let me join, you will not regret it. Felix sounds so determined, his voice is like iron. But Zeke is still weighing the pros and cons in his head. Is this kid a spy or a real ally? If he is a spy, I can keep him close to find the enemy. If not, I just gained a top-tier subordinate. Zeke decides to take the gamble and agrees for now. Following me won't be easy, trust me. We head back to Atlas first thing tomorrow, so get ready to move. Felix is all in and agrees immediately. Felix's face turns red with pure excitement. Thank you so much, Lord Zeke. I will be your most loyal sword. And just like that, time flies by. Zeke finally makes it back to the academy to report his mission to Principal Laubot. The old man tells him to come right in. It is time for the debrief. This report is absolutely wild. Healing the injured tribes and taking down monsters. Laubot says keeping a talent like Zeke in Valhalla is practically a crime against the whole continent. High praise, right? Zeke just plays it cool, saying he just got lucky. Honestly, that humble attitude just makes Laubot like him even more. Our boy is really moving up in the world. Now get this. Laubot laughs and tells him he is being too modest. Here, take this. He slides a mysterious scroll across the desk, and Zeke looks pretty curious about it. It is an early graduation certificate. The semester isn't over, but with this, Zeke won't have any red tape holding him back from his future plans. This is a massive game changer. Zeke actually cracks a rare smile and accepts it. Thanks, Principal. That is a huge win for him. Laubot follows up with another question. So, what is the plan now that you graduated? Are you heading back to work for your family? Zeke nods and shares his next move. Yeah, he wants to stack up some experience as a family knight first. Laubot just beams, clearly excited to see how much more he will grow in the future. Suddenly, clack! Someone knocks on the door from the outside. Andrew J. walks in with some urgent news. Wonder what is up now. The capital is calling for Zeke. Laubot laughs, looks like the family head already found out about the graduation. That was incredibly fast work! He really does not miss a beat, does he? Zeke just smiles and takes his leave. Time to head out. Laubot tells him to come back and visit soon. As they walk away from the office, Zeke asks Andrew if he knows why the capital wants him so badly. There has to be a specific reason, right? Andrew thinks it is just a celebration for his graduation, but our main character is not buying that for a second. He knows his family better than that. A celebration? Knowing the family head's personality? Yeah, Zeke can't even imagine that happening. There is definitely a catch or some hidden agenda behind this. Well, graduating Valhalla in just 2 years is a miracle, so maybe it is possible. But Andrew mentioned something else. Some of Zeke's friends look like they are struggling. Their faces looked absolutely wrecked. Did something happen? Andrew peeks at Zeke, but he just keeps his usual poker face. Typical Zeke, staying cool as ice. Apparently, they have been stuck shoveling snow non-stop with the Northern Border Guard. Ouch, that sounds like a total nightmare. People say snow is scarier than monsters, so it makes sense they are exhausted. Anyway, they finally reach the Patriarch's office. Here we go. Zeke thanks Andrew and steps inside. His father is already there waiting. Oh, you are here? Congrats on finally finishing up at the academy. Thanks, Lord Patriarch. Zeke replies respectfully. His dad just gestures for him to take a seat and get comfortable. I bet you are wondering why I called you, Zeke. I am putting you in the Macker Family Martial Arts Tournament, and I want you to take home the championship. Zeke just stares back, totally stone-faced, processing the request. The Macker Tournament is a pretty big deal for young knights in their world. Any young knight who has been promoted for less than 5 years can enter. It is basically a massive talent search for the continent's next superstars. I understand. That is all Zeke says, totally calm. Even his father looks a bit taken aback by that level of confidence. Wait, you are saying you will actually win? Zeke just doubles down. Yes, I will bring home that victory, just like you asked. What a boss. His father finally cracks a huge grin. Perfect! I am looking forward to pinning that gold medal on you myself on the final day of the event. Wait, you and I need to see this. He has a graduation present. Ready. He slides over a wooden box, and Zeke's eyes actually go wide in shock. You and I are about to see a reward that is totally game-changing. Metal tags and official papers, is that really a deed to a whole territory? Our main character can't believe it and asks if his father is actually handing him his own land. Arthur nods calmly and breaks it down for him. It is the northern land of the Hidden Dookie, the exact place where he just wiped out those monsters. For Zeke, he is absolutely stunned that his graduation gift is an entire territory. He quickly promises his father that he will work his heart out to meet every single expectation. Arthur tells him he will be watching closely. He plans to send a manager soon to handle the logistics, so the main character should listen to the reports and head out for now. The father watches Zeke leave with a look that is filled with hidden meaning. It definitely gives our boy something to think about, but he just says his thanks and quickly makes his exit from the room. Walking down the hall, his mind is racing. Even in a massive family like this, you usually have to be a high-ranking knight before you ever get your own territory. But he just became an official knight, making this an unprecedented move. While he is lost in thought, a very familiar voice suddenly calls out to him from behind. Hey, Zeke! Our main character turns around and sees his master, Duke. He gives him a happy greeting, calling out to his master, while Duke just nods back at him. Duke jokes about his busy disciples, saying, "It has been way too long." Zeke asks what he is doing here, and Duke says he originally wanted to just relax at his place. But instead, Arthur caught him and piled on a mountain of work. Even though he is a retired knight, his status in the Hercule family still carries a lot of weight. Zeke just teases him. He tells him that after slacking off for 10 years, doing a little work won't kill him. Duke just huffs. saying he really is Arthur's son with that sharp attitude of his. Since they have guests, he suggests heading home. Before the hungry disciples catch them, the old master literally just jumps straight out of the window to make his escape. All Zeke can do is sigh at the old man's antics. Seriously, this guy. Time skips forward to the main character's mansion, where Duke lets out a long sigh of relief. He says he finally feels alive again and that home is the best place to be. Zeke has to remind him that this is his house, but Duke just complains. He calls him stingy and says whatever belongs to the student also belongs to the teacher. Zeke has no comeback for that. After a few seconds, Duke finally gets to the point. He asks what Arthur wanted when he called him in. It definitely wasn't just to say happy graduation. Zeke tells him he already received his graduation gift. Duke waves his hand like it is no big deal. He asks if it was just gear, maybe a new sword or a set of armor. Zeke drops the bomb. He got a whole territory. That news makes Duke snap awake like a corpse coming back to life. He shouts, "You got a what?" The main character just shrugs and confirms it is the land in the northern Dukihi. Duke is completely speechless for a few seconds before letting out a massive sigh. Good grief. Getting a territory the moment he becomes an adult, Arthur must be absolutely thrilled with his son's progress lately. Plus, even if it is in the north, the taxes from the hidden Dukihi are actually pretty solid. Zeke agrees, especially since the people there were so kind during his last mission. Duke is just blown away by how lucky his disciple is. Being a lord is a huge step up from just being a knight. Meanwhile, Zeke remembers one more thing. He has been ordered to win the Hercule martial arts tournament. Hold on, you and I can see Duke's face change instantly. He asks if he really meant the Hercule tournament, and Zeke notices his master's serious expression right away. He asks if the difficulty is really that high. Duke's tone becomes incredibly heavy, as he says that based on raw skill, winning wouldn't be hard at all. But that is only if they were just comparing strength. He asks Zeke if he has ever actually watched the Hercule martial arts tournament before. Zeke just shakes his head. He only knows it happens every 5 years. Duke warns him with a sharp look that this is not just some simple sports competition. It is a full-blown battlefield between families disguised as a tournament. Zeke catches on quickly and asks if his master is saying the whole thing is rigged. Duke shuts that idea down immediately. No, it is actually the opposite. There is no such thing as cheating because everything is allowed. Every power is allowed to interfere, and the winner is decided by all those chaotic factors combined. Hearing this, our main character falls into deep thought. He thought he could just beat everyone up and be done with it, but seeing his master this worried means the situation is way more complicated than it looks. Duke tells him straight, without a family backing him up, there is absolutely no way he can win this tournament on his own. Even though he hates politics, Duke promises to use his old connections to find a family that can help. Zeke just keeps brooding over the political mess. He realizes his political skills are pretty weak. Just as he thinks he is stuck, Dexter the butler speaks up and asks for a moment of his time. He explains that he overheard the conversation about the tournament and knows Zeke is planning to enter the Hercule martial arts competition. Zeke doesn't quite get where he is going with this, but admits he needs family backing. After a moment, Dexter asks him to look at something. He pulls his sword from its sheath, and a strange layer of blue blood suddenly glows on the blade. Zeke is totally shocked and asks if Dexter is actually a holy knight. Dexter just quietly says he knew the young master had already suspected something was up. Zeke nods sheepishly, impressed by the butler's skill. Then, Dexter drops a massive secret. He was actually a knight serving the main character's mother's family. He was her personal guardian knight. Once again, Zeke is hit with a wave of shock as he repeats the word, "my mother." The butler begins to tell the story. He asks Zeke if he knows why absolutely nobody in the Hercule family ever talks about his mother. It is because she came from the Agamemnon family. Zeke is left completely blank at the mention of that name. Agamemnon, he says it is the first time he has ever heard it and asks what kind of place it is. Dexter's face turns deadly serious as he explains. The Agamemnon family used to be the strongest power in the Hercule Alliance, even bigger than the Heisei monsters are now. Zeke is confused how he never knew. Stick with me, because this cursed secret is about to flip the whole story upside down. Everyone avoids them because they call Agamemnon the cursed family. In that family, every pregnancy ended in a stillbirth, and the lucky few who survived never made it past age 5. My mother was the only one who beat the odds and lived to grow up. Listening to this, I finally realized exactly what Decker was trying to tell me. I asked him if he wanted me to use that curse as my leverage. My butler nodded, explaining that this family was once the most powerful force in the central region. Apparently, I am the only one with the right to inherit that legacy. I kept it cool and just told him I would consider it for now. Decker had said his piece. He thanked me for listening and for trusting him, even though I knew his secret that he was actually a holy knight this whole time. I just gave him a confident smile. No problem. Now, let's head to the city of Mycenae. Felix and I finally arrived, and man, the view was breathtaking. Felix couldn't stop staring, saying it felt like stepping back into the peak of the Empire's golden age. I ignored his chattering and just looked around. There is definitely no substitute for seeing a place with your own eyes. Mycenae was one of the central lands backed by my family. Decker said the Agamemnon nobles had ruled this entire territory since ancient times. But about 50 years ago, things started taking a dark turn for the family. Rumors of a cursed bloodline spread like wildfire, leaving Mycenae isolated. Their name became a ghost of the past. As we walked, I spotted a restaurant and waved Felix over. I told him we should grab a bite first. We wasted no time heading inside. The owner gave us a warm welcome. I walked right up to him and asked for the best dish they had on the menu. He laughed and promised us their specialty soup. While we waited, I took a good look at the people around us. Everyone seemed relaxed, and the security looked solid. Not a bad city at all. Suddenly, a bald guy next to us smiled and asked if we were tourists. He offered to treat us to some grilled ribs, and a red-haired guy nearby immediately backed him up. I just smiled and thanked them. Honestly, the people here seemed incredibly friendly at first. I told the owner to bring everyone around us a round of beer on me. The red-haired guy laughed, telling me there was no need to be so polite. I insisted it was just a small gesture. Then, I decided to test the waters and asked them how long they had lived in town. They claimed they were locals and told me to ask them anything. This was my chance. I asked who the mayor was, since I had not seen anything resembling a city hall earlier. The second those words left my mouth, that guy's expression flipped instantly. The whole place went dead silent, leaving Felix looking completely lost and confused. The air got heavy. The red-haired guy stood up, suddenly acting like he did not want anything to do with me anymore. He turned down the beer and told us to just enjoy our meal before walking out with a cold attitude. Just mentioning the Mycenae name killed the vibe. Do they really hate that cursed place so much they cannot even speak of it? I could not just sit there. I told Felix to stay put while I went to investigate a bit more. I headed to a high-end bar. The bartender looked at me and scoffed, saying this was no place for a kid. I did not bother explaining. I just pulled out my VIP card and asked if he still felt like talking back. His face went pale. He immediately started apologizing for being so blind and disrespectful to me. I told him to take me to the branch manager. He scrambled to lead the way, inviting me inside with a bow. I kept a straight face. That girl really gave me something powerful. It turns out this syndicate card is worth its weight in gold. As I walked down the hall, I heard fast footsteps. A blond man rushed out and dropped to his knees right in front of me. He looked terrified, begging for forgiveness for not greeting such a distinguished guest sooner. I asked him if he knew me. He admitted he did not know who I was exactly, but he had been warned that I was someone he could never offend. I asked how long he had been in this city. He was sweating bullets as he told me it had been about 20 years. That was longer than I expected. I figured he must know the ins and outs of Mycenae pretty well by now. He nodded, mentioning that the black market here was much bigger than it looked. He started to offer me a tour, but I cut him off right there. I told him the black market did not interest me. I wanted to know about the true masters of this city. His face froze again and his whole body started shaking. He looked at me like I was insane. I had to spell it out for him, the Mycenae family. Seeing his reaction, I could only sigh to myself, just how bad were these rumors for everyone to be this terrified? According to Decker, even mentioning their name was a total taboo in this town. I asked if there was a reason, he stammered, telling me that the entire family was cursed. I already knew that part. I mentioned the curse about the children dying young, but he panicked and cut me off. He said it was not just them. I was confused. He gripped his hands tight and told me that anyone who even enters their castle will die. I could not hide my shock. After a few seconds to catch my breath, I asked him if he was actually serious. Anyone who gets close to the Mycenae clan's castle is going to end up dead. Is that right? The man nods frantically in agreement. Yes, and even just saying that name too much is dangerous. Zeke starts thinking hard about those words. You and I can tell there's definitely something fishy going on here. Curses get stronger the more people believe in them. That means the chance of this curse being real is actually very high. Has anyone actually lost their life there? The man stammers. Yes. Decades ago, everyone who went there died from a very famous curse. That's why the locals won't even go near the place today. Hearing this, Zeke just gives a cold, knowing smirk. Oh, I get it now. This curse is just a rumor leaked by the Mycenae family themselves. Time to head to the castle. Our main character arrives at the gates with Felix. Felix is terrified, asking if they really have to enter this ominous place. He wants to turn back, but Zeke isn't listening. He lets out a massive shout with absolute authority and power. Pure blood of the Knight family, awaken! The continent's youngest official knight, Zeke Knight, has come to visit the Mycenae clan. The massive gates slowly creak open. An old maid steps out, asking if he's truly the famous knight. Zeke just nods. I want to see the family head. The old woman laughs creepily and invites them right inside. Follow me, she says. She points the way, and Zeke steps into the ancient halls. He keeps a sharp eye on everything as they walk. This castle is at least 1,000 years old. Suddenly, Felix spots something, and his face turns completely white with fear. Master, look! Ghosts! And there's not just one, there's a whole crowd of them waiting for us up ahead. It's just the Mycenae family waiting. Zeke smacks his sidekick on the head, telling him to shut up for a second. He looks at the old man in the center. His eyes are blank, like a sleepwalker. Is he the family head? Greetings to the elders of the Agmenon family, lords of Mycenae. As a direct descendant of the Knight family bloodline, I need your support. He gets straight to the point. The old head stands up silently and stares at the wall. Zeke bets there's a painting there. Felix, grab the lamp and shine it on that wall right now so we can see. Felix quickly lights the area. He gasps in shock. What on earth is this? What kind of twisted, creepy painting is this? Zeke observes the art. One shows people coughing up blood, while the other shows bodies being dumped into a lake. The family symbol is gone, the old man whispers coldly. Without it, we are cursed. Everyone here is going to die. Zeke stays calm. So, because the symbol is missing, no one has the right to succeed the throne. Is that it? The old man nods silently. Felix just stares at his master. How did he figure all that out from those words? Now, you and I know Zeke is always calculating. He's thinking about the family symbol and that lake from the painting. He asks the maid if the family symbol sank to the bottom of the lake. She gives a silent, creepy nod. Lead the way to the lake, Zeke demands. Soon they are standing at the edge of a massive, dark body of water. Felix is amazed by the size, but the water is so murky it's impossible to see anything hidden down there. Zeke remembers the painting someone jumped in holding something. That is the only real clue we have right now. I need to go down there. He pulls out a whale breath potion, a rare item that lets him breathe underwater. He downs the potion and tells Felix to wait on the shore. This might take a little while, so stay here. Before Felix can protest, Zeke dives straight in. He swims toward the bottom of the lake at lightning speed. He finds a massive pile of white bones. The painting was true. But wait, what is that glowing thing down there? A golden mask is shining in the dark. He swims closer to grab it, noticing the incredibly fine, detailed craftsmanship. Is this a rare pattern from the Holy Kingdom? Suddenly, a massive roar shakes the water, catching him off guard. Out of nowhere, a terrifying sea dragon has quietly closed in on Zeke. The system alert pops up. Ancient dragon species detected, and it's being corrupted by evil energy.